Chapter 1. What have you treated me for these years? We celebrities can't date or get married. Then I can retreat behind the scenes and stop being an actor. I'm talking about myself. You're just an 18th tier celebrity. No one would care even if you got married tomorrow. But I'm different. I'm more famous than you now, and I'm going to be a top star in the future. Lu Chen was stunned. I have known Sun Yenin for 3 years, and it was she who took the initiative to approach me. Both of them are students of Beijing Media College. Lu Chen has a great appearance and figure. When he was in his sophomore year, he was spotted by a talent agency and was recruited to act in movies and TV series. Although he only played small supporting roles, at least he had entered the entertainment industry. This is a good start for Lu Chen, who is still a sophomore. It was at this time that Sun Yenin appeared. She deliberately approached Lu Chen and often followed him to various crews under the pretext of studying. After getting to know each other better, Sun Yenin said that she also wanted to act in a movie and asked Lu Chen to recommend her to the director. Lu Chen recommended Sun Yenin to the director of his crew. The director arranged a small supporting role of a green tea girl for Sun Yenin for Lu Chen's sake. What no one expected was that Sun Yenin was a perfect fit for the role. Although he only appeared on TV for less than 10 minutes, he was scolded to death. But being black and red is also being red, and this opened up Sun Yenin's acting career. The identities of the two began to exchange. In the past, Sun Yenin followed Lu Chen, but as Sun Yenin became more and more famous, it became Lu Chen who followed Sun Yenin. And all of Lu Chen's good luck seemed to be sucked away after he met Sun Yenin. In recent years, he has been lukewarm in the crew and has been playing some minor supporting roles. But Lu Chen didn't take it to heart. He would still run around to get resources for Sun Yenin and help her reach a bigger platform. If there really was such a thing as metaphysics, he would be willing to hand over all his good luck to Sun Yenin. Because he likes Sun Yenin. He thought Sun Yenin also liked him. In the past 3 years, the two have been together, and Lu Chen has long regarded Sun Yenin as his future partner. Now that he has graduated from college, he is thinking about formally confessing his love to her and then getting married. What he didn't expect was that Sun Yenin rejected him. The reason for the refusal was that she was more famous than himself and he was no longer worthy of her. People really want to laugh when they are speechless. So, what have you taken me for these past few years? Lu Chen asked with a wry smile. As a friend. You have always been a very good friend to me. Friend? What a good friend. If Sun Yenin had not hinted so clearly that she liked him at the beginning, how could Lu Chen have been willing to be her bootlicker for 3 years, planning everything for her and helping her reach her current position? Sun Yenin looked at his watch, seeming a little anxious. Xiaochen, I'm very grateful for your help over the years. If you need me in the future, I will definitely help you. But I have something else to do now, so I have to leave first. After she finished speaking, she stood up and took out 200 yuan from the small Chanel bag that Lu Chen had saved for 3 months to buy for her and put it on the table. Today's coffee is on me. Then he turned and left. Lu Chen's eyes did not follow her back, but focused on the empty chair. He was wondering whether everything he had paid for the past 3 years was worth it. Just thinking about it, it seems like this question is stupid. People always learn experiences and lessons from their first relationship, and most first loves end in failure. Besides, this doesn't even seem to be my first love, it's just wishful thinking. Well, now that I have a definite answer, I can cut my losses in time and spend my energy and time on more worthwhile things. Lu Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. He stood up, picked up the bouquet of roses that Sun Yenin didn't want on the table, and left the cafe. It was already dark outside, and the road was busy with traffic and flashing colorful neon lights. He took a deep breath and felt extremely comfortable. It's a very strange feeling. Lu Chen did not feel melancholy or lost after being rejected. Instead, he suddenly felt relaxed. Is this a habitual attachment or a wrong emotional projection in recent years? He couldn't tell anymore. But it doesn't matter anymore, they will no longer have any relationship with each other in the future anyway. He stopped 2 cars, got in, and said to the driver, "Let's go to the First People's Hospital." The car quickly arrived at the hospital. Lu Chen paid the bill and walked into the hospital with the roses. It was the smell of medicine that I had long been accustomed to. He came to room 302 on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department with ease. This is a single room. Half of the money Lu Chen earned over the years was spent on Sun Yenin, and the other half was spent here. I took a look at the old woman lying on the bed with a ventilator. She seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Lu Chen did not go over to disturb her immediately, but first replaced the bouquet of baby's breath on the bedside table that was about to wither with bright red roses in full bloom. After changing the flowers, Lu Chen sat down in front of the bed and gently stroked the old man's wrinkled forehead. The old man also slowly opened his eyes at this time. Xiaochen, you are here. Well, Grandma, I'm here to see you. Lu Chen grinned slightly. What a strong floral scent. Xiaochen, have you changed the flowers for Grandma? Well, this time I didn't buy baby's breath, but red roses. Lu Chen took the vase with red roses and shook it in front of his grandmother. Looking at the bright red roses, the old woman seemed to understand something, and her eyes drooped slightly. Then one hand slowly raised and touched Lu Chen's face. Xiaochen, Grandma doesn't know how long I can live. Grandma is not afraid of death, but she is afraid that after I die, you will be left alone in this world. How lonely you will be. The old woman took a breath and continued, Grandma, if I could see you get married and have someone by your side, I would die without regrets. Lu Chen gently grabbed his grandmother's hand and said, Grandma, you'll see, I already have a girlfriend and will be getting married soon, so you must live well. Really? Then when can you bring it over to me? Okay, when she's free, I'll bring her over to show you. You should get some rest first. Lu Chen put his grandmother's hand back into the quilt, and the old woman closed her eyes again. After instructing the nurse to take good care of his grandmother, Lu Chen left the hospital. He grew up in an orphanage and was adopted by an elderly couple when he was 8 years old. His grandfather passed away 6 years ago, and his grandmother was diagnosed with lung cancer 3 years ago. He didn't want his only relative to leave him like this, so he had his grandmother treated in the best hospital. If she could live one more day, he would still have his relative by his side. Back in his rental house in Beijing, Lu Chen turned on his computer and logged into a dating website. He entered his information into the form and filled in the following requirements for marriage: female, able to get married as soon as possible. Finally, I uploaded a 2-inch photo with a blue background. After everything is settled, just wait to find the right person and then go on a blind date. Chapter 2, it's not about letting go, but about waking up. Bite. A push message came from his mobile phone. Lu Chen turned off his computer and took a look. Hashtag Xinghui Entertainment's eldest son meets a mysterious actress at night. Hashtag. Lu Chen was not interested in this kind of entertainment gossip, but he had a hunch, so he clicked on it. This trending search has already ranked first on the entertainment list, with a photo attached below the title. The photo was taken on the second floor of a high-end restaurant. Under the warm yellow light, a man and a woman were sitting by the window and clinking their glasses. Although the photo was not clear enough, Lu Chen recognized Sun Yan'an at a glance. She and Xin Yuao, the eldest son of Star Entertainment, clinked their glasses together, looking like a couple in love. At this moment, another hot search once again rushed to the top of the entertainment list, immediately squeezing out the first place of this one. Lu Chen wanted to see what other explosive news there was. So, click on it. It's Sun Yan'an's work Weibo. The copy on Weibo only has 2 words, we. The picture below is a close-up photo of her and Xin Yuhao. Therefore, it's not that she can't fall in love or get married, but that person can't be an 18th-tier celebrity like herself. This was the first time Lu Chen felt that people were so realistic. But it doesn't matter. From then on, she walked her own way and crossed her own single-plank bridge. The number of comments on Weibo has exceeded 1 million. This is the post with the most reposts, likes and comments among all of Sun Yan'an's Weibo posts. When did Sun Yan'an hook up with the eldest son of the Shin family? I remember seeing the trending search results of the eldest son of the Shin family hugging a beautiful internet celebrity just last month. How could someone else have changed so quickly? You can do it if you have money. The entertainment industry is so chaotic. Sun Yan'an hooked up with the eldest son of Xinghui Entertainment. This is the rhythm of rising to the top. Susu, why don't you just focus on acting? Xin Yuhao is really not suitable for you. How do you know they're not suitable? Sun Yan'an has mostly played green tea girls over the years since her debut. Maybe she herself is a little green tea. Green tea and a scumbag, aren't they a perfect match? Ha ha. Lu Chen had no interest in reading any further and was about to turn off his phone when another message came. He exited the trending search and opened WeChat. The message was from the workgroup. Tomorrow is the annual Starlight Awards. I've already requested that all artists in the company attend. Please seize the opportunity and show your faces at everyone. An unknown artist like Lu Chen naturally does not have a personal agent and lives in a free-range model. If there is a notice, the artist will be notified and then attended on his own. Only when you reach Sun Yan'an's level will you have a dedicated agent and assistant. Receive. Receive. Like all the other people, Lu Chen also edited a sentence received and sent it to the group. At this time, my good brother Lu Bai called and said, Xiaochen, did you see the trending searches tonight? Lu Chen said, I see. But weren't you proposing to Sun Yan'an tonight? On the other end of the phone, Lu Bai's surprise could be clearly heard. He is Lu Chen's college classmate and also a student of the School of Media. He has seen how Lu Chen treated Sun Yan'an in the past few years. When I heard Lu Chen say that he was going to confess his feelings to Sun Yan'an, I thought that they were about to get married, but I didn't expect that it was Sun Yan'an and another man who were on the hot search. She refused. Lu Chen said in a light tone, I'm not suitable for her. Why are you not suitable for her? You are so good to her. Although she is more famous than you, if you hadn't helped her all these years, would she be able to reach her current position? But my ability is limited. I can only help her so far. She has higher aspirations and needs a bigger springboard. Lu Bai was silent for a moment before speaking again. So, you've let it go? It's not about letting go, it's about waking up. Okay, brother, I support you. It's just a woman. There are plenty of them in the world. There's no need to hang on to her. I'll introduce you to another one tomorrow. Lu Bai comforted him. Lu Chen changed the subject and said, I want to get married. Ah? No, getting married? Well, you know my grandmother's situation. She wants to see me get married. Lu Bai smacked his lips helplessly. Brother, introducing a girlfriend is fine, but introducing a wife is difficult. It's okay, I'll figure it out myself. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen threw his phone aside and went to take a shower. While lying on the bed, he opened the marriage and dating app on his phone to see if he had found a suitable match. No. It just shows in the browsing history that one person viewed and downloaded his information. This made Lu Chen feel a little strange. The function of this app is that if the other party is interested in you, the heart will light up on the screen, and then the app will push a message to you. After you see it, you will also light up the other party's heart, and the match will be successful. After a successful match, you can send a private message in the background and then make an appointment to meet offline. But this person did not light up his love, but only downloaded his information. Lu Chen began to suspect whether this app might be able to steal other people's information, so he decisively deleted his own information. You can't rush into marriage. If it really doesn't work out, find someone to pretend to be your girlfriend and bring her to meet grandma so that she can feel at ease. The next morning, Lu Chen received a call from the hospital saying that his grandmother's tumor cells showed signs of spreading and that the medication dosage needed to be increased. It would be best if she could be transferred to a VIP ward with a better environment. He rushed to the hospital and after detailed communication with his grandmother's attending physician, he agreed to the plan offered by the hospital. The medication dosage was increased on the original basis and the patient was moved to a sterile VIP ward. This requires a large amount of medical expenses to be paid. Lu Chen maxed out all his credit cards before he could barely pay for the next half-month's expenses. Mr. Lu, with all due respect, even with the current treatment plan, your grandmother might not survive more than 3 months. Expending such a huge sum of money is actually a bit worth. Lu Chen knew what Dr. Zhang wanted to say, and spoke before he could say it. If it weren't for my grandparents, I wouldn't be where I am today. I might not even be able to go to middle school or high school, let alone college. I will never forget their kindness to me. Grandma had been in the hospital for 3 years, and Dr. Zhang had already known about Lu Chen's life experience. He patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said sincerely, "What a filial grandson, your grandparents' love for you is not in vain." After Dr. Zhang left, a notification sounded from his phone. Lu Chen opened it and saw that it was a message from the work group. Don't forget tonight as Starlight Awards, girls in dresses, boys in formal wear at everyone. After arranging everything for his grandmother, Lu Chen returned to the rental house. However, on the way, he stopped by a supermarket and bought a pilling removal machine. Because the only suit in the house was bought last year and it has started to pill, and he has no money to buy a new one now, so he can only make do with last year's suit. Anyway, artists of his level are just there to make up the numbers, and no one pays any attention to them. Chapter 3 Meet Again. This suit is from a donkey brand, of course it is not authentic. An authentic suit would cost tens of thousands of dollars, and Lu Chen can't bear to buy it. Last year, in order to participate in a similar event, he bought a high-quality imitation from Taobao. The whole set only cost 2,000 yuan, and he also got a shirt for free. Although he is just a small-time artist now, he has acted in many dramas after all, so he still has to pay attention to his image when participating in activities. After refinishing the old suit, it looks almost the same as a new one. After putting it on, he took a taxi to the hotel where the Starlight Awards were held. When Lu Chen arrived at the hotel, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw a black Maserati parked at the main entrance of the hotel. A long red carpet stretched from the hotel entrance to the exit of the Maserati. Both sides were surrounded by entertainment reporters, all holding cameras and waiting for the people in the car to come out. The car door slowly opened, and a pair of white beautiful legs and black high heels came out first. With the sound of the high heels hitting the ground, Sun Yan'an's whole body also got out of the car. She wore a high slit-off shoulder red dress, had delicate makeup on, and waved to reporters on both sides with a smile. Because of the two trending searches that dominated the charts last night, she has now become the focus of everyone's attention. Her status was directly raised because her relationship with Shen Yuhao was exposed. It rose from the third or fourth tier to the second tier overnight, and then directly to the first tier. If she can produce another decent film or TV work, it will only be a matter of time before she becomes the top star she wants. Following Sun Yan'an was Shen Yuhao, who was wearing a suit that looked very expensive and had a slicked back hair. After standing beside Sun Yan'an took the initiative to put his arm around him, and the two walked along the red carpet into the hotel together. During this time, all the flashes and cameras were aimed at the two of them. They are undoubtedly the hot topic of the night, and have also increased the volume of topics for this entertainment event. It was not until the two of them disappeared at the end of the red carpet that Lu Chen slowly walked out from the corner where no one paid attention. But the moment he stepped onto the red carpet, his pace suddenly quickened a lot. He knew that no one would pay much attention to a little-known person like him, and there was no need to waste his expressions and energy showing off here to deliberately attract the attention of those reporters. But because of his outstanding appearance, many reporters still raised their cameras for him. As soon as he entered the hotel, Lu Chen met a familiar face, Xia Yao. She was Sun Yan'an's assistant, and Lu Chen had hired her with his money. However, she had been following Sun Yan'an for the past few years and they had a very good relationship. She had long forgotten that it was Lu Chen who recruited her to be with Sun Yan'an. As Sun Yan'an's status increased, her class also rose. As an assistant, she even wore a dress to attend today's awards ceremony. She reached out to stop Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, I know you have always liked Su Su, but now Su Su is with Mr. Shen, so you'd better not disturb her." Did she think she came to the Starlight Awards for Sun Yan'an? He wouldn't come if he didn't come to punch in for work. Lu Chen looked up at her and said, "You misunderstood. The company asked me to participate. It has nothing to do with Sun Yan'an." Xia Yao snorted coldly, "Don't be so stubborn. How could an artist of your level be invited to participate in the Starlight Awards?" Lu Chen was too lazy to explain too much to her. She was just a small assistant. Did he have to show her the messages in the work group? She doesn't deserve it. Lu Chen walked right past her. Xia Yao followed behind and shouted, "Lu Chen, if you really like Sun Yan'an, you should help her. It's not easy for her to get to where she is today." It's not easy for her? Does that mean it's easy for me? In the past few years, he has sacrificed too many opportunities to help Sun Yan'an reach a bigger platform and put all his focus on this woman. But how does she treat herself now? If you don't need them anymore, just kick them away and start making friends with someone else. Think of yourself as a stepping stone and climb up step by step. Lu Chen walked into the hall with a cold face and happened to meet Sun Yan'an coming out of the bathroom. When the two looked at each other, Sun Yan'an was obviously embarrassed and guilty. Xia Yao caught up in time, stood between the two of them, grabbed Sun Yan'an and walked forward. "Why is he here too?" Sun Yan'an frowned slightly. Today is a good opportunity for her to show off and take advantage of this wave of popularity to spread her fame. But if Lu Chen interrupts me, all my efforts will be in vain. I don't know either. I just tried to block him at the door, but failed. Xia Yao was also worried like Sun Yan'an. Shen Yuhao in front waved to Sun Yan'an, "Susu, come here quickly, the media wants to interview us." Here I come, here I come." Sun Yan'an immediately smiled and said to Shen Yuhao, then lowered his head and whispered a few words to Xia Yao before quickly walking forward. The Starlight Awards officially began, and everyone with a little fame was invited to the sign-in wall to sign and take photos. As today's hot topics, Sun Yan'an and Shen Yuhao have been accepting interviews from the media. Lu Chen was neither qualified to sign at the sign-in wall nor qualified to be interviewed. He could only walk around the hall, eat some snacks and drink some champagne. Lu Chen. Hearing someone calling him, Lu Chen turned around suddenly, and Xia Yao ran into him with a glass of red wine. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I just wanted to have a drink with you," she said in feigned surprise. Lu Chen brushed off the wine on his body. His suit and white shirt were all stained with red wine stains. "Yeah?" Lu Chen was not angry, but asked back. "Yeah, you won't blame me, right?" Xia Yao had a pitiful and innocent expression. Lu Chen remembered that when he first met Xia Yao, she was still a little girl who had just come out to look for a job. He thought she was honest and he felt safe leaving her with Sun Yenin. How come she has become like this now? Of course not, but you can't wear this suit and shirt anymore. Lu Chen grinned and said, "This suit is from Donkey brand, and together with the shirt, it cost 50,000 yuan. Since we're acquaintances, I'll give you a 20% discount, so just give me 40,000 yuan. What? Xia Yao exclaimed in surprise. She originally thought that pouring red wine on Lu Chen's suit would make him leave in embarrassment, but she didn't expect Lu Chen to ask her for compensation. Why? You can't afford to pay it back, right? It doesn't matter if you can't afford it. Your boss, Miss Su, is a famous person now. She must have money. You can borrow from her first. In such occasions, wherever there is excitement, that is the focus. As expected, many cameras began to focus here. At the same time, in a luxurious top-floor office not far from the city center, Assistant Han Miao was carrying a pile of information into the office of President Lin Xian. Chapter 4. See you tonight. The information in Han Miao's hand was not company documents, but information about eligible men collected from various sources. Boom, boom, boom. She first knocked gently on the president's office door. "Come in." Pushing open the door, Han Miao walked in and handed over the information in his hand. "Boss Lin, please take a look at this information." Lin Xian raised her eyebrows slightly. "Hasn't today's documents been signed? Why are there more? This is not a company document." After hearing what she said, Lin Xian understood and reached out to take the stack of information. The people in the old house were urging her to get married, and she was very busy with work, so she instructed Han Miao to find some marriage partners for her. Han Miao didn't know anyone suitable for marriage, so she had to go to various dating platforms to find some good-looking men to refer to for her boss. Lin Xian casually glanced at the stack of documents and threw them on the table. If the old man hadn't said that if she didn't get married, she would have to go through an arranged marriage, why would she resort to such a desperate measure? But what good men are there in the marriage market? She has filtered them all out without even looking closely. She didn't really plan to find a man to marry, but wanted to find a marriage of convenience to deal with the old house first. But even if it's a marriage of convenience, you have to be compatible with each other. You can't just pick someone ugly, because you might have to take him out in the future. She leaned back in her chair with a melancholy look on her face, her eyes suddenly glancing at the computer on her desk. The screen on the computer is broadcasting tonight's Starlight Awards live. The 5-star hotel hosting the Starlight Awards is owned by the Lin Group. Previously, the screen had been interviewing the gossip couple that was a hot topic yesterday, but just now the scene changed and another man and woman appeared in the camera. Lin Xian just felt that this boy looked a little familiar. As if she suddenly remembered something, she started searching through the pile of documents on the table again. Finally, she picked up a piece and compared it. It seemed that it was really a person. After taking a closer look at his profile: name, Lu Chen. Age, 22. Occupation, actor. Marriage requirements, female, can get married as soon as possible. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and this person seemed quite suitable for a marriage of convenience. Apart from anything else, the main reason was that he was an actor, and she just needed an actor to play her marriage partner. Lin Xian's eyes jumped back and forth between the blue background photo and the computer live broadcast, confirming that Lu Chen's appearance was indeed good. Although he is 3 years younger than me, it doesn't matter. I'm not really marrying him anyway. I just don't know whether the other party is willing to accept a marriage of convenience. She handed Lu Chen's information to Han Miao and said, "This is the guy. Please help me make an appointment. I want to meet him tonight." "Boss Lin, are we meeting tonight?" Han Miao felt that the order was too fast. After all, blind dates don't happen at night. Lin Xian nodded and said, "I have to go abroad tomorrow. In order to prevent the old mansion from urging us to come back, it would be best if we can finalize this matter tonight. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away. Starlight Awards scene. Lu Chen, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Xia Yao was a little angry. 40,000 is not a small amount of money for her. She only earns a few thousand yuan a month as an assistant to Sun Yan'an. In Beijing, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, this salary is only enough for her to barely live. Now that Sun Yan'an has been promoted, she should get a raise, more or less, but she has just been promoted, so the issue of salary has not been mentioned yet. Xia Yao just wanted to please Sun Yan'an. If she performed well, the boss would definitely give her a raise. The dress she wore tonight was also lent to her by Sun Yan'an, saying that she had been promoted and her assistant couldn't lose face. She also asked Xia Yao to follow her and work hard, and she would help her get rich together in the future. Xia Yao has chosen Sun Yan'an and decided to follow her to the top position. If you do something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. This is something even a child understands. You don't want to pay for it, do you? Lu Chen curled his lips and chuckled, Miss Xia, this is a live broadcast. If you try to cheat, not only will you lose your own people, but you will also implicate your popular boss. You must think carefully. The reporters who were originally interviewing Sun Yan'an and Shen Yuhao turned their heads when they saw the excitement here, and the two of them also looked over here. Sun Yan'an was suddenly shocked when he found that the people squeezed in the crowd were his assistant and Lu Chen. She must be the protagonist tonight, but there cannot be any problems with these two people, especially Lu Chen. If their past is dug up, how can she get along with Shen Yuhao? She had told Shen Yuhao that she had ventured into the entertainment industry alone and how difficult it had been along the way. And this Xia Yao is so stupid. I just asked her to find a way to prevent Lu Chen from getting close to her, but she stole all the limelight from me. If you continue to be so stupid, just change someone else. Sun Yan'an complained in his heart, but when he turned to look at Shen Yuhao, a friendly smile appeared on his face again. Brother Yuhao, it seems something happened with my assistant. I'll go over and take a look. What's wrong with your assistant? Doesn't she know that today is supposed to be our day to talk? Why is she trying to steal the limelight? As the eldest son of Star Entertainment, Shen Yuhao's frequent changes of girlfriends are well known in the circle. And every time he changes his girlfriend, he and his company will be on the popularity list, which is equivalent to giving his company free advertising. Sun Yan'an has always been a popular figure in the entertainment industry. Now that the two of them have joined forces, although the topics are all negative, they are very popular. One of them wants fame, the other wants profit, each gets what he needs. But for Sun Yan'an, she now has to rely on Shen Yuhao to dominate the popularity charts. Even though she knows that the other party is not someone worthy of relying on, she still chooses this method. If you want to be famous, you always have to pay a price. Yes, brother Yuhao, don't be angry. I'll go see what's going on. After Sun Yan'an comforted Shen Yuhao in a gentle voice, she turned around and squeezed into the crowd. Seeing Sun Yan'an approach, the reporter turned the camera to her again. Miss Su, this seems to be your assistant. How could this happen? Or did you authorize it? Do you have any grudges with Mr. Lu? The reporter started asking a lot of questions as soon as he opened his mouth. Facing the camera, Sun Yan'an showed a friendly smile. I just learned about this matter too. There is no such thing as authorization or holiday as you mentioned. Then, she asked Xia Yao in a good boss tone, Yao Yao, what is going on? I. At this time, the area was full of people, most of whom were reporters. Xia Yao, a small assistant, had never seen such a scene before and was so scared that she didn't know what to say. It was Lu Chen who spoke first. Miss Su, your assistant spilled red wine on me and refused to compensate me. What do you think we should do? Sun Yan'an took a look at the suit Lu Chen was wearing and knew that he had bought it online last year. At that time, Lu Chen was still wearing it to show off in front of Sun Yan'an. Look, there's no difference between these 2,000 yuan fakes and those tens of thousands of yuan genuine ones. Knowing that his clothes were not expensive, Sun Yan'an slowly walked to Xia Yao and gently comforted her. I know you didn't mean it. It's okay. I'll compensate you. At this moment, Xia Yao's loyalty to Sun Yan'an grew stronger. With red eyes, she said, thank you, Susu. It doesn't matter. You are mine. I will definitely take care of you. The outside world has always had a bad reputation for Sun Yan'an, so this is a good opportunity for him to restore some of his reputation and show himself to be a good boss who cares about his subordinates. She turned to look at Lu Chen, then Mr. Lu, how much is this suit? I will compensate you. It's not much. I just wore this donkey brand suit once. I bought it for 50,000. I'll give you 20% off, so 40,000 will be enough. Chapter 5. He seems to like money very much. 40,000? Sun Yenin cried out in surprise, then felt that he had lost his composure and immediately softened. Mr. Lu, your suit doesn't look like it cost 40,000. It's clearly something worth 2,000 yuan. Why is he trying to extort money? The Lu Chen I know is not like this. Could it be that even though he was rejected by me, he still refused to give up and wanted to continue to pester me? No, now is my rising period, and I must not let Lu Chen ruin my future. Oh, really? Lu Chen chuckled. Then, Miss Su, how much do you think my suit cost? How would I know? She felt a little guilty. Even if she knew, she couldn't say it, otherwise the relationship between them would become unclear. She knew that Lu Chen had been helping her all these years, but Lu Chen's ability was too limited, and he could only help her to this extent. If she wants to climb higher, she must find someone more capable. Sun Yenin felt sorry for Lu Chen's efforts for her over the years, but there was nothing she could do. I have an uneducated younger brother, a gambling father, and a sick mother. All the money I earned over the years was invested in that bottomless pit. If Lu Chen hadn't been by her side, pulling in resources for her and paying her to build her image as a female celebrity, she wouldn't have gotten to where she is today. She knew that Lu Chen loved her and couldn't let her go, but love couldn't be eaten. What she wants is a bright future, to become a household name in the entertainment industry, to be the pride of her family, and for everyone to stop looking down on her. Only if she stands high enough will others not look down on her. Therefore, she could only choose to feel sorry for Lu Chen. There were too many entertainment reporters around her now, and she couldn't continue to tangle with Lu Chen like this. If she said too much, she might be exposed. After calming down a little, Sun Yenin spoke again. Since Mr. Lu said 40,000, then we will compensate you 40,000. After all, it was my assistant who made the mistake first. Lu Chen didn't expect Sun Yenin to be so willing to compensate him so readily. After all, she had never spent a penny on him in all these years. Lu Chen immediately took out his phone and asked, Miss Su, do you use WeChat or Alipay? All. He wanted to say that it was all right, but Sun Yenin suddenly remembered that they were still WeChat friends. It would be bad if he opened it and exposed it, so he quickly changed his words and said, Alipay, please show me the payment code. Lu Chen showed his payment code to Sun Yenin. Sun Yenin scanned it and his fingers trembled slightly when he entered 40,000. She gave most of her income this month to her family, and there was only a little over 40,000 yuan left in the card. If she transferred it to Lu Chen, her future life would be in trouble. And Xia Yao's salary hasn't been paid yet. However, I am now Xing Yuhao's official girlfriend. He is the eldest son of Xing Hui Entertainment. Can he really bear to see me having no money to spend? Thinking of this, Sun Yenin gritted his teeth and entered the amount. Large transfers required confirming the other party's identity. Sun Yenin took a look at the name that needed to be completed on Alipay, and she directly typed in the surname Lu to complete the real name confirmation. 40,000 yuan has arrived in my Alipay account. After hearing the receipt information, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction and said, Thank you, Miss Su. Then the account between me and your assistant will be written off. Over the years, he had spent countless tens of thousands of dollars on Sun Yenin, and he had never thought about getting it back. Now that he could extort some of it back, he actually felt secretly happy. But in Sun Yenin's view, his smile was full of bitterness, which showed his reluctance to let go of himself and his unwillingness to give up his grievances. Perhaps he did everything in front of the media today on purpose, just to steal the topic from himself and Xing Yuhao. He didn't want to see himself and Xing Yuhao always dominating the hot searches. He loves himself too much. No, she couldn't continue to stay with him. What if he couldn't help but reveal their relationship? How would she get along with Xing Yuhao in the future? After thinking about this, Sun Yenin immediately turned the focus to himself and said to the reporters, Dear media friends, I, Sun Yenin, have taken responsibility for my assistant's affairs. Please don't waste your time here. Let's continue the interview over there. After saying that, Sun Yenin walked towards Xing Yuhao. Miss Su is such a kind and compassionate boss. This assistant is so lucky to be able to work with her. In the past, the outside world had a bad reputation for Miss Su. It seems that was just prejudice. She is really a good person. Young Master Shin might be moved by her kindness. This time, maybe the two of them can really go on. Listening to the whispers behind him, Sun Yan'an's lips curled up slightly, and even the bad mood he had just given away 40,000 yuan recovered a lot. After returning to stand beside Shen Yuhao, a reporter suddenly asked, "Mr. Shen, do you and Miss Su have any plans to get married?" Shen Yuhao tilted his head and glanced at Sun Yan'an with a doting smile, while Sun Yan'an lowered her head shyly. Countless cameras captured this scene. When Shen Yuhao faced the reporters again, he said, "I, Shen, have always been devoted to my friends. Since I chose to be with Su, I'm sure I'm planning on getting married." When she heard this, Sun Yan'an raised her head slightly again. At this moment, even she didn't know whether what Shen Yuhao said was true or false. The president of Star Entertainment is Shen Yuhao's father, Shen Hongmao, who has a younger sister. In the future, Shen Yuhao will definitely inherit his father's position as president. If she can really marry into their family, she doesn't need to be a star anymore. She can just be a rich wife. Sun Yan'an originally wanted to use Shen Yuhao's influence to move herself to a higher level, but at this moment, she was a little confused. Is the eldest son of the Shen family really willing to marry her? Has the wedding date been set? A reporter asked. Well, it's still too early. Marriage is no joke. We still have to get past the parents. The reporter turned the microphone to Sun Yan'an again. "Miss Su, if you marry into the Shen family in the future, will you continue to be an actress or stay at home to take care of your husband and children?" Sun Yan'an was stunned by this sudden question. She hadn't thought about it yet. After all, the two of them had only officially confirmed their relationship last night. After taking a look at Shen Yuhao, she replied shyly, "I listen to Yuhao. If he wants me to continue being an actor, I will continue being an actor. If he wants me to stay at home and take care of my husband and children, I will stay at home and take care of my husband and children." Yanran looks like a little wife. Lu Chen, who was excluded from the camera, saw Sun Yan'an under the spotlight and the expression on her face when he said these words to her, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Now I think about it, I haven't seen it, I have imagined it. Before proposing. He imagined that when they got married, reporters would ask Sun Yan'an these questions, and this was her answer. It's just a disillusionment. But it doesn't matter. The moment he was rejected, Lu Chen realized that he and Sun Yan'an were not the same kind of people. In the top floor office, after watching the farce just now, Lin Xian tapped the table lightly with her fingers. He seems to love money. Chapter 6. Don't follow me anymore. The cell phone rang. Lu Chen took it out and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. After the call was connected, a woman's voice came from inside. "Hello, is this Mr. Liu?" "Yes, who are you?" "I saw your information on a dating website. Are you planning to get married recently?" Han Miao's tone was very gentle. Having followed Lin Xian for so many years, she knows exactly how to handle matters in all aspects. For a stranger like Lu Chen who has never met before, the first thing to do is to build affinity between the two of them so as to pave the way for the next date or blind date. Otherwise, late at night, even if the other person is a boy, he would be afraid. "Yes." Lu Chen replied, but he had already deleted his information from the dating website. The person who could still call him should be the one who downloaded his information. "So, you downloaded my profile information?" "Yes, Mr. Liu, I think your information is very suitable for my needs, so I downloaded it. Please don't mind." Seeing the other party say this, Lu Chen didn't know what to say, so he just said, "Oh, it's okay. Would it be convenient for us to meet tonight?" Han Miao went straight to the point. "Tonight?" Lu Chen looked at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock, and there was still an hour before the Starlight Awards ended. Isn't it too late? Whose nice guy is going on a blind date so late at night? "I'm sorry to bother you so late, but I have to go on a long business trip tomorrow, so I wanted to meet you tonight. Is that okay with you?" Han Miao lowered her posture to the lowest level. Before meeting Lu Chen, she could not reveal her and Lin Xian's identities. However, if she wanted to ask him out late at night, she could only show enough respect in her words. She believed that as long as Lu Chen met his CEO, he would definitely agree to marry her. After all, how could that man refuse a rich and beautiful female CEO? Seeing the other party's sincerity, Lu Chen glanced at Sun Yan'an, who was smiling sweetly under the spotlight, and agreed. "Okay, but I have something else to do here, and it won't be over until 9 o'clock. "It's okay, we'll wait for you." The scene of the Starlight Awards was a bit noisy, and Lu Chen did not hear the word "we" clearly. "Okay, so where should I find you after this?" "I'll pick you up when the time comes." "It's settled. Mr. Liu, you go ahead and get busy." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen always felt that something seemed wrong. He hadn't even told him where he was. Never mind for now. If the other party doesn't contact him again after it's over, then he will go home. I always feel that this matter is a bit unreliable. I went to the bathroom to clean up the wine stains on my suit and shirt. In case the other person was really interested in contacting me after 9 o'clock, I couldn't meet him in dirty clothes. In the following time, Lu Chen deliberately kept a distance from Sun Yenin and waited at the corner of the hotel until the awards ceremony was over. He took a photo of himself signing in and sent it to the workgroup to prove that he had completed the task required by his agent today. The crowd at the Starlight Awards began to disperse, and Lu Chen's phone rang again, but this time it was not a call, but a message. It was from the same unfamiliar number. "Mr. Lu, I'm waiting for you in the underground parking lot on the second floor of the White Swan Hotel." Lu Chen replied with an okay. When he looked up, most people in the hotel had left, so he quickly ran towards the elevator. Seeing that the elevator to the underground floor was about to close, he hurriedly pressed the button, the elevator door opened, and Lu Chen flashed in. After standing still, I found that the people inside were Shen Yuhao, Sun Yenin, and Xia Yao. The three of them stared at him, each with a different expression. Sun Yenin was horrified, Xia Yao questioned him, and Shen Yuhao was very calm, but looked puzzled. At this time, the elevator door closed and Lu Chen could no longer get out, so he could only stay with them. He turned his back to the three people, glanced at the elevator button leading to the basement floor, which was lit, and did not reach out. Sun Yenin and Xia Yao looked at each other, and they both understood in their hearts that Lu Chen must have followed them on purpose. This made Sun Yenin even more certain that Lu Chen still couldn't let her go. But this made her panic, fearing that Lu Chen would do something extreme and cause Shen Yuhao to misunderstand. Fortunately, Lu Chen has always been very quiet. Bite. When they reached the second underground floor, the elevator door opened. Lu Chen, who was standing in front, could have gone out first, but Xia Yao stopped him and let Shen Yuhao and Sun Yenin go out first. After the two of them left, Xia Yao turned around and said to Lu Chen, don't be so extreme. Su Su already has a boyfriend and will marry into the Shen family in the future. You'd better give up this idea. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her, opened her hand that was holding him, cursed her as idiot, and walked out. Sun Yenin and Shen Yuhao had already arrived at the door of the black Maserati. When they were about to get in, she looked back and found that Lu Chen had followed them again. But what she didn't notice was that Lu Chen was looking at the back of the Maserati, and a girl was waving at him. Lu Chen guessed that she was probably the girl who contacted him tonight for a blind date. He had uploaded a photo on his profile, so he didn't find it strange to be recognized. Xia Yao quickly ran past Lu Chen, came to Sun Yenin, and shook her head slightly at her. Sun Yenin understood that Lu Chen was not convinced. Seeing him getting closer and closer to her, Sun Yenin was worried that he would follow her, so she decided to talk to him in person. Turning to Shen Yuhao, he said, "Brother Yuhao, Yao Yao said that boy is my fan and wants to take a picture with me. Please go in the car and wait for me for a while." Shen Yuhao replied listlessly, "Let's stop filming. It's so late, and I still have to take you home." He told Yao Yao that if I didn't take pictures with him, he would keep following me. Sun Yenin sighed in mock helplessness. Fans nowadays are too irrational. Do you want me to ask security to get him out? No. Sun Yenin immediately waved her hand. She couldn't force Lu Chen. It's just a photo. I'll be done soon. Then hurry up. Shen Yuhao said and got into the car. Sun Yenin turned around and walked towards Lu Chen, stopping him where they met. Before Lu Chen could speak, Sun Yenin used the law to stop him. "Xiaochen, please stop following me. I'm already with Yuhao and will marry him in the future. I know and remember how good you have been to me, but people always have to move on. Please let me go, okay?" Sun Yenin spoke sincerely and aggrievedly, as if Lu Chen was some unforgivable criminal who was entangled with her. Chapter 7. It's not me who's on a blind date with you. Lu Chen looked up at Sun Yenin and found it funny. "Miss Su, I think you may have misunderstood. I am not here to follow you. If you're not following me, why are you here on the basement floor? You don't have a car." Although Lu Chen is not a big star, he has made a lot of money over the years. After all, he started working in his sophomore year. Apart from the medical expenses for grandma's treatment, most of the money was spent on Sun Yenin. If it weren't for her, the money saved would be enough to buy a nice car. At this moment, Sun Yenin's tone seemed as if he was disgusted with himself for being a poor loser who couldn't afford a car. Lu Chen didn't get angry, but just chuckled and said, Miss Sue, you don't have a car either, but you still come to the basement, right? I. Soon Yenin was speechless for a moment. I know you're hooking up with a rich second-generation guy and have a luxury car to drive. Hurry up and get in the car, don't make others wait anxiously. I have something else to do, so I won't say any more to you. Lu Chen glanced at Han Miao, who was quietly waiting for him, and walked around Sun Yenin. He walked straight to Han Miao, who opened the car door for him and said, Mr. Lu, please. In terms of appearance and figure, Han Miao is indeed not as good as Sun Yenin, but she has more of the aura of a professional woman. However, Lu Chen felt that she was not here for a blind date with him. It was more like the illusion that the company leader sent someone to pick me up to negotiate the contract. He didn't think too much about it, he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. After saying thank you, he got into the car. Sun Yenin watched Lu Chen's back as he left and entered a black Maybach under the polite guidance of a woman. The Maybach started and drove past her. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Lu Chen, how come he also has someone to send him off? Xia Yao, who was standing beside him, snorted coldly and said, Susu, can't you see that? You deliberately rented a car service just to participate in this grand prize. You are with young Master Shen now, and he is so angry that he has to fight for his face. Sun Yenin frowned, watching the Maybach drive away, and said indignantly, I never thought Lu Chen would become so vain. Does he think I'll come back to him if he rents a luxury car and shows off in front of me? How naive. Who says it isn't true? Even if he is given 10 years, he still won't be as good as Master Shen. Xia Yao followed behind and echoed. After following Sun Yenin for many years and meeting many wealthy people, she knew the importance of family background. For someone like Lu Chen who has no family influence, even if he fights until death, it is difficult for him to reach the level of Shen Yuhao. Shen Yuhao in the car across the street seemed a little impatient, and rolled down the window to urge, Susu, your fans are all gone, why don't you hurry up and get in the car? Here I come, brother Yuhao. Sun Yenin immediately greeted him with a smile, and then said to Xia Yao beside him, Yao, brother Yuhao wants to take me home, but it's not convenient for you to follow him, so just go up and take a taxi back. Then he remembered something and added, oh, by the way, the 40,000 yuan I compensated you for tonight must be repaid. From now on, some of it will be deducted from your salary every month so that you don't have to pay it back. After saying that, he left Xia Yao and went into the Maserati alone. Brother Yuhao, let's go. After Sun Yenin sat down next to Shen Yuhao, she spoke intimately. Shen Yuhao glanced outside and asked, isn't your assistant coming with you? She didn't want to disturb us, so she insisted on taking a taxi back. Shen Yuhao didn't ask any more questions and asked the driver to drive. Xia Yao looked at the departing car and couldn't believe that Sun Yenin had left her like this. Even if they don't live together, Mr. Shen has a car, so it won't take much time for him to take him back. It's so late now, and you want her, a girl, to take a taxi home by herself? Moreover, it was clearly for Sun Yenin that she provoked Lu Chen tonight, but in the end she had to bear everything. Now, Sun Yenin is not only her own boss, but also her creditor? Xia Yao gritted her teeth, turned and walked towards the elevator. In the car, Shen Yuhao asked Sun Yenin, where do you live? Boyua Mansion. Shen Yuhao nodded silently and asked the driver to take Sun Yenin home first. Platinum Mansion is considered a high-end residential complex in Beijing, with an average price of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. The fact that they can afford it also indirectly shows that Sun Yenin's family is not an ordinary family. The two of them just confirmed their relationship, but they didn't live together. Shen Yuhao lives at home, and his family doesn't care how he spends his time drinking and carousing outside, but if he wants to bring a woman home, he must get his parents' consent. Given his current relationship with Sun Yenin, he has not yet thought about bringing her home to meet his parents. When they arrived at Platinum Mansion, Sun Yenin got out of the car and stood at the gate of the community to wave goodbye to Shen Yuhao. After the car drove away, she quietly crossed the road and walked to Xinhai Jiayuan across the street. This is the place she rented for herself and her family. On the other side, Han Miao took Lu Chen to the most luxurious restaurant in Beijing. Lin Xiyan was sitting inside waiting for him. Han Miao got out of the car first, and Lu Chen followed. Mr. Lu, please follow me. Han Miao made gestures of guidance and leading, which made Lu Chen feel even more that the other party did not seem like someone who wanted to go on a blind date with him. He took a look at the luxuriously decorated restaurant and said, I don't even know your name yet. Han Miao. Ms. Han, you've met me now. I wonder if you're satisfied. If you are, we can go in and talk in detail. If you're not satisfied, Han Miao drove a luxury car and brought herself to such a luxurious restaurant. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary girl. He only had the 40,000 yuan that Sun Yenin paid him tonight. His status was far superior to Han Miao's, so a meal here would cost at least several thousand or even tens of thousands. Therefore, before going in, he wanted to confirm the other party's opinion of him. Han Miao chuckled, "Mr. Liu, actually, the person you're going on a blind date with tonight isn't me, but someone else. Since you're already here, why not go in and meet him? Don't worry about whether it works out or not. We'll cover all of the expenses tonight." Han Miao made another gesture of invitation. The person has been brought here. Lu Chen must meet his boss no matter what, otherwise this month's assessment bonus will probably be lost. It is true. Lu Chen confirmed that his previous feeling was correct. Han Miao was indeed not the person he was going on a blind date with tonight. Who would go to so much trouble to have a blind date with me? He also became a little curious. Since Han Miao said so, he no longer hesitated and walked into the restaurant. This is a Western restaurant, and each table is quite far apart. The lights in the room are dim, with only the retro table lamps on the tables illuminating the few tables of guests. It was almost 10 o'clock, and most of the people who still came here to eat were couples. Han Miao took Lu Chen up to the second floor and pushed open the door of a private room. Lu Chen saw a woman sitting by the window. She was wearing a white silk shirt and black suit pants, and her long, curly black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, her skin was as white as snow, and her lips were a light wine red. At first glance, it looks like a female CEO who just finished a multinational meeting came here to take a short break. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, Lu Chen had seen wealthy bosses or female CEOs before, but this was the first time he had seen someone with such an extraordinary temperament like the one in front of him. Chapter 8 Talk Business with Me. Mr. Liu, please talk to Mr. Lin slowly. I won't disturb you. Han Miao took the initiative to leave the private room and closed the door. Lu Chen calmed himself down and walked over to Lin Xian. Hello, my name is Lu Chen. Are you going on a blind date with me tonight? Yes, sit down. Lin Xian spoke, her tone giving people a cold and distant feeling. Lu Chen sat down and looked at the beautiful face opposite him, wondering why she would choose a blind date. A woman with this level of temperament should have no shortage of men pursuing her, right? Lin Xian also looked at him, then nodded slightly. Yeah, he's even better looking in person than on TV. Have you seen the TV show I filmed? Lu Chen was a little excited, and even wondered if the other party had asked him to meet here because he had seen the film and television works he had filmed and admired him very much. Could it be that he is a hidden big shot in the entertainment industry, who was only interviewing me under the pretext of a blind date, but actually wants to find me to star in a big drama? In short, it is hard to imagine that Lin Xian is really here for a blind date. But Lin Xian shook her head and said, No, I just saw you on the live broadcast tonight. Okay. Lu Chen was a little disappointed. It seemed that he was not attracted by his talent. I don't even know your name yet. Lin Xian. Lu Chen extended his hand politely. Hello, Miss Lin. Lin Xian glanced at the hand Lu Chen extended to her, seemed a little hesitant, but still extended it. She is a misophobe and never interacts with strangers, especially men, but the sunny and fair-skinned boy in front of her has a magic that she cannot refuse. The moment their hands touched, both of them seemed a little uncomfortable, and then immediately let go. Lin Xian also added, Hello. Then he continued, I've seen your information. Are you in a hurry to get married now? Yes. Lu Chen answered truthfully. If the doctor says that grandma has 3 months to live, he hopes to find someone to marry within 3 months. Although it's a bit rushed, making good use of these 3 months should be enough to get to know a person better. So do you mind marrying someone older than you? Under 5 years old. Lin Xian is only 3 years older than Lu Chen, which is within his requirements. Moreover, Lu Chen was more to her liking. Lin Xian had already made up her mind that he was the one. Then Mr. Liu, are you willing to discuss business with me? Business? Sure enough, this woman was not here for a blind date. What business? Lu Chen asked. Marry me. Ah? Can marriage be considered a business? Lu Chen was a little surprised. After all, he had never thought of treating marriage as a business. In his opinion, marriage means living with the person you love for the rest of your life. There's nothing that can't be discussed as business, it just depends on how you negotiate. Lin Xian looked like a domineering female CEO, curling her lips and smiling lightly. Her condescending attitude made her look like a strong woman. She also had a noble air. This kind of smile would appear arrogant on someone else's face, but on hers, it was calm and composed. "I'm sorry, Miss Lin, I'm in a hurry to get married, but I don't plan to treat my future life as a business yet. I want to find someone to live a stable life with. After you marry me, I'll give you 2 million a month for living expenses." Before Lu Chen could finish speaking, Lin Xian interrupted him. 2 million? So much. Lu Chen was a little moved, but how could marriage be bought and sold with money? 5 million for 3 years. Lin Xian interrupted him again. It's not that I can't accept it. Lu Chen changed the subject. After all, the temptation is too great. The most important thing is that the person you want to marry is a great beauty. This is something that no man can refuse. As an actor, he could earn less than a few $100,000 a year, but as long as he agreed to marry Lin Xian, he could earn 5 million a month. Sure enough, any bottom line can be relaxed when it comes to money, including the meaning of marriage. But since Lin Xian said this was a business, it was definitely not a marriage in the true sense, and Lu Chen naturally understood. "Ms. Lin, what do I need to do to marry you?" "You don't need to do anything. After we get married, I won't interfere with your private life. But there is one requirement: you have to move in with me." "Is it that simple?" Lu Chen was a little bit unbelievable. He thought that since the other party spent such a huge price, he must have to pay the same price. However, he didn't expect that it was a good business with free food and accommodation and guaranteed profit. "Yes, it's that simple. If you have no objections, I'll have Assistant Han prepare the agreement for you to sign tomorrow." Lin Xian said it calmly and casually. To her, this was just a transaction. She provided the money and Lu Chen provided the manpower. As long as you pay enough, there is no deal that cannot be made. "I have no objection," Lu Chen replied. If they were really going to get married, he might need to understand the other person's preferences, personality, etc., but since this is just a business, there is no need for that. "Okay, then sign this." Lin Xian took out a form and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took it and saw that it was a marriage application form. "After you sign this, I'll arrange for someone to get the marriage license tomorrow." Lin Xian handed over a pen. Lu Chen took it, filled out the form and handed it to Lin Xian. "We're done with business, let's eat something. What do you want to eat?" Lin Xian pushed the electronic menu on the table to Lu Chen. "I'm fine with anything, just order what you like." Lu Chen politely pushed the menu over again. "I've tried everything here, but I don't have any particular favorites. You choose." Seeing Lin Xian say this, Lu Chen didn't want to push it away anymore, so he picked up the menu and started flipping through it. "Is steak okay?" "Can." "How rare do you want it?" 7 points. "Okay, then I want medium rare, and I'll order a salt and pepper shrimp, a vegetable salad, and 2 glasses of juice." This is the system ordering method. After ordering, just wait for the waiter to serve the food. Lu Chen poured a cup of hot water for Lin Xian. When he handed it to her, the hot steam stained the lenses of her glasses, so Lin Xian took them off. The upturned corners of the eyes are seductive and the pupils are gray-brown. The soft light shines on her fair face, her facial features are distinct and three-dimensional, and just an unintentional glance can touch people's hearts. The meals were delivered one after another. The two of them were not very familiar with each other yet, and after discussing the business, they didn't know what to say for a while. The only sound in the entire private room was the clashing of knives and forks. Lu Chen cut the steak into pieces and handed them to Lin Xian. "Ms. Lin, please have this." Lin Xian hesitated a bit, but still took it and said, "Thank you." This was the first time she had ever had such an intimate relationship with a boy. Chapter 9, Move in within 3 days. After dinner, Lin Xian offered to take Lu Chen home, and Lu Chen did not refuse. The two walked out of the restaurant together. Han Miao, who was waiting outside, saw this and knew that tonight's matter was settled. She took the initiative to open the back door and let Lin Xian go in first. After Lin Xian sat in, Han Miao asked Lu Chen to sit in as well. When they were eating before, the two sat opposite each other, but now they sit side by side, and the distance between them is closer. Sitting next to Lin Xian, he could smell the fragrance of high-quality sandalwood. Unlike the sweet and strong perfume that Sun Yan'an usually uses, this scent makes people feel at ease. Neither of them said anything along the way. When they arrived downstairs of the residential complex where Lu Chen rented his house, he got out of the car first, then turned around and said to Lin Xian, "Ms. Lin, thank you for dinner tonight, and thank you for taking me back." Lin Xian didn't answer him. Instead, she looked up at the old neighborhood and asked, "Do you live alone?" "Yes, I have a grandma, but she is sick and in the hospital. This is the house I rented, and I live alone now. I'm going abroad tomorrow and will be back in 3 days. You'll move in with me within 3 days. Please contact Assistant Han for the details." Lin Xian spoke to Lu Chen as if she was arranging a job. "Oh, okay." Lu Chen replied hesitantly. He and Lin Xian had not signed the contract yet. After signing the contract tomorrow, they would be husband and wife on the surface, but behind the scenes, Lin Xian would really become his boss. The car windows were closed and the Maybach left the community. After returning home, Lu Chen sat down on the bed, thinking back on everything that happened tonight and felt it was a little unreal. A cold and beautiful female CEO wants to marry me and give me 5 million a month for living expenses? This is really not an outrageous story that only exists in the world of novels. Until now, he still doesn't know who Lin Xian is. However, someone of her level should be able to search for personal information online, right? Lu Chen took out his cell phone, opened Doubao, and typed in the name Lin Xian. Soon, the system gave a long introduction about her, the president of Lin Group and the heir to the next head of the Lin family. The Lin Group covers multiple fields including real estate, technology, medicine, food, etc. During her college years, she also starred in a movie directed by a famous director and won the Best Actress award that year. However, he only filmed that one movie and then disappeared from the entertainment industry. The system can only provide some general introductions, and more details cannot be found. But this was enough to shock Lu Chen. It turns out that the person he wants to marry is the female president of the Lin family. This person is on a completely different level from me. But Lu Chen quickly calmed down. He and the other party were just in an employment relationship. How could a woman of Lin Xian's level really be willing to marry him? Maybe it's just to please my family. Lu Chen has also participated in many online dramas in the past 2 years, and all those bloody plots are described this way. He glanced at the time and it was almost 12 o'clock. He put down his phone, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to bed. The next day, Lu Chen woke up to a loud ringing of the phone. He opened his eyes drowsily and saw that it was an unfamiliar number with no notes. But this strange number is not unfamiliar. It starts with 188, so it should be Han Miao calling. The call was connected, and Han Miao's voice came over. "Mr. Lu, are you home? I'll go over and give you the agreement for your signature." "Oh, okay, then wait for me at the cafe downstairs." It is not convenient for a girl to enter a boy's house alone, so it is more appropriate to meet in a cafe. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen got up, washed up, and hurried downstairs. Seeing the Maybach parked at the door of the cafe, he knew Han Miao had arrived. "As soon as I walked in, I saw her sitting by the window." Lu Chen walked over and saw a stack of documents on the coffee table. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's okay, I just got here a while ago." Without saying anything more, Han Miao pushed the document in front of Lu Chen and said, "Mr. Lu, this is an agreement drafted according to the wishes of our President Lin. Please take a look at it first. If there are no problems, please sign on the last page." Lu Chen opened the document and took a rough look at it. Most of it was the official terminology of the contract, but he read it carefully when it came to the agreement between the two parties. It was drafted according to what Lin Xian said last night. First, Party A shall pay Party B Lu Chen 5 million renminbi in living expenses every month during the marriage. Second, during the marriage, neither party will interfere with the other's private life. Note, the final right of interpretation belongs to Party A. Third, if Party B Lu Chen can satisfy Party A within 3 years of marriage, a one-time compensation of 100 million renminbi will be paid after the divorce. When Lu Chen saw the third item, his eyes widened. Lin Xian didn't mention this item last night. It must have been added at the last minute. He carefully counted the zeros after the 1, exactly 100 million. 100 million. What kind of astronomical figure is this? He never had so many happy beans in his mobile games. After signing this contract, not only can he provide his grandmother with better medical conditions every month, but the compensation after the divorce will also be enough for him to start his own entertainment company. At that time, you will no longer need to look at other people's faces. If you want to shoot a movie, you can hire your own director, select your own scripts, and make yourself famous. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. Is there really metaphysics in this world? After leaving Sun Yenin, his good luck seemed to have returned. Seeing that Lu Chen hadn't started writing yet, Han Miao asked in confusion, "Mr. Lu, do you have any questions about the terms?" "No." Lu Chen looked up at her with a faint smile on his face. "I want to ask if your boss, Lin, has a white moonlight abroad, or an ex-boyfriend who looks a lot like me? Otherwise, how could such a good thing happen to me?" Hearing this, Han Miao chuckled, "Mr. Lu, have you read too many tomato novels? Our President Lin has always been single. He has devoted all his heart and soul to the family business over the years and has never been in a relationship. Yes, I've been reading too many melodramatic scripts lately, and my brain has become conditioned." Lu Chen couldn't help laughing either. "If you have no objection, please sign at the back." "Good." Lu Chen turned to the last page and signed his name. The contract was in 2 copies. Lu Chen kept one for himself and gave the other to Han Miao. Han Miao carefully put the contract into the bag she was carrying, completing the important task assigned to her by Lin Xian. You should know that Lin Xian always takes Han Miao with her on business trips, but this time she went abroad for a meeting alone, leaving Han Miao to deal with Lu Chen's affairs. This shows how much she values Lu Chen. When Han Miaosho took out the bag, she took out a red notebook and handed it to Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, this is your marriage certificate with our CEO Lin. There are 2 copies. This one is for you." Lu Chen took it and opened it. On it was a photo of himself and Lin Xian with a red background. Chapter 10. How could it be him? Lu Chen didn't expect Lin Xian to be so efficient. They had just met last night, but she had already drafted the contract early this morning. Even the marriage certificate was obtained. The photo above has a red background, and both people are wearing white shirts, looking very simple and elegant. Although it was photoshopped, there is no sense of incongruity and it is no different from if it was taken in a studio. After taking another look at the seal, Lu Chen confirmed that the marriage certificate was genuine and not a fake document. In other words, from now on, the two are truly husband and wife at the legal level. He carefully put the marriage certificate into his pocket and said, "Thank you for coming here so early in the morning, Miss Han." "It's okay. This is what I should do." Han Miao smiled and shook her head. "Mr. Lu, you should stop calling me Miss Han from now on. Just call me Assistant Han." After all, Lu Chen's current identity is different from last night, and Han Miao still knows the limits. Even if it is a formal marriage, Lu Chen will live under the same roof with his boss. Isn't this a bad idea? Lu Chen looked embarrassed. "You are Miss Lin's assistant, not my assistant. How can I call you that?" "It's okay. You and our CEO Lin are now husband and wife. There's no problem calling me Assistant Han. But Miss Lin and I." Lu Chen wanted to say that he and Lin Xian were just having a marriage agreement, but before he could finish his words, Han Miao interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "Mr. Lu, although your marriage with our CEO Lin is an arranged marriage, in the eyes of outsiders, you are in a real marriage." "Okay, then I'll call you Assistant Han from now on." Lu Chen no longer refused. "Yeah." Han Miao nodded and said, "Mr. Lu, do you need to move today? I can help." "No, I have to go to work soon. I can move there myself when I'm free. Just give me an address." Han Miao frowned slightly, seeming a little embarrassed. "Mr. Lu, our CEO Lin asked you to move in within 3 days. You'd better do it as soon as possible." "Yeah, I know, but I took on a movie a while ago, and today is the first day of filming. I have to be there. I'll move over tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when I have time." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Han Miao didn't want to force him to do so she took out her phone and said, "Then let's add WeChat. It will be convenient for us to contact each other at any time. When you want to move, send me a message and I will come to pick you up." "Oh, okay." The two added each other's contact information, then stood up and prepared to leave the cafe. "Mr. Lu, can I drive you to the crew?" Han Miao offered again. "No need, I can just take a taxi myself." Lu Chen declined, feeling a little embarrassed to continue to trouble others. "It's okay. Mr. Lin has already told me that everything will be based on you these days. If you don't bother me, I'll be in trouble." Since he was a child, Shenhe on the mainland had never received such treatment, and he was really flattered. If he hadn't just confirmed that Lin Xian had never been in a relationship, he would really suspect that he was the substitute for the white moonlight that Lin Xian had never had. Otherwise, even if it was a marriage by agreement, there was no need for her to be so nice to me, right? As she was talking, Han Miao had already come to the car and opened the back door. At this point, if she refused her farewell service, it would be embarrassing for her. Lu Chen had no choice but to sit in. After telling him the address, Han Miao sent him to the crew. After a Maybach entered the filming site, it immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Who was so high profile? Even the director was not sure who in the crew could ride in the Maybach. After all, the actors in this drama are not big names, and the heroine Sun Yenin is just a newly promoted second-tier actress. Even if she hooks up with the eldest son of the Shin family, it is impossible for her to own a luxury car of this level. The car in front of you is obviously the top-of-the-line version, estimated to be worth no less than 20 million. And the car that Mr. Shin drives is only worth about 2 million yuan. There was also a taxi that came in before the Maybach. After the door opened, Sun Yenin and her assistant Xia Yao got out. Sun Yenin felt that the car in front of him was somewhat familiar. After walking up to the director, he said, "Director Chen, who is this? Driving such a luxury car to the set?" Chen Yangguang shook his head to indicate that he didn't know either. Then he grinned, "I thought young Master Shin had bought a new car to take you to the crew." These words made Sun Yenin feel a little embarrassed. After all, she had been promoted to a higher position and was the girlfriend of the eldest son of Star Entertainment, but she had to take a taxi to come to work, which was really embarrassing. She called Shin Yuhao in the morning, hoping he could come and pick her up, but Shin Yuhao refused, saying that he had something to do with the company and asked her to take a taxi herself. After all, Shin Yuhao is different from Lu Chen, so she can't force him. "I could only take a taxi to Xia Yao's rental place, pick her up, and then come here together." But after hearing what Chen Yangguang said, she really suspected that the person sitting in the car was Shin Yuhao. After all, who else here besides Shin Yuhao could afford such a luxury car? "Director Chen, brother Yuhao said he had something to do this morning and told me to take a taxi. I guess he went to pick up his new car and wanted to surprise me. I'll go over and take a look." As Sun Yenin spoke, he was about to walk towards the Maybach, but as soon as he raised his foot, the Maybach stopped. At this moment, the entire crew fell silent, waiting for young Master Shin in the car to get out. The car door opened, and to everyone's surprise, the person who got out was Lu Chen. "Why is it him?" Sun Yenin stopped in time, with a questioning look on his face. Suddenly I remembered why I felt that this car looked familiar. Wasn't this the black car that picked up Lu Chen last night? Could it be that the lease hasn't expired yet? Or is he just showing off in front of me? Others may not know, but I don't know his family situation either. His grandmother lived in the ICU all year round, and half of the money he earned from filming was spent on the hospital. If he wanted a bag for himself, he had to save money for several months. She never doubted Lu Chen's kindness to her, but he could not give her the life she wanted. After Lu Chen got out of the car, he waved to Han Miao in the car, and the car drove away from the crew. He walked up to Chen Yangguang and greeted him politely, "Hello, Director Chen." Chen Yangguang was still a little confused. He never thought that such a minor supporting role in the crew could come to work in such a luxury car. The two met last year when Lu Chen was filming a Qing Dynasty drama and was interviewing for a small guard. Sun Yenin also came with him, and was interviewing a concubine in the harem. Chen Yangguang took a liking to Lu Chen at first sight, and even decided to make an exception and let him play the second male lead, the prince. But Sun Yenin's role was eliminated. Therefore, she cried for a long time in front of Lu Chen. The next day, Lu Chen found the director and persuaded him to give Sun Yenin a chance, and made him believe that Sun Yenin could play the role well. Chen Yangguang gave Lu Chen a choice at that time. If Sun Yenin could play the concubine, then he could only play the insignificant little guard. Ask Lu Chen if he is willing to give up this great opportunity? Chapter 11. No more likes, only dislikes. Of course Lu Chen was unwilling to miss such a good opportunity. But if he had to choose between himself and Sun Yenin, he would still choose Sun Yenin. Over the years, he has always valued Sun Yenin more than himself. If Sun Yenin becomes famous one day, he is willing to be the man behind her. But no one expected that after Sun Yenin became famous, he would fall into the arms of another man. Chen Yangguang was also surprised when he saw Sun Yenin and Shin Yuhao's official announcement. In his eyes, she should be with Lu Chen. In fact, Sun Yenin was not the original heroine of this drama, but just yesterday, Star Entertainment suddenly invested a large amount of money in this drama and asked to replace the female lead. Chen Yongguang now knew why Sun Yinan chose Xin Yuhao. Everyone knows that Lu Chen is working alone in the entertainment industry and has a seriously ill grandmother in the hospital. Therefore, it is impossible for him to own such a luxurious car. Chen Yongguang, who had come to his senses, patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and jokingly said, "Xiaochen, you're not a hidden rich second generation, are you deliberately here to experience life?" Knowing the director was joking, Lu Chen jokingly replied, "I'm just an ordinary worker. I just met a friend this morning and she insisted on driving me here." "What? You hooked up with a rich girl too?" This word also made Sun Yinan, who was standing by, feel awkward again. With a stern face, she asked, "Director Chen, what do you mean by that?" Realizing he had said the wrong thing, Chen Yongguang immediately apologized and said, "Ms. Su, you're overthinking it. I was just joking with Xiaochen." When she heard Chen Yongguang change his address to Miss Su, she knew that Chen Yongguang was still very sensible. After all, he always called her by her full name before. Ever since Star Entertainment invested in her, Chen Yongguang's attitude towards her changed 180 degrees. She likes the feeling of being respected. Lu Chen didn't want to stay in front of Sun Yinan any longer, so he said to Chen Yongguang, "Director Chen, I'll go inside and get ready. You guys can chat." After saying that, he turned and left without even looking at Sun Yinan. Instead, Sun Yinan silently watched Lu Chen's departing back. Seeing that the two of them were like strangers now, Chen Yongguang asked curiously, "Miss Su, you and Xiaochen are?" "Director Chen, please stop talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with him." Sun Yinan interrupted in time. Chen Yongguang just smiled and didn't ask any more questions, but Sun Yinan felt a little guilty. When the two of them were on the crew before, everyone thought they were a couple. Because Lu Chen's role didn't have many scenes, he had a lot of free time, so he prepared brunch for Sun Yinan every day and brought it to her. He fanned her in the summer and put more clothes on her in the winter, which made everyone in the crew envious. Now they say they have nothing to do with each other, who would believe it? Unless she admits that she has always treated Lu Chen as a bootlicker and a spare tire. Now she is with Xin Yuhao, and this drama is invested by Star Entertainment. Xin Yuhao will inevitably come here in the future. What if the crew says something wrong? How will she explain to Xin Yuhao? Thinking of this, she added, "Lu Chen and I know each other because we are both from Beijing Media College. Even if he was nice to me before, it was all his own wishful thinking and has nothing to do with me. Director Chen, you need to control the crew members' mouths and don't wait for Brother Yuhao to come and start talking nonsense. Don't worry, Miss Su, no one is interested in your affairs. The most important thing is to shoot the show well." The curtains on the set didn't have good soundproofing, so Lu Chen heard everything Sun Yinan said. If he had come to his senses when he was rejected before, then hearing these things with his own ears completely shattered the image of Sun Yinan in his heart that was surrounded by a halo. "I no longer like it at all, and even started to hate it. I feel that everything I have ever given is not worth it." He took the script, sat down in a corner, and studied it carefully. This time, Director Chen assigned him the role of the third male lead, and he wanted to grasp it well. Without Sun Yinan, he could focus all his attention on acting. On the other side, Sun Yinan brought Xia Yao to her exclusive dressing room, feeling uneasy. "Tell me, why is he so vain that he had to come to the set in a rented luxury car? Was he doing this to deliberately slap me in the face?" Xia Yao pursed her lips and said, "Susu, don't be so angry. Lu Chen may be doing this just to get you to come back to him. But the car isn't really his. Do you want me to go back and sit in the rental car with him? What if Lu Chen is really rich now? Are you willing to give up young Master Shin and go back to him?" Xia Yao asked cautiously. She found that since Sun Yinan and Xin Yuhao had been together, she had more and more things to do, but Sun Yinan never mentioned giving her a raise. "We also owe a large amount of foreign debt. We are so unlucky. It would be better to let her be with Lu Chen, at least my work will be easier." Thinking about what she did to Lu Chen yesterday, she felt a little regretful. If he really becomes a rich man, I will definitely be willing to go back to him. I'm not a fool. Although Brother Yuhao is rich, I always feel that he doesn't really love me. Sun Yinan's eyes suddenly softened as he looked at Xia Yao. "Yao Yao, I have been loved by Lu Chen, so I know what it feels like to be loved, but I can't feel it from Brother Yuhao." "But..." Sun Yinan frowned tightly. "Lu Chen can't become a rich man. He will never become a young master like Brother Yuhao in this life. Susu, you can only choose one between love and money." "Well," Sun Yinan nodded, "I have made my choice. But Master Shin has met Lu Chen. What if he comes to see you one day and finds Lu Chen there? How will you explain it to him? Xia Yao's question reminded Sun Yinan. Before, she had been worried that people in the crew would talk nonsense, but she ignored the fact that Xin Yuhao had already met Lu Chen last night. They took the same elevator, and she lied and said that Lu Chen was her fan. Yao Yao, you are right. I must find a way to prevent Brother Yuhao from seeing Lu Chen. What else can we do, unless you are not filming in the same crew? You're right. Sun Yinan happily pinched Xia Yao's cheek. Yao Yao, how come you're so smart? What would I do without you? Xia Yao rubbed her face, which was pinched by Sun Yinan and hurt. I was just saying it casually. What are you going to do? Just do as you said and let Lu Chen leave the crew. Ha! Xia Yao exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this too cruel to Lu Chen? He finally got the role of the third male lead. It doesn't matter. Sun Yinan shook his head. He's lost many roles for me over the years anyway, so he doesn't mind this one more. Chapter 12 Compensation for Breach of Contract. It is not difficult to get Lu Chen away, as the largest investor of this drama is now Star Entertainment. As long as I tell Brother Yuhao, it wouldn't be difficult to change to a smaller role. Even the original female lead of the show has been replaced, and the third male lead is still missing. Sun Yinan sat down in front of the makeup mirror, took out her cell phone, found Xin Yuhao's number in the address book and called him. Hey, Brother Yuhao, what are you doing? Sun Yinan asked in a coquettish voice. At the company, what's wrong, baby? Xin Yuhao also replied in a soft voice. I'm on the set right now, and filming for a new drama is starting today. But I just arrived and realized that the third male lead in the drama is not suitable for the role. This movie is a fantasy drama, but director Chen cast a fat, ugly man. Your company invested in it, what if it loses money? You should ask director Chen to find someone else immediately. After hearing what Sun Yinan said, Xin Yuhao also became a little worried. The film company has invested a lot of money in this movie. If they can't make a profit, they will lose a lot of money. Now Sun Yinan's popularity is rising, and Shen Yangguang is also a well-known director. He invested in this movie after comprehensive consideration. And I have high hopes for it. As long as Sun Yinan doesn't cause any trouble, this movie will definitely be a big hit. Okay, I'll tell director Chen. Susu, our company invested a lot of money in this movie. You're my girlfriend now, so you have to supervise the scene on my behalf. There can't be any problems. Don't worry, I'm here with you, Brother Yuhao. Sun Yinan hung up the phone happily and said proudly, done. Xia Yao frowned as she listened. Yesterday, she had been firmly on Sun Yinan's side, thinking that there was nothing wrong in choosing Xin Yuhao for her future. As a woman herself, she could understand her. But she shouldn't treat Lu Chen like this. Everyone around him has seen how good Lu Chen has been to her over the years. Except for not being as rich as Xin Yuhao, he is better than Xin Yuhao in every other way. She is prettier than him and more polite. I really shouldn't have talked so much just now. I want to slap myself in the face. In the past 2 days, Xia Yao gradually saw Sun Yinan's true face. If he didn't still owe her tens of thousands of dollars, she would have wanted to quit. It was Lu Chen who recruited her in the first place. I shouldn't have treated him like that yesterday just to help Sun Yinan. On the other side, Chen Yangguang, who was adjusting the lens, received a call from Xin Yuhao. Hello, Master Shin. Director Chen, please replace the third male lead in the movie Starlight. I've already chosen one for you and he'll be here soon. Chen Yangguang was puzzled. Why do you want to change people? I have already confirmed the role, and the third male lead is very suitable for the role in every way. Xin Yuhao chuckled. Of course Director Chen thinks the people he chooses are good. You may think they're good even if they're not, but I'm the biggest investor in this movie. I have to be responsible for the future of this show. Either you change the cast, or I change the director. After Chen Yangguang pondered for a moment, he said helplessly, okay, send someone over. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at Lu Chen who was reading the script seriously in the corner, and felt a little reluctant. It was obvious that there was something fishy about this matter. Suddenly, someone was replaced, and it was Lu Chen who was replaced. Considering Sun Yinan's previous remarks, who else could it be but her? But this bad guy just wants to do it himself. He walked slowly towards Lu Chen. Sun Yinan opened the door of the dressing room and took a look outside. After discovering that Chen Yangguang had gone to find Lu Chen, she instructed Xia Yao, go and secretly listen to what they are saying. Isn't it bad to eavesdrop on other people's conversations? Xia Yao was a little reluctant. What's the matter? Go quickly. All right. Chen Yongguang came to Lu Chen and asked, Xiaochen, how are you reading the script? Lu Chen, who was watching intently, only realized Chen Yongguang was coming when he heard the voice. He looked up and replied with a smile, I've already seen it before. Now I'm making myself more familiar with the core of the character so that I can better perform the character's arc. Chen Yongguang nodded. To be fair, he thought Lu Chen was a very good talent. In the last drama, he was a bit angry because he gave the role to Sun Yenin and replaced Lu Chen's second male lead, the prince. Therefore, in this movie, he gave Lu Chen another chance and played the third male lead who had more scenes overall. There is no way. The entertainment market is very realistic now. A young actor like Lu Chen who has no traffic and fame cannot be allowed to take on the role of the male lead. The male lead and the second male lead in the movie, The Starry Night, were also people who were stuffed in through various connections. The female lead that he had chosen was replaced at the last minute. It is said that the director is the dominant figure in a play, but those who know the inside story know that the director actually has very little power. It was really difficult for Chen Yongguang to speak. He really couldn't bear to fire Lu Chen at this time. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Lu Chen took the initiative to ask, Director Chen, if you have anything to say, just say it. Xiaochen, I have a better candidate for your role now. I'm afraid, you have to step down. Lu Chen frowned after hearing this, Director Chen, what do you mean? Chen Yongguang sighed, Xiaochen, you know I'm just a director. The ones who really have the final say are the big investors behind the scenes. I can't do anything about their temporary replacement. After hearing this, Lu Chen understood. The main investor of this movie is Star Entertainment. Now that Sun Yenin and Shen Yuhao are together, they immediately squeezed out the original female lead. Now I am suddenly asked to be replaced. Who else could it be except Shen Yuhao's request? However, Shen Yuhao didn't know a small figure like himself, so the only person who could give him this order was probably Sun Yenin. I never thought that this woman would be so cruel to me. Forget it, just accept this result. Anyway, he didn't really want to see Sun Yenin again. However, none of this is his problem. Since someone wants to replace him, he has to bear the consequences of the replacement. Director Chen, we signed a contract. If you suddenly replace me now, it's considered a breach of contract, and you have to pay liquidated damages for breach of contract. Lu Chen said calmly, I know you're in a difficult situation, so let the person who wants to replace me pay the penalty. Xiaochen, why don't you just forget it? I'll contact you again when the next drama changes investors. I promise to give you a role as the second male lead or even the male lead. Xinghui Entertainment is one of the top entertainment companies in Beijing and has invested in many hit films. If they are asked to bear the penalty for replacing an unimportant third male lead, not only will they be scolded, but Lu Chen's future acting career will also be severely damaged. Chen Yongguang still hoped that Lu Chen could tolerate this matter and let it go. But Lu Chen shook his head and said, I must take this penalty. Chapter 13, playing the role of a cool and beautiful female CEO's young husband. Chen Yongguang frowned in embarrassment, Xiaochen, if you really offend Xinghui Entertainment, it will be difficult for you to survive in the entertainment industry in the future. It is indeed Star Entertainment. It doesn't matter. Lu Chen grinned. Director Chen, go tell them. As long as they pay me the penalty for breach of contract, I'll leave immediately. Lu Chen is usually friendly to others, but he is never a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. Even if it means getting banned, I still have to fight for my dignity. Why are you so stubborn? As long as there is Green Mountain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Chen Yongguang still hoped that Lu Chen would let it go and not confront those capital bosses behind the scenes. But Lu Chen was determined this time. Go ahead and tell them, Director Chen. If they don't want to compensate, then your director team will have to pay. Chen Yongguang naturally did not want to pay the penalty for breach of contract. It was not his fault, and it was not the person he wanted to replace. The original female lead of this drama also mentioned the same request when she was replaced, but after hearing that it was Star Entertainment behind it, she left in anger and did not receive a penny of compensation. But Lu Chen still went ahead even though he knew it was Xinghui Entertainment. Okay, I'll go talk to him, you can take care of yourself. Chen Yongguang knew that Lu Chen's acting career was completely ruined. He walked to an empty corner and called Shen Yuhao, Hello, Mr. Shen, I just had a conversation with the third male lead. We both signed a contract before, and if we replace him at the last minute, he wants to claim liquidated damages. Did you tell him that it's me at Xinghui Entertainment who's going to replace someone? Xin Yuhao asked contemptuously. I said, I think this money should be paid. After all, we were the ones who breached the contract. Chen Yangguan, I know what you mean. You just want Xinghui Entertainment to cover the cost, right? Tell me, how much is it? Not much. He signed a contract to be the third male lead, and the penalty is 100,000. Okay, this amount of money will be paid to Xinghui Entertainment. However, I really want to know this person's name. There was a hint of teasing in Lin Yuhao's voice. Many people have been replaced in this drama, but no one has ever asked for liquidated damages. He wanted to see who was so bold. His name is. Chen Yangguan hesitated, but finally said, Lu Chen. Very good, I will remember this name. From today on, the name Lu Chen will disappear from the entertainment industry. On the other side, Xia Yao returned to Sun Yan'an's dressing room. How? What did they say? Sun Yan'an immediately asked. Lu Chen agreed to leave, but he wanted Xinghui Entertainment to pay the penalty for breach of contract. What? Sun Yan'an yelled in surprise. Why has he become like this now? He keeps asking for money. Is he obsessed with money? Sun Yan'an was a little angry. The Lu Chen she used to know was not like this. He never attaches much importance to money. He will try his best to satisfy whatever someone wants and has never felt bad about spending a little more on himself. Could it be that seeing myself and Xin Yuhao together stimulated my brain? Actually, I don't think Lu Chen is wrong. After all, letting him go now would be a breach of contract. Xia Yao defended herself in a low voice. Sun Yan'an glared at her. What's wrong with you? You're still defending him. Have you forgotten that he asked you for money last night? If it weren't for him, you wouldn't owe me 40,000 yuan. I'm now penniless. Xia Yao was speechless. He was trying to help her stop Lu Chen, but in the end, she had to bear the 40,000 yuan alone. No, Sun Yan'an said that she is penniless now, so can she still get her salary this month? Susu, it's almost time to pay my salary. When will you pay me? Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it time yet? I'll deduct 3,000 yuan from the 40,000 yuan salary this month. I'll give you the other 2,000 yuan. Don't worry. Xia Yao frowned. How could 2,000 yuan be enough to live in Beijing? She mustered up the courage to speak again. Susu, you've been promoted now, and my workload has increased. Can you give me a raise? Assistants to female celebrities of your caliber can earn over 10,000 yuan. Sun Yan'an glanced at her sideways. Why are you becoming more and more realistic? But then she thought again, she had just been promoted and really needed a capable assistant to assist her. Xia Yao had been with her for so many years and was already familiar with her needs, so she couldn't lose her at the moment. Her words softened. Yao Yao, you've been with me for so many years, when have I ever treated you unfairly? Don't worry, when I become a top star or marry into the Shin family, I'll give you a salary of 50,000. As she spoke, she walked over to Xia Yao and took her hand like a good sister. I said I would make a fortune with you. Follow me, the good days are still to come. Can you bear with it for now? Xia Yao was once again PUA, and nodded silently, yeah. On the other hand, Lu Chen left the crew immediately after receiving a transfer of 100,000 yuan. As soon as he left the crew, he received a call from Roland, the agent in charge of these young artists. Lu Chen, what's wrong with you? Why were you replaced out of the blue? Yeah, Sister Lan, I don't know why I was replaced out of the blue. Lu Chen was also helpless. Have you offended someone and you don't even realize it? The entire industry has heard the news that you've been banned. Let's see which crew dares to use you again in the future. Lu Chen sighed. Sister Lan, if that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Roland said in a tone of disapproval, then leave it as it is. The company won't be in charge of you anymore. You'll have to take care of yourself. With a click, the phone was hung up. In addition to being responsible for individual artists such as Lu Chen, Roland is also Sun Yan'an's agent. But Sun Yan'an did not tell Roland that she asked Xin Yuhao to kick Lu Chen out of the crew, and she did not know the truth. Lu Chen has given up now and doesn't care. Even if there is no such thing as a career in acting, he still has another job. He plays the role of the young husband of a cold and beautiful female president. This salary is much higher than acting on a film crew. It is because of this confidence that he dares to confront Star Entertainment so hard. He reached out to stop a taxi and said, "Go to the First People's Hospital. Now that I have time, I can go visit Grandma." After arriving at the hospital, Lu Chen first bought a bunch of baby's breath at the flower shop in front of the hospital before walking into the inpatient department. "Dr. Zhang, how is my grandma now?" Before going to the ward, Lu Chen went to the office of the attending physician Zhang Qingyang to ask about his grandmother's condition. "It's relatively stable now, but it's in the late stages after all. He could pass away at any time, so you still have to be mentally prepared in advance." "Well, thank you, Dr. Zhang." Leaving the office and entering the ward, the nurse was helping Grandma wipe her hands. Seeing Lu Chen push the door open, she greeted him, "Mr. Lu, you're here." Grandma also opened her eyes at this time, Xiaochen, her voice weak and feeble. Hearing Grandma calling him, Lu Chen immediately walked over, put the flowers aside, and took the towel from the nurse. "Auntie, you go and rest for a while, I will take care of Grandma." "Good. Xiaochen, didn't you say last time that you would bring your girlfriend to see Grandma? Is she here?" The old man glanced behind him. Lu Chen reached out and tidied the old woman's white hair to one side. "Grandma, she's on a business trip abroad and won't be back for a few days. Besides, we're already married." As he spoke, he took out the red book from his pocket and said, "Look, this is our marriage certificate." Chapter 14. He is not that kind of person. Lu Chen opened the marriage certificate and handed the photo of himself and Lin Xiyan to his grandmother. After seeing the photo, the old man let out a sigh of relief, as if the worries in his heart had finally been resolved. Okay, my granddaughter-in-law is so pretty. Grandma can finally rest assured. When she comes back, can you bring her to Grandma to see?" "Okay." Lu Chen answered very straightforwardly, but in fact he was not 100% sure that he could let Lin Xiyan come to see her grandmother. After all, the two of them only had a marriage by agreement, and he was still the second party. But in order not to disappoint his grandmother, he could only agree for now and think of a solution later. "I stayed with my grandmother in the hospital for a whole day until Lu Bai called me in the evening." "Xiaochen, are you okay now?" Lu Chen was puzzled by the question. "I'm fine, why are you asking this suddenly? Didn't you see the trending searches? You're on the list." After Lu Chen came out of the crew in the morning, he went to the hospital to accompany his grandmother. He didn't look at his phone the whole time. Why did he become a hot topic for no reason? "What trending searches can I have?" Lu Chen asked doubtfully. "Brother, you have a really big heart." Lu Bai was a little impressed by Lu Chen. He didn't even know that he was on the hot search. "Did you offend someone? There's a rumor going around online that you've been banned from the entertainment industry." After hearing what Lu Bai said, Lu Chen finally understood, but he was not surprised, because Roland had already told him that morning. He is just a little-known artist. Is it necessary to go to so much trouble to push him to the hot search list? Unless someone does it on purpose. "Yes, I offended Xinghua Entertainment." "Huh?" Lu Bai exclaimed in surprise. "Why would you offend them for no reason?" "I really don't want to be in the entertainment industry anymore. They were the ones who offended me first." Lu Chen replied unhappily. Lu Bai suddenly remembered that Sun Yinen's current boyfriend was none other than Xin Yuao, the eldest son of Xinghua Entertainment. He completely understood that his good brother must still be unable to let go of Sun Yinen, and was being deliberately suppressed by Xin Yuao. But how can the arm twist stronger than the thigh? He didn't continue to ask about the conflict between Lu Chen and Xin Yuao, but just comforted him. "Brother, I can't help you with anything else, but if you have any difficulties in life, please tell me." The two have been classmates for 4 years, and Lu Chen is considered Lu Bai's best brother. He felt bad seeing his good brother reduced to this state. "Thanks, Xiao Bai. I'm in the hospital. I won't talk to you for now." Lu Chen hung up the phone and opened the trending search, and saw that the top trending search term was #small card big play, unknown artist was completely banned from the entertainment industry #. Is this talking about myself? He clicked on it and saw that it was indeed himself. In addition to his name, there was also a photo of him. They said that he did not listen to the director's arrangements on the set, was often late, and bullied other actors. He was a cancer in the entertainment industry and that he should be completely banned and never hired by any crew. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you will always find a pretext. This Xin Yuhao not only wants to ban him, but also wants to destroy his reputation. After looking at the comments below, I know this guy. He played a minor supporting role in last year's popular drama, The Empress of China. His acting is actually quite good. Fortunately, he's just a minor supporting actor. If he were a big star, I don't know how arrogant he would be. People like him should be banned completely. But don't you think this is outrageous? How dare a small supporting actor disobey the director? How dare he bully other actors in the crew? I even wonder if he's offended some big capitalist behind the scenes. Yeah, and he's so handsome. He looks very well behaved, not like that kind of person at all. Don't be such a fangirl. You can only judge a person by their appearance. If he hadn't done these things, would all the bigwigs in the entertainment industry have banded together to ban him? There were all kinds of comments in the comments section, so Lu Chen didn't continue reading. Faced with capital suppression, he really has no ability to resist, but he may really have to bid farewell to his acting career completely in the future. On the other side, Lin Xian, who had just finished working abroad, opened her phone and saw this trending search. She frowned slightly. Although she was not very familiar with Lu Chen and had only met him once, the impression Lu Chen gave her was definitely not that kind of person. I called Han Miao and asked, "Xiao Han, have you finished everything I asked you to do?" "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu's agreement has been signed, and I've also given him a copy of the marriage certificate." "Did he move there?" "Well, not yet. Mr. Lu said he has to go over there because his new movie just started filming today. He'll move over as soon as he's free in the next couple of days." Han Mao answered Lin Xian's question seriously. "So, what kind of problems did he encounter on the set today that led to this trending search?" Lin Xian quickly connected the whole thing. "Have you seen the trending searches?" Lin Xian asked again. "I just saw it too. Mr. Lin, should we want..." Before Han Miao could finish, Lin Xian blurted out, "Make this trending search disappear within half an hour." "Yes, I'll do it right away. And tell him to move in as soon as possible. If he hasn't moved in before I get back, I'll hold you accountable." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I will urge Mr. Lu to move in as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Han Miao wiped his forehead. No, didn't my boss and Lu Chen agree to get married? Why is he so concerned about his affairs? Sun Yenin, who had already finished work and returned home, felt mixed emotions when he saw this trending search. The development of the incident had exceeded his expectations. She just wanted Lu Chen to leave the crew and not hinder her relationship with Shin Yuhao. She didn't think of killing him. I never thought of defaming his reputation. But things have come to this point and she can no longer control it. It's all his fault. Who told him to ask Brother Yuhao for compensation? If he wasn't greedy for money, why would Brother Yuhao treat him like this? Thinking of this, Sun Yenin's guilt immediately subsided. There was a knock on the door of the room. She put down her phone, opened the door, and in came her blood-sucking parents. "Susu, Mom has to go to the hospital to buy medicine tomorrow. Your dad lost another 20,000 today. Please give us some more money." You want money again. My pockets are cleaner than my face, where can I get the money? Mom and Dad, didn't I just give you 50,000 yuan this month? It's been less than half a month and you've already spent it all. How can you talk like that, you silly girl? You know how much your mother's medical expenses are. Su Daqiang frowned and shouted at Sun Yenin. But you wouldn't have spent all 50,000 yuan. Mom spends less than 5,000 yuan a month on medicine. I gave you 50,000 yuan. Did you lose it all? Sun Yenin just felt wronged. It was not easy for her to make money outside, so why didn't they understand her? Bullshit, I only lost 20,000 this month. Su Daqiang cursed loudly. And the money, where's the money? Sun Yenin couldn't help but burst out. Tang Ying, who was standing aside, took over the conversation. "Susu, don't be angry. Your brother got into a fight with someone outside and injured him. I paid the remaining money for his medical expenses." Sun Yenin glanced at Su Lele, who was lowering her head in the living room, and felt furious. If it weren't for Lu Chen, how could she have given so much money to her family every month? Now that she had just been together with Shin Yuhao, she didn't want Shin Yuhao to think that she was a materialistic woman, so she had never mentioned to him that she was short of money. In order to create her own persona, she told Shin Yuhao that her mother was a dancer and her father was a university professor. Her younger brother is studying abroad and hasn't come back yet. Chapter 15. Thank her in person. I have no money, you guys figure it out. Sun Yenin said while holding back his anger. How can you be broke? Su Lele raised her head. You're now dating the eldest son of Xinghui Entertainment. Will he not give you money? Really? Tang Ying asked quickly. The old couple are both uneducated people, so naturally they don't read gossip news, but Su Lele is different. Her sister and Xin Yuhao are both on the hot search list, so it's hard not to know. Thinking of what Xin Yuhao had said in front of the reporters that he would marry her, Sun Yenin felt that they would know it sooner or later, so she nodded. Oh, that's great, Susu. Mom has long said that Lu Chen is not suitable for you. He has no family and a grandmother who is a burden. Our Susu should find a rich family and bring us to enjoy the good life together in the future. Tang Ying became more and more excited as he spoke. Seeing her mother so excited, Sun Yenin forgot about the worry of being asked for money and felt happy too. She even began to imagine marrying into the Shin family and living a wealthy life. You little bitch, you're really capable. Su Daqiang also praised her. Since you found a rich second generation, it shouldn't be difficult to give us tens of thousands of dollars, right? Yes, Susu, give us some money. Mom and Dad will definitely save some money this time. Tang Ying also echoed. Sun Yenin frowned again. Now that things had come to this, she couldn't really say that she couldn't come up with the money. Give me some time, I'll find a way for you. Okay. Tang Ying smiled and pulled Su Daqiang. Let's go out and let Susu figure out a solution. The door was closed. Sun Yenin sat on the bed and took out her cell phone. She was thinking about how to bring this up to Xin Yuhao. My image in front of him shouldn't be that of a female star who would worry about tens of thousands of dollars. If it were Lu Chen, there would be no need to worry about this problem at all. Yes, you can ask Lu Chen for it. Lu Chen has a lot of money now, and he even gave him his last 40,000 yuan. Although she was the one who caused him to be caught up in the public opinion ban, she has always been an outsider and has not actually participated. Moreover, it was Chen Yangguan who kicked him out of the crew, and it was Xin Yuhao who banned him. It had nothing to do with him. Lu Chen is simple-minded. He has treated me as his most beloved woman all these years. Even though I am with Xin Yuhao, he is still unwilling to give up. How could he not lend me money? She flipped to Lu Chen's WeChat and started editing the text. Xiaochen, I was so busy memorizing the script today that I didn't notice that you were kicked out of the crew by Director Chen. He is really not a good person. I've also seen your trending searches. Who wants to harm you? If you have any difficulties, tell me and I'll definitely help if I can. But can you help me now and lend me 100,000 yuan? Click send. Well, according to the past, Lu Chen should call her soon, ask her what happened with concern, and then try his best to help her. Lu Chen had already left the hospital and was getting on the bus to go home when his phone rang. When he opened it and saw the message, he grinned in disdain. No, this woman is sick. What on earth was she thinking? Did she think I would still be willing to help her now? And he asked for 100,000 right away? Are you used to treating yourself as an ATM? Not scolding her but blocking her directly is the last respect I can give her. Lu Bai also sent a message at this time. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You brought down the hot search so quickly. Is there someone behind the scenes giving you guidance? Comes with 2 smirking emoticons. Lu Chen immediately clicked on the trending searches on Weibo and found that the entry about himself had indeed disappeared. He tried searching, but found nothing. In other words, it did not go down, but disappeared. Who has the ability to do this? The key is, are you still willing to do this for him? Could it be Lin Xian? Apart from her, I don't know any other snobbish people around me. But, could it be her? Lu Chen really wasn't sure. And he had no way to ask her directly because he still didn't have Lin Xian's contact information. Besides, she is abroad, how could she possibly pay attention to her own affairs? At this moment, Han Miao sent a message. Mr. Lu, are you sure when you moved? Lu Chen thought about it. When Lin Xian left last night, she asked him to move in within 3 days. There were still 2 days left. Assistant Han urged twice in one day, seeming very anxious. Since I don't have a job now anyway, I might as well move there as soon as possible. But it definitely won't work today. It's already so late and it will take some time to clean up the house. Assistant Han, I'll move there tomorrow. Han Miao replied quickly, okay, Mr. Lu, what time tomorrow will I pick you up? Since meeting Lin Xian, Lu Chen felt the feeling of being valued for the first time. Please send me the address first. I will contact you after I pack it up. Okay. Han Miao quickly sent a location message. Xiangshan District, Yuchen Road, Greenfield and Fragrant Courtyard. Lu Chen has lived in the capital for so many years and has never heard of this place. Just by looking at the address name, you can tell that it is a wealthy area. That. Lu Chen typed in his phone again, trying to ask if it was Lin Xiyan who removed him from the hot search list. But it's not easy to ask directly. What if it wasn't her who did it? It would be a bit embarrassing. He then asked tentatively, Ms. Lin is on a business trip abroad, so she shouldn't be able to see the domestic news, right? Yes, Mr. Lin uses the global network. She's very busy at work, so she probably doesn't read the gossip on the internet, right? Having asked this question, Han Miao naturally knew what Lu Chen wanted to ask. Mr. Lu, are you curious about why the trending searches about you suddenly disappeared? Yes. This time Lu Chen replied quickly. Our CEO Lin saw the trending searches about you, and she instructed them to disappear. It's just a small matter, and we can just move our fingers. You don't have to take it too seriously. What is the gap? This is the gap. He had no power to fight back against the behind-the-scenes hype of the capital tycoons, but for Lin Xiyan, it could be solved with just one sentence. Then thank Mr. Lin for me. If you want to thank her, wait until she comes back and tell her in person. Yes, since you have helped me so much, I have to thank you in person to show my appreciation. However, Lu Chen suddenly thought that the hot searches this time were all about negative news about him. What would Lin Xiyan think of him when she saw it? After all, the two of them are not familiar with each other and don't know each other well. What if she really believes what is said on the internet and thinks that he is a small-time player with a violent personality who likes to bully others? Could it be that the post was removed from the trending searches so quickly because the two were already married and they didn't want to implicate her? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more he felt that this was the most realistic possibility. It's over, it's completely over now. Chapter 16 Blacklisted. Will Lin Xiyan terminate the contract with him immediately when she comes back? Today on the set, he was thinking that he still had a way out and was not afraid to confront Star Entertainment. Even if he was banned by the entertainment industry, he still had another job. As long as you work for 3 years, you can get a lot of money, and then you can make a comeback. But if Lin Xiyan also terminates the contract with him, then he really has no way out. Of course, all of this is just my own guess, and the final result can only be known when Lin Xiyan comes back. On the other side, Xin Yuhao was partying in a nightclub, surrounded by two sexy and hot beauties on each side. One of them wrapped his left hand around his neck, half of his body almost pouring into his arms, and the two peaks collided with Xin Yuhao's chest. The woman said delicately, Brother Hao, now that you have a girlfriend, don't forget us sisters. Xin Yuhao's hand moved down from her waist, pressing hard on her rounded part. Of course I won't forget. You are all my good sisters. How could a brother bear to forget? Another sexy hot girl immediately picked up a glass of wine and handed it over. Come on, Brother Hao, I'll feed you some wine. Feed me with your mouth. Xin Yuhao looked at her teasingly. The sexy hot girl smiled softly, Brother Hao, you are so bad. Then he drank the glass of wine and slowly approached Xin Yuhao. Just when he was in high spirits, Xin Yuhao's follower pushed the door open and walked in. He walked to Xin Yuhao with a serious expression, leaned over, and whispered softly, Master, the trending search we pushed today has disappeared. Xin Yuhao's expression immediately froze, and he pushed away the two women beside him without any emotion. Who is so bold as to suppress my Xin Yuhao's trending search? The little follower said with some embarrassment, Master, it's not about suppressing it, it's about making the trending search disappear. What? Xin Yuhao cried out in surprise, his face fierce, and the two hot girls beside him didn't dare to move. Who on earth is it? They even dared to remove my trending search? The attendant shook his head and said, Master, we have investigated and we can't find out who did it. Xin Yuhao's surprise gradually turned into doubt. Looking across the country, there were not many people who could be so foolproof. One is the Lu family in Haicheng, one is the Li family in Sichuan, and the other is the Lin family in Beijing. But these three families are so powerful, there is absolutely no need for them to show up for a small actor, right? Did I offend someone I shouldn't have offended? Lu Chen's surname is Lu. Could he be related to the Lu family in Haicheng? Impossible. The Lu family is in Haicheng. Even if the younger generation of the family wants to be an actor, they will not have to run to the capital to play a small role. If the Liu family wanted to make movies, they could open hundreds of entertainment companies. Go, check the background of this Liu Chen. Yes, master. Xin Hai Jia Yuan. Sun Yan'an sat on her bed, checking her phone from time to time, but she never received any news from Liu Chen. Shouldn't it be? Normally, he would have been anxiously asking himself if he had encountered any problems. Could it be that he didn't check his phone? But doesn't he always set strong reminders for himself? Do you want to post another one? She clicked on Liu Chen's chat box and started editing the text. Xiaochen, I'm really in trouble this time. You know my mother has asthma. She suddenly fell ill today and was sent to the hospital. The doctor said that she needed the best medicine. I have always been filial and will definitely use the best medicine for my mother. But that kind of medicine costs 100,000 yuan a bottle, and I really can't afford that much money. I know you received 100,000 yuan in compensation when Director Chen kicked you out of the crew today. Can you lend it to me first? Perhaps because Liu Chen was upset after seeing himself and Xin Yuhao together, he was unwilling to reply. But now that I have told him the specific events, he must know that I am not trying to take his money, but that I really have encountered an urgent matter. I believe that after I send this message, he will definitely lend it to me. Sun Yan'an clicked send again with hope. Red dots are not friends with the other party and cannot send messages. What? Sun Yan'an looked at the red dot in the chat box in disbelief. Liu Chen actually blocked her? How dare he? Why did he block me? What right does he have to block me? 3 questions about Sun Yan'an's death. In a fit of anger, he threw his phone onto the bed. Over the years, I have received a lot of help from him, but after I became famous, I have always been with him. But who asked him to confess his love and propose to me? Reputation in the entertainment industry is very important. If she marries a boy who is not as famous as herself, she will also lose popularity. In fact, if he hadn't confessed his feelings to me and proposed to me, I could still keep him. With his current fame, he can easily get a role in any crew. As long as he continues to serve me as he did before and doesn't involve my private life, I will never abandon him. Hearing the noise inside the house, Tang Ying knocked on the door. Susu, what's wrong? Have you thought of a way to borrow money? Sun Yan'an wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye due to anger, calmed down, and shouted outside, Mom, don't rush me. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. I will definitely get it for you. She bent down to pick up her phone from the bed, opened WeChat, turned to the chat box with the note Brother Yuhao, and began to edit the message. Brother Yuhao, what are you doing? Do you miss me? I miss you so much. Surrounded by beauties, Xin Yuhao took the time to take out his cell phone and took a look at it. Then he threw it on the table and took another sip of the imported wine. Sun Yan'an, who had not received a reply for a long time, began to feel a little restless. If Xin Yuhao is unwilling to help her, then she really has no other choice. Brother Yuhao, what are you doing? Why don't you reply to my message? Sun Yan'an didn't dare to question and could only wait silently. Xin Yuhao is different from Liu Chen. He has a company and a family, and he has a lot of things to do, so it is normal that he can't see them for a while. As long as he sees it, he will definitely reply to me. Sun Yan'an sat on the bed holding his cell phone and waited. Room 888, Yunding Guanlan Club. Xin Yuhao's follower entered the private room again. Have you found out? I found out, master. Xin Yuhao glanced at the sexy girls on both sides and said, You guys go out first. Both women stood up consciously, and Xin Yuhao did not forget to pinch each of their soft spots. After the 2 women left and closed the door, Xin Yuhao spoke again, Tell me, what's going on with him? Master, this Liu Chen has no background at all. He is just an unknown little actor. Oh? Really? Xin Yuhao questioned, How can a little actor have such great abilities? Yes, according to the information I have investigated, this Liu Chen is an orphan with a dying grandmother. He is a recent graduate of the Beijing Media College. And? What is it? Xin Yuhao glared at him. He seems to know Miss Su. They have filmed many dramas together. When they were on the set, others thought they were a couple. They also both graduated from the media college. Oh? Xin Yuhao seemed to be interested. He picked up his phone again and searched for Liu Chen's stills on the internet. Looking closely, isn't this the person who squeezed in at the underground garage on the night of the Starlight Awards? He remembered that Sun Yan'an said at the time that this person was his fan. Chapter 17. I also do housework. Shin Yuhao arranged for his subordinates to push the hot search, so he didn't know what Lu Chenjiang looked like before. Lu Chenjiang is neither fat nor ugly, he can even be said to be good looking. Even Shin Yuhao had to admit that if he put aside his own identity and asked a girl to choose between him and Lu Chen, most girls would probably like Lu Chen's type. But why would Sun Yinan lie to himself? Could it be that they really had something going on before and were afraid that I would find out, so they deliberately kicked people out of the crew? Sun Yinan really overestimated herself. Everyone was just out for fun, so why did she take it seriously? Opening WeChat, Shin Yuhao found the message Sun Yinan had sent him before. With a playful smile on his face, he replied to her. I'm still busy with work. I miss you too, baby. After waiting for a long time, Sun Yinan finally heard the notification sound from his mobile phone. He immediately clicked it, took a look, and was delighted. I knew that brother Yuhao must be busy with work, and he replied to me immediately after seeing it. But how do I ask him for money? Sun Yinan began to hesitate, but didn't dare to hesitate too long, for fear that Shin Yuhao would put down his phone again. So, just speak up. Brother Yuhao, can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back as soon as the crew gets paid. After seeing the message, Shin Yuhao had an expression that said, as expected. The woman who approaches him doesn't want money, but it doesn't matter. Playing? It definitely costs money. Play the same goes for female celebrities. He just thought Sun Yinan would speak up later, but he didn't expect that she was not much different from those female internet celebrities before. You can ask for money, but I won't give it to you for free. What happened, baby? Sun Yinan immediately replied, my mom broke her leg during dance class today and is in the hospital. All my money is invested in financial management and I can't get it out all at once, so I had no choice but to ask you for help. Shin Yuhao had seen many similar lame excuses, so he knew they were fake at first glance. However, he still pretended not to notice and replied, don't worry, baby, I will transfer the money to you immediately regardless of the amount you want. Sun Yinan was almost moved to tears. Look, brother Yuhao is so generous. Unlike Lu Chen, not only did he not lend her the money, he even dared to block her. But how much is the right amount to ask him? Is 100,000 too much to pay for a broken bone? I'll ask for 80,000 first. After all, my mother is a dancer, she's very precious, and she must go to a high-end hospital for treatment. I can also use this opportunity to test brother Yuhao. If he is really willing to give it to me, I can just ask for it later. Brother Yuhao, I don't need too much, just transfer 80,000 to me. 80,000 is indeed not a lot for Shin Yuhao. He spent 100,000 a night with these two hot girls at Guanlan Point in Hentang Highlands. However, Shin Yuhao did not transfer the call to Sun Yinan immediately, but sent her a location. Xyloden Hotel. Su, when you come to this hotel, I'll give you a card directly, which is convenient for you to use. After sending this message, Shin Yuhao looked up at his attendant and said, go to Xyloden and book me a king-size bedroom. Yes. Also, keep paying attention to this guy named Lu Chen. I want to see who's behind him. Yes, master. For Shin Yuhao, it doesn't matter whether Lu Chen and Sun Yinan have any relationship. What matters is that someone actually dared to remove his trending search and didn't even inquire about Xinhui Entertainment's status in Beijing. When Sun Yinan saw the location, he knew what Shin Yuhao meant. But it doesn't matter, I will be his sooner or later. She put on the small Chanel bag that Lu Chen bought for her and hurried out. Tang Ying followed behind and shouted, where are you going so late? I'll go get the money for you. Lu Chen started preparing for the move the next day. He didn't have much stuff, so he took the clothes out of the closet, folded them one by one and put them into a woven handbag. Underwear and some valuables were packed in a trolley case. That's basically it. After cleaning up, it was already noon, so he ordered some takeout and prepared to eat before leaving. Lu Chen didn't intend to really trouble Han Miao to pick him up. Others respected him because of Lin Xiyan, but he had to know his limits. The two of them were just having a marriage agreement. Looking at it from another perspective, he and Han Miao both work for Lin Xiyan. After finishing the takeaway, he left the rental house where he had lived for many years, carrying a woven bag in one hand and a suitcase in the other. Downstairs, he hailed a taxi. When the driver saw that he was carrying luggage, he took the initiative to open the trunk. After Lu Chen stuffed all his luggage in, he opened the car door and got in. Where are you going, handsome boy? The driver took the initiative to ask. Lu Chen forgot the address Han Miao had sent him earlier. he took out his phone and took a look at it. He said to the driver, Xiangshan District, Yuqian Road, Shanting. After hearing him say this address, the driver looked up at him through the rearview mirror and said, "Handsome boy, you're carrying a lot of luggage. Are you going there to work?" "Yeah." "Go work." Lu Chen pursed his lips with a slight smile. Xiangshan District is home to wealthy people, and it's not just ordinary people who can find a job there. The driver smacked his lips, expressing envy. A relative of mine got a master's degree abroad, and upon returning, he found a housekeeping job in Xiangshan District. He only needs to tutor children every day, and earns 50,000 yuan a month. Oh, that's pretty good. The work is easy and the salary is high. The driver was talkative, so Lu Chen echoed his words. "Handsome boy, you look so handsome, what do you do? Security guard?" The driver asked again. Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I'm also doing housework." "So what kind of housework do you do? Do you also help the children with their studies?" "It depends on what the master needs. I can do whatever you want." "What's your education level?" "Undergraduate." The driver shook his head slightly after hearing this. "Then I don't think you can get 50,000, but 20,000 should be no problem." Lu Chen smiled but said nothing. Chatting all the way, the driver quickly drove to the greenfield fragrant garden that Lu Chen mentioned according to the navigation. Lu Chen got out of the car and took out his luggage. In front of him was a huge iron gate with a stone tablet standing next to it, Greenfield Fragrant Garden. He had previously thought that Greenfield Fragrance Courtyard was the name of a residential area, but it turned out to be an area of single-family villas. However, the door was closed and he couldn't get in. Now he could only contact Han Miao. He called Han Miao, "Assistant Han, I'm here. Could you please come out and pick me up?" "You're here?" Han Miao was a little surprised. "Didn't we agree that I would pick you up?" "Then wait a moment, I'll be there soon." Han Miao hung up the phone, hurried downstairs from the company and drove to Greenfield Fragrance Garden. Greenfield Fragrance Courtyard is one of Lin Xian's residences. Han Miao will not stay there either, as she has to work in the company during the day. "If Mr. Lin knew that I didn't go to pick up Lu Chen, my bonus would definitely be deducted." Before leaving, he specifically reminded her to serve Lu Chen well in the next few days. "This Lu Chen is really something, why is he still being polite to me?" It takes about 20 minutes to drive from the office to Greenfield Garden, but Han Miao only took 5 minutes to get there this time. She almost drove the Maybach so fast that it flew into the sky. It doesn't matter whether the car is damaged or not. As long as you perform well, your boss may reward you with a new car at the end of the year. Chapter 18 Book The Earliest Flight. There were servants in Greenfield Fragrance Courtyard, but those people didn't know Lu Chen yet. Han Miao was also worried that they wouldn't entertain him well, so it would be better to bring him in herself. Arriving at the door, Han Miao stopped the car and got out immediately. "Mr. Lu, why did you come here alone? Didn't you agree that I would pick you up?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I have nothing to do anyway, so I came here by myself." Han Miao opened the trunk of the car and helped Lu Chen put his luggage into the trunk. Then he helped Lu Chen open the car door and said, "Mr. Lu, please get in the car. I'll take you in." Lu Chen said thank you and got into the car. Although we have arrived at the Greenfield and Fragrant Courtyard, the yard is too big and there is still a long way to go from the gate. The car approached the gate, and the automatic identification system recognized the license plate number, opened it automatically, and the Maybach drove in. The car stopped in front of the villa gate and the servants in the yard gathered around. A middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. The two also got out of the car. Han Miao introduced, "Mr. Lin didn't live in this villa often before, so there are not many servants. He is Uncle Zhang, who is responsible for the garden management, and she is Aunt Wang, who is responsible for meals and cleaning." After Han Miao finished introducing Lu Chen, she looked at the other two and said, "This is Mr. Lu. He will be the owner of this place from now on." "Hello, Mr. Lu." Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wang bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. Lu Chen also nodded politely to them, "Hello, Uncle Zhang, hello, Aunt Wang." But I always feel a little awkward when I hear Han Miao say that she is the owner of this place, as if she is using other people's fame to flatter herself. Although from a legal point of view, he is indeed the owner of this place, Lu Chen is unable to adapt to this identity for the time being. Especially the feeling of being held high. Han Miao seemed to have noticed his embarrassment, and said with a smile on her face, "Mr. Lu, Ms. Lin said that as long as you move in, this place will be given to you. It's her gift to you." No. Lu Chen was dizzy for a moment. This gift was too big. Not to mention that he is an unknown little actor now. Even if he is a top star, he can't afford such a luxury house. Mr. Lu, can I take you inside to have a look? Han Miao made guiding gestures. Lu Chen nodded and followed Han Miao into the villa. The first floor is very spacious and open, half living room and half dining room. A giant crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling. Han Miao did not stay on the first floor for long and took Lu Chen directly to the second floor. She stopped in front of a closed door and said, "This is the master bedroom. Mr. Lin will sleep in this room from now on." Han Miao looked at Lu Chen and said in a more serious tone, "Mr. Lu, our CEO Lin is a germaphobe. Without her permission, you'd better not enter her room or get too close to her." It seems like an emphasis, but also like a warning. Lu Chen nodded and remembered these 2 points. Then, Han Miao's expression relaxed again, and she pointed to another room and said, "This is your room." The 2 rooms are very close, separated by only a wall. Only the 2 of you will live in the entire villa. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wang will live in the outer chamber. Lu Chen nodded. He was wondering if it would be a bit awkward for just him and Lin Xiyan to live in such a big villa. They are not familiar with each other, and Lin Xiyan gives people a very cold impression. How should he get along with her? She will be back in one day. Lu Chen actually felt a little nervous when he thought about living under the same roof with a cold and beautiful woman. After all, he has never lived with a girl in his life. "Okay, Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, I have to go back to the company. If you need anything, you can talk to Uncle Zhang or Aunt Wang. Of course, you can also call me. I can come over any time." After introducing the general situation of the villa, Han Miao suggested going back to work. "This is Lin Xiyan and Lu Chen's wedding room, so it's not convenient for her to stay here for long." "Okay, thank you for your help, Assistant Han. Mr. Lu, you don't have to be so polite to me. This is what I should do." Han Miao left the villa, but as soon as she got back to the car, she reported the news to Lin Xiyan. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu has moved here." After seeing the message, Lin Xiyan replied, "Book a return ticket for me, the sooner the better." Han Miao, today s? Lin Xiyan, yes. Han Miao, okay, Mr. Lin. Didn't they say that this international conference would last for 3 days? It's only been a day and a half and he's already in a hurry to get back. Are you in a hurry to come back and see Mr. Lu? Han Miao opened the ticket booking software and felt secretly sorry for herself. But she also felt that it was impossible. She knew her boss's character too well. How could he possibly delay work for a man? I have been following Lin Xiyan for so many years, but I have never seen a man around her. There were even rumors that she didn't like men, so the old man ordered her to get married as soon as possible. She and Lu Chen had only an arranged marriage, so why would she rush back so quickly for him? But there is nothing special on the company side. Maybe it's something about the Lin family. These were not her concerns. She quickly booked the next flight for Lin Xiyan and sent it to her. Lu Chen spent the whole afternoon tidying up his room. This place is indeed as Han Miao said, with no signs of being lived in, and the furniture in the house is very new. He took his clothes out of the woven handbag one by one and hung them in the closet. After tidying up the room, I looked out the window and saw that it was getting dark. There was a knock on the door of the room. I got up and opened it. It was Aunt Wang. "Would you like dinner, sir?" Lu Chen had eaten a lot at noon and wasn't hungry yet, so he replied, "Let's eat later." "Okay, then let me know when you need dinner." Aunt Wang went downstairs after she finished speaking. There is also an audio-visual room in the villa. Now that everything is fine, Lu Chen plans to go in and find a movie to watch. Suddenly he remembered that Lin Xiyan had once filmed an award-winning work. As an actor himself, he was quite curious about what Lin Xiyan looked like on the screen. I found the movie quickly, and after I started playing it, the lights in the room automatically dimmed. A Rolls-Royce stopped outside the door, and Lin Xiyan opened the door and walked down. "Miss, you're back." Aunt Wang came to greet her in time. Lin Xiyan glanced at the empty room, but saw no sign of Lu Chen. She asked coldly, "Where is he?" Aunt Wang was stunned by the question, then realized that she might be asking about Lu Chen, so she replied, "You mean Mr. Lu, right? He's in the audio-visual room. Has he eaten yet?" "No, I asked earlier, and the gentleman said he wasn't hungry yet." Lin Xiyan nodded and ordered, "Let's have Western food for dinner." 2 steaks cooked to medium rare, a salad, and a serving of salt and pepper shrimp. She didn't know what Lu Chen liked to eat, so she had to order another one according to the menu Lu Chen had given her when they first met. Yes, miss. After Lin Xian finished giving the instructions, she walked towards the audio-visual room. Chapter 19. Do you still want to film again? Lin Xian was wearing high heels, which made a clacking sound when she stepped on the floor. After noticing this problem, she walked much more slowly to the audio-visual room. So when he reached the door, Lu Chen didn't even notice Lin Xian coming. But Lin Xian did not go in directly. She leaned against the door and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was concentrating on looking at himself on the screen. That was a movie she made when she was 19. Director Dong Mancheng was Lin Xian's senior in college. She spent 2 full years preparing for this film, Winter by the Sea. This is also her debut work during her college years. But because she couldn't find her ideal heroine, the filming was delayed until she met Lin Xian. Lin Xian perfectly fits the image of the film's heroine, who is aloof and cold. After repeated requests, Lin Xian agreed to let her film this movie. This drama can be said to have made both of them successful, allowing them to win the Best Director and Best Actress awards that year. But Lin Xian doesn't like being an actor. She prefers to be a businesswoman who controls everything behind the scenes. So, after this film, she never acted in any other film. Instead, he began to invest in Dong Mancheng so that she could make more and better films. With the resources provided by Lin Xian, Dong Mancheng has produced many works that have won international awards over the years, making her a top director. The movie ended and the lights slowly came on. Lu Chen stood up and turned around to find Lin Xian standing at the door looking at him. Lu Chen was startled. Ms. Lin, when did you come back? Just got back tonight. Was the movie good? Lin Xian asked him. Yeah, it looks good. Lu Chen nodded. You haven't been standing at the door all the time, have you? Why don't you come in? You're so engrossed in what you're watching, I'm afraid going in might disturb you. Lin Xian looked at him and said, You must be hungry. Let's go downstairs and eat. Good. The two went to the restaurant downstairs together. Aunt Wang had already prepared the meal. To create an atmosphere, she dimmed the lights in the restaurant and left on her own initiative. In addition to the food, there were also atmosphere candles and decanted red wine on the table. The two sat opposite each other. Lu Chen took a look at the food. Wasn't it exactly the same as what they had eaten when they first met? Does Lin Xian really like eating steak? But he remembered that Lin Xian only ate 2 bites that night. This time, Lin Xian took the initiative to hand over her plate and said, Help me cut it. Good. Lu Chen took it and cut the steak into slices. Lin Xian kept watching his movements. After cutting, Lu Chen looked up to meet her gaze and smiled brightly. All right, Miss Lin. Lin Xian took it. She picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. After chewing it slowly, she asked Lu Chen, What do you think of my acting? Very good. Lu Chen replied truthfully. For the young Lin Xian, her performance throughout the film can be said to be perfect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won the award. Only. Lu Chen hesitated to speak. What's wrong? You can tell me. Lu Chen calmed himself down and said, It's just that I feel that your personality in the film is not much different from your real life, and it doesn't really highlight your acting skills. Oh? Really? Lin Xian put down her knife and fork and asked. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly, I was just saying this casually. I'm just a small artist, so what qualifications do I have to judge you, an award-winning best actor? Lin Xian did not refute, but picked up the red wine glass at hand, shook it slightly, and raised it to Lu Chen. The flickering lights, coupled with her noble temperament, made her look like a fairy, but she was aloof and gave people a sense of distance that made them afraid to approach her. Lu Chen also raised his glass to gesture, then took a sip. The wine tasted very fragrant, unlike any he had ever tasted before. Do you still want to continue filming? Lin Xian suddenly asked after putting down the red wine glass. I do think about it, but... Lu Chen was a little hesitant. He majored in acting in college and started working in his sophomore year. I am still very passionate about the profession of actor. However, he is currently banned and no one will ask him to film a movie anymore. Because of the rumors on the internet? Lin Xian completed his words. Lu Chen nodded, but immediately explained, Ms. Lin, I'm really not the kind of person that people say I am on the internet. They are spreading rumors. After saying that, he immediately looked at Lin Xian's expression silently, trying to figure out what Lin Xian thought of him. Before, he had always been worried that Lin Xian had removed the trending search so quickly because she was afraid of getting herself into trouble. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, "Of course I believe you. I can't be wrong about people, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here." The heavy burden in Lu Chen's heart finally fell to the ground. "Thank you, Miss Lin. Don't be so polite to me. Although we are just an agreement couple, we still need to have the most basic trust." Lin Xian picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of her mouth. Lu Chen felt that Lin Xian was a really good person, much better than he expected. We should not be difficult to get along with since we will live under the same roof in the future. After wiping her mouth, Lin Xian didn't touch the knife and fork again. Lu Chen looked at the beef on her plate, which had only one piece missing, and asked doubtfully, "Are you full?" "Yeah, I'm full." "That's all you eat? You have so much work to do every day, how can your body handle eating so little?" Lin Xian has mild anorexia and is not very interested in food. She just wants to get the necessary energy every day. Sometimes, she would not eat for a whole day and only drink some nutritional supplements. But she was naturally beautiful, and her aversion to food did not lead to an unsymmetrical figure. The convex parts are convex, and the plump parts are plump. "I have no interest in food," she responded calmly. "That's right," Lu Chen glanced at the steak on the knife and fork. "Anyone would get tired of eating this every day." He didn't like Western food, but it was okay to have it occasionally. But he thought Lin Xian liked it. After all, they had only met twice in total, and both times they had the same set meal. "Don't you like to eat?" Lin Xian asked. Lu Chen shook his head honestly. "I still prefer Chinese food." "Then let Aunt Wang prepare lunch starting tomorrow." "No, I can follow your taste." Lu Chen didn't want Lin Xian to accommodate him. He should accommodate her. After all, she was the real owner here. "I have no interest in any kind of food, so it doesn't matter to me what I eat. It's better to follow your taste." Lu Chen was choked. "Okay then." Chapter 20. Why are you knocking on my door so late? After dinner, the two got up and left the restaurant and went to the bedroom on the second floor. Lu Chen followed behind Lin Xian, keeping a proper distance. He remembered what Han Miao had said to him. Lin Xian was a misophobe, so he should not enter her bedroom easily or get too close to her. Lin Xian does have obsessive-compulsive disorder and does not like others to get too close to her, especially boys. But when Lu Chen kept his distance from her, she began to wonder if Lu Chen hated her. She went up the spiral staircase to the second floor and walked straight to her bedroom door. Lu Chen also walked to his bedroom door. At this time, both of them stopped and looked back at each other. Lu Chen spoke first. "Good night, Miss Lin." Lin Xian hummed and said, "Good night." After pushing the door open and entering, she leaned against the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Somehow, Lu Chen gave him a very strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what it was. She had never experienced this before. Sitting down on the lazy sofa by the window, she took out her cell phone and began searching for films that Lu Chen had filmed. There are both ancient and modern costumes, and in total they have filmed more than 10 films. She observed carefully and found that Lu Chen's acting skills were actually very good, and could even be said to be on par with some of the current first-line actors. It's just that his role in each play is too small and there is no room for him to perform. In addition, he does not pay attention to makeup, so he does not appear 1/10 as handsome on the screen as in real life. Therefore, he lacks a director who knows how to appreciate him. After watching some film and television clips about Lu Chen, it was getting late, so she prepared to go wash up. When she got to the bathroom, she found that many things there were incomplete. She had bought Greenfield Fragrance Courtyard a long time ago, but she had never lived in it. Only after signing the contract with Lu Chen did she plan to move into the new house and start her married life. Her place is not complete enough, so is there something missing in Lu Chen's room? But Lu Chen in the other room did not have this feeling. As long as his basic needs were met, that was enough. After all, when I was living in a rental house, I used 3-in-1 shower gel for bathing, face washing and face washing. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Han Miao said that he and Lin Xian were the only ones living in the villa area, so there should be no one else except her. "Why are you knocking on my door so late?" Lu Chen was puzzled, but still stood up. However, at this time, he had already finished taking a shower and was only wearing his underwear. After all, he and Lin Xian were a fake couple, so they still had to pay attention to privacy. He put on the bathrobe he brought with him and went to open the door. The person standing at the door was indeed Lin Xian. Lu Chen is 1.83 meters tall, while Lin Xian is 1.75 meters tall. The height difference means that the first thing she saw when the door opened was Lu Chen's white chest muscles exposed under his loose bathrobe. His mind froze for a second, then he immediately looked away and coughed softly. I just wanted to ask if you're still living here? Is there anything you're missing? We can go buy it tomorrow. Lu Chen didn't notice the subtle change in Lin Xian's expression and opened the door wide. No, it's great here. We have everything we need. Can I go in and take a look? Sure. Lu Chen turned sideways to let Lin Xian in. Sure enough, there were a lot of things in the room that didn't belong there. She first walked into the bathroom. There were some extra toiletries on the counter, which should have been brought by Lu Chen himself. When he looked down, he suddenly saw Lu Chen's changed underwear thrown into the dirty clothes basket. He immediately looked away, walked out of the bathroom, and opened the wardrobe again. Ms. Lin, what are you doing? Lu Chen didn't care about Lin Xian's actions. As a grown man, there was nothing he couldn't see. I'm just curious why Lin Xian ran into my room and looked around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. Lin Xian closed the cabinet door and said, I just want to see if you need anything else. I really don't lack anything. No, you need everything. These clothes are too old and need to be replaced with new ones. Tomorrow after breakfast, you will go shopping with me. Lin Xian regained her usual cool and elegant aura and spoke in a domineering tone. Oh, okay. Lu Chen had no choice but to agree. It really proves the saying on the internet, I don't care what you think, I only care what I think. Lin Xian walked out of his room and said, go to bed early. Well, Miss Lin, you should also go to bed early. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Lu Chen woke up early. After working for so many years, he had long lost the habit of sleeping in. After washing up, he prepared to make breakfast himself today. You can't just live and eat here for free, you have to be more diligent. Doesn't the agreement say that as long as I perform well and satisfy Lin Xian, I can get 100 million as compensation when we divorce? For the sake of this 100 million and to make a comeback in the future, he will definitely perform well and not let Lin Xian find fault with him. Walking into the kitchen, Aunt Wang immediately greeted him, Good morning, sir. What would you like for breakfast? Auntie Wang, let me make breakfast. Aunt Wang hesitated a little, this is not a good idea. You are a gentleman. What if the lady finds out? In the eyes of Aunt Wang and Zhang Shu, Lu Chen is Lin Xian's real husband. It's okay, I'll do it. Seeing Lu Chen's insistence, Aunt Wang had no choice but to give the kitchen to him. Lu Chen first checked what food was available. There was some cold cooked rice in the rice cooker. This was cooked last night, but Lin Xian changed the menu at the last minute, so some was left over. There are noodles in the locker, and eggs and vegetables in the refrigerator. Lin Xian said she has no interest in food, so make her some light noodles. Make yourself some fried rice. After thinking it over, he began to act. Lin Xian upstairs had also woken up. After washing up, she walked out of the bedroom and took a look at Lu Chen's room. I found the door closed and thought he probably hadn't gotten up yet. Well, now that I don't have to work, I have to sleep in. As she walked down the spiral staircase, she smelled a fragrance. He glanced at Wang Jingxiu, who was cleaning the living room, and asked, Auntie Wang, what smells so good? Wang Jingxiu raised her head and said with a respectful smile, Miss, this is breakfast made by the gentleman. Lu Chen is not sleeping in, but making breakfast in the kitchen? Lin Xian was a little surprised. Just at this moment, Lu Chen came out of the kitchen, wearing an apron around his chest and holding a bowl of noodles in his hand. The fragrance wafted from the noodles. The whole scene looked very warm, and Lin Xian felt inexplicably warm in her heart. Lu Chen smiled at her and said, Come down and have breakfast. Chapter 21 You are not someone else. Lu Chen placed the bowl of noodles in his hand on the dining table. Aunt Wang tactfully left the villa and gave the space to the two newlyweds. They just got married and need more space to spend time together. Aunt Wang is an experienced person and she understands. Lin Xian walked down the stairs, sat down at the dining table, and looked at Lu Chen. Can you cook? Yeah, I've been able to do it since I was a kid. He grew up in an orphanage until he was 8 years old. He has lived an independent life since he was young, and cooking is the most basic skill he has. Even when he was adopted by his grandparents and was not in school, he often cooked for the old couple. How about trying this? Lu Chen handed the chopsticks to Lin Xian. This bowl of noodles looks ordinary, with only white noodles, a few vegetables, and a fried egg on top. In fact, Lu Chen put in a lot of effort. He first fries the eggs and then uses them to cook the noodle soup, making the soup base milky white. After the noodles are cooked, a freshly fried egg is added to the noodles. The freshly fried egg tastes fresher. What makes the noodles olfactory appealing is that he also adds 2 drops of sesame oil in it. Lin Xian took the chopsticks, picked up a noodle with skepticism and tried a bite. As an anorexic, she didn't actually have much hope for this bowl of noodles. It was just an ordinary bowl of noodles. Could it change the fact that she had anorexia? However, when the noodles touched her taste buds, it was like a new world opened up, and her eyes gradually widened. I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. Lu Chen also looked at her expectantly, waiting for the judgment. Lin Xian nodded at him, it's delicious. I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Her praise was worth all his hard work early in the morning. As long as you like it. Lin Xian picked up the fried egg and took another bite. Looking at the empty space in front of Lu Chen, she asked hurriedly, "You're not going to just make this one bowl, are you?" Lu Chen nodded, "Yes, I made one bowl." "So what do you eat?" Lu Chen chuckled and said, "I eat rice." Having said that, he stood up and went to the kitchen to bring out the fried rice with eggs. I saw there was some leftover rice in the rice cooker, so I fried a bowl. The rice was bright in color, and each grain of rice was covered with egg. Lin Xian couldn't help swallowing when she saw it. Lin Xian pointed at the bowl of egg-fried rice in front of Lu Chen. "Can I have a taste of your rice?" "Sure." Lu Chen stood up again and went to the kitchen to get another set of bowls and chopsticks. He transferred half of the fried rice in his bowl to a new bowl and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a small taste first and found it was more delicious than she had expected. "I didn't expect that the man I chose would be such a good cook." She ate up a bowl of noodles and half a bowl of rice. "I can't remember how long it has been since I ate so much food at once. It seems that I am not anorexic, but I haven't come across any delicious food." Lin Xian, in a good mood, suddenly asked, "Do you know Dong Manqing?" "Dong Manqing?" Lu Chen asked in surprise. "Are you talking about the internationally renowned female director Dong Manqing?" "Yeah." Lin Xian nodded slightly. "Of course I know. She is the youngest female director who is in great demand internationally. I'll take you to meet her this afternoon. If she's satisfied with you, I'll ask her to write a script for you." Lin Xian said it casually. He is an international director. But then again, considering Lin Xian's status, an international director should be nothing special in front of her. Her award-winning work Winter in Linhai seems to have been filmed by Dong Manqing. Dong Manqing is good at making romantic literary films, which are the most popular types of films abroad and are also the types of films that test the actor's abilities the most. After many years in the entertainment industry, Lu Chen never thought that one day he would be able to star in Dong Manqing's movie. To say I wasn't excited would be a lie. It seems that Lin Xian's question last night, "Do you still want to film?" was not just a casual question, she really took it to heart. "Thank you, Miss Lin." Lu Chen began to express his thanks. Lin Xian smiled back, "Thank you for breakfast too." Looking at the slightly raised corners of her lips, Lu Chen felt that Lin Xian was not always so cold. Lu Chen was about to put the bowl away when Lin Xian interrupted him, "Leave these to Aunt Wang. I'll take you shopping first and buy everything you and your family need." Lin Xian mentioned this last night, and Lu Chen nodded in agreement. The two of them packed up a bit and left the villa. Lin Xian took him to the villa's underground parking lot. What shocked Lu Chen was that there were dozens of brand new luxury cars parked in the parking lot. "Can you drive?" Lin Xian asked him. Meeting. "Okay, then these cars will be given to you from now on." Lin Xian turned to look at him, "But you have to be my driver today." "Ah." Lu Chen was a little surprised. So many luxury cars were given away just like that? "I said before that I would give him this villa as a meeting gift, and now I want to give him a luxury car? Why, you don't want to be my driver?" "Of course not." Lu Chen shook his head, "It's just that these cars are too expensive. I can't afford them. You made me so happy today. You totally deserve this." "No, I just got up early and made breakfast." So, the agreement states that if she is satisfied during the marriage, she can be compensated with 100 million yuan after the divorce, but it is not just 100 million yuan in compensation. As long as she satisfies her at any time, she can get extra random gifts? This is too arrogant. Lu Chen stopped shirking responsibility and said, "Thank you, Miss Lin. Pick one and let's go shopping." Good. Lu Chen chose a black Koenigsegg from a bunch of luxury cars. I don't know much about cars, I just think the appearance of this car is pretty good. After getting in the car, Lu Chen took the initiative to remind her, "Ms. Lin, fasten your seatbelt, we are about to leave." Lin Xian did as she was told. The car drove to the bottom of a high-end shopping mall in the city center, and the two took the elevator upstairs together. But whether in the elevator or walking in the mall, Lu Chen deliberately kept a safe distance from Lin Xian. He always remembered Han Miao's warning. But sometimes there is no way, such as eating together or riding in a car together, it is difficult to control the distance. But where there is space, he will still follow Han Miao's instructions so as not to arouse Lin Xian's disgust. Lin Xian paused and waited for Lu Chen to slowly approach. She frowned and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" Lu Chen smiled awkwardly, "Not really." "Then why are you so far away from me?" "I'm afraid you're not used to people getting too close to you." So this was the reason. Han Miao must have told him. Lin Xian understood. She used to really hate people getting too close to her, but Lu Chen seemed to be an exception. She didn't reject him, but instead hoped he could get closer to her. It's okay, you're not someone else. Chapter 22. Meeting me is a new beginning in your life. In name, you are my. Lin Xian was a little hesitant to say the word husband. Let's go buy clothes. She turned and entered a men's clothing store. Lu Chen followed him in. Lin Xian picked out a gray suit and gestured in front of Lu Chen. "Well, it should look good on you, go try it on." Lu Chen took it to the fitting room to try it on, but he was really shocked when he saw the price on the tag. A suit costs more than 1 million? Why don't you go and rob it? He could probably buy the same model online for less than 2,000 yuan. He originally wanted to pay for the clothes himself, but how could he afford it? But since Lin Xian asked him to try it, he would wear it out for her to see, and then say that he didn't like it. Lin Xian has already given him enough. If he keeps asking for more, he will feel like a materialistic man. He didn't want to give Lin Xian a bad impression. After putting it on, he opened the door of the fitting room and walked to Lin Xian. "I think it's just okay." "How come?" The clerk said with an exaggerated expression, "You have such a great figure and are so handsome. This suit is simply tailor-made for you. What do you think, miss?" Lin Xian also nodded, "I think it's pretty good too." The clerk then praised, "Handsome man, you have a good eye. Your girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also has first-class aesthetic taste." Lu Chen didn't know what to say. Could it be that she couldn't recognize this sales talk? Lin Xian picked out another set of casual clothes in the store and handed it to Lu Chen. "Try this one on too." Lu Chen took it and thought to himself that he had changed his tune, and it seemed that he had heard it. But after he entered the fitting room, Lin Xian said to the clerk beside her, "Get a set of all the styles in your store in sizes that he can wear. No need to try again." "Yes, miss." The clerk felt like he had met a real god. When Lu Chen came out again, Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. "No need to change it, wear this when you meet Dong Manqing this afternoon." Meeting Dong Manqing wasn't a very formal occasion, so wearing casual clothes made Lu Chen look more sunny and energetic. "Miss, the clothes have been packed. The total cost is 25 million. Lu Chen stared at Lin Xian. "What did you buy that cost so much money?" Before Lin Xian could speak, the clerk replied with a smile, "Handsome boy, you are so lucky to have found such a good girlfriend. She bought you all the styles of clothes in our store." Lin Xian casually took out a card from her bag and handed it to the clerk. "All the clothes will be sent to Greenfield Fragrance Courtyard." Then, he took Lu Chen away from the men's clothing store. "Well, what else should I buy you?" Lin Xian thought, "I also need new underwear, shoes, and a watch. Ms. Lin, you really don't need to spend so much money on me. I can still wear what I have at home." Lu Chen followed behind and said. Lin Xian looked back at him and said, "Meeting me is a new beginning in your life. Everything will be changed into a new one. Didn't we agree not to interfere with each other's lives after marriage?" Lu Chen felt that Lin Xian had violated the treaty, but he was powerless to refute it. Because everything she did was for herself. Maybe she did it to make herself look worthy of her. Lu Chen didn't say anything more. He just wanted whatever Lin Xian picked for him. Finally, Lin Xian took him to get a haircut. From head to toe, Lu Chen was completely transformed. Now his temperament and image have improved a lot compared to before. After shopping, the two had lunch in the restaurant on the top floor. Lin Xian ate the food outside the same way as before. She had only taken a few bites, but Lu Chen was not picky and ate all the rest. From now on, let's try to eat at home. I'll cook for you, Lu Chen said as he looked at Lin Xian, who had only taken 2 bites. Yeah, okay. Lin Xian also readily agreed. Dong Mancheng and I have an appointment to meet at the coffee shop this afternoon. We'll be there soon. Lu Chen hesitated. Maybe she won't like me? After all, I'm just a little-known actor, and I'm banned from the entertainment industry. Lin Xian smiled calmly. With me here, you don't need to worry about these problems. Lu Chen felt warm in his heart. Growing up, besides his grandparents, the only person who said this to him was Lin Xian. Thank you, Miss Lin. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help you. Well, I'll take you to meet my family after a while. Good. The two of them agreed to get married, probably because Lin Xian wanted to deal with the pressure from her family to get married. So, she was nice to me, perhaps because she hoped that I would behave more genuinely in front of her family in the future. Otherwise, how could a female CEO like her fall in love with me? Lu Chen is self-aware. The two left the restaurant and drove to the cafe to meet Dong Mancheng. This cafe is close to the sea. When Lin Xian brought Lu Chen in, Dong Mancheng waved at them. Hi, Xian, this way. Lu Chen glanced at Dong Mancheng. She had short, slightly curly hair, wore a white suit, and wore black glasses. She looked very artistic. The two sat down opposite Dong Mancheng. Mancheng, this is the actor Lu Chen I told you about. Hello, Director Dong. Lu Chen greeted Dong Mancheng politely. He noticed that Lin Xian introduced herself as actor Lu Chen, so she probably hadn't told them about her marriage. So, you should also pay attention to it. Xian, where did you find such a handsome guy? He's really good looking. Dong Mancheng stared at Lu Chen's face without blinking. Director Dong, thank you for your compliment. I've only seen your films on TV before. It's a great honor to meet you in person. Lu Chen greeted her politely. Neither of them noticed the coldness in Lin Xian's eyes behind the lenses. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed twice. Dong Mancheng, I asked you to come and see the actors, not the men. I'm watching. Dong Mancheng's eyes were still on Lu Chen's face. From the conversation between the two, Lu Chen could tell that Lin Xian and Dong Mancheng should have a good relationship. He felt a little embarrassed being stared at by Dong Mancheng all the time. When I turned my head slightly, I found Lin Xian with a cold face. Director Dong, why don't you talk to Miss Lin first? I'll go walk around the beach outside. Well, go ahead. Lin Xian replied first. Chapter 23 The Young Couple. After Lu Chen left, Dong Mancheng looked at Lin Xian with a playful look. What? Are you jealous? Lin Xian smiled coldly. When have you ever seen me jealous? Well, that's not the case. Dong Mancheng looked through the window at Lu Chen, who was sitting on the beach, and asked, Where did you find such a handsome boy? Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you like him or not. The two met because of winter in Linhai. Dong Mancheng is one of Lin Xian's few good girlfriends. In front of her, Lin Xian does not look as serious as usual. Yes? Dong Mancheng chuckled. Why? You want to introduce him to me? Lin Xian glared at her. Dong Mancheng, what are you thinking? I'm here for you to audition for an actor, not to introduce you to a man. Dong Mancheng couldn't stop smiling. Xian, I really thought you didn't like boys like the outside world said. It seems that the rumors are all false. You're an international director, how could you believe that kind of gossip? Dong Mancheng suppressed his smile and asked seriously, So where are you guys at now? Have you held hands? Have you kissed? Lin Xian glared at her. Dong Mancheng, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't invest in your plays anymore. Okay, no more jokes. Then tell me what your relationship is. Dong Mancheng is very interested in her best friend's love affair. The two have known each other for so many years, but there has never been a man around Lin Xian. And now, she actually brought a boy to see her in person. How could she not be curious? My father also heard the rumors outside and forced me to get married, so I found someone to fake the marriage. Lin Xian explained. In fact, I have only known him for a few days. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lu Chen's back outside the window. Ah, you're all married already? Then I have no chance. Dong Manqing sighed with pretended regret. Can you please stop joking about this? You're already 28 years old, 6 years older than him. Even if I didn't marry him, you wouldn't have a chance. Lin Xian retorted in annoyance. So you're 3 years older than him? A woman 3 years older than you is a gold brick. Ha ha ha. Dong Manqing couldn't help laughing again. I didn't expect that a female CEO like you would know this joke. So, you are his gold brick? Yes, I am. Lin Xian admitted without hesitation. Seriously, I asked you to come here today because I want you to make a drama or a movie for him. Why? You want to make him famous? Dong Manqing asked back. It doesn't matter whether he's famous or not, the main thing is that he likes acting. Of course we can film the movie. It's just a matter of your words. You're the one paying anyway. But we've already got the male lead, do you have anyone for the female lead? Dong Manqing looked at her and said, if you haven't, I can actually go there myself. Lin Xian also raised an eyebrow and looked at her. No need, I'll do it myself this time. Dong Manqing was surprised and puzzled. I never thought that our President Lin would actually be willing to act in the play himself. I will definitely shoot it well this time. Give me a few days to edit the script. Lin Xian nodded and said, I want to personally participate in the script this time. We can discuss the specific details privately. Great. I really want to work with you. Dong Manqing said excitedly, I never thought that after so many years, I would still be filming for you. I have to thank Lu Chen very much. Lu Chen, who was standing on the beach, didn't know what the two were talking about. Feeling that it was almost time, he wanted to look back. He just happened to meet the gazes of Lin Xian and Dong Manqing in the room. He nodded and smiled at the two of them. Lin Xian waved for him to come in. Lu Chen stood up and returned to the cafe. Xiaochen, Director Dong is very satisfied with you. Once the script is ready in 2 days, you can join her crew. This was the first time Lin Xian called Lu Chen by his nickname. Lu Chen was a little surprised. After staring at each other for 2 seconds, he immediately looked away and looked at Dong Manqing again. Thank you, Director Dong, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely do my best in filming. As he said this, he extended his hand to express his gratitude. Dong Manqing also stood up and shook hands with him. The moment their hands touched, Dong Manqing felt a death-threatening gaze staring at his hands. She immediately let go. Lu Chen, seize the opportunity, you will have a bright future in the future. Lu Chen didn't hear the hidden meaning in her words and nodded frantically. Well, don't worry, Director Dong, I will definitely seize this opportunity. Then let's stop here for today and we'll contact each other later. Okay. Lu Chen took out his phone. Director Dong, how about we add each other's contact information? It will be easier for us to keep in touch later. No need, I'll just tell her if you have anything to say. Lin Xian pushed the silver-rimmed glasses on her nose and spoke in a cold voice. Oh, okay. Lu Chen paused for a moment before putting his phone away. He thought Lin Xian was just a middleman. Since the introduction was successful, he would definitely need to communicate with the director individually about future matters. I didn't expect Lin Xian to say that. Then you two can chat slowly. I'm leaving first. Dong Manqing chuckled and waved to the two of them. Young couple? No, what did they talk about while I was away? After Dong Manqing left, the atmosphere became a little quiet. Lin Xian took the initiative to explain. Don't get me wrong, I just told her about our marriage agreement. Even though she's a big director, she actually loves to joke around in private. Lu Chen nodded slightly. I can see that Director Dong is a very easygoing person. He should be easy to get along with. What? Do I look difficult to get along with? Lin Xian seized the opportunity. That's not what I meant. Lu Chen hurriedly explained, Ms. Lin, although you usually look cold, you are really a good person. When Lin Xian heard him say this, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Don't keep calling me Miss Lin. Just call me by my name. We are a couple by agreement. If you keep calling me Miss Lin, it makes us feel like strangers. Okay, I'll listen to you and call you by your name from now on. Lu Chen responded obediently. Then call out one sentence for me to hear. Lin Xian looked at him with a sweet smile. Suddenly being so intimate, Lu Chen was a little embarrassed to shout out. However, when he thought about how Lin Xian had just called him by his nickname, he thought to himself, as a grown man, what was there to be shy about? After coughing lightly, he shouted, Xian. Chapter 24, Call me by my name from now on. Lin Xian only felt a sense of comfort numbness all over her body, as if there was an electric current running through her body. This was the first time she had this experience. He stared at Lu Chen in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Xian, Xian. Seeing that she was stunned, Lu Chen continued to shout a few more times and waved his hand in front of her. Lin Xian came back to her senses, feeling shy, and immediately lowered her head to drink the coffee in her hand. Well, just call me by my name from now on. She didn't look up at Lu Chen again. Lin Xian didn't want Lu Chen to see her shyness. He is 3 years older than Lu Chen. If he knew that I have never even been in a relationship, he would probably laugh to death. Whether in the business world or in front of other people, I have always portrayed myself as a strong and elite woman, and I cannot let this slip away. You have to maintain your image. Just at this moment, Han Miao called. She got up to answer the phone and took this opportunity to adjust her thoughts. Lu Chen sat quietly in his seat waiting for Lin Xian. You can see her just by looking up. She wore a black silk long skirt today, which perfectly outlined her slender waist and long legs. The evening sun was like a thin layer of golden gauze, gently falling on her body. Her soft wavy hair glowed with a faint warm light under the reflection of the setting sun, and a few strands of hair playfully stuck to her fair cheeks, adding a bit of charm. In the past, he always thought that Sun Yan'an was the most beautiful woman in the world. But compared to Lin Xian, she is nothing. Lin Xian's beauty is high level, giving people a divine glow that no one dares to desecrate. She frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of concentration and thought. She nodded gently from time to time, and the words that came out of her cherry lips seemed to be having an important communication with the person on the other end of the phone. After a moment, he came back and said, Xiaochen, I have to go to the company. Can you give me a ride? Yeah, okay. Lu Chen stood up and the two of them left the cafe together. You're going to the company so late, is there something wrong? In the car, Lu Chen asked. I came back early from abroad this time. There are a few cooperation intentions that have not been finalized yet, so I'm going to go over and deal with them. Why did you come back early? Lu Chen chatted casually. Lin Xian didn't know how to respond for a moment. In fact, she herself didn't know why she wanted to rush back as soon as possible after hearing that Lu Chen had moved in. I can't get used to foreign food. She made up an excuse. Lu Chen wondered, aren't you also not used to the food in China? After being sent to the company, Lu Chen looked up at the more than 100-story building. This was the headquarters of the Lin Group, located in the center of Beijing. It is also a landmark building here. After Lin Xian got off the car, Lu Chen took the initiative to ask, when will you be done? Do you need me to wait for you? No, you go home first. Let Xiao Han take me back in the evening. Good. Lu Chen knew his limits. They had agreed not to interfere with each other's private lives. As long as Lin Xian said no, he would never force her. After Lin Xian entered the building, Lu Bai suddenly called. Xiaochen, what are you doing? Nothing, just wandering around. You seem to be quite free now. Lu Bai's laughter came from the other end of the phone. Yeah, I'm not idle even if I don't have any movies to shoot. Long time no see, let's get together tonight? Sure, where to? Since he had nothing to do at night, Lu Chen readily agreed. It had indeed been a while since he had seen his good friend. I'll send you the location later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen glanced at the gate of the Lin Group and wondered whether he should tell Lin Xian, but felt it was unnecessary. Going out to party with friends is your own private matter, she shouldn't mind. Besides, she has her own business, so why bother her? Lu Bai quickly sent a location, Hentang Guanlun. Isn't this a business club? Why did you choose this place? Lu Chen sent him a message. Lu Bai, we're just going to sing a song. The sound system here is great. Come quickly, I'll treat you tonight. Lu Chen, you have to treat me. I'll be here soon. He turned the car around and headed towards Hentang Guanlun. After parking the car in the parking space outside the club, Lu Chen sent a message to Lu Bai, we're here. Which room are you in? Lu Bai, 803, if you don't know the way, ask a waiter to take you here. Lu Chen, I'm not mentally retarded. Put away your phone and walk inside. When he reached the 8th floor, he saw a familiar face wearing a suit, with slicked back hair, and surrounded by 2 hot girls. Brother Hal, why didn't you ring my sister's bell today? Exactly. Last time he said he wouldn't forget his sisters, but now that he has a girlfriend, it turns out he doesn't want us anymore. The 2 hot girls complained from left to right. Shin Yuhao hugged them on both sides and kissed them on the cheek. Brother just didn't order today. I'll order next time I come and make up for what you missed. Then you must keep your word. That's enough. Shin Yuhao slapped each of them on the buttocks. Go and do your things. Brother is going back to the private room. The 2 hot girls left obediently, and Shin Yuhao also walked forward. Lu Chen had heard about the Playboy Shin a long time ago, but he had only treated it as gossip before. Today, he saw it with his own eyes. I just didn't expect that Sun Yenin would eventually choose this kind of man. What would she feel if she saw this scene? Lu Chen chuckled. This was her choice. Why should he think so much about it? I wish them a happy marriage and a lifetime of companionship. Shin Yuhao entered private room 888, and Sun Yenin and Xia Yao were also inside. Brother Yuhao, why did you go out for so long? Sun Yenin stood up and pulled Shin Yuhao to sit next to him. I went out to the bathroom and happened to run into a friend and said hello. Shin Yuhao made up a random excuse. Sun Yenin knew that Shin Yuhao liked to come here, so she insisted on coming along today, saying that she wanted to see what he did every time he came here. Shin Yuhao said it was just a place for singing, drinking, and relaxing. In order to dispel her doubts, I had to bring her along. But the princess can't order it. The 2 are now tied together, and their popularity remains unabated, so they still have to do the face-saving work. Moreover, Sun Yenin is indeed good-looking, much prettier than those internet celebrities who have had plastic surgery, and it is also prestigious to take her out. For a while, Shin Yuhao didn't think about changing people. Lu Chen looked at the house number and found 803. As soon as he pushed the door open, the eyes of the 2 people inside were instantly fixed on him. Handsome man, did you walk into the wrong room? Lu Bai looked at him and asked. Your uncle, you don't even recognize me? Lu Bai suddenly realized, Xiaochen, I haven't seen you for a while, how come you have changed so much? Today, under Lin Xian's guidance, Lu Chen has indeed changed a lot. His image was not bad to begin with, and with the addition of clothes and styling, his overall temperament and appearance have made a qualitative leap. If he were walking outside alone, Lu Bai really wouldn't dare to recognize him. Chapter 25 Because of Love. Lu Bai reacted and pulled Lu Chen over. I thought you weren't having a good time recently, but it seems like you're doing pretty well. It's okay. Lu Chen chuckled. Glancing at the girl standing next to Lu Bai, and realizing she was also looking at him, Lu Chen asked, Who is this? Come, let me introduce you. Lu Bai pointed at the girl next to him, This is my cousin, Wenya. Then he introduced Lu Chen to Wenya, Xiaoya, this is my good brother, Lu Chen. Hello, brother Xiaochen. Wenya took the initiative to greet. Lu Chen nodded, Hello, sister Xiaoya. My brother told me you're a celebrity. It turns out your image and temperament are unmatched by any other guy. You're so handsome. Wenya said with a smile. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense. I'm not a celebrity. I'm just an 18th tier actor. Lu Chen was a little embarrassed. He was still a long way from becoming a star. Lu Bai patted his shoulder and said, What nonsense am I talking about? Even if you are not a star now, you will definitely become a star in the future. Lu Chen chuckled, Then I'll lend you my auspicious words. Alright, sit down. Lu Bai pushed Lu Chen onto the sofa next to him and handed him an opened bottle of beer. You're late, so I'll punish you by making you drink one. No, I drove here and can't drink. Lu Chen refused. Lu Bai looked at him in surprise. No, I was wondering what's going on with you lately. Did you win the lottery? Or are you being kept by a rich woman? Lu Bai knew Lu Chen's family situation very well. As a small actor in Beijing, if you are lucky, you can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month, but if you are unlucky, you may only earn a few thousand yuan or even no income. And there is a seriously ill grandmother in the hospital. He even lost his job recently, how could he possibly afford a car? Rented. Lu Chen made up an excuse casually. After all, he and Lin Xian only had an agreement to get married, and they would eventually divorce after 3 years. Since they were going to get divorced eventually, he felt that there was no need to talk to anyone else except his grandmother. At least there is no need to say it for now. Do you still have money to rent a car? In Lu Bai's imagination, Lu Chen should be living a hard life now, the kind of miserable life where he has to hide in a rental house and eat instant noodles. But when I saw it today, I found that it was very different from what I had imagined. I feel better than I do. His family runs a wholesale market in Beijing and is considered middle class. Therefore, even if he doesn't find a suitable job after graduation, he won't have to worry about food and clothing. I can even think of supporting my good brother. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Lu Chen grinned and said, because someone recently offered me money. Who is it? So kind. Lu Chen put Lin Xian's matter aside and told Lu Bai about the 140,000 yuan that Sun Yenin and the crew compensated him. I was wondering, how come you're still living so freely even though you don't have a job? It turns out you're not short of money. But these hundreds of thousands of dollars aren't a lot. You have to spend them sparingly. After all, you're unemployed now, and your grandma's in the hospital. Okay, brother, why are you so nagging? As soon as brother Xiaochen arrived, you kept asking him questions. Are you going to sing or not? Wenya pouted, looking unhappy. Lu Bai then realized that he had come here for an important matter, which was to introduce his cousin to Lu Chen. Wenya's family is better off than Lu Bai's. Her family runs a chain of supermarkets, with more than a dozen branches in Beijing alone. From the moment Lu Chen came in until now, Wenya's attention has always been on Lu Chen. Lu Bai knew that his cousin had fallen in love with Lu Chen. I wonder if Lu Chen would like my cousin. Wenya's appearance is comparable to Sun Yenin, so if it were based on Lu Chen's previous judgment, there should be no problem. He stood up and vacated the middle seat where he had been sitting, and sat to Lu Chen's left. Wenya took the initiative to move closer to Lu Chen. Brother Xiaochen, what song do you want to sing? I'll play it for you. I'm not very good at singing, so just order something you like. Feeling that Wenya was too close to him, Lu Chen moved away a little. Lu Bai came out and exposed him at this time. Stop pretending. It's not like I haven't heard you sing before. You don't want to drink the wine, and you don't want to sing the song? Lu Bai looked at Wenya. Xiaoya, play Zhang Xinjia's Love Like Tide for him. Good. Wenya quickly found the song on the song ordering tablet and handed the microphone to Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't refuse anymore and took the microphone. As the prelude ended, Lu Chen raised the microphone. I don't ask why you shed tears. I don't care who else is in your heart. Let me comfort you. No matter whether the ending is happy or sad. Traveling through thousands of mountains and rivers. In my heart you are always so beautiful. The moving lyrics and Lu Chen's magnetic voice made Wenya so intoxicated. She supported her face with one hand and stared at Lu Chen intently. Since I love you, I won't regret it. No matter how much suffering I have to endure, I am willing to bear it. My love is like the tide, pushing me towards you. Follow closely. Love is like a tide, it surrounds you and me. When the song ended, Wenya immediately applauded. Brother Xiaochen, your singing is so beautiful. No, I have to sing a duet with you. Lu Chen looked at Lu Bai somewhat awkwardly. This was the first time he met Wenya and he was not familiar with her. And this little girl was very enthusiastic, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Bai raised his eyebrows at him and said nothing. But in my heart I was thinking, you silly boy, my sister is good looking, comes from a good family, and is an only child. If you two get together in the future, even if you don't become an actor, you can still become a small boss in her supermarket. While Lu Chen was staring at Lu Bai, Wenya had already chosen the song, because of love. Come on, brother Xiaochen, let's sing together. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Why did he choose this song? It's not that he can't sing, but he is not suitable to sing with Wenya. Just as they were about to start singing, Lu Chen suddenly handed the microphone to Lu Bai. You and Xiaoya sing together, I have to go to the bathroom. He hung up the phone and stood up to leave. After Lu Chen left, Wenya looked at Lu Bai with some sadness. Brother, do you think brother Xiaochen doesn't like me? Lu Bai comforted him. No, he just went through a failed relationship and needs some time to accept someone new into his life. Then, he chuckled and said, don't worry, I will create opportunities for you. Chapter 26. I wish you will be together happily forever. Lu Chen came out of the bathroom, washed his hands, and probably finished singing a song before walking towards the private room again. Xia Yao was also in the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she felt that the back of the boy in front of her looked a little familiar. Like Lu Chen, but not sure. So, she followed him silently until Lu Chen pushed open the door of private room 803 and revealed his profile, which allowed her to confirm. I haven't seen him for just 2 days, but I didn't expect Lu Chen to have changed so much. When Lu Chen entered the private room, the love song had already been sung. As soon as he sat down, Lu Bai brought over 3 boxes of dice. Xiaochen, come, let's play dice. Lu Chen knew that anyone who lost at dice would have to drink, so he waved his hand and said, I can't drink today, you guys play. It's okay. If you lose, drink mineral water. If we lose, drink alcohol. That's possible. The 3 of them started playing. But he always won, and Lu Bai and when you drank together, which made him feel embarrassed. On the other side, Xiaoyao came to VIP room 888 and whispered in Sun Yan'an's ear, Su, I saw Lu Chen is here too. Sun Yan'an's originally cheerful face immediately frowned. She subconsciously thought that Lu Chen was following her. Seeing this, Xin Yuhao asked, what's wrong? Brother Yuhao, Yao Yao has a stomachache. I'm going out with her to buy something. When boys hear this kind of talk, they know that something is going on. Xin Yuhao glanced at Xia Yao and chuckled, you two have a really good relationship, go. In his mind, Xia Yao was just Sun Yan'an's assistant, so how could they get along like sisters? Maybe Sun Yan'an is really nice to his subordinates in private. At his level, an assistant is just an assistant, someone who runs errands for him. However, just when he looked up at Xia Yao, he actually felt that Xia Yao was quite pretty. Sun Yan'an stood up and pulled Xia Yao out of the private room. Why did he follow us here again? Xia Yao shook her head. I don't know either. Maybe he just happened to come here to sing. How is that possible? Sun Yan'an denied Xia Yao's guess. He didn't come earlier or later, but he came at this time. He must be trying to ruin my date with brother Yuhao again. No, I must make things clear to him this time. Sun Yan'an seemed to have made some firm decision. By the way, take this opportunity to ask him why he blocked me? Isn't it just asking him to borrow 100,000 yuan? He has it. He doesn't even lend me money, but he always follows me secretly. What does he want to do? Is he trying to play hard to get with me? It's really funny. You're so grown up, yet still so childish. You don't think I can't see it, do you? So are you going to find him? Xia Yao asked. It's better for me to talk to him privately. He should come to me. Did you see him enter that private room just now? 803. Sun Yan'an nodded, then stopped a passing waiter, took out 200 yuan and stuffed it into his breast pocket. Go to room 803 and find me a boy named Lu Chen. I'm in. Sun Yan'an glanced at the empty room 820 behind him. Wait for him in room 820. Remember not to tell anyone who he is. The waiter smiled happily after receiving the tip and said, okay, miss, please wait a moment. Sun Yan'an took Xia Yao into the 820 box in the back. Su, this month's salary. The salary payment date has passed, but Sun Yan'an has never mentioned it. If she doesn't pay it soon, she will soon be unable to pay the rent. Seeing that Sun Yan'an had just taken out the money, she took the opportunity to ask for it. Got it, I'll send it to you later. Sun Yan'an sat down on the sofa. Su, can you deduct less this month? If you only give me 2,000, I won't even have money to eat after paying the rent. Xia Yao said this with a sincere look on her face. Sun Yan'an looked up at her and then smiled. Of course, Yao Yao, although you are my assistant, I always regard you as my best sister. I will definitely help you if you have any difficulties. Thank you, Su. Why are you being so polite to me? I'm with brother Yuhao now and I'm not short of money. She took 80,000 yuan from Xin Yuhao, gave 50,000 yuan to Tang Ying, 20,000 yuan to Su Daming, and kept 10,000 yuan for herself. This 10,000 yuan was the remaining money after paying Xia Yao's salary. If she lived frugally, it should be enough for her to live on for a month. If it's really not enough, I can just find another excuse to ask brother Yuhao for more. She really needs Xia Yao at this moment, so she can't be too harsh on her. When Sun Yan'an and Xia Yao just left the 888 private room, Xin Yuhao said to his attendant, go out and see if they really went shopping. Okay, Mr. Shen. Xin Yuhao always felt that there was something going on between the two of them. He has been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years and has seen all kinds of foxes. Sun Yan'an is still too naive in front of him. Playing with her is like playing with a dog. On the other side, the waiter pushed open the door of private room 803 and asked, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Lu Chen?" The three people who were playing dice looked up at the same time, and Lu Chen said, "I am, what's wrong?" "Someone wants to see you." Lu Bai looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Xiaochen, do you know anyone here? You wouldn't come here often without telling me, right?" "Go away, this is my first time here too." Ignoring his best friend's teasing, he asked the waiter, "Who wants to see me?" "I don't know him either. I'm just here to pass on a message." Lu Chen stood up and said to Lu Bai and Wenya, "I'm going to go out and take a look. You two can play first. Then brother Xiaochen, please go quickly and come back soon. We will wait for you to come back." Wenya replied with a smile on her face. Lu Chen followed the waiter to the door of room 820. "Mr. Lu, the person who wants to see you is inside." After saying that, the waiter turned and left. Lu Chen pushed open the door of the private room and saw Sun Yan'an sitting on the sofa at a glance. Sun Yan'an felt her eyes brighten. It had only been 2 days since they last saw each other, but Lu Chen's appearance and temperament had changed a lot from before. Become more handsome and more elegant. This was completely unexpected for her. Logically speaking, Lu Chen should be living a depressed life after losing himself and his job, so why is he living a comfortable life? This must be an illusion, right? It was done intentionally to confuse myself. Of course, he spent all of his 40,000 yuan and the 100,000 yuan compensation from the crew on this. But I have to say that the money was well spent and it really made me excited. Compared with Xin Yuhao's greasy appearance, Lu Chen looked like a refreshing cabbage. "Why is it you?" Sun Yan'an did not reply immediately, but glanced at Xia Yao. "Lu Chen, Su Su has something to tell you. You guys chat, I won't disturb you for now." Xia Yao walked out of the private room and stood guard at the door. Sun Yan'an then stood up from the sofa and said, "Xiaochen, brother Yuhao and I are living a happy life. Please stop bothering me." Lu Chen just found it funny. "Sun Yan'an, you didn't call me over just to tell me this, did you? If so, then I understand, and I wish you both happiness together forever." Chapter 27. Are you crazy? When he first came in, Lu Chen was indeed a little surprised that it was Sun Yan'an. But then he thought again. He saw Xin Yuhao when he came here, and his guess was right, they should have come together. Thinking about what Xin Yuhao had said to the two princesses before, it was probably because Sun Yan'an didn't order them today. "Xiaochen, I know you still can't let me go, but we always have to move forward in life. We can't stay where we are forever." Sun Yan'an looked at Lu Chen and continued, "As long as you stop interfering with my relationship with brother Yuhao, I will still treat you as my best friend. When I become a top star, I will still be willing to take you with me. By then, I can also provide you with more resources." Originally, Sun Yan'an wanted to say some harsh words to Lu Chen, but when he saw him again, he was at a loss for words. If she were to talk about her true feelings, she still preferred Lu Chen's appearance. "When I approached him, I did have a good impression of him, but it was also true that I was taking advantage of him. I originally thought that the two of them would live an ordinary life, and maybe many years later, she would really marry Lu Chen. But as she gradually tasted the sweetness of making money and fame in the entertainment industry, she began to want more, and Lu Chen's value became less and less. If she had to choose between love and bread, she would choose bread without hesitation. But she couldn't bear to give up Lu Chen's kindness to her. If Lu Chen did not entangle himself with the relationship between himself and Xin Yuhao, and still treated himself unconditionally as before, and waited for her to become a top star or really married Xin Yuhao, she didn't mind secretly supporting Lu Chen. In this way, she can have both Lu Chen's kindness to her and Xin Yuhao's money. But why can't Lu Chen be smarter and wait for a few more years? He had to do these little tricks in private. If Xin Yuhao found out, all his efforts would be wasted. But what she said left Lu Chen speechless. "You won't still treat him as the same person you were before, right? Do you think that a few nice words will move her? And then you will keep giving to her?" The moment he was rejected, Lu Chen realized that the PUA he used before was no longer effective on him. He also saw Sun Yan'an's true face clearly. "I will never waste a single moment of my time on this woman. Sun Yan'an, it's your right to choose how to live your life. We are not friends, and we can never be friends again. As for the entanglement you mentioned, it's just your imagination. I came here to get together with friends, but your current behavior is an entanglement with me." Sun Yan'an looked at Lu Chen in surprise. She didn't expect him to say this. Lu Chen used to be so docile. He would never refute anything I said. How did he become like this now? Maybe it was because being with Shin Yuhao hurt him so deeply. Sun Yenin continued patiently, Xiaochen, what I said today is sincere. You should think about it carefully. As long as you don't interfere with my relationship with brother Yuhao and stay by my side like Xia Yao did, I will bring you different opportunities. You can't climb up in the entertainment industry without connections. You've been banned now, and I can only pull you out once I reach a higher position. In this world, I, Sun Yenin, am the only one who can care about you like this. Sun Yenin became more and more excited as she spoke, and her steps moved closer and closer to Lu Chen. Then she grabbed his hand and... Xiaochen, just be patient for a while, okay? When I become a top star or marry Shin Yuhao, I will raise you. She couldn't help but speak out what was in her heart. Lu Chen shook her hand away. Sun Yenin, are you crazy? He was really shocked by Sun Yenin's idea. Feeling that he couldn't continue talking to her, Lu Chen turned around, opened the door and walked out. Seeing Xia Yao, Lu Chen frowned and said to her, take her to the hospital to see a psychiatric department. Xia Yao was confused and quickly opened the door. Seeing Sun Yenin standing there in a daze, she asked hurriedly, Su, what did you and Lu Chen talk about? Sun Yenin chuckled, I made such a good suggestion, and he actually said I was crazy? He and brother Yuhao are one in the open and the other in the dark, what's wrong with that? If I ever become a top star or marry into the Shin family, will I still be at his expense? When hearing this, Xia Yao also wondered if Sun Yenin was really crazy. Su, you know Lu Chen's character. How could he possibly agree to such a proposal? Why not? He has nothing now. As long as he tolerates brother Yuhao's existence and treats me well as before, I will rescue him when I become rich. Who else in this world will treat him better than me? But... Xia Yao was speechless for a moment. No man can accept the girl he likes being with someone else. Sun Yenin shook his head. Yao, you don't understand. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. As long as Xiaochen can endure all this, the future will be bright. If it were just the two of us, we wouldn't be able to make it in the entertainment industry. Xia Yao really didn't know what to say, so she had to remind him, Su, we've been out for a long time. We have to go back, otherwise young Master Shin will get suspicious. Yeah. Sun Yenin nodded, and then said to Xia Yao, don't be like Lu Chen who was so stubborn. Follow me and work hard. When I become rich, I can let you enter the entertainment industry. Don't worry, Su. You're the only one I know in Beijing. I've been following you all these years. If I leave you, where else can I go? In VIP room 888. Are you saying that Sun Yenin and the others didn't go shopping, but went to meet Lu Chen? Yes, Mr. Shin, it's in room 820. I didn't expect that kid to be here too. Did you hear what they said? No, Miss Su's assistant has been guarding outside the door. I can't get close. A smile appeared on Shin Yuhao's lips. He didn't expect Sun Yenin to play tricks behind his back. However, it was quite interesting. It's been a long time since I met such a scheming woman. I can have some fun with her. Please pay attention to Lu Chen's movements. It would be best if you could make him a trending topic again. Shin Yuhao flicked the cigar ash in his hand. The last time Lu Chen's hot search was suppressed too quickly, they didn't track it in time. He was very curious about who was behind Lu Chen and who dared to go against Xinghui Entertainment. If we can make him a hot search again and follow up on it in time, we might be able to find out who did it. Who would do all this for a small figure in the entertainment industry? Chapter 28 New Hot Search. Lu Chen returned to private room 803 and pushed the door open, only to find Lu Bai and Wenya passed out drunk on the sofa. There were a bunch of empty wine bottles on the table. No, I'll just be out for a while. Why are you two brothers so drunk? Lu Bai twisted his body and opened his eyes. Xiaochen, you're back, come, let's continue playing. Still playing? Look how drunk you are. Go home. Lu Bai stood up unsteadily and said, okay, let's go home. Having said that, he walked out the door. Why are you leaving by yourself? What about your sister? Lu Chen glanced at Wenya lying on the sofa and asked. Lu Bai said with a smile, aren't you okay? Help her down. No, who would treat his own sister like this? Generally speaking, brothers are most afraid that their sisters will be missed by their brothers. Why is he so confident in himself? Come on, why are you still standing there? Lu Bai urged. Lu Chen was helpless. Lu Bai was so drunk that he had difficulty walking, so he had to help Wenya go down. He pulled her up from the sofa, held her arm with one hand, and was about to support her waist with the other hand, but after thinking about it, he took it back and put it on her shoulder. When they got downstairs, Lu Chen looked at Lu Bai and said, "Shall I take you home?" "No need." Lu Bai waved his hand. "I'll take a taxi back myself. You can just take my sister home, okay?" "Brother, you trust me so much, this is your sister, and she's drunk?" Lu Chen stared at Lu Bai with a questioning look on his face. "Don't I know who you are?" Lu Bai chuckled, "I'm most relieved to leave it to you." Without giving Lu Chen a chance to refuse, he quickly opened the door of a taxi and got in. "But I still don't know where she lives?" Lu Chen shouted afterward. "I'll send the address to your phone." Lu Bai opened his phone and sent the address of Wenya's home to Lu Chen. "Sister, I can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to you." After Lu Bai left, only Lu Chen and Wenya were left, so he had to help them into the car. Returning to the driver's seat, Lu Chen opened the location address sent by Lu Bai, turned on the navigation and drove towards Wenya's house. I looked at the time and it was almost 9 o'clock. I wondered if Lin Xiyan had returned home from get off work. What would her reaction be if she got home and found he wasn't there? She shouldn't mind. How could she possibly focus on herself? At most, I would glance at my door and think he was asleep. In fact, if Lu Bai hadn't suddenly asked him to come out today, he would have gone straight to buy some vegetables and cooked at home in the evening for Lin Xiyan to come home for dinner. Lin Xiyan introduced him to Director Dong, but he hasn't expressed his gratitude yet. Along the way, Lu Chen was thinking about these things. Not long after Lu Chen and the others left, Shin Yuhao also started to leave. Sun Yenin got into his car and said coquettishly, "Brother Yuhao, I had a lot of fun today. Can you bring me along next time? If you like, I'll bring you here often in the future." Shen Yuhao looked at her with a smile. "Brother Yuhao, that's the best." When Sun Yenin was about to close the car door, Shin Yuhao glanced at Xia Yao, who was standing outside, and said, "Why don't you ask your assistant to come up with you? It's so late, it's not safe for her to go home alone." "It's okay, she can just take a taxi. As an assistant, I'm most afraid of disturbing our private time." Sun Yenin didn't want Xia Yao to sit in. "She's been with us all night and doesn't mind the little time." Ignoring Sun Yenin's refusal, Shin Yuhao took the initiative to wave to Xia Yao, "Little assistant, come up too." Xia Yao waved her hand, "No need, Mr. Shin, I can just take a taxi back by myself." Shin Yuhao glanced at Sun Yenin and said, "It seems she only listens to you." Now that things have come to this, Sun Yenin doesn't know what to say anymore. She had no choice but to put on a gentle look and said to Xia Yao, "Yao Yao, come in quickly. I'm worried about you going home alone so late. Come with us." Only then did Xia Yao get into the car. "Brother Yuhao, let's send Yao Yao off first." In fact, compared to Xia Yao's, her home is closer, but Sun Yenin is not at ease leaving Xia Yao and Shin Yuhao alone together. "It's not that I'm worried about Xia Yao, but I'm worried about Shin Yuhao. It's not that she doesn't know what kind of person Shin Yuhao is, but she doesn't care. All she wanted was Shin Yuhao's money and power. If she could really marry into the Shin family in the future, with endless money and the ability to manipulate the entertainment industry, she wouldn't care how unfaithful Shin Yuhao was." On the other side, Lu Chen followed the navigation and sent Wenya home. He got out of the car and patted Wenya, "Sister Xiaoya, wake up, we're home." Wenya opened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen, "Brother Xiaochen, you were the one who sent me back." "Well, your brother took a taxi and left. He gave me your home address and asked me to take you back." Lu Chen explained so as not to make Wenya feel as if he wanted to give it to her on purpose. In fact, Wenya was not drunk and was pretending to be asleep all the way. This was what Lu Bai had discussed with her when Lu Chen went out to meet Sun Yenin. The two of them pretended to be drunk so that she would have a reason to ask Lu Chen to take her home. It can also create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone together. But along the way, Lu Chen was very quiet, as if he was thinking about something. Moreover, even though Lu Chen had been supporting her before, he never took advantage of her. This made Wenya certain that Lu Chen was indeed a good man. She got out of the car and said to Lu Chen, "Thank you, Brother Xiaochen. My parents are traveling and are not at home. Do you want to go up and have a drink of water?" "No, I have to go back." Wenya didn't force it. After all, there would be a chance to meet again in the future. "Then Brother Xiaochen, can I add your contact information?" Lu Chen didn't really want to give it to her, but it was difficult to refuse. After all, she was his good friend's sister. "I took out my cell phone and saw that it had run out of battery and turned off automatically." It should be caused by the excessive power consumption during navigation. He showed it to Wunya with a hint of joy in his heart. My phone is out of battery. Let's add it later when we have a chance. Wunya curled her lips. Okay then. Come on up, I'm leaving. Lu Chen sat back in the car, and Wunya waved goodbye to him reluctantly. It was already past 9 o'clock when Lin Xian finished her work and returned to Greenfield Fragrance Garden. The first thing he asked when he got back to the villa was Aunt Wang, "Where's Mr. Wang? The gentleman went out with you this morning and hasn't come back yet." Lin Xian's face immediately turned cold. He didn't come back. Where did he go? Lin Xian ran to the second floor in her high heels and pushed open the door of Lu Chen's room. Sure enough, there was no one there. I returned to my room and began to feel inexplicably irritated. At this moment, a trending search popped up on my phone, hashtag after being banned, the artist with bad reputation ended up hooking up with a wealthy woman hashtag. Chapter 29. The cold and beautiful female CEO also has a sickly side. After seeing the term evil artist, Lin Xian subconsciously thought of Lu Chen. After all, the hot searches about him before were all about the image of various bad artists. She clicked on it, and sure enough, the picture showed Lu Chen. He was helping a young girl get into the Koenigsegg that had driven out that morning. Lin Xian naturally knew that this trending search was not true. If there is a female billionaire on Lu Chen's list, that female billionaire will also be me. Everything he wears and the car he drives is his own. But, who is the girl that Lu Chen is supporting? What did he do when he went out tonight? These are the things that Lin Xian cares about. I thought that after I asked him to send me back to the company, I would go home obediently, but I didn't expect that he would run out to find another woman. I should have asked him to wait until I got off work. Lin Xian glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and Lu Chen had not returned yet. Will you not come back at night? He dares. Lin Xian wanted to contact Lu Chen and ask him why he hadn't come back yet. When she opened her phone, she found that she didn't even have Lu Chen's contact information. I had no choice but to call Han Miao and ask her to send me Lu Chen's contact information. Han Miao sent Lu Chen's WeChat and phone number information. Lin Xian first added Lu Chen's WeChat, but Lu Chen didn't respond for half a day. Lin Xian began to get anxious. I started calling him again, but the call was not connected. WeChat doesn't go through, and the phone call can't be reached. What is Lu Chen doing? He won't be with that girl. Lin Xian didn't dare to think about it any further. Just then, she saw through the window a car driving into the villa area. The irritable and anxious mood began to calm down gradually. Fortunately, the person came back. She sat down on the lounge chair on the windowsill and waited quietly for Lu Chen to come and explain to her. After Lu Chen parked the car in the garage, he walked out. As he drove into the villa area, he found that the light in Lin Xian's room was still on. This means that Lin Xian has finished work and returned. I don't know if she has eaten dinner. It's so late, and the lights are still on. Is he asleep or not? Lu Chen tiptoed upstairs, afraid of disturbing her. When he reached the second floor, he first glanced at the door of Lin Xian's room, wondering whether he should go in and say hello to her. But then I remembered what Han Miao said and decided to give up. Maybe Lin Xian didn't care at all whether he was at home or not. It would be inappropriate to knock on her door so late. Lu Chen went into his room and prepared to take a shower first. Lin Xian waited for a long time and felt that Lu Chen should come up, but why was there no movement at all? He doesn't even want to explain it to himself, right? Lin Xian suddenly sat up from the chair. If he didn't come, she would go by herself. She walked out of the room, came to Lu Chen's door, knocked on the door, but no one answered. Lin Xian knocked on the door a little harder. Lu Chen, who was taking a shower, seemed to hear someone knocking on the door of his room, but he hadn't finished showering yet. It's so late, who is knocking on his door? It seems that there would be no one else except Lin Xian. He could tell that the knocking on the door tonight was much more impatient than last night. Lu Chen took a quick shower, put on the loose bathrobe, and walked out quickly. When I opened the door, I saw Lin Xian's cold and fair face. But she didn't look very happy. Lu Chen didn't know what happened, but as the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. He grinned at Lin Xian. "Xian, why are you still not asleep so late?" A smile and a word instantly shattered Lin Xian's emotions that were about to explode. She looked at Lu Chen's face, stared into his eyes, and then slowly approached. Lu Chen slowly retreated following her footsteps and finally entered his room. Lu Chen retreated all the way to the wall and had nowhere to retreat. Lin Xian leaned on the wall with one hand, fixing Lu Chen in the narrow area. Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed. How could a boy like him be pushed against the wall by a woman? Xian, it's so late, is there something wrong? Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Lin Xian's tone was cold. After I dropped you off at the company, I went to meet up with my friends. Lu Chen confessed honestly. What friends, male or female? Good brother, there is a girl too, she is his sister. Why didn't you answer my call? My phone's dead. Come back, why don't you explain to me? I thought you were asleep. Lin Xian asked a question and Lu Chen answered it. After asking these questions, Lin Xian slowly lowered her arms that were supporting the wall. Lu Chen looked at her and said, Ms. Lin, doesn't our agreement state that we won't interfere with each other's private lives? Gathering with my friends is considered private life, right? After feeling Lin Xian's strength, Lu Chen felt it necessary to clearly define the contents of the contract. That's true, but it also says that the final right of interpretation of my private life belongs to me. Then tell me what constitutes private life, and from now on, I will act according to your definition. Okay. Lin Xian slowly took 2 steps back to give Lu Chen some breathing space. In this villa, you can do whatever you want. This is your private life, and I won't disturb you. However, once you leave this villa, it's no longer your private life, and I have the right to interfere. Do you understand? Lu Chen frowned, isn't this a bit too overbearing? Lin Xian moved a little closer and pointed her finger at Lu Chen's exposed chest. After signing the contract, you will be mine, Lin Xian's, for the next 3 years. Lu Chen was somewhat powerless to refute, after all, Lin Xian paid for it. And it's a lot. He never denied that he liked money, and there was no one in the world who didn't like money. Given his current situation, Lin Xian has indeed reduced a lot of his worries. Not only does it save him from having to worry about his grandmother's medical expenses in the future, but it also allows him to get roles with famous directors. Okay, then I'll report to you every time I go out next time. Lin Xian raised her finger and stroked Lu Chen's chin, that's how you behave. Tonight also allowed Lu Chen to get to know Lin Xian again. I didn't expect that the female president with a cold and beautiful appearance has such a sickly side. Lin Xian took out her phone and handed tonight's trending searches to Lu Chen. I didn't even look at it, you're on the trending searches again. Lu Chen took a closer look and found that it was indeed himself, but the title was too explosive. I just took my good friend's drunk sister home, and yet I'm on the list of richest women? You don't believe this? Lu Chen looked at Lin Xian with some concern. Of course not. Even if you make the list of richest women, that rich woman can only be me. Chapter 30 I thought you wanted. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Xian was not the kind of brainless woman who would blindly believe these gossips. He has been banned now, and he is just an unknown little actor. Why do people still pay attention to him? Is it just to create topics? Who is so boring? Could it be Xin Yuhao again? I just cheated him out of a 100,000 yuan penalty. How could a young man from the entertainment industry be so stingy? But Lin Xian changed the subject. Did you do anything with that girl last night? Of course not. Lu Chen shook his head. She's my good brother's sister. She was drunk, so I just sent her home. Whether there is or not, I will see for myself. Lin Xian shook her phone and asked, do you need me to help you remove this trending search? Then, I'm going to trouble you again, Miss Lin. Lu Chen smiled gratefully at Lin Xian. He had just passed Dong Manqing's interview and was waiting for the script to come out to act. If his reputation was damaged at this time, Dong Manqing might not use him again after seeing it. Such things are very common in the entertainment industry. I don't know if Dong Manqing knows that I have been banned. When they met in the afternoon, although he passed her initial interview, Lu Chen understood that it was all because of Lin Xian's face. While Lu Chen was thinking about this, Lin Xian slowly put down her phone, a faint smile appearing on her fair and cold face. I can help you, but how are you going to thank me? Lu Chen looked at her doubtfully. Ms. Lin, how do you want me to thank you? Lin Xian frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you to call my name? Lu Chen changed his address again and said, Xian, how do you want me to thank you? In fact, he was still a little uncomfortable with such an intimate name. After all, the two of them were not particularly familiar with each other, and calling each other by nicknames seemed a bit ambiguous. Especially in such an environment. Lin Xian met Lu Chen's gaze again, which made Lu Chen feel a little guilty. He tightened his robe. Lin Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing, her aloof personality instantly breaking. Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Don't be afraid. Lu Chen said stubbornly. In fact, I was already sweating a little. Lin Xian is really hard to understand. She always looks like a cold female CEO in front of outsiders. But in private, she is both a bit yandere and cute. What's going on? No split personality, right? Especially at this time, she took off the pair of silver-rimmed glasses that she usually wore during the day, and her whole style seemed to have changed. There is a hint of pure charm in those alluring eyes. Really? Lin Xian's fingers gently hooked the edge of Lu Chen's pajamas on his shoulders. Are you really not afraid? Lu Chen swallowed his saliva. Could it be that Lin Xian wants that? Since he paid so much money, it's not impossible for me to do it, but isn't it a bit too fast, However, Lin Xian's fingers hooked up his robe not to take off his clothes, but to pull them up. What are you thinking about? Only then did Lu Chen realize that he had been thinking in the wrong direction. I'm sorry, I thought you wanted. What do you want? Lin Xian teased him deliberately. Lu Chen's face has begun to turn red. Although he has been with Sun Yan'an over the years, the two have not really established a relationship, and naturally have never had sex. Nothing. Lu Chen tried his best to appear calm. He didn't want Lin Xian to see that he had never had sex. After all, he is already 22 years old. If Lin Xian knew that he has no experience in that area, she would laugh at him to death. Lin Xian thought so too. She is already 25 years old, so she deliberately behaves like a woman with rich love experience in front of Lu Chen, and she doesn't want Lu Chen to think that she has never been in love. Both of them tried their best not to let the other see through their original innocent nature. However, Lu Chen's acting skills are still a little worse than Lin Xian's. The physical manifestation of blushing had betrayed him. Lin Xian raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of her lips. Why is this boy so irresistible? Is he still a virgin? In the entertainment industry, where all kinds of people mix, there are many beauties, and Lu Chen himself is very handsome. She doesn't believe that Lu Chen can maintain his composure. Besides, the unspoken rules are so rampant nowadays that anyone who is a little bit good-looking would be called into the room in advance to discuss the script all night long. Men are no exception. Lin Xian, who has been immersed in the business world for many years, naturally knows these things. It was just that Lu Chen's performance just now gave her a slight illusion, but she was not going to continue to explore it. There will be plenty of time to dig deeper later. She had to ask Han Miao to remove this trending search as soon as possible. If you want to thank me, go ahead and make me breakfast tomorrow morning. Is it that simple? Lu Chen was a little surprised. Even if Lin Xian didn't make this request, he was prepared to do so. Lin Xian nodded and said, if you feel that this is not enough to express my gratitude, then the day after tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, you can continue to make breakfast for me. After saying that, Lin Xian added, is it okay? Of course, I can make breakfast for you whenever I have time in the future. Lu Chen said this sincerely. Lin Xian looked at him with a gentle look in her eyes, you said so. Lu Chen nodded heavily. Okay, go to bed early. I promise this trending search will disappear tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Xian left Lu Chen's room and closed the door for him. As soon as she went out, she called Han Miao and said, remove the trending searches about Lu Chen within half an hour. Okay, Mr. Lin. After hanging up the phone, Han Miao immediately notified the hackers behind the public relations team maintained by the Lin Group. These people can quietly erase all the information they want to disappear from the internet without being noticed. After Lin Xian arranged this matter, she did not immediately return to her room to rest. She still had one thing to confirm. He went to the underground parking garage, opened the nice egg that Lu Chen was driving today, and retrieved all the in-car videos after the two separated. She didn't feel relieved until she was sure that Lu Chen really didn't have anything to do with Wenya, and just sent her home, and didn't even leave any contact information. Chapter 31. Is he really on the list of rich women? After Lin Xian left, Lu Chen charged his phone. When he turned it on, he saw that there was a missed call. He saved the number and noted Lin Xian's name. He opened WeChat again and found a red 2 on the address book at the bottom, which meant that two people had added him on WeChat while his phone was turned off. Lu Chen clicked on it and saw a friend with an English name adding a note, "Brother Xiaochen, I am Xiaoya." Needless to say, it was Wenye who later asked Lu Bai for her WeChat ID. But Lu Chen did not accept her friend request. He was not stupid. After spending one night together, he could tell that Wenye was too enthusiastic towards him. But he and Lin Xiyan have a 3-year agreement, and he will not consider other girls during these 3 years. Since there is no possibility with Wenye, there is no need to leave her with any thoughts. He is not Sun Yenin, who wants both. After ignoring Wenye's WeChat, Lu Chen clicked on the second WeChat. The WeChat name was Lin Xiyan, and there was no remark information. Lu Chen clicked to approve directly. Then he sent a message to Lin Xiyan, "My phone is charged. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" At this time, Lin Xiyan had just returned to her room and saw the message from Lu Chen. She was inexplicably happy and said, "It's all right. I'll eat whatever you cook. I'm not picky." Lu Chen, "Okay. Then you should go to bed early." Lin Xiyan, "You too." At the same moment, in different directions, 2 people were lying on the bed, holding their phones and watching tonight's hot searches. One is Wenye. She didn't expect that she would become a hot topic, and together with Lu Chen. When Lu Bai first said he wanted to introduce her to a boyfriend, Wenye was still very reluctant. After all, she was the only daughter of a chain supermarket owner, and she was not too old, so she had no trouble finding a boyfriend. Lu Bai persuaded her for a long time to go with him to meet Lu Chen in the evening. He said that if she liked him, they could be together, and if not, he would just be treated as another brother. Only then did Wenye agree to go. But the moment Lu Chen opened the door, Wenye was already moved. Lu Chen is not only handsome, but also has good character. "I just don't know if Lu Chen likes me?" She asked Lu Bai whether he had told Lu Chen before coming that she was introducing him to a girlfriend. Lu Bai said no. That is to say, Lu Chen didn't know that Lu Bai held this party with the purpose of introducing the 2 of them to a blind date. So, maybe Lu Chen wouldn't think about it that way. But I am different, I knew it from the beginning. Wenye also knew that Lu Chen was now banned in the entertainment industry, but even in this situation, Lu Chen could still be on the hot search again. Doesn't this just show that Lu Chen is still very popular in the entertainment industry? In fact, she hoped that Lu Chen would be banned, preferably with nowhere else to go, so that she could help him. Lu Chen has no father or mother, and she is the only daughter. She can let Lu Chen marry into her family and inherit the family business with her in the future, leave the entertainment industry and become a boss. Thinking of this, Wenye felt very happy. But why doesn't brother Xiaochen ever contact me through WeChat? She even noted her name. The other is Sun Yenin. She was also looking at this trending search. The only difference from Wenye was that she only felt irritated and had chest tightness. Lu Chen clearly followed me to Hentang Guanlan tonight, so why is he with a girl? And the car he was driving was a Nix Sager, which is a top luxury car. It's even more advanced than the previous Maybach. Could it be that he really hooked up with a wealthy woman? Impossible. Sun Yenin stared at Wenye in the trending picture. This girl was as pretty as himself, and she was probably younger than himself. How could she be a wealthy woman? Maybe it was Lu Chen who rented the car again. He has hundreds of thousands of dollars in his hands now, so it is not impossible for him to rent a luxury car. This kind of hot search is just to attract the public's attention. But who is that girl? The problems between them have only been going on for a few weeks. Could it be that he has fallen in love with someone else? Sun Yenin couldn't accept this fact. She could choose not to choose Lu Chen, but how could Lu Chen give up on her? She chose Xin Yuhao just for his money. When the day comes when she no longer has to rely on Xin Yuhao, maybe she will come back. Why can't Lu Chen just wait for her quietly? She opened WeChat and found Lu Chen's profile picture. She knew that she had been blocked by Lu Chen. Sun Yenin applied for a friend again. Worried that Lu Chen would not be accepted, she even added a note on the application interface. "Xiaochen, I know you blocked me because you were angry with me, but what I said to you today is serious. Can you wait for me a little longer?" After submitting the friend request, she opened the trending search again, wanting to see everyone's online comments about Lu Chen. But after clicking in, I found that the hot search had disappeared. Sun Yenin was confused. Who had removed his trending search? Sun Yenin was not surprised that Lu Chen became a hot topic, because she was also at Hentang Guanlan today. With her current fame, she would likely be followed by paparazzi wherever she appeared. Lu Chen had gained a certain degree of fame because of the news of his last ban, which had been on the hot search list. He also left Hentai Guanlan earlier than himself, so he might just be spotted by the paparazzi. Being in the entertainment industry, she naturally knows that it is easy to be on the hot search, but it is not so easy to get off. Especially those who report negative news, if there is no reasonable explanation, will be scolded to death by the public. However, it took less than an hour for this trending search to go from the top to the bottom. Lu Chen is just a small-time actor with no background. He definitely doesn't have this ability. Could it be the girl who was with him tonight? Is she really a wealthy woman? Sun Yenin frowned tightly. Xin Yuhao, who was sitting at the computer desk, also had a frown on his face. He watched helplessly as this trending search disappeared out of thin air. As a capital tycoon in the entertainment industry, he certainly knows that it takes some time and money to remove the hot search, and slowly suppress the hot search until no one cares. But from the last time to this time, the hot searches about Lu Chen disappeared instantly, as if some hacker organization had directly hacked the hot searches. As if it had never appeared. He immediately made a phone call and asked, "Have you tracked down who removed the trending search?" A bunch of useless idiots. With a click, he hung up the phone again. Xin Yuhao drummed his fingers on the table and muttered to himself, "Lu Chen, I'll remember you. No matter who's behind you, if you mess with me, Xin Yuhao, you'll never be able to enter the entertainment industry again." He called his assistant and said, "Spread the word, any crew that dares to use Lu Chen in the future will be opposing Xinhui Entertainment." Last time, he had jointly issued a ban order against Lu Chen with major entertainment companies, but it was also censored. This is an open challenge to him. He had previously suspected that it was those powerful business families, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. Lu Chen is from the entertainment industry, and anyone who can do these things for him must also be from the entertainment industry. If you dare to go against Star Entertainment, then wait for death. This time, he asked his assistant to spread the word so that the people hiding behind Lu Chen would know that Xinhui Entertainment is not so easy to mess with. Chapter 32 Nominal Wife. The next day, when Lu Chen woke up, he immediately picked up his phone to check the hot searches about himself last night. Sure enough, just as Lin Xian said, when I woke up, the hot search was gone. I opened WeChat out of habit and saw that someone had added me in the address book at the bottom. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was a friend request from Sun Yenin, and the note asked him to think carefully about what he said last night. Is this woman mentally ill? She followed Xin Yuhao and wanted me to be his mistress? Why didn't I realize that she had such a crazy side before? Has she been in the entertainment industry for too long and has been blinded by the benefits? Lu Chen simply hung up the message, turned off his phone, and got up. After he finished washing up, he went downstairs to make breakfast for Lin Xian. It has been a few days since I last went to the hospital to see my grandma. After making breakfast for Lin Xian, Lu Chen planned to go to the hospital at noon. But what if grandma mentions again that she wants to meet her granddaughter-in-law? Last time I promised that if I go again, I will bring the person to see her. How should I tell Lin Xian? Ask her for help? She has helped him a lot, and he feels embarrassed to always ask for things. After all, Lin Xian is the president of the Lin Group. She has so many things to do every day, so how can she have time to take care of her own family matters? Lu Chen was a little embarrassed for a moment. How about he remind her first, make an appointment, and wait for Lin Xian to be free that day to accompany him? He can waive 1 month's fee. 5 million to accompany me to the hospital to see my grandma is not a small amount of money for ordinary people. He could also use the money to rent a fake girlfriend for his grandmother. But he has been with Lin Xian for less than half a month, and it will take more than half a month for the 5 million to arrive. Besides, grandma has seen the wedding photos of him and Lin Xian, so she would be able to tell if someone else was impersonating her. If the old man finds out that it's a fake marriage, he won't be able to bear it for a while, and the situation might even get worse. Therefore, the only feasible solution is to let Lin Xian accompany him. For breakfast, he made burritos with eggs, beef, ham, vegetables, and shredded potatoes. Then he made a cup of coconut milk, but not knowing whether Lin Xian liked it or not, he gave her an extra cup of black coffee. It was already 8 o'clock when I finished. I looked up at Lin Xian's room upstairs and saw that the door was still closed. I guess she hadn't gotten up yet. Lu Chen was going to wake her up for dinner. If Lin Xian hadn't asked Lu Chen to make breakfast for her last night, Lu Chen would not have disturbed her sleep. But since she said so, Lu Chen felt it was still necessary to call out. He tiptoed to the door of Lin Xian's room and knocked gently. Who is it? A lazy voice came from the room. Xian, it's me, Lu Chen. It's time to get up and have breakfast. Lu Chen spoke softly, not daring to speak too loudly. The door opened quickly. Lin Xian was wearing a silk pajamas, with messy hair and no makeup on. She looked like a pure girl. Because of Lu Chen's matter, she slept very late last night and did not wake up in time in the morning. Wait a moment, I'll go down after I wash up. After Lin Xian finished speaking, she returned to the room without closing the door. Lu Chen could smell the unique fragrance of a girl wafting out from inside. But remembering what Han Miao said, not to enter Lin Xian's bedroom easily, Lu Chen still did not step in. He went downstairs again, kept the breakfast warm, and waited for Lin Xian to finish washing up and come down. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xian changed her clothes, put on some light makeup, put on her silver-rimmed glasses, and slowly walked down the stairs. Lu Chen looked up at her. Although the face was still the same, Lin Xian's temperament had changed. With the help of glasses, she returned to the appearance of the cold and aloof female CEO. Lin Xian sat down at the dining table, and Lu Chen cut the breakfast burrito in half with a dinner knife and brought it to her. Would you like coconut milk or black coffee? Black coffee bar. It is indeed a good idea to prepare two so that you can be selective. Lu Chen handed the black coffee to Lin Xian and kept the cup of coconut milk for himself. Lin Xian looked at the burrito on the plate and asked, "What is this?" It's called an egg burrito. Egg burritos are a popular delicacy, found everywhere from street vendors, and he eats them often, so they are easy to make. But Lin Xian had never eaten this kind of thing. She wanted to pick it up with a fork, but Lu Chen reminded her, this kind of cake tastes better when you hold it with your hands, like this. Lu Chen picked up the cake from his plate and ate it in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian put down her fork and ate the burrito like Lu Chen did. One bite and your taste buds are instantly awakened. The flavors of various foods flood into your mouth. It's delicious. Delicious. Lin Xian praised. Receiving Lin Xian's praise, Lu Chen showed a satisfied smile, then lowered his head, thinking about how to tell her about going to the hospital. Lin Xian noticed his strangeness and asked, "What's wrong? Can I trouble you to do me another favor?" Lu Chen's words were a little hesitant. "You say. Come with me to the hospital. Are you sick?" Lin Xian put the food in her hand into the plate, took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, and stared at him. "It's not me, it's my grandmother. She has a lung tumor and has been living in the hospital. Her biggest wish is to see me get married. Last time I went to the hospital and showed her our marriage certificate, and lied to her that I was already married, so she wanted to see you. So, I want to ask you if you have time that day to visit her on behalf of my wife." "Okay." Lin Xian agreed directly. Lu Chen looked at her in confusion. Did she agree so readily? He thought Lin Xian would refuse or agree reluctantly, but he didn't expect her to answer so straightforwardly. "When are you going?" Lin Xian asked again. "You can go whenever you have time." "Then let's do it in the afternoon. I need to take care of some company matters at noon." "Okay, thank you, Xian." Lu Chen thanked him gratefully. "Don't be so polite. In name only, I am indeed your wife." Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. "In the future, I will also need you. Let's cooperate with each other." "Okay, when you need me in the future, I will do my best to cooperate with you." In this marriage, Lu Chen felt that he was the biggest beneficiary. Lin Xian not only gave him money, but also helped him solve various problems. But it seems that he has not yet demonstrated any value to Lin Xian. But to Lin Xian, his existence is value. Chapter 33. You smell like her. After breakfast, Lin Xian did not go to the company, but worked in the study upstairs. She sent a message to Han Miao, "Go buy some nutritional supplements for visiting the elderly, and also buy a bouquet of flowers." Han Miao replied quickly, "Okay, Mr. Lin." Han Miao was also puzzled. After following Lin Xian for so many years, she had never seen her visit the old man and buy nutritional supplements for him. Every time she went to the old house, Lin Xian went empty-handed. What kind of elderly person is worthy of her bringing nutritional supplements to him? Ever since she agreed to marry Lu Chen, she has become increasingly unable to understand some of Lin Xian's actions. However, it was not her turn to see through the boss's affairs, so she just had to do the good thing for him. Lu Chen had originally planned to go to the hospital to visit his grandmother at noon, but because he had to accommodate Lin Xian's schedule, he changed it to the afternoon. He also had nothing to do, so he went for a walk in the yard of the villa. It has been several days since he moved into the Greenfield fragrance garden, but he has not yet had a good look around the courtyard. According to Han Miao, Lin Xian gave the villa to her, but did not sign a contract like a marriage contract. If Han Miao had not deceived him, these gifts should have been given to him together with the 100 million compensation when the 3-year contract ended and they divorced. Therefore, whether it is the gift of the house or the car, it is just a verbal agreement and actually belongs to Lin Xian herself. Lu Chen didn't care much about these things. Even if Lin Xian gave him nothing, he would still be the one who benefited the most from this marriage. He is not so ambitious as to want everything. He grew up in an orphanage and was later taken away by his grandparents, which taught him that people should be content. Only when you are content can you be happy. Moreover, he is a man, and he hopes that everything he has in the future will be achieved through his own hard work. Now all he has to do is accumulate connections, and accumulate money. There have been some results now. For example, he has already met Dong Manqing. Isn't this a kind of accumulation of personal connections? The 3-year marriage agreement can also allow him to accumulate enough money. After the 3-year marriage, he can completely start his life again. This is Lu Chen's current plan for his life. Of course, the most important thing right now is to cooperate well with Lin Xian's life and play the role she needs to play. The villa's courtyard is very large and is divided into the front yard and the backyard. Thanks to Uncle Zhang's care, the entire green vegetation is well maintained and looks very beautiful. There is also a swimming pool in the backyard. If this yard really belongs to you in the future, it will indeed be a very nice residence. Uncle Zhang greeted Lu Chen when he saw him coming into the yard. "Hello, sir." Lu Chen nodded in response, but was attracted by the dog he was holding. The dog is very big and its ears stand straight up. "You still have a dog?" Lu Chen asked doubtfully. Uncle Zhang smiled and replied, "This dog belongs to the young lady. I am just responsible for taking care of it." It turned out to be Lin Xian's. No wonder, otherwise how could a repairman keep a dog in his owner's house? I just didn't expect that Lin Xian also likes dogs, and this kind of large dogs. Is this a Doberman? Lu Chen didn't know much about dog breeds, but he could easily recognize the Doberman's appearance. Its hair is short and shiny, and its 2 straight erect ears are its symbol. "Yes, sir, it's a Doberman." While the two were talking, the Doberman kept sniffing Lu Chen, as if it smelled something familiar, and rubbed its head against Lu Chen's hand. Uncle Zhang smiled and said, "Sir, Xiaohei is a fierce dog. He must have smelled the scent of a young lady on you, so he treated you like this." Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. How could he have the scent of Lin Xian? They were just living under the same roof and nothing had happened. But a dog's nose can't deceive people. It must be because he and Lin Xian have been in frequent contact recently and the distance between them is too close, so he is contaminated with her scent. Especially last night, Lin Xian almost stuck to him. Seeing Xiaohei rubbing his hand with its head, Lu Chen went to touch its head, but the next second, it lay on the ground with its belly turned over. This is a state of complete submission. What methods did Lin Xian use to train a fierce dog into this state? Since there was no danger, Lu Chen teased him for a while. The courtyard gate seemed to recognize the familiar sign and opened. Lu Chen looked up and saw a black Maybach driving in. Han Miao is here. The car stopped in front of the main building. Han Miao got out and saw Lu Chen teasing Xiaohei with a look of surprise. No one dared to approach this dog except Uncle Zhang, who was responsible for taking care of it, and Lin Xian. Even she could only watch from afar. How could Lu Chen become so familiar with everyone after only being here for a few days? Lu Chen stood up and Han Miao greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Lu." Everyone around Lin Xian respects him, including Han Miao, who knows that his marriage to Lin Xian is fake. Lu Chen nodded at her. "Are you here to see your CEO Lin?" "Yes, I came to give her something. She's upstairs in the study." Lu Chen thought that the things Han Miao came to deliver must be company documents or something, so he would naturally send them to Lin Xian's study. Coincidentally, at this moment, Lin Xian also walked out of the villa. She first glanced at Xiaohei, who was lying on his belly at Lu Chen's feet. It seemed that the dog liked Lu Chen very much. "It is worthy of being a dog that I have tamed. It has the same taste as its owner. Xiaochen, move out the things Xiaohan brought. We'll go see grandma later." "Grandmother?" Han Miao was stunned. "Didn't your grandmother pass away many years ago? Are you going to pay tribute to her?" But Lu Chun understood immediately. After he said okay, he went to the trunk of the Maybach and opened it. Inside were various high-end nutritional supplements and a large bouquet of flowers. He looked at Lin Xian with some gratitude. He didn't expect her to do this. I thought that agreeing to let me go to see my grandmother was already a great honor, and I even arranged for Han Miao to buy gifts for the old lady in private. It can be seen that she still attaches great importance to this meeting. Boss Lin, do you want me to go with you? Han Miao asked. No, Xiao Chen and I are going to the hospital to visit Grandma. You still need to follow up on some finishing work with our foreign partners, so you don't need to follow us. Han Miao suddenly realized that she was not going to visit Lin Xian's grandmother, but to visit Lu Chen's grandmother. Wasn't her and Lu Chen's marriage a fake one? Why was she making such a fuss just to see an old man? You didn't even buy anything when you saw your own grandfather. I feel like a new bride coming home for the first time. Chapter 34. We will be happy. After moving everything down, Han Miao returned to the company. Lu Chen drove the car out of the underground parking lot, took the gifts and rushed to the hospital with Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked into the inpatient department holding flowers, and Lu Chen walked into the inpatient department with his hands full of nutritional supplements. Just then, Dr. Zhang came out of the ward and asked, Xiao Chen, are you here to see Grandma? Yes, Dr. Zhang, how is my grandma doing recently? The indicators are all quite stable, but the results are still as I told you before, there won't be much change. Lu Chen nodded. Although he knew this would happen, his heart ached when he thought that his grandmother could only live for 3 months at most. Who is this? Dr. Zhang looked at Lin Xian, who was with Lu Chen, and asked. I'm his wife. Lin Xian responded proactively, we're here to see Grandma. Dr. Zhang was a little surprised. He had known Lu Chun for several years and had never heard that he had a girlfriend. How could he suddenly get married? Moreover, this woman's appearance and temperament show that she is not an ordinary person. Then hurry up and go in. Your grandma will definitely be very happy to see you. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chen took Lin Xian to his grandmother's ward. The old man had woken up. When he saw Lu Chen coming, a long-lost smile appeared on his skinny face. Soon, her eyes fixed on Lin Xian. Grandma, Xian and I are here to see you. Lu Chen placed the nutritional supplements on the bedside. These were bought for you by your granddaughter-in-law. Lin Xian walked over and placed the bouquet of flowers on the bedside. Grandma, I hope you get well soon. The old woman slowly stretched out her hand. Lu Chen knew what Grandma meant. She wanted to hold Lin Xian's hand. But Lin Xian is not his real wife after all, and she is also a misophobia. How could she accept the touch of an old man who has been ill for a long time? Lu Chen was already very satisfied that she agreed to come and visit his grandmother so readily, so there was no need to touch her sore spot. Lu Chen took the initiative to hold his grandmother's hand. Grandma, I just talked to Dr. Zhang. He said your indicators are very stable now. Everything is fine. But the old man seemed not to hear what he said. He pulled his hand out and stretched it towards Lin Xian again. Lin Xian was a little hesitant. She did have a strong obsession with cleanliness, but when it came to Lu Chen, she unconsciously relaxed a lot. But now it was an elderly person who had been ill for a long time whom she met for the first time, and she didn't know whether she should take the hand she extended. When she looked at Lu Chen, Lin Xian's heart softened when she saw his helpless and pleading eyes. She took the old woman's hand and said softly, Grandma, the Dr. Xiaochen and I saw together told the truth. A faint smile appeared on the old man's skinny face, and he said in a weak voice, I am so happy to see my granddaughter-in-law come to see me. It doesn't matter how long I can live. As she spoke, her other hand came up, took off an emerald green jade bracelet from her wrist and put it on Lin Xian's hand. Lu Chen knew that this jade bracelet was very valuable. It was given to her by her grandmother's mother when her grandfather and grandmother got married. Grandma, this thing is too valuable. I can't accept it. Lin Xian wanted to refuse. What is valuable to her is not value, but affection. The fact that a dying old man gave the jade bracelet as a gift was enough to show the importance of the jade bracelet. Even if she didn't know the origin of the jade bracelet, she knew the meaning it contained. This thing was meant for you. The old man held down Lin Xian's hand as she tried to break free, then grabbed Lu Chen's hand and put their hands together. Lu Chen could feel the warmth and smooth skin of Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian looked up at him, and Lu Chen used his eyes to ask her to help him finish the scene. Both of them are veteran actors and they understood the point immediately. They turned their attention back to the old man. Our Xiaochen grew up in an orphanage. His grandfather and I brought him home and raised him. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of dying and leaving him alone in this world. Grandma's words made Lu Chun feel heartbroken. Now that you and he are together, I can feel at ease. Grandma hopes that you can live happily forever. Yes, Grandma, we will definitely live happily. Lin Xian also held the old man's hand tightly. The old woman looked at Lu Chen again and said, Xiaochun, Grandma likes this granddaughter-in-law very much. You must treat her well, understand? I know, Grandma, don't worry, I will take good care of Xian. Well, okay, Grandma is tired and wants to take a nap. After saying this, the old man closed his eyes. This frightened Lu Chen, and he quickly called a doctor. Everything that just happened seemed like instructions for her final affairs, as if after saying all this, Grandma could leave peacefully. Dr. Zhang rushed over and examined her and said, She's fine, she just fell asleep. She's already weak, and after talking to you for so long, she must be really tired. Only then did Lu Chen feel relieved. After instructing the nurse to take good care of Grandma, Lu Chen and Lin Xian left the hospital. The two had originally agreed to come in the afternoon, but rushed over without even having lunch. Now after seeing his grandmother, Lu Chen remembered that he had not eaten, but it was too late to go back and cook. Can I treat you to a meal? Thank you for coming with me to see Grandma today. Lu Chen said to Lin Xian at the hospital entrance. Let me treat you, what do you want to eat? When leaving the hospital, Lin Xian saw that Lu Chen had paid another large sum of medical bills, and she guessed that he probably didn't have much money left. But given their current relationship, it was not easy for her to give him the money directly. After all, according to the contract, she had to wait for him to finish the work for a month before she could get the first payment. Lu Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Apart from leaving a few thousand yuan for living expenses, he put all the money he had into his grandmother's medical account at once. If Lin Xian agreed to treat him, he could only take her to an ordinary restaurant. He definitely couldn't afford a high-end one. I can do either. It depends on you. Anyway, I am not picky about food. Then let's go to the White Swan Hotel. It's not too far from here. Lu Chen knew that place, the 5-star hotel where the Starlight Awards were held before. The few $1,000s I have on me is definitely not enough to have a meal there. If you're short of money, you can tell me and I can give you in advance. On the way, Lin Xian spoke. No, I still have enough for myself. Lu Chen was grateful in his heart. He was so lucky to have met such a person for a marriage of convenience. Up to now, apart from the fact that Lin Xian loves to knock on his door every night, Lu Chen can't find any fault with her. It's just a pity that the two of them have such a big difference in status, otherwise he would really have some bad ideas. With Lin Xian's status, she will definitely marry a nobleman or other big shot in the future. She is just a little Karami and can only play the role of his husband. Lu Chen is self-aware and knows his limits. He won't covet things that don't belong to him. Chapter 35, Blatant Flirting. Arriving at White Swan Hotel, the hotel manager rushed over as soon as he entered the door. Boss Lin, why are you here? Lin Xian looked at him coldly. What? Can't I come? The manager was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. That's not what I meant. Pick a private room, we're here to eat. Okay, Mr. Lin, room 888 is still available. Is that okay with you? Lin Xian didn't say anything and walked straight to the elevator. Lu Chen followed behind. From the conversation just now, he could tell that Lin Xian should come here to eat often. In the private room, Lin Xian took the initiative to hand the menu to Lu Chen. Look, what do you want to eat? The manager stood aside and glanced at Lu Chen, wondering who this big shot was and why the boss was so polite to him. I'm not picky about food, so you should have some. Lu Chen didn't take the menu. Lin Xian handed the menu to the hotel manager and said, Please bring us all your signature dishes. Yes, Mr. Lin. After the hotel manager left, Lin Xian took off the jade bracelet on her hand and pushed it in front of Lu Chen. The show is over, I'll give it back to you. This jade bracelet must be very important to your grandmother. Lu Chen picked it up and looked at the pure jade bracelet. He thought that it was something his grandmother had worn for decades and its value could not be measured by money. It's really important. This was given to her by Grandpa and Grandma when they got married. A piece of jade is passed down through 3 generations, and Grandma wants to pass on her affection. Then you must keep it for your future marriage partner. Lin Xian's tone was sour. Aren't you the one I'm going to marry? Lu Chen looked at her and said, since grandma gave it to you, then you should accept it. Lu Chen handed over the jade bracelet again. But we are just an arranged marriage. Such a valuable item should be given to your real wife. Lin Xian did not answer the phone immediately, but asked tentatively. But during these 3 years, you are my real wife in name only. Just keep her for me. When we divorce in 3 years, you can return her to me. Okay then. Lin Xian pretended to be reluctant. However, 3 years is not a long time, but it's not a short time either. If you fall or get hurt during this period, you can't blame me. Lu Chen shook his head, no. Lin Xian chuckled and wanted to take it, but stopped and stretched out her hand, then help me carry it. Seeing the delicate jade hand stop in front of him, Lu Chen was stunned. If he helped her put on the jade bracelet, he would inevitably touch her skin. Before in the hospital, it was grandma who pulled it forcibly, and Lin Xian was just cooperating with her and had no choice but to do it. Now I have to take the initiative to touch her? Didn't Tihan Miao say that Lin Xian has mysophobia and doesn't he like others getting too close to her? Are you kidding yourself? Why does he feel that Lin Xian is quite approachable? What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Lin Xian urged. Oh, okay. Lu Chen came back to his senses, gently held Lin Xian's wrist with one hand, and put the jade bracelet on with the other hand. Just then, the hotel manager walked in and was stunned when he saw this scene. Was I seeing things? My boss was openly flirting with a man. Yes, in the manager's eyes, this scene is no different from flirting. Lin Xian took the initiative to extend her hand in front of the man opposite, and the man opposite took her hand and caressed it. What a thunderclap! You have to know that Lin Xian is a well-known cold female CEO. Although he rarely sees her, it is said in the company that she is not interested in men, let alone stretching out her hand and actively offering it to a man like she is doing now. It seems that the man opposite is not simple. The hotel manager is a middle-aged man who pays little attention to things in the entertainment industry and naturally doesn't know what is trending. I don't even know who Lu Chen is. When Lu Chen saw the hotel manager come in, he immediately let go of Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian pushed up her glasses, a cold light piercing through the smooth glass. Watch your mouth and tongue. Yes, I didn't see anything, Mr. Lin, I'm here to serve you food. The hotel manager immediately lowered his head and pretended not to see anything. Well, bring it in. Lu Chen wondered how much Lin Xian had spent here, why the manager was so respectful. After the dishes were served, there were only 2 people left in the private room. Lin Xian spoke again, I wouldn't accept your jade bracelet for nothing. Your grandmother doesn't look well. How about I arrange for a doctor from abroad to come and consult with her? The doctor said that my grandmother has only 3 months to live at most. Even if we find a doctor from abroad, they probably won't be able to save her. He had a lung tumor 3 years ago and had undergone surgery in the meantime. He was able to live this long thanks to Lu Chen's filial piety. He knew that even foreign technology would be powerless. It's definitely impossible to cure her, but if you want her to live a little longer, maybe I can still do it. Real? Lu Chen asked hurriedly. With Lin Xian's ability, she might be able to find a better doctor. Lin Xian nodded and said, if you agree, let me take care of this matter. Okay, Xian, I really don't know how to thank you. Lu Chen was a little excited. Lin Xian smiled faintly, then keep this gratitude in your heart. When you have more in the future, you can repay me again. Lu Chen wanted to say that he had nothing to repay her with and could only pledge his love for her in return of his body, but then he felt that he was still taking advantage of her. I can't say that. What if Lin Xian doesn't like this joke and gets angry? She is now his benefactor. After thinking for a moment, he replied seriously, well, thank you, Xian. I will always remember your kindness in my heart. When you need me, I will definitely repay you double. Why are you so serious? I was just joking. You don't need to give me anything in return. Just stay by my side and be obedient. Lu Chen was a little embarrassed. He always thought that Lin Xian was a few years older than him and was the CEO, so he always felt that he should be more mature and steady in front of him so that she would feel that she was suitable to be his contractual husband. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian didn't like me pretending to be so serious. In fact, if Lin Xian needs him, he can play various types of husbands, after all, he is a professional in this area. Chapter 36 Pick me up from get off work in the evening. After finishing the meal, Lin Xian asked Lu Chen, What do you think of the food here? Lu Chen looked at the table full of untouched food and shook his head. To be honest, even though the White Swan Hotel is a 5-star hotel in Beijing, the food is really not that good. He pointed to a plate of steamed Australian lobster and said, "This tastes too dry." Pointing to a plate of Tianfu beef brisket, he said, "This is too tough, and the soup is too bland. They have no flavor at all." Lin Shiyan said and stood up. "Let's go." Lu Chen also stood up. As soon as they walked out of the box, they saw the hotel manager standing beside them. "Boss Lin, are you satisfied with today's food?" Lin Shiyan glanced at him and said, "If you are not satisfied, please change the chef as soon as possible. If the food still tastes the same next time I come to eat, you can also change it." The hotel manager broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. "Yes, Mr. Lin, I will replace the chef immediately." In the elevator, Lu Chen asked, "So, this hotel is also yours?" At first he thought the hotel manager was so respectful to Lin Shiyan because she was a frequent visitor here, but through what happened just now, he realized that Lin Shiyan must be the boss here. "Yes, and the Western restaurant last time is also mine." Lin Shiyan looked at Lu Chen and said, "Except for the food you cook, I can't tell whether the food outside is delicious or not. I have many hotels and restaurants like this. I will take you to try them in the future. Please give me your opinions." Lu Chen smiled awkwardly, "I only know some home cooking techniques. How can I give advice to those chefs? I was really presumptuous just now." He didn't know that the White Swan belonged to Lin Shiyan before, so he told the truth, but things like food are a matter of personal opinion. What he says is not tasty may not be tasty to others. He couldn't afford it if his pickiness caused a negative impact. "You can," I said. Lin Shiyan's tone was firm. She has never been interested in food, but everything Lu Chen makes always whets her appetite. If Lu Chen doesn't have this ability, who else in the world has it? Now Lu Chen is like the god of food in Lin Shiyan's heart, and he is unshakable. "How about I hire you as a food reviewer for our Lin Group's catering business? You can make any requests you want." Lin Shiyan said suddenly. "No, I agree to your request. I can go with you to try any food as long as you need me to. But my opinion is just my personal opinion. It's up to you to decide whether to adopt it or not." Lin Shiyan has already given enough, how can he have the nerve to make more demands? "Yeah." Lin Shiyan nodded. "I've eaten many kinds of food in this world, but nothing compares to what you cook." Am I really that powerful? Lu Chen was beginning to suspect that Lin Shiyan was exaggerating a bit. What he did were just ordinary things that couldn't be more ordinary. Or maybe Lin Shiyan has eaten too many delicious foods and doesn't know the taste of everyday life. After getting out of the elevator, Lu Chen received a WeChat message from Roland. "Lu Chen, come to the company this afternoon." Lu Chen was a little puzzled. Now that the company no longer cared about him, why should he go back? Had he been unblocked? Did the company give him any new notice? After leaving the hotel, the two got in the car. Lu Chen asked, "Where are we going now?" "Send me back to the company." "Good." Lin Shiyan turned to look at Lu Chen. "What about you? What are you going to do this afternoon?" "I have to go back to the company." "Really?" Lin Shiyan asked, "Are you going to meet some little sister again and not come home in the middle of the night?" "Of course not." Lu Chen opened WeChat on his phone and handed the message from Roland to Lin Shiyan. "You've set the standards for me. If I really need to go out for personal matters, I will definitely report it to you." Lin Shiyan raised the corners of her lips in a beautiful arc. "You are quite obedient. You go early and come back early, and pick me up from get off work in the evening." "Yes, sir." Lu Chen replied with a smile on his face. This relaxed atmosphere made both of them feel very happy, especially Lin Shiyan. She had been immersed in the business world for many years, and it was full of intrigues. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had been so happy. Sometimes, she felt that Lu Chen was a gift from God to her. And she liked this gift very much. She wanted to open the gift layer by layer and see what the surprise inside was. She is full of expectations for the future. After sending the person to the company, Lu Chen turned the car around and drove towards the company. The Yangrun media where he works is not big, and the most influential artist there is just a second-tier star. But recently there is another person, Sun Yinan. It was he who brought Sun Yinan into Yangrun media. Lu Chen just hopes that he can meet her when he returns today. The car stopped downstairs of Yangren Chuanmo Company and immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Who is this? Driving such a luxurious car? Koenigsegg, am I seeing right? Even our big boss can't afford to drive this car. Could it be Sun Yenin? She's been hooking up with Xin Yuhao from Xinghui Entertainment lately. His family is rich. Xin Yuhao can't afford this car, right? Who else could it be but him? It wasn't until Lu Chen opened the car door and got out that the expressions of this group of people immediately changed from amazement to contempt. Lu Chen, why is it him? Isn't he banned? How can he afford such a luxury car? Don't you know you can rent a car? Some people aren't famous, but they're so arrogant. They're already in such a mess, why are they still pretending to be so powerful? That's right, that's right. Everyone in the company knew he liked Sun Yenin, but he didn't expect her to dump him and go with the rich second-generation guy. I guess he rented this car just to save face. Now he doesn't even have a job, and he still has money to rent a car? He's really trying to save face and suffer in vain. In my opinion, Sun Yenin made the right choice. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, he has heard many unpleasant words and never takes their comments to heart. The basic qualities of an actor are to be able to withstand both praise and various comments and insults. He didn't even look at those people and went straight into the building. While waiting for the elevator, a girl with a high ponytail and sunglasses came over, followed by a young assistant. Lu Chen recognized him immediately. This person was none other than Yang Min, the most famous person in their company. Hello, senior sister. Lu Chen took the initiative to greet her. Yang Min joined Yangren Media before Lu Chen, and he has always called her senior sister. Yang Min took off her sunglasses and smiled at him. Xiaochen, you're back. Well, Sister Lan sent me a message asking me to come back, but I don't know what it is. Yang Min's smile disappeared, and she turned to the assistant beside her and said, go buy me a cup of coffee and bring it up later. Okay, Sister Min. After sending the assistant away, the elevator door opened and the two walked in together. Xiaochen, have you been doing well recently? Yang Min asked with a look of concern. Chapter 37 Termination of Contract. Ever since the day Lu Chen signed with Yangren Chuanmo, Yang Min has had a good impression of this clean and sunny young man. Although Lu Chen's status was far inferior to hers, she didn't care about it and often approached him. But not long after, Lu Chen joined in with another girl. He was very attentive to the girl, and everyone saw it. Everyone knew that Lu Chen liked her, and she did not reject Lu Chen's affection. Everyone assumed that Sun Yenin also liked Lu Chen. From then on, Yang Min was careful to maintain a relationship of senior sister and junior brother with Lu Chen. Sometimes, she was jealous of Sun Yenin for having a good man like Lu Chen by her side. But no one expected that one day, Sun Yenin would choose to betray Lu Chen and follow Xin Yuhao. Who is Xin Yuhao? He's a playboy. He has slept with countless internet celebrities and starlets. She really didn't know what was going on in Sun Yenin's mind. Was it just for money? To get promoted? But these can all be achieved little by little through one's own efforts. She has relied on herself to get to where she is today. After hearing the news that Lu Chen was banned, I also thought about sending my regards, but I didn't know in what capacity. She just felt that God was unfair to Lu Chen. Such a good boy was abandoned by the girl he liked and even lost his job. I thought Lu Chen would become depressed because of this, but when I saw him today, I found that he was still the same as before, no, even more dazzling than before. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, senior sister. Lu Chen responded with a smile. You really don't know why Roland asked you to come back today? Yang Min asked tentatively. Now everyone in the entertainment industry knows that there is a man named Lu Chen who is wanted by the entire industry. Anyone who dares to use him is going against Xinghui Entertainment. If the first hot search ban forced the company to go into hiding, this time it was an open threat to all the big and small crews and media companies in the entertainment industry. As the boss of the entertainment industry, who dares to offend Xinghui Entertainment? There is an 80% chance that Lu Chen will be fired when he comes back this time. I don't know. She just asked me to come back, but didn't tell me what specifically she wanted me to come back for. Am I going to be unblocked? Lu Chen gave a self-deprecating smile. Yang Min looked at him, unable to bear to expose him. It seemed that Lu Chen didn't know that this time he was going to completely end his acting career. Are you still in touch with Sun Yenin? Yang Min changed the subject. No, she has her own life now. She has nothing to do with me anymore. Yang Min felt a little excited. Fortunately, Lu Chen was not the kind of person who would pester her. Then Just as she was about to say something else, the elevator door suddenly opened. Senior sister, I'm going to see Sister Lan first. We'll talk later when we have time. Yang Min's words got stuck in her throat. Well, let's keep in touch. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Chen smiled and waved to Yang Min, then walked towards Roland's office. Sister Lan, I'm back. Lu Chen pushed the door open and entered Roland's office, greeting him politely. Roland glanced at him sideways and slammed a document on the desk. Sign this document. Lu Chen picked it up and saw that it was a contract termination agreement. Sister Lan, what do you mean? Lu Chen believed that he had not done anything that violated the company or the contract. The reason why he didn't come back during this period was because after he was banned, Roland said that he would no longer care about him and let him fend for himself outside. What do you mean? Roland snorted coldly. Lu Chen, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Su Su is already with young Master Shen. Why are you still trying to provoke her and get yourself into trouble? Lu Chen was confused. He didn't do anything. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You know what's going on. If you hadn't been pestering Su Su, would Xin Yuhao have wanted to kill you so ruthlessly? Sticking to Sun Yenin? Lu Chen was even more confused. He had never bothered Sun Yenin before, but it was Sun Yenin who kept pestering him. Seeing Lu Chen's puzzled expression, Roland simply said, Lu Chen, the first time you were banned was when Xinghui Entertainment released the news that you were a bad artist and that they had teamed up with all the major entertainment companies to ban you. The company has to make the decision to put you on ice, but you may be unblocked after the incident subsides. But now, you don't repent. Xinghui Entertainment has announced that any company that dares to hire you in the future will be considered to be against Xinghui Entertainment. The company really can't keep you anymore. So that's it. Lu Chen understood. It was Xinghui Entertainment again, but he had never provoked Xin Yuhao. The two had never even faced each other head-on. He knew the reason for being banned the first time, because he was fired and asked for liquidated damages, but why this time? Lu Chen thought about it and realized that the most recent thing related to Xin Yuhao was probably that he had made himself a hot topic again. Then the hot search was quickly removed by Lin Xian. Isn't this what pissed him off? A big shot in the entertainment industry would hold a grudge against an ordinary person like me just because of such a small matter? It's not impossible. As a person who is used to being in a high position, how can he not be angry when what he wants to do is repeatedly interrupted by others? I don't know if he can find out that Lin Xian did it. Lu Chen didn't know what methods Lin Xian used to help him suppress the hot searches every time, nor did he know who of the two had more influence in the entertainment industry. But since Xin Yuhao has begun to pay attention to him, in order to prevent similar situations from happening in the future that may cause trouble to Lin Xian, he decided to accept the termination of the contract with Yang Renchuan. He picked up a pen and signed his name on the last page of the contract. Roland took the contract and put it in the drawer of his desk, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Lu Chen would argue with him, but I didn't expect him to accept it so calmly. After leaving Yang Renchuanmo, Lu Chen's acting career was really over. Xiaochen, I've always been optimistic about you, but you haven't satisfied me. After receiving the termination notice, Roland's tone softened. You joined the company earlier than Su Su. With your ability, you should have gone further than her, but you were so disappointing. Don't blame Su Su for choosing Xin Yuhao. In the entertainment industry, having a backer is different from not having one. Look at Yang Min. She's been in the company for so many years, but she's only managed to get to the second tier. But Su Su has been directly promoted to the second tier since she got together with Xin Yuhao, and she's on par with her. Once she finishes filming this drama, her status will continue to rise. When mentioning Sun Yenin, Roland couldn't hide the joy on her face. After all, Sun Yenin was also an artist under her. Before, Sun Yenin and Lu Chen were both free range, but as Sun Yenin's fame gradually grew, she became mainly responsible for Sun Yenin's affairs. Lu Chen looked at her expressionlessly and said, Ms. Luo, I have nothing to do with your company now. You don't need to tell me this. Let's go. Lu Chen turned and left, and Roland followed him and shouted, Don't bother Su Su anymore. Blame it on your own incompetence. Chapter 38 You Can Live at My House. When Lu Chen walked out of Roland's office, he saw Yang Min standing not far away with a cup of coffee in her hand. She must have heard this last sentence. Yang Min walked up to Lu Chen and asked, "Is everything done?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded at her. "Yes, it's all done." She handed him the coffee in her hand and said, "Take this and drink it. Although it's a little bitter, it should taste sweet to you now." Lu Chen could hear her concern and took the coffee. "Thank you, senior sister. Don't take Roland's words to heart. These people are all snobs. You and Sun Yenin are both her artists. Now that Sun Yenin is famous, she will definitely favor her." Yang Min comforted him softly. She was not an artist under Roland, so she didn't care whether she could hear what she said. "Xiaochen, it's not that you don't have talent, you just haven't met a good mentor. I've seen every play you've acted in, and your acting is truly excellent. If one day you can meet someone who appreciates your talent, you will shine in the entertainment industry." Lu Chen smiled at her and said, "Unfortunately, there is no chance." This time, Xinghui Entertainment openly banned him. Even Dong Manqing probably wouldn't dare to use him. After all, Star Entertainment controls the distribution rights of major platforms, and even though Dong Manqing is an internationally renowned director, he cannot compete with the capital giants in the entertainment industry. Looking at Lu Chen's smile, Yang Min felt a little distressed, but didn't know how to comfort him. Although she has some fame, she is just a second-tier artist and has no say in the entertainment industry. "Xiaochen, I may not be able to help you with other things, but I have some money these years. If you don't mind, you can come and live in my house. I will provide you with food and accommodation. Even if you don't have a job, I can still make sure you live a good life." Lu Chen looked at her in surprise. What did this mean? "I want to support myself." However, he is already married. Lu Chen had never thought about being supported by anyone. Even the relationship between him and Lin Xiyan was a contractual relationship, not a support relationship. He needs to play his role according to Lin Xiyan's requirements. However, Lu Chen was still very grateful for Yang Min's kindness to him and waved his hand politely. "No need, senior sister, I can support myself. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." As he said that, he walked towards the elevator. Just at this moment, the elevator made a beep, the elevator door opened, and a person walked out. It was Sun Yenin. She stopped abruptly the moment she saw Lu Chen. "I want to go over and ask him what he thinks about my proposal. My request to add him as a friend was not approved last night. Did he not see it, or did he not think it through? Even if he hasn't thought it through, I can't blame him. What happened between me and Xin Yuhao was too much of a blow to him. He must be struggling with whether to continue pestering me or wait until I have money to support him. It must be difficult for Lu Chen, who has loved me for 3 years, to make the choice." But she couldn't ask. Now everyone in the company knew about her and Xin Yuhao. If she got too close to Lu Chen again, people would gossip about her. Especially now that there are other people present. Yang Min was the first to break the silence. She took Lu Chen's arm and said ambiguously, "Xiaochen, please think carefully about what I'm saying to you. I don't want to miss out on a good man like you." Lu Chen wanted to break free, but when he looked up, he saw Yang Min winking at him. He immediately realized that this was done on purpose for Sun Yenin to see. As expected of an actor, he got into the role in seconds. Since others took the initiative to help him, he stopped struggling and started acting with Yang Min. "Well, Xiao Min, I will think about it carefully." Yang Min pointed her finger at the tip of Lu Chen's nose, "Then don't lie to me." Lu Chen nodded. "I just felt that Yang Min was overacting a bit, and my hair stood on end." "Then I'll take you down." Yang Min took Lu Chen's arm and walked towards the elevator. When she passed by Sun Yenin, she even said deliberately, "I'm really grateful that some people don't know how to cherish me, otherwise I wouldn't have this opportunity." As he said this, he deliberately raised his eyebrows at Sun Yenin. Sun Yenin had a cold face and was so angry that he couldn't speak. Until the elevator door closed, she couldn't help but yell out to vent her anger. Lu Chen was deliberately acting for himself. He must have spent a lot of money to ask Yang Min to cooperate with him to complete this performance. Doesn't this just prove that he still cares too much about himself? After some self-comfort, Sun Yenin's emotions gradually stabilized. Even though Xin Yuhao and I have been together for so many days, he still can't let me go. Lu Chen has probably almost spent the hundreds of thousands of dollars he has. Let's see what he will do when he runs out of money. Let's leave him alone for a few days. When he has spent all his money, he will definitely come back to me and accept my proposal. After all, his proposal was the perfect choice for both him and himself. In the elevator, Lu Chen pulled his arm out of Yang Min's arms. "Thank you, senior sister. You've already said thank you so many times today. You don't have to be so polite with me." Yang Min noticed Lu Chen's resistance and felt a little uncomfortable. But doesn't this also prove that Lu Chen is not the kind of person who engages in promiscuity? He and Sun Yenin had just broken up, so it would definitely take some time for the transition. It was okay, she could wait. Lu Chen was single now anyway, so she had plenty of opportunities. "Xiaochen, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that you won't be able to make a living after losing your job, so I want to help you. As long as Lu Chen agrees to live in her house and live under the same roof, is there any need to worry about not falling in love? Senior sister, I know you mean well, but there's really no need." Seeing Lu Chen refuse again, Yang Min didn't want to continue to force it. "Well, if you really encounter any difficulties, you must tell me." The elevator went down to the first floor, and Lu Chen and Yang Min walked out together. "That's all, senior sister. Thank you for the coffee." Lu Chen stopped Yang Min from walking him out. After all, the hall and outside the door were full of company people. If the two of them walked too close, who knows what these people would say. He and Yang Renchuanmu have terminated their contract and will not come here in the future, which doesn't matter, but Yang Ming still has to continue working here. Lu Chen didn't want to bring any negative influence to Yang Min before leaving. He is now a hot topic, and anyone who gets too close to him will be criticized. Yang Min was a little reluctant, but still nodded and watched him leave the company. As soon as he went out, Lu Chen found a group of people surrounding his car and looking at it. He opened his mobile phone and searched for Koenigsegg. "I just realized that this brand of cars are not only ridiculously expensive but also limited edition. No wonder he attracts a crowd of people wherever he goes." He just picked one at random, but he didn't expect to pick such an expensive car. Lu Chen decided to drive a different car next time. He didn't want to be stared at every time he went out. Chapter 39. She is laughing. When those people saw Lu Chen coming out, they dispersed. One of them said in a mocking tone, "Lu Chen, renting this car must cost a lot of money, right? You're really trying hard to win back Sun Yenin." Lu Chen was not angry either. He had a sly smile on his face. "It did cost a lot of money, but I can afford it. Unlike you guys, you can only look at it and can't even afford to rent it." Lu Chen opened the car door and deliberately showed them the interior. "You should thank me for broadening your horizons. This car is a limited edition worldwide. Most people can't even see it." After saying that, he got into the car, deliberately stepped on the accelerator very loudly, and then drove away. The man who mocked Lu Chen pouted and muttered after he left, "Why are you showing off? Are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you rushing to return the car?" "That's right, I haven't seen enough," someone echoed. Sun Yenin walked into Roland's office and sat down casually on a chair. She is a celebrity now, and she can stand up straight in front of her agent. She no longer has to face Roland's cold shoulder like before. Roland also treated her like a treasure. Seeing Sun Yenin's resentful face, he quickly poured her a glass of water and asked, "Who made our Susu angry?" "Who else could it be?" "Lu Chen." Roland smiled and comforted her, "Susu, you don't have to be angry about him anymore. I've made him sign the termination contract, and he will never appear in front of you again." "What?" Sun Yenin looked at Roland in surprise. "Why do you want to terminate the contract with him?" "Susu, don't you know? Xinghui Entertainment has already spread the word in the entertainment industry that any company that cooperates with Lu Chen in the future is against Xinghui Entertainment." Roland explained. She was a little puzzled by Sun Yenin's surprise just now, as if she didn't want Lu Chen to leave. What's wrong with this woman? Isn't she already with Xing Yuhao? Is she still thinking about Lu Chen? Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? But this can't be done. If Sun Yenin loses Xing Yuhao now, then Yang Renchuanmo will lose a great backer. Why is Xinghui Entertainment targeting him so much? Sun Yenin asked Roland with a questioning look on his face. She admitted that she had a role in the last time Lu Chen was banned, because she asked Xing Yuhao to kick Lu Chen out of the crew. Lu Chen cheated Xinghui Entertainment out of a breach of contract fee of 100,000 yuan, and was retaliated by Xing Yuhao. But why is Star Entertainment targeting him this time? It couldn't be because of that 100,000 yuan, right? If that was the case, then Xing Yuhao was being too petty. I don't know about that. Roland was just following the company's instructions. As for why Xinghui Entertainment did this, she had no idea. Seeing that Sun Yan'an didn't seem to want Lu Chen to leave, Roland reminded her, Su, you're already with Xin Yuhao, so you need to manage your relationship well. Lu Chen isn't worthy of you. Of course I know he's not worthy of me, but she didn't want to give up Lu Chen's kindness to her, she wanted to have the best of both worlds. But she couldn't say this truthfully. But how can we let him go so easily? He made a mistake and should compensate the company for its losses. Sun Yan'an changed the subject before he finished speaking. Lu Chen had the money to rent a car and hire actors, so he should pay all the money back to the company. Without money, he would definitely come to find him soon. After all, Lu Chen didn't have many relatives or friends in this world, and he had a seriously ill grandmother to support. As long as he doesn't mind her relationship with Xin Yuhao and treats her as well as before, she can give him tens of thousands of yuan every month from the money Xin Yuhao gives her. Now that Lu Chen has lost his job, a few thousand yuan is not a small amount for him. By then, he will be so grateful to me that he will probably treat me better than before. She wanted to get back the emotional value she had invested in Xin Yuhao from Lu Chen, so that she would get the status and money she wanted without paying any value. A person who is good at PUA can be so ruthless that even he himself can be brainwashed by his own PUA. Roland was a little surprised by Sun Yan'an's proposal. After all, Lu Chen had liked her for 3 years. How could this woman be so cruel? Even she hadn't thought about asking Lu Chen for compensation. Su, even though the previous trending searches said Lu Chen was a bad artist, the company has no actual evidence. This time, the company terminated his contract. If you really want to talk about it, the company should compensate Lu Chen. He hasn't even asked the company for compensation, so how can we ask him for compensation? Anyway, he has left the company now, so there is no point in saying this now. Sun Yan'an had an angry expression on her face, but she was thinking that Lu Chen would come to her for help sooner or later. After leaving Yangren Chuanmo, Lu Chen returned to the downstairs of the Lin Group. He came to pick up Lin Xiyan from get off work. Not knowing when Lin Xiyan would get off work, Lu Chen sent her a WeChat message, Xiyan, I'm here to pick you up from get off work. I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the company. At this time, Lin Xiyan was holding a meeting with senior executives in the company. The entire office was silent and as cold as a cellar. This is because a subsidiary manager mentioned an 8% month-on-month decrease in last month's performance report. As soon as the manager finished his report, Lin Xiyan could feel the heated atmosphere before she even opened her mouth. In the business world, Lin Xiyan is a decisive and ruthless person who does not show any mercy. Under her leadership, all of Lin's industries have been thriving in recent years, except for the food industry, which has lagged behind slightly under the leadership of this executive. Lin Xiyan twirled a pen in her hand and leaned back in her chair domineeringly. Tell me, what's going on? The executive wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke nervously. Mr. Lin, although our company's branded food industry holds the largest share nationwide, in recent years, many small companies have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. With the release of new varieties, some consumers no longer recognize brands and want to try different flavors. The pen in Lin Xiyan's hand fell onto the table with a bang, and the executive trembled all over. The other senior staff also pretended to look down at the documents in their hands, and no one dared to say a word. New brand? New flavor? Lin Xiyan frowned slightly and questioned, what are you doing here? Are your brains full of mud? Don't you know how to develop new varieties according to market trends? The executive shuddered slightly. Yes, Mr. Lin, we'll make changes right away. Ding dong. A WeChat reminder of special concern came from the mobile phone. This is the letter reminder tone that Lin Xiyan set up specifically for Lu Chen, different from other people's. This way she could immediately tell that it was Lu Chen who sent her a message. She picked up her phone and took a look, and the corners of her lips immediately curled up. All the senior executives were stunned when they saw this scene. I thought I was dazzled, but when I looked carefully, I saw that this usually aloof female CEO was actually smiling. Is she laughing? Chapter 40. Our CEO is not in love anymore, is he? She looked like she wanted to eat someone just now. Who has the ability to change her mood in an instant? I really want to pull him over and give him a kowtow. Wait a moment, I'll go make a call. Lin Xiyan's voice and even her movements became gentler with the information just now. She took her cell phone and walked to the next room. The two rooms were separated by only a layer of glass. Lin Xiyan smiled and dialed a number. Hey, Xiaochen, you came to pick me up from get off work so early. I'm still in a meeting. The sound insulation effective glass is not very good, and these senior executives are all listening with their ears perked up. Who is Xiaochen? It actually caused the CEO's attitude to change 180 degrees. Could it be that Mr. Lin is in love? Impossible. Who doesn't know that their cool and beautiful CEO has never been interested in men? But Xiaochen sounded like a man's name, and he was calling him by his nickname. They had never seen Lin Xian with this face before. These senior executives have turned into gossip reporters one by one. Could it be that our President Lin is in love? Impossible. Our President Lin is not interested in men. Maybe she has changed her personality. When have you ever seen her so gentle? Amidst all the discussions, Lin Xian spoke again. Anything is fine. How about we buy some food and cook at home tonight? The office next door suddenly exploded. Is this still the General Lin they know? In their eyes, the strong woman Lei Fingxing actually said that she wanted to buy groceries and go home to cook? They all heard that Lin Xian had anorexia. What? Are you okay now? Could it be the gigolo that our Lin keeps? Who on earth could have such great power? Why not me? Why else? Because you're ugly. Lin Xian hung up the phone and returned to the office. The gossiping executives immediately changed their attitude, sitting upright with their heads down. The senior executive of the subsidiary was still standing. After Lin Xian sat down, she glanced at him and said, "Why are you standing? Sit down." The executive was as if granted amnesty and immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." "Where were we just now?" Lin Xian asked. The executive stood up again and repeated what had happened. "It turns out that he forgot about my report while on the phone. Will I be criticized again?" Lin Xian nodded after listening. "Your completion rate this month is not good. You should learn from it. But the other industries are still good. Everyone will get a bonus of 100,000 this month. Let's adjourn." After saying this, Lin Xian got up and left. The office was in an uproar again. The executive widened his eyes in disbelief. Before, Lin Xian wanted to tear herself apart, and he had already imagined what it would be like when the storm came. But just because of a phone call, he was pardoned? And also got a bonus of 100,000? His mind is still confused. Who was the man who saved him? I really want to hang him up and worship him. Other people have the same mentality. Every meeting with Lin Xian was like going to the execution ground, and everyone was trembling with fear. But although she was usually cold and aloof, the salary she offered them was something that no other company could ever offer. Therefore, even if it is harsh, they are willing to do it. And today, because of a boy's phone call, each person was given a bonus of 100,000 yuan. I really want Mr. Lin to keep his little boyfriend by his side every day, so that they can live a good life. Lin Xian returned to the office and said to Han Miao, "Let's inform everyone to leave work early today." Han Miao looked at her watch and said, "But Mr. Lin, it's not time to get off work yet. People can't just work, they need to live a good life occasionally. Today is an exception. Let them all go home early." Han Miaodu was a little suspicious that she had heard wrongly. Was the person in front of her still Mr. Lin, whom she had followed for many years? When does a workaholic start taking life seriously? However, she was also happy to be able to leave work early. "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll let you know right away." Han Miao took out her phone and sent a message to the HR group, then asked, "Boss Lin, can I take you home?" "No need, Xiaochen will pick me up." "Lu Chen is here to pick up Mr. Lin from get off work?" Han Miao was a little surprised. Didn't their marriage agreement stipulate that they would not interfere with each other's private lives? A lot of question marks appeared in the little head. Could it be that the two of them developed true feelings for each other while living under the same roof? Han Miao suddenly became curious. However, it would be nice if Mr. Lin could be with Lu Chen. Lu Chen is tall and handsome, and his boss is beautiful and rich. Thinking about it, I suddenly feel that this is a very beautiful thing. She almost wants to support this couple. After Lin Xian gave Han Miao instructions, she turned off the computer on her desk and left the office. She felt like a joyful bird, wanting to fly down and see Lu Chen immediately, but she deliberately kept herself calm. After all, she is the top leader of the entire company and must maintain her image as a cool female president. In the business world, there are not many women in charge, and the Lin family is a huge business system. If she does not have the ability and aura to intimidate these men, how can she maintain the operation of the entire Lin group? With the tapping sound of high heels, Lin Xian held her head high and walked through the office corridor and into the elevator. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I saw the Koenigsegg that Lu Chen liked parked outside the door downstairs of the company. She walked forward, opened the car door and got in. Have you been waiting for a long time? Her cold and elegant aura weakened a lot around Lu Chen and she became gentler. No, I just came a while ago. Lu Chen replied with a smile. Seeing that Lin Xian pulled the seatbelt for a long time but couldn't get it in, Lu Chen took it and fastened it into the buckle. The car started and drove away from the downstairs of Lin Group. Let's go buy some groceries first, Lu Chen said. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. In fact, if Lin Xian hadn't taken the initiative to suggest buying groceries and cooking together in the evening, Lu Chen would never have made this request. He can cook for Lin Xian at home, but he will not ask to go shopping for groceries together. It's a bit too ambiguous for a single man and a single woman to go to the supermarket together. He had previously suggested going to the supermarket with Sun Yanan to buy groceries and cook at home, because Lu Chen felt that it would be very heartwarming to do such things with someone he liked. After work, they go to the supermarket to buy food they both want to eat, then go home to cook together, and lie on the sofa together to watch TV in the evening. But Sun Yanan refused every time, saying that she was a star and could not go to public places. In fact, at that time, her fame was not so great that she would be surrounded by people whenever she went out on the street. Lu Chen had no choice but to go buy groceries himself and then come back to cook. After Sun Yanan finished eating, he patted his butt and left. She didn't help during the whole process, and Lu Chen washed the dishes himself in the end. Chapter 41. The lady and the gentleman are really in love. The two came to a large supermarket, found a cart at the door, and went into the supermarket together. Now Lu Chen no longer deliberately keeps a distance from Lin Xian like he did at the beginning. He found that not all of Han Miao's previous reminders to him were correct. At first, based on Han Miao's description, Lu Chen thought Lin Xian should be a serious, arrogant, and cold-blooded person. Living under the same roof with her, I have to be careful about everything. But after getting to know her, I found that apart from her being a little bit of a germaphobe, we got along very well in other aspects. And he is a very nice person, completely different from what I imagined. The two walked side by side and picked ingredients together. What do you want to eat tonight? Lu Chen asked. I don't pick on anything you do. When Lu Chen heard this, he felt inexplicably refreshed. Okay, then I'll choose. He pondered for a moment and then decided on the menu. For dinner, I'll make mapo tofu, steamed sea bass, a cold vegetable salad, and finally a tomato and egg soup. Yeah. Lin Xian nodded slightly. After deciding on the menu, the two quickly bought all the necessary vegetables and drove back. The car stopped in front of the main building of the villa. Lu Chen got out of the car and carried the vegetables into the house. Lin Xian followed him in. Aunt Wang came over and saw the two of them coming back with the vegetables. She hurriedly said, Miss, sir, you can just let me do the shopping. Why do you do it yourself? Xian got off work early today, so we went to the supermarket to buy groceries together. Aunt Wang looked at the two of them with an anti-smile on her face. Miss and Mr. are so loving. Aunt Wang and Uncle Zhang both lived in the old house. After Lin Xian decided to use it as her new home, she arranged for them to move in. In the eyes of these two people, Lu Chen and Lin Xian are a true couple. It turns out that people are different after getting married. Before in the old house, they had never seen Lin Xian smile, and she always had a cold face all day long. Ever since they got married and moved into this new house, the young lady's voice has become gentler when she speaks to them. Just talking about their love made Lu Chen and Lin Xian feel a little uncomfortable. It was the first time they heard such words. Both of them looked at each other a little embarrassedly. Aunt Wang stepped forward and prepared to take the ingredients from Lu Chen's hand. Sir, miss, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll make it now. No need, Aunt Wang, Xiaochen and I can make dinner. Go out and see if Uncle Zhang needs any help. Lin Xian stopped her. Aunt Wang smiled knowingly. She understood that young couples need private space. Okay, miss, I'll go to the outer room now. Call me if you need anything. Aunt Wang left the main villa. Lu Chen carried the dishes to the kitchen, opened them one by one, and prepared to wash them. Shall I help you? Lin Xian also followed in. Lu Chen looked at her in her business attire and high heels and said, "No need. Go and take a rest. It's tiring to stand all the time in high heels." A warm feeling surged in Lin Xian's heart. No one has ever cared that she would get tired wearing high heels. Then I'll go change my clothes. A few minutes later, Lin Xian came back. She was wearing a loose white cotton t-shirt, casual pants, and home slippers instead of high heels. The glasses on her face were removed, and her shiny black wavy hair was tied into a high ponytail. At this moment, she looked like a pure and innocent young lady from a wealthy family. Lu Chen was a little stunned. The fish in the basin in front of his chest flapped their tails, splashing water all over him. Lu Chen finally came to his senses, held the fish down again, and said to Lin Xian, "You don't have to help me. You give me so much money every month, and cooking for you is my job." "No." Lin Xian shook her head. "The contract we signed doesn't ask you to do anything for me. We are all equal. The only thing you need to do is to play my role well." She still found it difficult to say the word husband. A drop of water splashed by the fish's tail just now fell on Lu Chen's forehead, and it hung there as if it had not yet fallen. Lin Xian took out a tissue and walked over to Lu Chen to wipe away the water for him. Lu Chen felt his whole body suddenly froze. The fish in his hand escaped again and swung its tail again. This time, the splash of water splashed on the two of them. The two of them looked at each other's miserable appearance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter spread from the kitchen to the outer room. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wan looked at each other and laughed at the same time. "It's been a long time since I heard the young lady laugh so happily." Yes, the Lin Group is a huge system. She has suffered a lot to reach her current position. Fortunately, she met her husband. Now, besides work, she can live a good life. In the kitchen, the laughter gradually died down. In order to prevent the naughty fish from rolling over again, Lu Chen held it down tightly again. Lin Xian wiped the water stains off Lu Chen's face again, and this time Lu Chen did not let go of the fish. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "There's some on your face too, wipe it off too." Lin Xian used the paper that Lu Chen had used to wipe the water off her face. Seeing that she didn't mind at all, Lu Chen was a little surprised. Wasn't it said that Lin Xian had mysophobia? Why was she so special to him? Could it be that she likes herself? Impossible. Lu Chen rejected this conjecture. People should know themselves. They are people of different levels. She is the president of the Lin Group and the future heir of the Lin family. I am just an actor she hired for money. Perhaps all her actions were just to practice getting along with me so that when she brought me to her family one day, she wouldn't be exposed. Well, Lin Xian is also an actor, she must understand what actors do. Then I will cooperate with her at her pace. This is called rivalry. Lin Xian threw away the tissue and picked up the apron beside her. "Xiaochen, take this with you, or you won't get splashed with water again." Lu Chen no longer refused and directly replied with okay. Because Lu Chen was holding the fish, Lin Xian had to face him if she wanted to put an apron on him. Lu Chen raised Lin Xian's elbow, wanting her to get in. Lin Xian understood and crawled under his arm. But in front of Lu Chen was the kitchen sink, and the space was limited, so Lin Xian could only stick close to him after coming in. The two could even feel each other's breath. Especially Lu Chen, his chest was pressed by a softness he had never felt before, which made him almost lose control. But I quickly diverted my attention and stopped thinking about those messy things. He and Lin Xian are a couple by agreement, not a real couple, so he cannot have any inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 42. Will you fall in love with me someday? This was not the first time Lin Xian was so close to Lu Chen. She was also very close to Lu Chen last night, but the feeling then was different from now. Last night she was angry and wanted to tease him on purpose, but now it was different. She clung tightly to Lu Chen's arms, a throbbing she had never experienced before surging in her heart. In fact, she had a good impression of Lu Chen when she first saw him. But she had never been in love before and didn't know what it felt like. She only knew that Lu Chen could always touch her heart. It was not until this moment that she realized why Lu Chen was different from others. She not only had a good impression of him, but liked him and fell in love with him. But Lu Chen seemed to be resisting himself. He lowered his head and deliberately leaned his waist outward to give her space to move. Doesn't Lu Chen like me? Lin Xian felt a little lost. But it doesn't matter. After all, we have only been living together for a few days. They say that feelings need to be cultivated, so I will cultivate them with him. As long as Lin Xiyan has decided on something, she will not be able to escape. After putting the apron around Lu Chen's neck, Lin Xiyan stepped out and came behind Lu Chen, preparing to tie the belt around his waist. Lin Xiyan pressed her chest against Lu Chen's back and reached out with both hands to pull the strings of her apron. This scene seemed to surround Lu Chen from behind. The softness that was originally against his chest now moved to his waist. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and pressed the fish tightly with his hands, hoping that Lin Xiyan would end it all quickly. Okay. Lin Xiyan finally finished tying the apron. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his eyes, and found that the fish in the basin had been crushed to death by him. It also saves us from killing again. Lu Chen fished the fish out of the water and placed it on the chopping board. He scraped off the scales and prepared to gut it. He turned to Lin Xiyan and said, "I'm going to start cleaning the guts. It might be a little bloody. Would you like to step aside?" Lin Xiyan shook her head. "It's just killing a fish. What's there to be afraid of?" It turns out that women who grew up in large families are different. Sun Yenin was very afraid of such bloody scenes. Every time she saw Lu Chen killing fish, she would stand aside and pretend to be sympathetic and say, "Fish are so cute, how can you be so cruel to them?" Then he ran away as if he couldn't accept it. But in the end, when Lu Chen brought the cooked fish to the table, she ate it more happily than anyone else. Lu Chen killed the fish while Lin Xiyan washed the vegetables. The two of them were busy in the kitchen together. She had never experienced anything like this before. When her mother was pregnant with her, her father went abroad to look for his beloved. After giving birth to her, her mother died of heavy bleeding. The old man got angry, so he asked him to be in charge of part of the group's overseas business and never come back. I was raised by my grandfather. My father would come back occasionally, but would just take a quick glance before leaving again. Lin Xiyan knew that he already had a new family abroad. But since Grandpa doesn't recognize it, he can't bring it back. As a result, she has been resistant to matters of love between men and women since she was a child, thinking that all men in the world are as heartless as her father. Until she met Lu Chen, she had a different feeling. At this moment, busy with him in the kitchen, Lin Xiyan was wondering whether this was the case with the relationship between husband and wife in most ordinary families. The two of them share the housework, eat together, watch TV together, and sleep together. After Lu Chen cleaned the fish, he said to Lin Xiyan, "I'm going to start cooking. You'd better go out first. It would be bad if you get choked by smoke or splashed with oil." "It's okay. This range hood works very well. I want to see how you make your delicious food." A faint smile appeared on Lin Xiyan's lips. She just wanted to be with Lu Chen. "Well, then you better watch carefully," Lu Chen said in a humorous tone. "Before cooking, you have to turn on the fire first, wait for the pan to heat up, then pour in the oil, then pour in the ingredients to enhance the flavor, and then put in the main dish." Lu Chen added his own explanation for each step he took. Lin Xiyan was also listening attentively on the side. She hopes that one day she can cook for Lu Chen. The first plate of mapo tofu was quickly cooked, and Lu Chen said, "Xiyan, could you please bring me a plate?" "Good." Lin Xiyan opened the cabinet and wanted to take out the plate, but the cabinet was a little high and she couldn't reach it. "I kept standing on tiptoe trying to take it off." Lu Chen turned to look at her and couldn't help but chuckle. Can you imagine a female CEO who appears cool and aloof outside but tries hard to reach her plate and slippers at home? He turned off the fire and came behind Lin Xiyan. "Let me do it." Lin Xiyan only felt a warm embrace on her back, and Lu Chen's broad and strong chest pressed tightly against her. In addition to the aroma of food, there is also a smell of hormones unique to men in the kitchen. Smelling it too much makes people feel a little drunk. At this time, it was Lin Xiyan's turn to lose control. Lu Chen took off the plate, and the warm feeling suddenly disappeared. Lin Xiyan turned around and accidentally stepped on Lu Chen's foot. "I'm sorry I stepped on you." "It's okay." Lu Chen didn't care. "Turn around and turn on the faucet to rinse the dishes." There's nothing wrong with stepping on or touching someone. What's worrying is that some people are deliberately trying to get close to you in this way. Nowadays, women out there are very scheming towards you, so you have to be careful. Lin Xiyan took this opportunity to remind Lu Chen. Just like the little sister last time, maybe she was trying to get close to Lu Chen in a tentative way. Lu Chen was a little confused, not knowing what she meant, but he nodded and said, "I'll be careful." He put the plate of mapo tofu on the plate. Lin Xiyan took it and looked up at him. "Well, if it was me, would you still be careful?" "Won't." Lu Chen answered straightforwardly. Oh? Why? Lin Xiyan was secretly delighted. Because, we live under the same roof, and you're so nice to me, why should I be careful of you? Lin Xiyan was excited, but pretended to be calm and asked, am I good to you? Why don't I feel that way? You signed an unequal, high-priced agreement with me, helped me suppress trending searches, and promised me to meet my grandmother, and… Lu Chen wanted to say that he had introduced him to Dong Manqing, but thinking of his current situation, he thought that this play would be a failure, so he did not mention it. That's not good enough. If I continue to be so nice to you, will you fall in love with me one day? Lin Xiyan asked in a half-serious, half-teasing tone. After asking the question, he looked at Lu Chen expectantly, wanting to see how he would answer. Lu Chen's heart was in turmoil, and he didn't know how to answer. Lin Xiyan is very beautiful, the type that any man can't help but take a few more glances at. If she had continued to work in the entertainment industry, she would definitely be a top star now. Lu Chen is a man, not a saint. If he is indifferent to Lin Xiyan every day, he must be a eunuch. But he is not. However, Lu Chen knew the relationship between the two and also knew the boundaries. He can't cross the line. Faced with such a blatant question, Lu Chen's face turned red. The pot of steaming fish next to him made a sound of steam bursting out. Lu Chen hurriedly wanted to open the lid of the pot, but was scalded. He immediately put his hand on his earlobe. Lin Xiyan looked at his flustered appearance and chuckled, I was just teasing you, why are you so nervous? Lu Chen curled his lips in frustration. Miss, of course you can tease me. But if I take it seriously and say yes, you will definitely think I'm a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Chapter 43 Drunk. Lin Xiyan brought the plate of mapo tofu to the table, thinking about Lu Chen's flustered look just now. Does he know how to make it or not? Try a few more times next time. Anyway, now that they are married, he can't leave her hands. If you want to get him, you have plenty of ways. But the attack cannot be too fierce, otherwise it would be bad if he is scared. After all, he is a younger brother who is 3 years younger than me. I really want to hear him call me sister one day. When she thought of this, Lin Xiyan couldn't help but feel happy. The 3 dishes and 1 soup are ready and served on the table, looking delicious and fragrant. Try it now. Do the dishes I made today suit your taste? Lu Chen handed the chopsticks and bowl to Lin Xiyan. I have always made it for breakfast before, but this is the first time I have made it for a full meal. You don't need to taste it, it looks delicious. Lin Xiyan also found it strange. She had seen these dishes in restaurants outside, but when she was outside, she had no appetite. But as long as I am with Lu Chen, just watching what he makes will awaken my taste buds. Such a delicious meal, would you like a drink? Lin Xiyan suggested. Okay. Lu Chen agreed happily. It was the first night after they moved in. They were not very familiar with each other yet, and they had a terrible Western meal in the evening. They couldn't even taste the high-end red wine. He had terminated his contract with the company again today, so he did have the urge to have a drink. Then wait a moment. Lin Xiyan stood up and took down a bottle of wine that she had treasured for many years from the wine cabinet. No, white wine. Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. What? You can't? Lin Xiyan deliberately curled the corners of her lips in a provocative tone. How can a man say that he is not capable? Lu Chen plans to fight hard today. Okay, who says I can't? I'm really good. Lin Xiyan opened the package. This bottle of Mutai was the Han Di Mutai that she had spent 30 million to buy. She really wouldn't want to give it to ordinary people, but Lu Chen was a different story. Of course, good wine is best enjoyed with people you like. I also took the opportunity to see how much Lu Chen could drink. While Lin Xiyan was opening the wine, Lu Chen brought out 2 special wine glasses for drinking white wine. Good wine is indeed different, with a rich aroma and dense foam. Lin Xiyan took the lead and raised the cup. This first cup is to celebrate our fateful acquaintance. Indeed, with the conditions offered by Lin Xiyan, she could find countless people willing to marry her. But she chose Lu Chen in a unique way among the vast crowd. How can this not be considered a kind of fate? Seeing Lin Xiyan so serious, Lu Chen stood up quickly and said, I should respect you and thank you for choosing me. During this period, he was abandoned by Sun Yan'an and suppressed by capital. If it weren't for Lin Xiyan's appearance, he really didn't know what his ending would be. He was truly grateful to Lin Xiyan. Lu Chen raised his head and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. He rarely drinks white wine, but he knows a little about the drinking culture. The cleaner the wine is, the more sincere it is. Good alcohol tolerance. After Lin Xian praised him, she finished the glass of wine in her hand. Mao Tai has a high alcohol content. After drinking a glass, Lu Chen felt a burning sensation in his stomach. He is a man and he is like this. I wonder how Lin Xian feels. After finishing a glass of wine, Lin Xian picked up the mutai again and prepared to serve Lu Chen more. Lu Chen immediately took it over. Let me do it. How can I have the nerve to let Lin Xian keep pouring wine for me? Lu Chen filled Lin Xian's cup first, and then filled his own cup. Just as she was about to pick up some food with her chopsticks, Lin Xian raised her glass again. The second glass is to thank you for picking me up from get off work today. After saying that, Lin Xian raised her head and drank it all again. Lu Chen was a little hesitant. She said she would drink such a spicy and fishy wine? But since a woman is so generous, how can he, a man, refuse? Lu Chen smiled and replied, Xian, don't be so polite. You pay me so much labor fee every month, isn't it my duty to pick you up after get off work? After saying that, he also drank the wine in the glass. After drinking, he immediately took a bite of vegetable salad to neutralize the stimulation brought by the liquor. At this time, the effect of the alcohol had begun to take effect, and Lu Chen's face was flushed. But he looked at Lin Xian opposite him and saw that her expression was still normal, without any sign of drunkenness. Xian, I didn't expect you to be able to drink so much. Lin Xian chuckled, it's okay. She was exposed to the family business at a very young age, and as a girl, in order to not lose to those men, she started training herself very early. She is good at drinking, fighting and shooting. However, these are just her selfish skills hidden under her cold and elegant appearance, and she will not show them easily. Lin Xian also picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and put it into her mouth. Then, he put down his chopsticks and said, pour some more wine. Are you still drinking? Lu Chen was a little surprised. We just need to drink a little bit for the sake of politeness. If we drink any more, we'll get drunk. He had never drunk such a strong liquor before, and his head was starting to feel dizzy. If he continued drinking, he would definitely fall down in less than 2 glasses. What? You can't do it now? Lin Xian stared at his red face and asked, with a faint smile on her sexy thin lips. I'm afraid you'll get drunk. Lu Chen was still trying to be brave. How can I admit that I am not good enough in front of a woman? Just get drunk. You're in your own home anyway, what's there to be afraid of? As she spoke, she looked into Lu Chen's eyes with raised eyebrows. Are you afraid? Now that things have come to this, if I still refuse, wouldn't I seem like a coward? What do I have to be afraid of? Since you want to drink, I will risk my life to accompany you tonight. Lu Chen filled Lin Xian's and his own cups again. He had just put the bottle down when Lin Xian raised her glass again. This third glass is for thanking you for cooking for me tonight. Lu Chen quickly waved his hands. Xian, I really can't bear all your thanks. If anyone should thank you, it should be me who should thank you. Oh? Then what do you want to thank me for? Lin Xian asked. I want to thank you. Wait a moment. Before Lu Chen could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Xian. Drink this glass of wine first. Lu Chen glanced at the white wine in the glass and drank it. The dizziness in my head became stronger again. Yeah. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead. I want to thank you for suppressing 2 trending searches for me. This time, Lin Xian took the initiative to pour wine for Lu Chen, but Lu Chen, who was already drunk, did not stop her. Lin Xian handed the full glass of wine to Lu Chen and said, if you want to thank me, you have to be sincere. Okay, I'll drink it. After drinking this cup, he had lost his consciousness and only felt that the world was spinning. But he was still mumbling, I also want to thank you. Thank you for accompanying me to see Grandma. He took the initiative to fill the cup, drank it in one gulp, and then turned the cup over to show Lin Xian. Do you see my sincerity? Yeah, I see. Snap. The cup in Lu Chen's hand fell and he fell on the table. This time I'm really drunk. Chapter 44 Cooking by Yourself. Lin Xian pushed him with her hand. Xiaochen, are you okay? Lu Chen made some humming sounds but didn't reply. She probably knew how much Lu Chen could drink. Based on the alcohol content of mutai, Lu Chen can drink at most 6 cups. She stood up and walked to Lu Chen, put one of Lu Chen's arms on her shoulder, and used the other hand to hold his waist steady, helping him up from the dining table. Through a thin layer of fabric, Lin Xian could feel Lu Chen's broad and strong muscles. This waist feels very strong when you touch it. She couldn't help but move her fingers forward and could even feel the bulging abdominal muscles. As an actor, Lu Chen still cares a lot about his body shape and has the habit of exercising all year round. It's just that I was a little delayed due to various miscellaneous matters during this period. But everything that should be there is still there. As if he sensed being touched, Lu Chen unconsciously said, "What are you doing?" Lin Xian immediately stopped what she was doing, her face slightly red. "I didn't do anything. You were drunk. I helped you back to your room to sleep." She carried Lu Chen up to the second floor step by step. Pushing open the door of Lu Chen's room, Lin Xian laid him down on the bed. Lu Chen lay on his back with his limbs spread out. Lin Xian stood beside the bed, looking down at him. "The more I watch it, the more I like it. I can't help but want to kiss you." She squatted down, lay on the edge of the bed, quietly approached Lu Chen, and then secretly kissed him on the face. I was secretly happy. Once people have tasted the sweetness, they want more. She moved her gaze to the open collar of Lu Chen's shirt, then her eyes slid down to his waist. She wanted to unbutton the shirt and see the firm flesh wrapped in the fabric. With this thought in mind, her fingers involuntarily moved to Lu Chen's collar and gently unbuttoned the first button. This is my first time doing something like this, and I am both excited and nervous. When unbuttoning the second button, Lin Xian's body began to feel hot and her heart began to beat wildly. She suddenly stopped what she was doing and stood up. "No, what's the difference between me and a female gangster if I do this? I want more than just this body." Lin Xian regained her senses and bent down to button up Lu Chen's shirt. "Help him take off his shoes and cover him with a blanket." Looking at Lu Chen's flushed face, she curled her lips into a faint smile. "We still have plenty of opportunities, there's no rush." Lin Xian quietly left the room and closed the door. She left Lu Chen's room and returned to her bedroom next door. She slept particularly soundly tonight. In the morning, she got up early. Lu Chen drank so much last night that she didn't let him get up to make breakfast. Lin Xian decided to do it herself. Although she doesn't know how to do it, she can learn. When I went downstairs, Aunt Wang also entered the villa, ready to start a new day's work. Seeing Lin Xian, she immediately greeted her politely. "Miss, why did you get up so early today? What would you like for breakfast?" "I'll make breakfast myself, and you just need to clean up the restaurant." Aunt Wang suspected that she had heard it wrong. The young lady wanted to make breakfast by herself? When has she ever been in the kitchen in her life? She usually only eats a little bit of the food she cooks, but since she got married, not only has her appetite improved, she also wants to cook on her own initiative. It's a miracle. However, this is all thanks to marrying a good husband. After Mr. Lu married into the family, he tried to make delicious food for the young lady every day, which led to such a big change in her. Perhaps, the lady also wanted to take care of the husband and cook for him. Well, they are really in love. "Miss, you've never cooked before, so how can you cook for yourself? Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it." Aunt Wang was still a little worried. "It's okay, Aunt Wang. I couldn't do it before, but maybe I will be able to do it in the future." Seeing her sacrifice so much for love, Aunt Wang didn't know what to say. "Then I'll be outside. If you need anything, just call me." Lin Xian entered the kitchen and began to learn to replicate the noodles made by Lu Chen. Isn't this very simple? Boil the water, throw the noodles in, and take them out after they are cooked. Then blanch 2 green vegetables and throw them in. Oh, by the way, fry an egg. She fried the egg until both sides were burnt, so she threw it away and fried another one. I controlled the heat well this time and it was okay, so I put it on the noodles. Done. It was Lin Xian's first time cooking, and she didn't know the amount well, so she only made 1 portion. Then give it to Lu Chen and just drink a cup of coffee yourself. Looking at the noodles she cooked with her own hands, Lin Xian was full of confidence. When Lu Chen woke up, his head still hurt a little. He lifted the quilt and looked at his neatly dressed clothes. He really couldn't remember what happened after he got drunk last night. Could it be that Lin Xian helped me from the first floor to the second floor? You even took off his shoes and covered him with a blanket? I looked at the time and it was already 8:30 in the morning. I had to get up and make breakfast for Lin Xian. He opened the wardrobe, which was full of new clothes that Lin Xian had bought for him before. He picked out a set at random, put it on, washed up, and went downstairs. As soon as I reached the stairs, I saw Lin Xian bringing out a bowl of noodles from the kitchen. Xiaochen, you're awake. Come down and eat. Forehead? What is going on? President Lin personally made breakfast for himself? Lu Chen walked to the dining table, looked at the bowl of unappetizing noodles and asked, "Did you make this?" Lin Xian nodded. "Well, try it." She handed the chopsticks to Lu Chen, looking forward to his evaluation. "I got up late, you can ask Aunt Wang to do it, how can I do it myself?" Lu Chen still felt a little guilty that drinking had delayed his work. After he came here, the only thing he could do for Lin Xian was to cook, and he had even delayed it because of drinking. Aunt Wang took over the conversation with a smile on her face. "That's right, I said I would do it, and the lady insisted on cooking for you personally." Lu Chen looked up at her and felt a little touched. Growing up, no one has ever cooked for him except his grandparents. Lin Xian defended herself. "The Lin Group's catering business hasn't been doing well, and I just want to learn some experience in this area so I can offer some advice to the executives." Since she still doesn't know Lu Chen's true feelings, Lin Xian feels that she should remain reserved. Lu Chen looks like a very honest person, and I am afraid that overly ostentatious pursuit will scare him. Lu Chen nodded. This reason was quite sufficient. The last time they had dinner together, Lin Xian had talked about a similar topic. He took the chopsticks and looked at the bowl of noodles in front of him. It looked very similar to the one he made for Lin Xian last time. Probably imitating himself. I just don't know what it tastes like. Chapter 45, my favorability towards him increased again. He picked up one and put it in his mouth, but it tasted bland. There was no taste of any seasoning. How is it? Lin Xian looked at him expectantly. Lu Chen swallowed the tasteless noodle forcefully. Not wanting to dampen her confidence, he nodded and said, "It's okay. It's quite delicious." Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. This was her first time cooking for Lu Chen, so she didn't ask for it to be delicious, as long as it suited Lu Chen's taste. "Oh, by the way, regarding your grandmother's matter, I have already informed the doctor abroad. He will be having a consultation with the hospital in the near future, and they may come up with a new treatment plan by then." Hearing this news, Lu Chen was both happy and excited. Lin Xian had already done what he had just mentioned yesterday. This efficiency is really too fast. "Thank you, Xian. You already said thank you yesterday." Lu Chen didn't know what to say and ate the bowl of noodles in big mouthfuls. At this point, even a bowl of tasteless noodles becomes delicious. Eat slowly. If you like, I can make it later. Lu Chen almost spit out his mouth. "Xian, let me cook from now on. I don't have much to do at home anyway, and you still have to work every day." Lin Xian took a sip of coffee and said, "You will start work soon. Dong Manqing is almost ready. After breakfast, pack up and go to the crew." "Can I still go to film?" Lu Chen thought that after he was completely banned and boycotted by Xinghua Entertainment, Dong Manqing would not use him anymore. She is a director and should be well informed about the news in the entertainment industry. Even if she was hired for Lin Xian's sake, she would not joke about her career. They even let him go to film. Could it be that their news was delayed and they didn't know that he was now a cancer in the entertainment industry and anyone who touched him would be in trouble? "Xian, actually, I went to the company yesterday afternoon to terminate my contract. I'm no longer an actor." Lu Chen is ready to confess to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said nonchalantly, "You just lost your company, but your identity as an actor won't change. As long as you're still willing to film, you can just sign a contract with the crew in your own name." Of course, he is willing to make movies. In the past few years, he has studied and honed himself diligently, but his talents have not been truly demonstrated. If he says goodbye to his acting career like this, Lu Chen will be unwilling to do so. He could sign a contract with the crew in his own name, but... Lu Chen frowned. "Xian, I guess you don't know yet, but I've been completely banned by the entire entertainment industry. Even if director Dong dares to use me for your sake, no distributor will dare to take over the film after it's made. Without a distributor, the film would be a waste." Lin Xian smiled calmly. "This is not something you should worry about. Dong Manqing will find a way to solve it." Lu Chen finished the bowl of noodles in a few bites, then wiped his mouth and said, "Then I'll go upstairs and clean up first." After all, Lin Xian has not been in the entertainment industry for many years. She was just a middleman in this filming. Lu Chen decided to wait until he met Dong Manqing and then talk things over with her. It would be up to her to decide whether she was willing to use him or not. As Lu Chen went upstairs, Lin Xian picked up her phone and sent a voice message to Han Miao, "Have someone bring the helicopter in." Then she went upstairs as well. In the previous 3 years, Lu Chen spent most of his time on the crew. He knew that once the filming started, he might not be able to go home for several days. He packed a few clothes into his bag, but where was the crew? He originally wanted to keep Dong Manqing's contact information but was interrupted by Lin Xian. Now that he couldn't contact him, he could only ask Lin Xian. When he was leaving with his backpack, Lin Xian also came out of the bedroom, and the two happened to meet. She also had a bag in her hand. Is she going on a business trip? Xian, you have to go out too. I want to ask, where is Director Dong's crew? I don't have her contact information. I'll take you there. She turned and went downstairs, and Lu Chen followed her. Are you going to the crew too? Yes, I'll take you there. It turned out that he was not going on a business trip, but was sending himself to the crew. Lu Chen was a little surprised. No need to go through so much trouble. Just tell me the specific location and I can go there directly. The crew is in Hangzhou. Hangzhou, it takes 4 hours to get there by high-speed rail, and he thought he was filming in Beijing. Then we have to buy high-speed rail tickets in advance. Lu Chen felt in his pocket to see if he had forgotten his ID card. No. As they were talking, the two had already left the villa and saw a private helicopter slowly landing in the courtyard. Han now opened the cabin door and walked down. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu, please get on the plane. Lin Xian called out to Lu Chen behind her, let's go up. Lu Chen was still a little confused, so he said there was no need to buy a ticket, just fly there directly. That's too arrogant. It's not that he had never been on a plane before, but this was his first time on a private helicopter. The helicopter has limited capacity, and it can only accommodate 4 people, including Han Miao and the pilot. The journey would have taken 4 hours, but they arrived at the destination in less than an hour. The helicopter stopped in an open space. After Lu Chen got off, he recognized it at a glance, the Hangzhou Film and Television Base. He had come here many times to film before. However, the film and television city that was once crowded with people is now deserted. Apart from the staff, no other crews can be seen filming here. Just as he was wondering, Han Miao came up and said, Mr. Lu, don't be so surprised. This film and television base is owned by our Lin Group. While Mr. Lin is here, other crews will be refused permission to come in and film. No wonder. He now knew why Lin Xian sent him here. It turned out that he had property here. I guess he came here for inspection and gave it to me as a gift. The film and television base is very large. After getting off the helicopter, we took a car and arrived at the cruise location half a day later. Dong Manqing immediately came forward and said, long time no see, you two, how are you getting along lately? Long time no see, Director Dong. Lu Chen responded proactively. Lin Xian replied indifferently, very good. Lu Chen always felt that there was something weird about the two women talking to each other. But, that is probably what good girlfriends are like. Lu Chen didn't quite understand girls' behavior in this regard, but he had something to say to Dong Manqing. Director Dong, can I talk to you alone? Dong Manqing looked at Lin Xian and asked again, is it okay? Is there something you want to say to her that I can't hear? Lin Xian asked Lu Chen. It's the issues I told you this morning. I want to confirm them with Director Dong. In fact, when Lin Xian said in the morning that Dong Manqing could solve the problem, it was actually her who would solve it. After all the investment for this play was made by her. However, the fact that Lu Chen mentioned this matter again and again was enough to reveal his character. He didn't want to implicate others with his own problems. What should I do? My liking for him has increased. Chapter 46. Did you hold hands? Did you kiss? Then go and talk. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Lu Chen and Dong Manqing walked a little further away. Xiao Chen, what do you want to tell me? Director Dong, I think you should have noticed some of the hot searches about me recently, right? Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed when he spoke about it. After all, none of those trending searches were good. Dong Manqing shook his head. I don't pay attention to those gossips. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Dong Manqing still didn't know these things, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and prepared to tell her everything. Director Dong, I'm actually banned in the entertainment industry right now. No crew dares to use me, otherwise the entire crew might be boycotted by the entertainment industry. Oh, I've heard of that. Dong Manqing looked at Lu Chen curiously and asked, how did you offend Xinghui Entertainment? If you want to know the specific reason, it's because of Sun Yenin. But Lu Chen didn't want to talk about the past. Maybe I accidentally offended someone I shouldn't have offended. He mumbled his words. Director Dong, I'm very grateful that you're interested in me, but I must also explain to you the dangers I pose. What harm can you do? Just focus on filming and don't think too much. Dong Manqing smiled and said, with your wife here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. When Lu Chen heard the word wife, his face turned hot unconsciously. It seems that Lin Xian had already told Dong Manqing about their marriage last time. I don't know what she said. However, looking at Dong Manqing's teasing look, I should tell her that this marriage is a fake one. But the Lin Group doesn't have an entertainment industry, so I'm afraid she won't be able to do anything about it in the future. After all, if a movie is made, it needs a distributor willing to take it over. Dong Manqing looked at Lu Chen. She really admired this boy more and more. He considered things more thoughtfully than herself. It's indeed a problem, but it's not a big deal. No matter what industry, as long as the money is high enough, there will be someone to take it over even if there are risks. Lin Xian invested all the money in making this movie, and provided unlimited funding without considering recovering the cost. In other words, it was just taken for Lu Chen's entertainment. So, when the time comes, just pay a little more money and find a distributor to get your film into theaters. Dong Manqing said it lightly, but Lu Chen sighed silently. He knew that he and Lin Xian were only in a contractual relationship, and others might not help him when the time came. Seeing him like this, Dong Manqing said with a half smile, if it really doesn't work, you can just whisper something to your wife and ask her to open an entertainment company. Lu Chen's face flushed. Although Lin Xian had warned him before that Dong Manqing loved to joke, he now understood why. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lu Chen blush, Dong Manqing laughed. Xiaochen, what stage are you two at now? Have you held hands? Have you kissed? Lu Chen dug his toes into the ground, feeling extremely embarrassed. He was originally talking to her about something serious, but why did this woman always bring up that topic? Dong Manqing, who was smiling happily, suddenly sensed a cold light coming from not far away. He turned around and saw that it was Lin Xian coming. She immediately stopped smiling and said to Lu Chen, okay, go back quickly, or your wife will be jealous again. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Director Dong, don't make such jokes. Xian will be unhappy. Dong Manqing, am I kidding? What I said is true. However, Lu Chen thought about what Dong Manqing had just said and felt that it made sense. If I could start an entertainment company, it would indeed solve the problem of not having a distributor in the future. But you can't really whisper in Lin Xian's ear, as Dong Manqing said. They haven't even slept in the same bed together, so how can you whisper in her ear? However, since he couldn't let Lin Xian open it, he could open it himself. Lu Chen had this idea early on. The entertainment industry is full of good and bad people. If you want to get a good script and work with excellent directors, it is difficult without a certain background. What he thought at the time was that after the 3-year marriage agreement ended and he received 100 million yuan in compensation, he would have enough money to do what he wanted. But now that he has encountered this situation, he thinks it is a good time to make arrangements in advance. In terms of funding, he certainly can't get 100 million now, but 5 million is enough. I have been living with Lin Xian for half a month. Although it is a bit difficult, it should be no problem if I ask for an advance payment. Although 5 million is not a lot, it should be more than enough to open a small studio. If no one takes the film, he will contact the cinema to discuss cooperation in the name of the studio. Be prepared for a rainy day, do it first and see if it's useful. After having this idea, Lu Chen decided to find a suitable time to talk to Lin Xian. The two returned to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian glanced at Dong Manqing coldly and said, what were you talking about with him? You were laughing so happily. I just want to ask Xiaochen if he has ever held your hand or kissed you. Han Miao, who was standing aside, widened her eyes in horror. Dong Manqing was too bold. She didn't even dare to mention it. She is worthy of being the boss's only good friend. Lu Chen stood aside, his face flushed. He could have just asked himself the question alone, but why did he repeat it in front of Lin Xian, leaving him embarrassed and with nowhere to hide? They didn't kiss, but they held hands more than once. In the hospital, Grandma forced their hands together. In the White Swan Hotel, Lin Xian took the initiative to let him put the bracelet on her. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Chen's red face and said to Dong Manqing, Xiao Chen is shy, don't make such jokes in front of him. Oh, you're still a pure boy. Dong Manqing didn't stop and continued to tease. If you continue like this, believe it or not, I won't invest a penny in any of your future films. This sentence made Dong Manqing immediately cower. Okay, I was wrong, I won't make fun of your boyfriend. Han Miao stood aside, watching Lin Xian domineeringly protecting Lu Chen, and wondered, could the two of them really be in love? She had never seen her boss speak for others. Han Miao personally handled all the matters from the blind date to the signing of the marriage agreement. I thought Lin Xian was just looking for a boy to pretend to get married so that she could deal with the pressure from the old house to get married, but ever since Mr. Lin met Lu Chen, he has always done many things that are out of character. Could this be what Tomato said in his novel about marriage first and love later? It's so good. She decided not to read those mindless novels anymore. There was a live performance right in front of her, so why bother reading novels? In the future, stay with the president more often and eat your fill. Chapter 47, Crossing the Line. Director Dong, do you have the script for our play? Lu Chen shifted the topic to the main event of this time. Dong Manqing smiled and said, Xiao Chen, you may not know my filming habits. I don't use a script when filming. Ha? Lu Chen was stunned. How can we act without a script? He has been filming for so many years, and he has never heard of a director who doesn't use a script. Dong Manqing pointed to his head and said, my scripts are all in here. If you know me, you should know that I am good at romance films, especially literary romance films. So, I don't like those rules and regulations that limit my thinking, but don't worry, before each scene starts shooting, I will tell you the play, including the lines and script, and nothing else. Director Dong, you are indeed extraordinary. Lu Chen nodded in appreciation. He was indeed a great director and was different from other ordinary directors. So what are we going to shoot this time? What role will I play? Lu Chen asked. Even now, he still has no idea what the film is about, who will be in the cast, and what role he will play. Dong Manqing took a script from the staff beside him and handed it to Lu Chen. Take a look. The script is just a printed document on an A4 paper, sandwiched between a hardcover board. The title of the play Crossing the Line is written on it. Actor, Lu Chen. When he saw this, he stopped and looked at Dong Manqing in surprise. Director Dong, I am the leading actor? Lu Chen has been playing small roles for many years, so it was still beyond his expectations that Dong Manqing was willing to use him this time. He also thought that he would be given preferential treatment for Lin Xian's sake, but he felt that at most he would only play the second or third male lead. After all, his acting status was there. Yes, of course you are the lead actor. What's so surprising about that? After all, it was Mr. Lin who recommended you. How could I not give you the lead actor's role? Dong Manqing raised his eyebrows and smiled at Lin Xian. Thank you, Director Dong. I will cherish this opportunity. Don't just thank me, thank your family too. Lu Chen turned to look at Lin Xian. When their eyes met, there was always an indescribable feeling intertwined in them. Thank you too, Xian. Don't listen to her nonsense. You were able to get the leading role because you are good enough. Lin Xian rolled her eyes at Dong Manqing. Dong Manqing immediately took over the conversation. Yeah, Xiao Chen, I was just kidding. After the last time we met, I went back and watched all the movies you've been in, and I found that your acting skills are underestimated. You are like a rough diamond, but you have been ignored by the capital market that is blinded by profit. But now that you're in my hands, I'll naturally bring out all your strengths. Believe me, I'll make you the next superstar. Even if the domestic capital market gives up on you, don't worry. Don't forget that I'm somewhat well known internationally. If things really don't work out, I'll take you abroad for development. Dong Manqing spoke a lot in a very eloquent manner. What she said at the beginning was all good, but when she said the last sentence, Lin Xian's cold gaze attacked her again. Dong Manqing knew that he should shut up, someone was jealous again. Okay, you take it. Dong Manqing came to comfort Lin Xian again. She didn't dare to offend this good friend. Lin Xian is not only her best friend, but also her financial backer. She can achieve what she has today thanks to her investment in her over the years. Director Dong, I'm the male lead, so who's the female lead? Lu Chen had been there for a long time, but he hadn't seen any other actors show up. Dong Manqing gave him a mysterious smile and said in a suspenseful tone, guess? Lu Chen's gaze shifted to Lin Xian. Could it be? Yeah, that's me. Dong Manching asked excitedly, how is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? It really surprised Lu Chen. Lin Xiyan only filmed one movie when she was 19 years old and has never appeared in the entertainment industry for so many years. Now she has made a comeback and become her own heroine. He looked at Lin Xiyan and asked, Xiyan, why do you want to make a comeback? Lin Xiyan's lips curled up into a faint smile. Didn't you say before that my award-winning film wasn't enough to reflect my acting skills? So, I want to challenge myself again. Lu Chen did say this, but it was just a casual expression of his opinion. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiyan remembered it in her heart. Han Miao hadn't had lunch yet, but she felt full. Why? Because they ate too much dog food. The cold and beautiful female CEO in her eyes actually gave up her love and returned to the industry she didn't like. Mr. Lu, what kind of magic potion did you feed my CEO? Dong Manching was also watching with great interest. No matter whether they were getting married for real or in fake, she would lock them together tightly. She just wanted to see with her own eyes her best friend, a business elite who was said to be aloof from men, throw herself into the arms of a man and become his little wife. She felt excited just thinking about it. Ahem. Dong Manching coughed twice, interrupting their eye contact. Next, let me tell you the main content of this play. Lu Chen turned to look at him and listened attentively. Lin Xiyan was still sitting in the chair casually, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen's profile. She was originally involved in this drama and knew the general content. The film Crossing the Line is set during the Republic of China period. The protagonist Zhang Yi's parents died in a car accident when he was 14. He was then taken in and adopted by his aunt, who was 8 years older than him. Lin Wanqing is not Zhang Yi's biological aunt, but her mother's best friend. During the 5 years they lived together, Lin Wanqing found herself falling in love with Zhang Yi. Our story begins when Zhang Yi was 19 years old. Is it really that big? Lu Chen thought. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was already an adult when the show started, otherwise it wouldn't be broadcast. Director Dong, isn't the age difference in this play a bit too big? Xiyan and I are not much different in age. Although Lin Xiyan is 3 years older than him, she has taken excellent care of herself and looks not much different from him. But in the play, there is an 8-year age difference between them, and it takes place during the Republic of China period, so the difference in status between the two must be apparent at a glance. Don't worry about that. The styling, clothing, and makeup will all be covered. Lu Chen felt that there was no problem in playing the role of 19-year-old Zhang Yi. As long as he lets his bangs down and dresses younger, he will be a perfect little puppy. There are still a lot of people in their 30s playing high school students in the film and television industry. The main thing is Lin Xiyan. Can she humble herself and play the role of a mature aunt? Chapter 48. It's a pity that she hasn't eaten it yet. Lu Chen looked at Lin Xiyan with some concern. Xiyan, can you accept this role? Why not? Lin Xiyan said calmly, I think this is very challenging. Since both of you have no problem, then let's officially get started. Dong Manching said. Let us get started. After the opening ceremony, we officially entered the scene arranged by the crew. It is a small courtyard with a separate entrance from the Republic of China period. It is the residence of Aunt Lin Wanqing in the play. The first scene is when Zhang Yi is bathing in the backyard and is discovered by Lin Wanqing, who has just returned home. She hides and watches. Dong Manching held her own script in her hand and explained the play to the two of them. Lin Xiyan frowned slightly. Didn't I say that this scene was deleted? Xiyan, I've decided to keep it. I find this scene very appealing as a starting point, and it's also the beginning of Lin Wanqing realizing her true feelings for Zhang Yi. When the two were acting together, Lin Xiyan said, don't do this part. How could Dong Manching not know what Lin Xiyan was thinking? She just didn't want Lu Chen's body to be seen by others. After all, the bathing scene requires taking off clothes. Seeing that Lin Xiyan was a little unhappy, Dong Manching immediately approached her and whispered, big deal, I'll clear the stage for the first act, and it'll just be the two of us. For the sake of art, just be generous. Lin Xiyan glared at him and said, don't do this again. Don't worry, I will control the scale. This is the only time in the whole show that he will be exposed. Lu Chen stood aside, not knowing what the two were whispering about. There was nothing unacceptable for him to shoot a bathing scene. According to the normal shooting method, only the upper body would be shot, and the pants would still be worn normally. After explaining the general situation of the first act, Lu Chen and Lin Xiyan went to the dressing room. There was nothing much for Lu Chen to dress up, he just did his hair and changed his clothes. He has a good foundation. When he lets his bangs down and wears the white shirt and black pants that college students wore during the Republic of China era, he looks like he is 18 or 19 years old. After changing his clothes and walking out of the dressing room, Lu Chen was stunned when he ran into Lin Xian. She changed into a slim-fitting white embroidered cheongsam, with her long wavy hair hanging on the left side and her ear exposed on the right side. She wore pearl earrings on her ear and a pearl hairpin near the top of her ear. She looks exactly like a young lady from the Republic of China era. In the play, Lin Wanqing is a young lady, and Zhang Yi's mother is also a young lady. Although there is an age difference between the two, their similar identities make them good friends who can talk about anything. Zhang Yi's other relatives died for various reasons in this turbulent era, so after his parents also died in a car accident, Lin Wanqing became Zhang Yi's closest person. Although Lin Xian's appearance is a little mature, she is full of charm, and one look at her makes people feel as if they have really traveled back to the Republic of China period. Do I look good like this? Lin Xian asked Lu Chen. Yeah, it looks good. Lu Chen nodded. You look good in this outfit. Lin Xian also looked Lu Chen up and down. The two smiled at each other and admired each other. Han Miao, who was following behind Lin Xian, was fed another wave of dog food. She usually likes to read tomato novels, and now she is suddenly full of inspiration and wants to write one herself. It's called The CEO and Her Ambiguous Boyfriend. Or it could be called, Marriage First, Love Later, It Turns Out You Are My Dream Girl. She took out her cell phone and quietly took a picture of the two of them looking at each other to preserve her inspiration. Dong Manqing appeared and looked at the two people's costumes, clapping excitedly, You are really my chosen protagonists. Although this play does not have a script, it has been in my mind for many years, but I have never found a suitable protagonist. It turns out that I was waiting for you to appear. It doesn't matter if this movie can't be shown in the country, I want to bring it to the international stage. Dong Manqing said with great joy, I have to work harder and make this movie perfect. You have to give it your all. There's no one else besides you, Dong Manqing, who can let me, Lin Xian, come out to film. Lin Xian raised her eyebrows slightly and said. Dong Manqing muttered softly, You didn't come out of the mountains this time because of me. To prevent the two from starting a fight, Lu Chen interrupted in time, Director Dong, I will also do my best. Dong Manqing patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, Well, Xiaochun, I am very optimistic about you. After sorting out the mental states of the characters in the play for the two of them, filming officially began. On a hot weekend afternoon, Zhang Yi returned home from college and found that Lin Wanqing was not at home. He went to the backyard alone, took a bucket of water from the well, and took off his clothes under the grape trellis. At this time, the only people in the entire courtyard were Dong Manqing behind the camera and Lin Xian standing aside watching. When Lu Chen took off his shirt to reveal his muscular figure, Dong Manqing's mouth curled up, Sister, you eat well. Lin Xian killed him with her eyes. It's pretty good, but it's a pity that I haven't eaten it yet. Take off your pants too. Dong Manqing shouted to Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't expect that he actually had to take off his pants himself. Luckily, though, he was wearing house shorts underneath, just in case. But when they were unbuckling their belts, Dong Manqing and Lin Xian both held their breath. Lin Xian doesn't care whether Lu Chen will be taken advantage of by Dong Manqing, because she is also full of expectations and can't care about so much. The two looked at Lu Chen, who was only wearing shorts, with blushing faces. Xian, what if you and Xiaochun are really not suitable, you must introduce him to me after the divorce. I don't mind being his gold brick. Don't dream, there won't be a single chance of that happening. Lin Xian didn't give Dong Manqing any chance to daydream. Dong Manqing sighed, Hey, you said before that you two were just faking marriage to deal with your old man, but I think you really fell in love with him. Mind your own business, just focus on making your movie. Dong Manqing turned his attention back to Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen picked up a ladle and took a ladle of cold water from the bucket and poured it on himself. Okay, Xian, you can go on stage now. The camera switches, and Lin Wanqing pushes open the door of the courtyard. At this time, she doesn't know that Zhang He has returned. She just heard the noise coming from the backyard and thought that there was a thief in the house. She quietly walked to the backyard, hid behind the archway and carefully explored, and found Zhang He taking a bath. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Nervous, throbbing, curious, wanting to see but not daring to see openly. All kinds of complex emotions burst out at this moment. This is a test of one's acting skills, but Lin Xian performed very well. She took a furtive glance, then turned around, leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and suppressed the emotions that shouldn't have appeared. In name, Zhang He is her junior and calls her aunt, but there is a generation gap between them. How could she have such feelings for him? No. However, once emotions appear, they are difficult to control. She couldn't suppress her own heart. Chapter 49 True Feelings. Unable to resist, Lin Wanqing secretly stuck her head out to watch Zhang He taking a bath. Every scoop of water that flowed from Zhang He's body seemed to fall into her heart. The only sound in the entire scene, besides the sound of rushing water, was Lin Wanqing's pounding heartbeat. Dong Manqing couldn't help but sigh that Lin Xian was truly a natural-born actor and artist. Although she was not from a professional background and hadn't filmed a movie for so many years, she was able to portray Lin Wanqing's inner drama so vividly. Xian, you accidentally made a noise while peeking. Dong Manqing was filming and talking about the play at the same time. While Lin Xian was peeking again, she pretended to accidentally step on a small branch, making a crackling sound. The sound startled Zhang He, who was taking a shower. Who's there? Is it my aunt? Lin Wanqing knew she couldn't avoid it, so she had to come out. It's me, Xiao He. When did you come back? You didn't even inform your aunt. Oh, I don't have classes today, the weekend, so I came back by myself. Zhang He didn't mind being watched by Lin Wanqing while he was taking a bath. He had lived with Lin Wanqing since he was 14 years old, and he would take a bath in the yard every summer. Auntie, you're back just in time. Can you rub my back for me? Lin Wanqing was stunned. She had indeed rubbed Zhang He's back before, but at that time he was just a child in her eyes. And now he has grown into a handsome man. I don't know when I started to develop special feelings for him. Lin Wanqing stood there in a daze, not knowing whether she should go or not. Auntie, auntie. Seeing Lin Wanqing stunned, Zhang He shouted a few more times. Lin Wanqing broke free from her complicated thoughts and walked over. Okay. She had to hide her feelings and not let Zhang He find out. Walking to Zhang He, Lin Wanqing picked up a towel, dipped it in water, and gently wiped Lu Chen's back. Her fingers trembled slightly, her face turned red, and blood rushed through her body. Lin Xian expressed all the emotions and moods that Lin Wanqing should have. Okay, ka. Dong Manqing was very satisfied. And at the moment the call to cut came, Lin Xian immediately dropped her towel and ran away, entering the bathroom in the yard. Lu Chen turned around quickly and looked at Dong Manqing, who was also puzzled. Director Dong, what happened to Xian? I don't know, maybe he wants to go to the bathroom. Lu Chen was still a little worried. He quickly put on his clothes and went to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Lin Xian covered her pounding heart with one hand and wiped the blood from her nose with the other. Even he himself did not expect that Lu Chen would have such a great impact on her. There was a knock on the door. Xian, are you okay? Lin Xian quickly wiped the blood from her nose, then took out a powder puff and touched up her makeup. But I must not let anyone see that I am bleeding from the nose, otherwise, as a woman, I will be laughed to death by Dong Manqing for getting so angry just because of looking at a man. After tidying herself up, she opened the bathroom door and said to Lu Chen outside, I'm fine. I just had a stomachache. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, I'm glad you're okay. Seeing Lu Chen's nervous expression, Lin Xian deliberately teased him, are you so worried about me? Before Lu Chen could speak, Dong Manqing suddenly appeared from behind him. What are you two whispering about? Lin Xian looked at her with disdain, that's all your fault. Hey, are you saying some sweet words that I can't hear? Dong Manqing said with a smile. Whenever this happened, Lu Chen was the most embarrassed. He really didn't know what to say, so he had to change the subject and said, Director Dong, how was the scene just now? Very good. Dong Manqing praised her generously. Xian is a natural-born actor. After not acting for so many years, she was able to express the character's inner thoughts so accurately right from the start of the filming. It really amazed me. After hearing these words, Lin Xian actually felt a little guilty, because she had some real feelings in this scene. She was attracted to Lu Chen, and she didn't know if he liked her too. This is exactly the same as Lin Wanqing's feelings for Zhang He. But in front of Dong Manqing, she said in a cold and arrogant tone, do you think I won the Best Actress award for nothing? Lu Chen became a little curious because in this scene, he had his back to the camera and didn't know how Lin Xian performed. At this moment, after hearing what Dong Manqing said, he really wanted to see Lin Xian's acting skills. Director Dong, can I watch the clip just now? After so many years in the entertainment industry, this was his first time filming with such a famous director and the best actress. Lu Chen also wanted to learn. Yes, sure. Coming to the camera, Dong Manqing replayed the previous clip. After seeing Lin Xian's performance, Lu Chen was also amazed. The emotions were expressed so perfectly. So what? Do you still think I can only play the role of a cool and innocent girl? Lin Xian looked at Lu Chen teasingly. Lu Chen shook his head and said, I take back what I said to you before. At the same time, he silently cheered himself up in his heart. He had to perform well next time and not hold Lin Xian back. This movie is so important to him. No matter what happens in the future, it may be the key factor in whether he can make a comeback in the entertainment industry. We have one more scene to shoot today. This next one might be a bit longer, so both of you should be prepared. Dong Manqing reminded them and explained to them the upcoming filming. On the same day, the filming of The Starry Night also began far away in Beijing. Crack, crack, crack. Chen Yongguang looked anxious. I've been turning on the computer for half a day, but not a single line of code is acceptable. Ms. Su, your expression of emotion is incorrect. Try again. Su Nianan let out a long sigh. She had tried it over 20 times, but she could never satisfy the director. After so many years in the industry, this is the first time she feels filming is so difficult. Su Nianan was not unaware of the problem. Lu Chen had followed her in every previous play. No matter what role she played, Lu Chen would give her a psychological analysis of the character in advance. Then practice with her privately until she becomes proficient. But now Lu Chen is no longer by her side, and no one will carefully analyze the character's inner emotions for her. She can only rely on herself to understand. However, over the years, she had become accustomed to relying on Lu Chen and had no ability to comprehend his state of mind. Suddenly she was asked to play the leading female role and all the focus was on her. She was nervous and flustered and had no idea how to act. The key point is that Xin Yuhao was also on the scene today. He said that he didn't come on the first day of filming, and today he wanted to be there in person to see her acting skills. Crack. As Chen Yongguang used the in-camera again, the movie paused. Chapter 50. Her acting is amazing. Su Nianan looked at Xin Yuhao, who was also looking at him with a frown. Star Entertainment invested a huge amount in this drama and hopes to make a fortune from it. Moreover, Xin Yuhao's father, Xin Hongmao, has delegated all rights of the play to him, saying that if he can successfully invest in the play, the entire Star Entertainment will be handed over to him for management in the future. This drama is of utmost importance to Xin Yuhao. Therefore, he plans to keep his relationship with Su Nianan hot until the show is released. With the popularity of these two people, it will be hard for this movie not to become a hit. But he didn't expect Su Nianan's acting skills to be so bad. Su Nianan walked up to Xin Yuhao anxiously and said in a delicate voice, Brother Yuhao, it's not that my acting is bad, it's Director Chen's guidance that's bad. Xin Yuhao looked up at her, trying hard to suppress the urge to get angry. Susu, you know this drama is very important to me, you must not mess it up for me. Don't worry, Brother Yuhao, I'm not a new actor anymore. As long as I can get into the role, I can definitely perform well. As she spoke, she climbed onto Xin Yuhao's neck with both hands and said coquettishly, Brother Yuhao, just believe me. Xia Yao, who was standing aside, watched the scene and quickly averted her eyes. She didn't expect Su Nianan to do this in front of everyone in the crew. As her assistant, Xia Yao felt a little embarrassed. Just as she blushed and turned away, Xin Yuhao glanced at her. Then, he pulled away Su Nianan who was hanging around his neck and said, Then you have to show me how to do it. If. His expression became unusually serious as he spoke, if this play fails, we're finished. After saying this, he turned and left the set. Su Nianan stood there in a daze. Xin Yuhao's look just now was so terrifying, as if he wanted to tear her apart. It wasn't until Xin Yuhao disappeared that Xia Yao turned around and came to Su Nianan. Su, we're on the set, you'd better be careful. How dare you, a mere assistant, manage me? Su Nianan suddenly got angry for no apparent reason, which scared Xia Yao. There are so many eyes watching her on the set. If her behavior gets out, it will affect her image. I kindly reminded her, but was scolded instead. I felt very wronged. Su Nianan's rage hadn't yet subsided, and she turned to Chen Yongguang and shouted, Chen Yongguang, what's wrong with you? I just performed poorly, and you've been picking on me. Are you picking on me just because Brother Yuhao is here? Chen Yongguang didn't indulge her either. Soon Yenin, this isn't your first time as an actor, and it's not my first time as a director. Everyone can see how well you act. He refused to admit that he acted badly and even said it was his problem in front of Shen Yuhao in front of everyone. Chen Yangguan was also very angry at this time. It's not my first time filming your scene. Didn't you say I acted well before? Chen Yangguan sneered, oh, the previous one was good, but that was because you had Lu Chen by your side to help you. Now that he's gone, your acting is like shit. Soon Yenin couldn't believe her ears. Chen Yangguang actually said that her acting was shit? Even if Lu Chen wasn't around, it wouldn't be that bad. No one had ever insulted her like this before. I think you're the shitty director. You can't direct well, but you blame me for my poor acting. Did you listen to the scenes I told you about? You're such a brainless person, it's really a torture to film with you. The two openly quarreled in front of the entire crew. If you feel like it's too much, you don't have to film it. No one is forcing you to film it. This movie was invested by my brother Yuhao. Even if you're not there, there are still others who can film it. This sentence touched Chen Yangguang's pain point. Shen Yuhao had said the same thing to him before when he fired Lu Chen. This is the first time that Chen Yangguang has suffered such humiliation in all his years of filming. He had originally planned a movie, but it ended up being completely distorted. He had long wanted to quit. But he had never found a good excuse. Now that Soon Yenin had made such a fuss, he threw his hands up and, if you don't want to shoot, then don't shoot. I just can't stand you little actors who are controlled by capital. You don't have much ability, but you rely on the people behind you to show off. Sooner or later, you will fall flat on your face. After saying this proud remark, he turned around and left the crew. The entire crew suddenly became deserted, and those who had been following Chen Yangguang dropped their work and left with him. At this time, Soon Yenin finally calmed down and realized that he had gotten into trouble. How can this movie be made without the director team? She just spoke out of impulse, but she didn't expect Chen Yangguang to be so tough and actually gave up the business. Looking around, she found that only Xia Yao was still standing there looking at her. Soon Yenin hurried over and grabbed Xia Yao's hand. Yao Yao, I was too impatient just now. You can't be angry with me like them. Xia Yao shook her head slightly. Soon Yenin is his boss and he owes her money. Even if he is really angry, he can only bear it for the time being. Yao Yao, what do you think I should do now? This drama is very important to me. If Chen Yonggang really leaves, how can we continue filming? Soon Yenin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I think you should talk to Mr. Shin about the situation and let him solve it. This was the only solution Xia Yao could think of. Things have developed to this point and it is no longer something Soon Yenin can solve. But I'm afraid. There's no point in being afraid. Who made you go crazy just now? Now you feel scared. Yeah, there's no point in being afraid. This play is very important to me and brother Yuhao. He won't ignore it. Soon Yenin was thinking about how to tell Shin Yuhao about the current situation. She took out her cell phone, took a deep breath, and dialed Shin Yuhao. She immediately put on a pitiful look and said in a tearful voice, Brother Yuhao, you just left and Director Chen quit. Why? Shin Yuhao asked from the other end of the phone. He said the entire crew was coerced into doing this by you, the behind-the-scenes capitalists, and that he couldn't film anymore, woo. She even scolded me. Soon Yenin started crying as she spoke. Xia Yao was stunned watching from the side. Who said Soon Yenin's acting is bad? Her acting is really great. Chen Yangguang is so brave. Don't cry. I will arrange for a new director to take over this drama. Just focus on filming it well. Okay, Brother Yuhao, I will film the scene well. After hanging up the phone, Soon Yenin breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Xia Yao and smiled, it's done. Chapter 51 On and Off Stage. Action. The second act of Crossing the Line has officially started filming. Continuing from the previous scene, it is evening, and Zhang He, after dinner, lies down on a chair in the yard for a nap. Lin Wanqing took out a blanket from the room and covered him with it. The bright moonlight shone on Zhang He's face, and Lin Wanqing's feelings sprouted again. She squatted down, stared at his face closely, and couldn't help touching it. Zhang He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. Auntie, you. Lin Wanqing retracted her hand and was not in a hurry to explain. Instead, she asked, Xiao He, how old are you this year? 19. Oh, that's adulthood. Yes, I became an adult last year. Is there a girl you like? Zhang He began to sense something was amiss. He looked at Lin Wanqing with suspicion and replied, "Not yet." "So, do you like me?" Lin Wanqing still couldn't help but express the love in her heart. "Of course I like my aunt." Lu Chen put his own state of mind into the emotions of Zhang He. At this time, he had already sensed the intention of Lin Wanqing's question, but he still pretended to think that she was only asking about the love between relatives. But his facial expression trembled slightly, as he was afraid that Lin Wanqing would ask another question that he dared not answer. Dong Manqing, who was behind the monitor, paid close attention to Lu Chen's micro-expressions, and sure enough, she was not disappointed. Lu Chen is a rare good actor, in no way inferior to the top male stars she has worked with before. I'm not asking about this kind of love. Lin Wanqing looked at Zhang He affectionately. I'm asking about the love in your heart. Zhang He's emotions exploded at this moment, and what he feared most had finally happened. But you are my little. No, we are not related by blood. We can be a normal man-woman relationship if you wish. Zhang He shook his head frantically. He couldn't accept it and had never thought about it in this way. The sudden confession left him at a loss as to what to do and how to respond. He ran out of the yard like a madman. Only Lin Wanqing was left staring blankly at the moon in the sky, tears streaming down her cheeks. Both of them were extremely emotional, and Dong Manqing couldn't bear to interrupt them, so he prepared to shoot the entire second scene in one shot. The second camera followed Zhang He to a bar, where he ordered a stack of beer and drank it madly. After his parents passed away, he had been living with Lin Wanqing and had long regarded her as his own family member. I have never thought of crossing the line, nor do I dare to. But today, when Lin Wanqing broke this layer of window paper, he felt mixed emotions. For a moment, I didn't know what I was really thinking. Lu Chen was acting, but he was completely immersed in the role, even imagining his past life as Zhang He with Lin Wanqing. Imagine the touch between them as she rubs his back. Imagine Lin Wanqing wearing a suspender top in the cool summer. Thinking about her every smile and frown, thinking about the way she looked at me affectionately just now. Because it was a temporary script, Lu Chen didn't even know how the show would develop later, but he felt that Zhang He should have this kind of mentality. But his outdated ideas prevented him from accepting this relationship. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was full of struggle and pain. The assistant director behind the second camera was stunned. Where did Dong Manqing find this actor? His acting skills are so superb. He has filmed many scenes with Dong Manqing, but even some very famous actors don't have such acting skills. It seems that director Dong is aiming for the award again this time. On the other side, Dong Manqing's camera was still filming Lin Xian. After she looked at the moon in the night sky in silence for a moment, she came to her senses and immediately became worried about Zhang He again. She was only concerned with expressing her love, but didn't consider whether Zhang He could accept it. Will something unexpected happen if he runs out rashly? If something really happened, how could she be worthy of his dead parents? Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing hurried out of the yard and began to look for Zhang He frantically. Everything in the film and television base is decorated in the style of the Republic of China period. At night, there are some people, rickshaw pullers, and the shouts of various vendors on the street. These background boards make the entire atmosphere of the Republic of China very realistic. Lin Wanqing stood on the street, wondering where Zhang He could go. After something like this happened tonight, the most likely place he would go is a nearby pub. She looked over and found Zhang He inside. He was already very drunk. After the two got together, the filming returned to Dong Manqing's hands. Lin Wanqing grabbed Zhang He's hand and pulled him out of the tavern. Of course, Lu Chen was not really drunk. The wine there was just water. It was just that he was drunk last night and he showed the drunken state perfectly. Don't pull me, you're not my aunt, why do you care about me? Lu Chen still had a bottle of beer in his hand, and he tilted his head back and took a few more gulps. Xiao He, stop drinking. Just pretend that I didn't say anything tonight. I'll still be your aunt from now on. Lin Wanqing tried to snatch the bottle of wine from Zhang He's hand. Zhang He smashed the bottle to pieces with a bang. Why do you say yes, yes, and no, no? You're drunk, I'll take you home first. Lin Wanqing grabbed Zhang He's arm and wanted to take him away. Zhang He pushed her away. He had not yet decided whether to go home with Lin Wanqing. According to Dong Manqing's idea, the second act ended after Zhang He shook off Lin Wanqing and ran away. But when Lu Chen wanted to run away, he accidentally tripped over a stone under his feet and his hands fell to the ground. Lin Xian immediately went over to support him and found that Lu Chen's fingers were scratched by the broken glass bottle. Medical kit, quick, quick!" she shouted hurriedly. "It's okay, it's just a minor injury, just put a band-aid on it." Lu Chen didn't take this minor injury seriously. Just looking at Lin Xian's nervous expression, he couldn't tell for a moment whether this was Lin Wanqing's feelings for Zhang He. Or maybe this was originally Lin Xian. The reason why Dong Manqing didn't shout cut was that he didn't want to ruin the situation. Whether in the play or outside the play, she really supports the CP. "I really want them to be locked up." Han Miao brought a box of band-aids and said, "Boss Lin, the crew doesn't have a medical kit. Do you want to go to the hospital?" "No, it's just a minor injury, just apply this." Lu Chen took the band-aid from Han Miao and prepared to put it on himself. "Let me do it." Lin Xian took out a band-aid, and carefully put it on Lu Chen's injured wound. Dong Manqing came over and said with a smile, "Can you two still distinguish between the real and the fake now?" Chapter 52. Will you like Lin Wanqing? Lin Xian didn't say anything and continued to bandage Lu Chen's wounds seriously. Dong Manqing could see that her best friend was in love. Although she denied it verbally, her actions expressed it very honestly. "I never thought that one day, the female CEO who always appeared cold and arrogant would actually fall in love." Dong Manqing suddenly felt a little envious. She wished that one day there would be a boy like Lu Chen by her side. Lin Xian didn't say anything. To avoid a dull moment, Lu Chen replied, "Director Dong, should we reshoot this last scene?" "No need." Dong Manqing smiled. "I've never been one to stick to a single pattern when filming. Since you didn't run away, I'll stick with the plot as if you didn't run away." Dong Manqing had already thought about it. The last scene would end with the moment when Lu Chen fell and Lin Xian came to support him, and the two of them looked into each other's eyes. The next scene will also jump directly from here, leaving the audience to imagine what exactly happened. This is an advanced technique in filming, leaving blank space. Lin Xian wrapped Lu Chen's finger and asked Dong Manqing, "Is today's play over?" "Well, it's over." Dong Manqing nodded and suggested, "Xian, today is the first day of filming. Do you want to have dinner together tonight?" Lin Xian did not reply to her immediately, but looked at Lu Chen, as if asking for his opinion. "I'm fine." Lu Chen replied. Lin Xian then turned her gaze to Dong Manqing again. "Okay, then the entire crew should come together tonight." "It's my treat." Dong Manqing couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Xian, you really impressed me." In the past, Lin Xian did whatever she wanted and never cared about other people's feelings. Moreover, she has never liked participating in such large gatherings, but now she has taken the initiative to invite the entire crew to dinner. What kind of magic power does Lu Chen have that makes her so fascinated? Even willing to blend into the crowd for him. Work is over today. Thank you all for your hard work. Mr. Lin will treat everyone to dinner tonight. Dong Manqing shouted loudly to the crew. The crew instantly became excited. "Boss Xia Lin." "Mr. Xia Lin." Dinner was at a 5-star hotel in the film and television base, which is also owned by the Lin Group. The crew members were all in the hotel lobby, while Lin Xian, Lu Chen, Dong Manqing and some important crew members were in the box. "Director Dong, I wonder how my performance was today. Is there anything that you are not satisfied with?" Lu Chen took the initiative to ask Dong Manqing. This was my first time filming her movie, and I didn't know what her requirements were. It is a rare opportunity for him to work with such a senior director, and he cherishes it and is very humble. Dong Manqing shook his head. "No, I am very satisfied with you." At this time, assistant director Yang Guangming also took over the conversation. "Mr. Lu's acting skills are superb. I wonder what movies you have acted in before. I would like to watch them later." Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. "I used to be just a bit player, I never played any important roles." Yang Guangming stared in disbelief. It was such a pity that such a good actor had been buried. "Xiaochun, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. Now will be a new starting point in your life." When Dong Manqing finished saying this, Lu Chen secretly glanced at Lin Xian beside him. She had also said something similar to him. Perhaps, the moment I met her, my life began to change. Yang Guangming stood up and poured wine for Lu Chen. "Xiaochun, let's have a good drink tonight." There were not many men at the table, and there was red wine and white wine. Yang Guangming naturally thought that Lu Chen wanted to drink white wine. But just when he was about to pour wine for Lu Chen, Lin Xian stopped him and said, "Xiaochen can't drink white wine, drink some red wine." Yang Guangming was stunned. He didn't know the relationship between Lin Xian and Lu Chen. He thought they were actors found by Dong Manqing. However, he knew Lin Xian's identity, the president of Lin Group and the best actress in Dong Manqing's debut film. Therefore, Yang Guangming was not surprised that Dong Manqing invited him. But at this moment, he found something wrong. Dong Manqing, who was standing by, smiled mysteriously. "Xiaoyang, we still have a scene to shoot tomorrow. Let's drink red wine instead of white wine." "Okay, let's drink red." Yang Guangming immediately changed the wine. Dong Manqing nudged Lin Xian with his elbow under the table and whispered, "I didn't expect you guys to progress so quickly. You all know he can't drink white wine. Did he get drunk at home? So, did everything that was supposed to happen? Dong Manqing immediately became interested and kept asking questions. Lin Xian just glared at her and didn't answer. She also wanted it to happen, but Yu Ji couldn't force herself on Xiang Yu. If I say it didn't happen, Dong Manqing will definitely keep asking me questions. The best way is to not answer her and let her die of curiosity. After dinner, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xian and Lu Chen live in this hotel, and Dong Manqing is not on the same floor as them. She got off the elevator first, and as she left, she looked at the two of them teasingly. "Have a nice night." Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed. Director Dong was really making fun of the two of them all the time. As a new actor, it is naturally difficult for him to say anything. But why is Lin Xian indifferent? This is not like her character. The elevator door closed again, leaving only the two of them in the space, and ambiguity grew. "You acted really well." Lin Xian spoke first. "You too, I didn't expect you to interpret Lin Wanqing so well." This is Lu Chen's true words. As a president, Lin Xian has not been in the entertainment industry for many years, but she can reach this state as soon as the filming starts. Lu Chen admits that it is difficult for even someone like him who has been immersed in the crew for many years to achieve this. "If you were Zhang He, would you fall in love with Lin Wanqing?" When Lin Xian said this, she raised her eyes and stared into Lu Chen's eyes. "Meeting." Lu Chen replied. When he was in the tavern, he put himself in Zhang He's mindset and began to recall their past, and he understood Zhang He's intentions. But Lin Wanqing is 8 years older than Zhang He. "I remember you once said that you could only accept an age difference of 5 years or less." Lu Chen chuckled. "That's just a psychological expectation. In the face of true love, these are not a problem." "Then what do you like about Lin Wanqing?" Lin Xian asked again. "She's so good to Zhang He." Ding, the elevator door opened after this sentence, and the two arrived at the floor where they lived. The room was reserved by the hotel arranged by Lin Xian, and the two of them lived in adjacent locations, just like in the Greenfield Fragrance Garden. When they were standing at the door of their respective rooms and about to open it, Lu Chen called out, "Xian." Lin Xian immediately turned around to look at him. "Good night." "Well, good night to you too." Chapter 53. Push me away or accept me. Back in the room, Lin Xian was thinking about what Lu Chen had just said. The reason why Zhang He fell in love with Lin Wanqing was that Lin Wanqing was good to him. So, as long as she is nice enough to Lu Chen should also fall in love with her. Lin Xian changed her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. As the water rushed over her body, the image of Lu Chen suddenly appeared in her mind. It was the image of me rubbing his back in the first scene. Her fingers were pressed against his broad and strong back. At that moment, her mind was distracted and her blood was flowing so wildly that she started bleeding from her nose. Even thinking about it now, she still felt her heart surge. When she was almost done washing, Lin Xian discovered that the water flow in the sewer was blocked. His brows immediately furrowed. This is a 5-star hotel, and yet the sewer is blocked. The entire management here should be replaced. With a little anger, she put on her silk pajamas and prepared to call the front desk. The moment she picked it up, she suddenly thought, why not ask Lu Chen to come and help her fix it? This is a good opportunity to spend more time with him. She put the phone down again, picked up her phone, took a photo of the blocked sewer and sent it to Han Miao. Inform the manager of this hotel. If this happens again in the future, he can just leave. Han Miao immediately replied, "Okay, Mr. Lin, do you want me to notify someone to come over and repair it for you right now?" "No need, I'll ask Xiaochen to help me fix it." Han Miao, wow, this is the plot of the novel again. At night, the female president asked her ambiguous boyfriend to unclog her sewer. Well, I'll record it. Maybe it can be used in case I really need to write it in the future. At this time, Lu Chen was enjoying himself in the bathtub. 5-star hotels are different. There is free red wine and desserts. He tasted the red wine while taking a bath. By the way, let us take a look at where my acting skills can be improved. There was a sudden knock on the door, Xiaochen. It was Lin Xian's voice. It's so late and you're still knocking on the door. Something must have happened. Lu Chen hurriedly got up from the bathtub, put on his pajamas and went to open the door. When I opened the door, Lin Xian, with wet hair and also wearing pajamas, was standing outside. What's wrong, Xian? Lu Chen asked. The drain in my room is clogged, can you come and help me fix it? Lu Chen was stunned. Shouldn't the hotel be the one to handle matters like repairing the sewer? Why are you looking for me? Although he thought so in his heart, he agreed without hesitation on the surface. After all, the other party is his wife in name and his boss-in-law. Lu Chen followed Lin Xian into her room, then came to the bathroom, squatted beside the sewer, lifted the lid and took a look. It just has some hair wrapped around it. By removing the hair, the sewer was repaired. Xian, it's fixed. You're amazing. You can even do this. Lin Xian praised. Lu Chen laughed, every man knows this. If there's nothing else, I'll go back. Lu Chen suggested leaving, and Lin Xian felt a little disappointed. As expected, he didn't like me and didn't want to stay with me for a while longer. However, there is nothing I, Lin Xian, cannot get if I set my eyes on it. If he doesn't want to stay any longer, then I will create opportunities for him to stay here. Looking at the band-aid on Lu Chen's injured finger, which had been wetted by water when he was repairing the sewer, Lin Xian stepped forward and took his hand. Xiaochen, your band-aid is wet. There's a medical kit in the hotel. I'll bandage it for you again. Without saying anything, she took Lu Chen's hand and walked into the room. After putting Lu Chen on the sofa, Lin Xian found a medical kit and took out various disinfectants and bandages from it. Xian, there's no need to be so troublesome. It's just a minor wound. Just put on a new band-aid. Growing up in an orphanage, he had suffered a lot. This little wound was nothing to Lu Chen, and he didn't take it to heart at all. But Lin Xian didn't listen to him at all and took off the band-aid on her own. In fact, the wound was not small. There was a cut about 3 centimeters long on the side of the finger. It took 3 band-aids to cover the wound. After Lin Xian peeled off the band-aid, she picked up the disinfectant and said to Lu Chen, it might be a little painful, just bear with it. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to be back in the play, and the person beside him was not Lin Xian, but Lin Wanqing. And he is not Lu Chen, but Zhang He. The two of them confessed their love at night, got drunk, and were found and taken home by Lin Wanqing, who treated his wounds. It all happened so naturally. He admitted that Zhang He had fallen in love with Lin Wanqing. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't say anything, Lin Xian raised her eyes and glanced at him, thinking that he was afraid of the pain. I'll be gentler, just bear with it. Lu Chen came back to his senses and smiled at her, it's okay, I was just distracted. This little injury is nothing. The injuries I suffered in the orphanage when I was a child were much more serious. Lin Xian had done background checks on Lu Chen before and knew that he grew up in an orphanage and that the old woman in the hospital was not his biological grandmother. Over the years, he has relied on his hard work in the entertainment industry to support himself and his seriously ill grandmother. There are no complicated interpersonal relationships in life. However, Sun Yanen's name was not on the background checks she collected. Because Lu Chen had been Sun Yanen's bootlicker for 3 years, and the two had never actually been together before. It seems you had a hard time as a child. Lin Xian was touched and felt sympathy for Lu Chen's childhood. Is it just this word? Could it be that Lin Xian also had a bad childhood? That shouldn't be the case, she is a rich lady, Lu Chen thought. After cleaning the wound, Lin Xian took gauze and wrapped Lu Chen's finger layer by layer. Remember, don't get wet for the next 2 days, it should be fine soon. Yeah. Lu Chen nodded. When he looked up, he found Lin Xian looking at him. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Such a beautiful face was so close to him. Her fluttering eyelashes, pink lips, and sweet breath made Lu Chen's heart wander. At this time, Lin Xian suddenly spoke. If I were Lin Wanqing now, and you were Zhang He, and we were back in that small courtyard in the Republic of China, after everything that happened during the day, what would you want to do to me now? As she spoke, she pressed closer to Lu Chen, are you going to push me away, or accept me? Listening to the ambiguous tone in her words, Lu Chen didn't know whether she was deliberately testing his acting skills or trying to test his endurance. If it was the former, it would be understandable. But if it was the latter, Lin Xian was probably making plans for the future. After all, they live under the same roof and are adult men and women. She must be worried that he will sexually harass her, right? Chapter 54 Biting Her Mouth. Lu Chen is not a saint, and faced with such temptation, he was indeed a little dizzy, but when he thought that this was Lin Xian testing him, his reason overcame his desire. His uninjured finger accidentally touched the fruit on the coffee table, and he immediately plucked one off. Xian, do you want some fruit? Successfully shifted the battle situation. Lin Xian glanced at the purple-red grapes and sighed slightly. He still doesn't like me. But why doesn't he like me? Lin Xian has never been in love, but that doesn't mean she has never had contact with men. Over the years, countless young men from aristocratic families have shown their sincerity to her, just wanting to be looked at by her more. But she despised them all. In Lin Xian's eyes, all men are just like her father, not good people. She even thought about never getting married, and not marrying someone like her father. Until Lu Chen appeared. This made her, who had never been interested in men, change her image and take the initiative to propose love. But was rejected repeatedly. But the more Lu Chen rejected her, the more she liked him. What's going on? I don't like eating things with skin on. Lin Xian frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Then I'll peel the skin and give it to you to eat. As Lu Chen spoke, he really started to peel the skin. However, his fingers were wrapped in gauze, making it difficult to peel the skin off. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Lin Xian took the grapes and removed the thin outer skin. But she didn't put it into her mouth. Instead, she handed it to Lu Chen and said, "Here you go." Lu Chen was a little stunned. Miss Lin actually peeled the grapes for him personally? This matter is fine if it is done the other way around, but it becomes a problem if it is done the other way around. He, Lu Chen, is just a person with nothing, no money, and no relatives. He has achieved what he has today thanks to the care of Miss Lin. Now, he even feeds himself grapes with his own hands. Be good, open your mouth. Lin Xian looked at Lu Chen teasingly as if she was coaxing a child. Lu Chen had no choice but to open his mouth, and the tender and juicy grapes were put into his mouth, along with Lin Xian's slender fingers. The tip of the tongue collided with the fingers, and in an instant, it was as if a mysterious sense was opened, and both of them suddenly froze. Lin Xian looked at Lu Chen with lingering eyes, and Lu Chen no longer avoided her. Both of them seemed to be waiting to see who would lose control first. Lu Chen didn't dare to take the first step. In this relationship with Lin Xian, he was the passive party. If he had taken the initiative, everything would have been different. If Lin Xian doesn't like him, he will be in an irretrievable situation. After suffering a loss at the hands of Sun Yan'an, he became cautious. Lin Xian was waiting for Lu Chen to take the initiative, which would mean that he also liked her in his heart. The whole room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and there seemed to be an electric current flowing between the two people's eyes. But in the end, Lin Xian took the first move. No matter whether he liked her or not, she would take him first. This suits her style. She pounced on him, hugged Lu Chen's neck, and searched for his lips. Passion was ignited. Lu Chen was just waiting for that moment. He put aside all his worries and began to respond clumsily and enthusiastically. Lin Xian first hung on Lu Chen's body and took the initiative to explore. Then, Lu Chen counterattacked. He held the back of Lin Xian's head with one hand and her waist with the other. When the love was deep, he pressed directly on the sofa. At this moment, the two of them were like a long-awaited rain, both eager to squeeze the other dry. There is no longer any ability to think in the brain, only instinctive tendencies remain. Lu Chen followed his inner desire, released his manly nature, and enjoyed every second of the lingering love. Until Lin Xian couldn't breathe. She couldn't hold back any longer, so she raised the white flag and pushed Lu Chen slightly, and then the two separated. It was their first time, and Lin Xian didn't have any skills, but he could feel that Lu Chen was also unfamiliar. At first they just touched their lips, then slowly penetrated, and finally began to plunder each other frantically. Lin Xian didn't expect Lu Chen to respond to her so enthusiastically. When his love reached its peak, he even bit the corner of her lip. She was delighted, which meant that Lu Chen didn't dislike her. This exchange warmed the relationship between the two and allowed them to experience happiness they had never experienced before. Lin Xian likes this feeling very much. She wanted to continue like this with Lu Chen. Lu Chen just left Lin Xian's lips, but at this time, he was still pressing on her. Xiaochen, get up first. Lu Chen then stood up and pulled Lin Xian up with him. Looking at her chest heaving with heavy breathing and her red and swollen lips, Lu Chen felt a little guilty. The first time, he hadn't learned to control his strength yet. Xian, I'm sorry. Lu Chen spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Xian took a deep breath before replying, why should I apologize? I just bit your mouth, it must be painful. Lin Xian reached out and touched the corners of her lips, which were slightly red and swollen. She was not angry, but instead her lips curled up slightly, recalling the lively scene just now. No, it doesn't hurt at all, and it's very comfortable. She looked at Lu Chen with a charming smile, are you comfortable? Lu Chen's face flushed, but he nodded honestly, yeah, it feels good. I'll get you some ice. It'll reduce the swelling. Lu Chen got up and took a box of frozen ice cubes from the refrigerator. Then he took out a piece, wrapped it in gauze, and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook her head and put her whole face in front of Lu Chen, I want you to apply it to me. Okay, I'll apply it on you. Lu Chen took the gauze and gently pressed his fingers on Lin Xian's lips. Suddenly, he remembered something and decided to take this opportunity to ask him for an advance on this month's expenses. Crossing the line is a temporary script and it probably won't be filmed every day. He can start his own small media company while filming. Xian, I want to discuss something with you. What's up? Lin Xian asked with a pout. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Lu Chen didn't know how to start. Although the money should have been given to him according to the contract, he always felt embarrassed when asking a woman for money for the first time. Are you short of money? Or is there something wrong with Grandma again? Lin Xian took the initiative to speak when she saw him hesitating. Now Lu Chen will only encounter difficulties in these two aspects. Grandma is doing well. I spoke with Dr. Zhang, and the doctor you arranged has already contacted them. A new treatment plan will be prescribed based on the consultation results in the next few days. As he spoke, he continued with his hand movements, but Lin Xian's eyes were fixed on him. I just want to advance you a month's expenses. Sure. Lin Xian replied straightforwardly. 5 million is not a lot for her, but it is not a small amount for an ordinary person. If it was a payment due date, Lin Xian wouldn't think too much about it, but it hasn't even been a month yet and Lu Chen is asking for money. Could something have happened to him? What do you want the money for? I want to start a small media company. Lin Xian took the ice from Lu Chen's hand and sat up straight. Tell me more about it. Chapter 55, Consider it my investment in you. Lu Chen had no intention of hiding this matter from Lin Xian. I know that I'm currently being banned by everyone in the entertainment industry, but Director Dong is still using me because of you. But to be honest, Xian. Lu Chen said, looking at the other person sincerely, I really like this movie, and I don't want it to be buried because of me in the future. So, you want to start your own media company, and when the film is finished, you can take over as the distributor under the name of your media company? Lin Xian completed his words. Lu Chen nodded, that was exactly what he thought. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a slight smile. In fact, Lu Chen didn't have to worry about these problems at all. She invested in this film and personally starred in it, so there will be plenty of ways to get it released in the future. Lin Xian never took the so-called entertainment industry capital seriously. Just by publishing her name, many publishers were vying for it. Dong Manqing was teasing him on purpose at the time and didn't say everything. However, now that Lu Chen has proposed this idea, Lin Xian also appreciates it. She also wanted to see Lu Chen's abilities and whether he could carve out a place for himself in the entertainment industry where he was being targeted everywhere. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not, I will cover it for him anyway. Okay. Lin Xian stood up from the sofa, took out a black card from the bag on the counter, returned to the sofa, and handed it to Lu Chen. Here's 20 million, not counting the advance. I'll give you the 5 million after a month. Consider this money my investment in you. If it succeeds, it'll be considered my foresight. If it doesn't, just treat it as a game. Lu Chen took the card and said, Thank you, Xian. I really don't know how to repay you. 20 million, he had never received such a huge sum of money in his life, and Lin Xian gave it to him as soon as she said it, and didn't care even if she had to pay it back. Of course I don't know. Lin Xian raised her eyebrows and smiled at him. You've repaid me very well tonight. Lu Chen leaned forward slightly. Do you want me to repay you again? Lin Xian smiled sweetly. No, I have to film tomorrow, and my mouth needs to get rid of the swelling tonight. She didn't expect Lu Chen to have a bit of a naughty look. What should she do? She liked him even more. Lu Chen sat up straight and nodded. Yes, we still have scenes to shoot tomorrow, but we must not let director Dong find out, otherwise who knows what she will say. He looked at his watch and saw that it was getting late. Lu Chen stood up and said, then I'll go back to my room and sleep. Lin Xian was a little reluctant, but she was already very satisfied tonight and didn't expect to get everything done at once. According to Lu Chen's personality, he has to take things slowly and she is not in a hurry. Anyway, the first step has been taken, and she can try it out at any time. She also stood up from the sofa and walked into the door of the room. Do you want to do something before you leave? Lu Chen smiled slightly. He understood. He placed a kiss on Lin Xian's forehead and said, good night. Good night. For both of them, this night brought their relationship to a qualitative leap. After closing the door, Lin Xian was so happy that she almost flew up. It turned out that love was such a wonderful thing. She wanted to stay with Lu Chen forever. Because of her father, she hated men. Now because of Lu Chen, she changed some of her thoughts. Not all men are scumbags. Since the last time she said goodbye to Lu Chen, Wenya has not had any news from Lu Chen. Although I asked Lu Bai for his WeChat ID and added him as a friend, it has not been accepted. What is going on? Doesn't Lu Chen like her at all? Wenya has not been happy at all these days. But she also felt that it was impossible. Since Lu Chen was willing to send her home, it meant that he still had feelings for her. After all, I am not bad looking and my family conditions are good. Something must have happened. Maybe my phone was lost, or I haven't seen the application I added. Wenya really wanted to see Lu Chen again, so she called Lu Bai. Hey, brother, what is brother Xiaochen doing recently? Lu Bai was stunned by the question. This little girl didn't ask what he was doing recently, but asked Lu Chen right away. We haven't been in touch recently. Don't you have his WeChat? Why don't you ask him yourself? Wenya stammered and whispered, brother Xiaochen didn't add me. Then he suddenly raised his voice, brother, did something happen to him? After the last incident, he was targeted by the entertainment industry again, and there has been no news about him. Could it be? The more she talked, the more worried Wenya became. Lu Bai was also reminded by her words that this was indeed a possibility. Lu Chen offended the entertainment industry's capital giant, Star Entertainment. If they want to kill him, they have many ways to do it secretly. Lu Bai suddenly began to blame himself because he had been busy playing games these 2 days and had hardly contacted him. Lu Chen is his best friend in the entire university. Xiaoya, don't worry, I'll try to contact him. Okay, brother, hurry up, I'll wait for your reply. After hanging up the phone, Lu Bai immediately called Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen had just returned from Lin Xian's place. Seeing Lu Bai's call, he thought, this kid is quite good at timing. He knew that I was done with my work before calling me. What's the matter, Xiao Bai? Fuck, are you okay? You scared me. As soon as Lu Bai opened his mouth, he greeted people in the quintessence of traditional Chinese culture. Speak properly. Lu Chen reminded seriously. After knowing that Lu Chen was fine, Lu Bai was relieved and spoke again calmly. Xiaoya said that she couldn't contact you recently and was worried that something had happened to you, so she insisted that I ask you. Lu Chen almost forgot about Wenya. The two had only met once, and she was a very cute girl. It was also because of her that Lin Xian cornered him and criticized him harshly. Now that Lu Bai mentioned it, he remembered it again. It was normal that he couldn't get in touch with her because he didn't accept Wenya's friend request at all. But in front of Lu Bai, he couldn't say that he had deliberately refused, so he replied evasively, what can happen to me? Everything is going well. I don't believe it. Lu Bai's questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Chen encountered difficulties one after another. Even if he had hundreds of thousands of dollars from the scam, he should have spent it all on renting a luxury car and taking care of his seriously ill grandmother. Don't be pretending to be tough, but secretly crying in the corner. Hearing the other party's questioning, Lu Chen chuckled and said, do I need to lie to you? Who knows? Maybe some people are just being stubborn and don't want to show their downtrodden side. Brother, we've been together for so many years, just be honest with me. Lu Chen was speechless. How about we video chat to show you my current situation? Chapter 56. You're not going to the sea, are you? Okay, let me see what a mess your little rental apartment is in now. Is there garbage takeout everywhere? Lu Bai had already imagined Lu Chen eating takeout alone these days. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen called again via video. He stood in the center of the 5-star room, pointed the camera at himself, and then walked around the room. Well, do you believe it? Lu Bai on the other side of the video was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. Why was the plot always different from what he imagined? Does Lu Chen have some hidden secret that I don't know about? That's fake. Are those behind you just wallpapers for live streaming? Nowadays, live broadcasts by internet celebrities are rampant. In order to build their own personalities, many anchors will replace their live broadcast rooms with adjustable wallpapers to create a high-end image. In order to dispel Lu Bai's doubts, Lu Chen opened the door of the room and took a picture of the entire corridor for him to see. Lu Bai believed it and was even more shocked. Xiaochen, you didn't go into the sea, did you? Lu Chen was originally an actor with excellent conditions. However, he was abandoned by his beloved and suppressed by capital. After a struggle, he was still no match for the powerful and had to go into the sea as a gigolo to make a living. This is so logical. You're the new guy, I have a proper job here. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at him. Lu Bai was still a little unconvinced and asked, which club is this? Many high-end clubs look like hotels. This is the White Swan Hotel at the Hongqing Film and Television Base. Worried that Lu Bai still didn't believe it, he took out the room card and showed it to him on the video. Lu Bai really believed it now. Weren't you banned from the entertainment industry? Where are you going? And staying in such a nice hotel. This is completely inconsistent with Lu Bai's understanding of Lu Chen's situation. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, thinking about how to tell him, I have terminated my contract with Yangren Xuanmo, and now I have signed with a new boss. She is not afraid of Xinghui Entertainment's suppression and has taken on a new drama for me. The crew of the new drama is here. And this hotel was also booked for me by my boss. Lu Chen added another sentence after he finished speaking. What, you were signed by someone? That boss is so courageous? Lu Bai was shocked again. He had heard that any crew that dared to cooperate with Lu Chen was openly opposing Star Entertainment. Star Entertainment is the big brother in the entertainment industry, and most of the domestic films and distribution rights are in their hands. Other media companies can only stand aside in front of him. Moreover, they have always relied on their own power to constantly curb the growth of other companies. Any companies that have the slightest sign of success are strangled in the cradle. It is in this way that they have maintained a stable position in their family. Lu Chen offended Xin Yuhao because of Sun Yenin, which led to the dilemma of being suppressed and expelled. All media companies and film crews are avoiding him now, so how could anyone sign him? She's not from the entertainment industry, but she has resources in this area, so she signed me. Lu Chen explained. Lu Bai on the other end of the video was still confused. He couldn't figure it out. It's not that I look down on my good brother, but this kind of thing is unlikely to happen in reality. Lu Chen is not a first or second-tier celebrity. If someone takes a risk and signs him, perhaps he can unexpectedly become popular again with his popularity. He is just a little-known actor. Who would dare to take a big gamble on him? I'm going to sleep now. I have to get up tomorrow to film. After saying that, he hung up the video. Throwing his phone on the bed, Lu Chen took out the card with 20 million yuan that Lin Xiyan gave him. He didn't expect that the money would come so easily. 20 million is a sum of money that most ordinary families cannot earn in their entire lives, but Lin Xiyan just gave it to him. From what she said, I don't have to pay it back in the future. However, Lu Chen decided that if the company was really established in the future, he would make Lin Xiyan the largest shareholder. With these 20 million, he can plan his future career well. On the other side, after Lu Bai hung up the phone, Wen Ye quickly called him again. Brother, have you contacted Brother Xiaochen? Wen Ye asked anxiously. Yes, I got in touch. Wen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, that means Brother Xiaochen didn't have any accidents. Lu Bai snorted softly. Not only did he not encounter any accidents, he's also living a very comfortable life. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Brother Xiaochen has suffered setbacks in both his love life and career. How can he still live a comfortable life? How can you be a good brother? You don't even know how to care about others. Wen Ye's tone was full of reproach. I thought so too, but I just video chatted with him. Not only does he have a job now, he's also living in a 5-star luxury hotel. You said brother Xiaochen found a job? Wanya questioned. Ever since she and Lu Chen were on the hot search last time, Wanya started to pay attention to things in the entertainment industry. But the next day, she heard that Lu Chen was banned from the entertainment industry again, and it was a complete ban. Yes, not only did he find a job, but he's also an actor. Isn't that amazing? Lu Bai couldn't help laughing as he spoke. What are you laughing at? This only shows that brother Xiaochen is very charming. Even though he was banned, there are still people who dare to take the risk to use him. Wanya can't bear to hear anyone say anything bad about Lu Chen. Yes, he is very charming. Look how fascinated you are by him now. If I had known you were such a fangirl, I would not have introduced him to you. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds, and Wanya admitted that she was indeed fascinated by Lu Chen. It's like a little fangirl meeting her super idol. Lu Chen has no fan club or organization, and apart from being on 2 brief trending searches, he has almost no topics. Not even a single fan. But now he has it. Wanya was his first fan and decided to start her star-chasing plan. Brother, where is brother Xiaochen filming? Can we go see him? After pondering for 2 seconds, Wanya spoke again. Well, that is fine. He also wants to see what Lu Chen is filming now and whether it is really as good as what he sees in the video. He's at the Hangqing Film and Television base. I'll send him a message and tell him we'll go see him tomorrow. Don't tell him, let's go over and give him a little surprise. Wanya was excited. Lu Chen was filming alone in another place. If he suddenly saw the two of them, he would definitely be surprised and touched. This way I will leave a deeper impression on him. Okay, then I'll listen to you. We'll go give him a surprise tomorrow. Chapter 57. In my eyes, you are all advantages. The next day, Lu Chen got up very early. After he went out, he wanted to call Lin Xiyan to go downstairs for breakfast together. But thinking that she might still be sleeping, I didn't disturb her and planned to come up and bring her some later. 5-star restaurants all serve buffet breakfasts with open kitchens. As soon as I walked in, I saw Han Miao already sitting inside. She waved to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, good morning. Assistant Han, good morning. Han Miao looked behind him and asked, are you alone? Yes. Han Miao didn't say anything else, just smiled. Lu Chen picked up the plate, picked some food, and found a place to sit down. He had just taken a walk around and thought that the food here probably didn't suit Lin Xiyan's taste. Lu Chen thought that after he finished eating, he would find a way to go into the kitchen and make a portion for Lin Xiyan himself. While she was eating, Han Miao came over with her plate and said, Mr. Lu, can I eat with you? Sure. Han Miao chuckled and ate sporadically. Mr. Lu, did you help our CEO Lin repair the sewer last night? Lu Chen looked up at him and nodded. How did you know? The White Swan Hotel is owned by the Lin Group. Boss Lin was very angry about this situation in her room and asked me to warn the manager here. I originally wanted to arrange for someone to fix it, but our boss Lin said you can help him fix it. Then she added timidly, is the sewer unblocked? Yes, it's connected. Lu Chen nodded. Ah. Han Miao opened her mouth in surprise. You guys are developing so fast? Lu Chen finally understood the hidden meaning in her words and frowned slightly. Assistant Han, aren't you afraid of being fired for gossiping about your boss like this? Han Miao's face flushed. She had never seen her CEO allow a man into her room at night. She was so curious that she couldn't help asking. Mr. Lu, please don't tell Mr. Lin that I asked you these questions. Otherwise, the new car you want at the end of the year will be ruined again. Han Miao looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. Lu Chen also became curious, is your year-end bonus a new car? Not entirely. If I perform well, in addition to the fixed bonus of 1 million, I will also be given a new car. This Maybach I have now was given to me by President Lin. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Lin Xiyan was really generous to her subordinates. No wonder Han Miao is so serious and responsible at work. So how much is your monthly salary? It's not fixed. 100,000 is the base salary, and the rest is performance-based pay based on the company's revenue. I think I can make around 1 million a month. Well, wealthy companies are different. Lu Chen had almost finished the food on his plate. He glanced at the kitchen and said to Han Miao, Assistant Han, can I use the kitchen here? You can ask the kitchen to make whatever you want to eat. It's not me, it's your CEO Lin. She can't get used to eating food outside, so I want to cook something for her myself. Han Miao was stunned for a moment. She didn't live in Greenfield Fragrance Courtyard, so she didn't know how the two of them got along before. But just from this one sentence, she could imagine Lu Chen getting up every morning to make breakfast for Lin Xian. Of course, of course. Han Miao stood up. I'll take you in. The two went to the kitchen, and Lu Chen cooked a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for Lin Xian. He put the noodles on the plate, picked up the chopsticks and spoon, and said to Han Miao with a smile, "Then I'll go up first." Looking at Lu Chen's back, she suddenly understood why Mr. Lin treated Lu Chen differently from others. If she had a man who made breakfast for her every day, she would also be deeply attracted to him. Lu Chen brought the bowl of noodles to the door of Lin Xian's room, estimating that she should have gotten up by now. Ring the doorbell. Lin Xian had just finished washing up and hadn't blow-dried her hair yet. She thought it was the hotel's housekeeping staff, so she went to open the door with a cold face. The moment she opened the door, she saw Lu Chen standing outside with a sunny smile, and her heart melted immediately. Xiao Chen. Ms. Lin, the breakfast you ordered is here. Lu Chen said politely, pretending to be a delivery man. I didn't order breakfast. Lin Xian didn't react for a moment. Mr. Lu from next door called you. Lin Xian laughed. She looked at the red and yellow egg noodles in the bowl and swallowed. Did you make this for me? Lu Chen nodded. Well, try it quickly, otherwise it will become clumpy soon. Lin Xian moved aside, and Lu Chen brought the noodles into the house and put the plate on the table. Before meeting Lu Chen, Lin Xian had no habit of eating breakfast. But since she ate the food made by Lu Chen, she gradually began to like eating. Sitting down on the chair, Lin Xian picked up the chopsticks and started eating. The noodles this time taste different from last time. It has a sour soup taste, which is very appetizing. Once you take a bite, you can't stop. Thinking back to the bowl of noodles I made for Lu Chen last time, it was simply incomparable. After finishing the meal, Lu Chen handed her a tissue. Lin Xian wiped her mouth and said, "Compared to your noodles, mine must taste terrible, right?" It's not terrible, it just doesn't have much flavor. But I'm not picky about food, so I can handle it. When we were in the orphanage, everyone was scrambling to eat the food. No one cared whether it tasted good or not, as long as they were full. This made Lu Chen more able to endure hardships than others since he was a child. Lin Xian only remembered now that she forgot to add seasoning to the noodles she cooked last time. But in order not to embarrass her, Lu Chen forced himself to eat the bowl of tasteless noodles. Xiao Chen, you are so nice. Lin Xian found that the more she got to know Lu Chen, the more she liked him. What's wrong with me? Lu Chen asked back in confusion. I have been with Sun Yan'an for 3 years and have done so many things for her, but I have never heard her say that she is good. Now she is just making breakfast for Lin Xian and she starts praising herself? Why is there such a big gap between people? Lin Xian reached out and tapped Lu Chen's forehead. This is good. Then he slid to the tip of his nose. Here is also good. Then it slid to his lips. Here too. Finally, it slid to the position of the heart, and here. In Lin Xian's eyes, Lu Chen seemed to have only advantages. Lu Chen looked at her with burning eyes. Xian, you are also very good. What's good about me? Everything is as good as what you said I was good at. The two looked into each other's eyes, their passion overflowing. Lin Xian couldn't help but want to lean towards Lu Chen, but Lu Chen regained his senses in time, and his mind was still thinking about the filming today. Xian, it's getting late. We have to rush to the crew soon. We can't keep the other staff members waiting anxiously. Having been on the crew for many years, Lu Chen has long developed the good habit of being punctual and will never make other staff members wait because of him. Lin Xian had no choice but to step back. Then help me blow dry my hair. Chapter 58. Don't you and your wife live in the same room? After getting up in the morning, Lin Xian simply washed up and did not put on any makeup. Anyway, she had to follow the makeup style of the Republic of China period when she arrived on the crew. But before going out, you still need to blow dry your hair. She pulled Lu Chen to the dressing table, handed him the hairdryer, and sat down. It was Lu Chen's first time to help a girl blow dry her hair. Lin Xian's hair is soft and smooth, like silk. But he had no experience, so every time he stroked Lin Xian's hair, he would inadvertently touch the back of her neck and earlobe. This is the most MG part of a woman. Lin Xian's face gradually turned red, but Lu Chen didn't know that he had gotten into trouble. Every touch made Lin Xian feel hot all over. After finally finishing playing, Lu Chen asked proudly, "How is it? Are you satisfied with my skills?" He just looked at Lin Xian's flushed face in the mirror and asked urgently, "Xian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xian immediately stood up and turned around to face him. "Yes, I'm not feeling well." Lu Chen touched her forehead and asked, "Do you have a fever? Do you want to go to the hospital?" "No need to go to the hospital, you are my attending doctor." Without giving Lu Chen time to react, Lin Xian kissed him. She transferred all her passion to Lu Chen and hugged his neck tightly. The only sound left in the room was the ambiguous breath. Suddenly, the untimely ringing of the phone interrupted their embrace. Lu Chen parted his lips slightly and whispered, "Did Director Dong urge us to go to the crew?" Lin Xian's passion had not subsided yet. After saying, "Don't bother with her," she pulled Lu Chen's head back. The two continued to exchange pheromones with each other, becoming more and more ambiguous. Lin Xian was unsatisfied and pushed Lu Chen directly onto the big bed behind her. Just as she was about to pounce, the phone rang again. Lu Chen was more rational and not the type to easily fall into lust. He glanced at the phone and said, "Let's see who it is first." Lin Xian's mood was disturbed. She had a cold face and was unwilling to answer the phone. Lu Chen had to sit up and answer the phone. It was Dong Manqing who called, but when she heard that it was Lu Chen who answered the phone, she was stunned. "Xiaochen?" Dong Manqing's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "Why are you in Xian's room?" Then, in an instant, he realized, "You guys aren't sleeping in the same room, are you?" Lu Chen immediately explained, "No, Director Dong, I just came to bring breakfast to Xian this morning." Dong Manqing chuckled, "I understand. You don't need to explain. You are husband and wife, so it's normal for you to sleep in the same room. It's not what you think. Xian and I sleep in separate rooms." Dong Manqing always loved to make jokes about him and Lin Xian. If she mistakenly thought that the two of them had slept together, she might make some dirty jokes next time. "Okay, I won't ask any more about you two, but when will you come down to film?" "We're already on set." Hearing that everyone was waiting for them, Lu Chen immediately replied, "We'll go down now." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen looked at Lin Xian, "Xian, we have to go down, the crew is waiting for us." "Then let them wait, why rush?" Lin Xian spoke in a cold voice. This Dong Manqing actually dared to ruin her good thing. What's the big deal if the filming is late? Anyway, I'm paying for it myself and there's no deadline, so she can shoot it whenever she wants. In the company, it wasn't the executives waiting for her to attend that meeting, but she was being urged to film a movie. Lin Xian doesn't like the entertainment industry very much, which is why she doesn't want to develop in the entertainment industry. If it weren't for Lu Chen this time, she wouldn't have come to make a movie. Lu Chen went over and hugged Lin Xian in his arms. "Okay, Xian, let's go down. It's not good to keep others waiting." Feeling the warm embrace, her anger gradually subsided. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to film her scene." An unintentional remark touched Lu Chen's heart. Sure enough, it was because of him that Lin Xian was able to invest in and act in this play. But the more this happened, the more Lu Chen valued this play. He must continue filming this drama well and start his own media company as soon as possible. When the two arrived at the crew, Dong Manqing greeted them with a smile. "Hey, the young couple is coming down." As an actor, Lu Chen couldn't say anything about Dong Manqing's joke, but instead apologized to her for being late. "I'm sorry, Director Dong, I'm late because of something." But Lin Xian didn't have a good face for her. "Dong Manqing, if you dare to urge me again in the future, don't beg me to invest in any movie for you." Dong Manqing was not angry. He said with a smirk, "Why? Did I interrupt your good time?" Lin Xian asked with an expression as if she knew the answer but still wanted to know the answer. "Then I won't push you anymore. We're all just salted fish. You paid for it anyway." But Lu Chen didn't want to be a nobody. This was his first starring movie, and Lu Chen took it very seriously. "Director Dong, you can call my room from now on and I'll go get Xian." Dong Manqing looked at her doubtfully. "Aren't you living in the same room?" "No, we live next door. You can call room 8809 next time." "Aren't you husband and wife? Why don't you live in the same room?" Dong Manqing asked jokingly. "What do you care?" Lin Xian retorted, "Are you still going to film it or not?" Pa, go to the dressing room and change your clothes first." Lin Xian glared at her and walked towards the dressing room. Dong Manqing asked Lu Chen slyly, "You really didn't sleep together last night?" Really not, Director Dong, please stop joking like that. Dong Manqing didn't listen, frowned doubtfully and asked, with such a beauty in front of you, aren't you tempted? I? It would be a lie to say I'm not moved. Seeing his hesitation, Dong Manqing smiled. She knew that Lin Xian could not be unrequited in love. If Lu Chen was not moved by a beautiful woman like her who was both rich and beautiful, it could only mean two things. First, Lu Chen's endurance is too strong. Second, Lu Chen is not a man. But the second one is obviously not. Dong Manqing patted his shoulder and said, Xiaochen, since you both like each other, you should confirm your relationship as soon as possible and sleep in the same bed directly, so you don't have to book another room. Then, he added solemnly, I've never seen Xian be so serious about someone before. You are the first one. Cherish her well. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Dong Manqing was used to joking, and sometimes Lu Chen couldn't tell which of her words were true and which were jokes, but he still nodded silently. Then he changed the subject and said, Director Dong, I'm going to change my clothes too. Seeing Lu Chen nod, Dong Manqing knew that his observation was correct and he really liked Lin Xian. This is the real-life version of marriage first, love later. She had already started thinking about the plot of their next play in her mind. Chapter 59. Nothing is more important than you. After both of them changed their clothes, the third act of Crossing the Line officially began filming. Came to the small courtyard again. Zheng Yi sat on a chair in the room while Lin Wanqing bandaged the wound on his hand. The atmosphere was quiet and neither of them spoke. The most challenging part of acting is the integration of emotions. A night has passed, but when the two return to the play, they must re-immerse themselves in the emotions of the character yesterday. After wrapping the last round of tape, Lin Wanqing stood up. She looked at Zheng Yi and said, Xiaoyi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I lost my mind. From now on, you can still treat me as your aunt. At this time, Zhang Yi had sobered up and sorted out the complicated thoughts in his mind. He had to admit that deep down in his heart he also liked Lin Wanqing. After so many years of being together, I have long become inseparable from her. But now that the window paper has been broken, he can see the truth clearly. If one day, he was asked to marry another woman and leave Lin Wanqing, he couldn't do it. Zhang Yi grabbed Lin Wanqing's shoulders with both hands and stared at her. I don't want you to be my aunt anymore, I want you to be. Lin Wanqing suddenly stretched out her hand to stop Zhang Yi from saying what he was about to say, but her heart couldn't stop trembling. She wanted to listen to the end, but she didn't dare to continue. She had indeed lost her mind before. In today's society, if she and Zhang Yi were together, how would he face the gossip outside? He is only 19 years old and still in college. If his classmates find out, he might be dragged to the square for criticism. How could I ruin his life because of a personal affair? Xiaoha, don't say anything, just pretend nothing happened. Zhang Yi removed Lin Wanqing's hand and said, No, I want to say, I don't want you to be my aunt, I want you to be my wife. Lin Wanqing's tears flowed down. But aren't you afraid of the rumors outside? Aren't you afraid that your classmates will find out? Zhang Yi shook his head gently. Don't worry, I've thought it through. At worst, we can just move away and leave here. Assistant Director Yang Guangming, standing behind Dong Manqing, praised her profusely. Director Dong, where did you find this actor, Lu Chen? He was able to hold his own against Miss Lin throughout the entire scene, not losing to her at all. He's amazing. Dong Manqing chuckled. I didn't find this, Miss Lin brought it here herself. Considering the incident last night when Lin Xian blocked Lu Chen's drink, he finally understood. You mean, Lu Chen is Miss Lin's? Dong Manqing glanced at him and said, Don't let your imagination run wild. They are a serious couple. Ah. I didn't expect Miss Lin to be married already. However, Lu Chen and Miss Lin are really a perfect match. They are both talented and beautiful, and they are both good actors. Then he chuckled and said, Director Dong, are you aiming for an award abroad for this film? Foreign judges and experts like this style of drama the most, and Dong Manqing happens to be the best at shooting this type of drama. It doesn't matter whether I win an award or not, I'm just very happy filming this time. Art films are the most challenging for acting skills. Dong Manqing has been filming for so many years, and except for the first film Winter by the Sea where he collaborated with Lin Xian, it is basically difficult to find an actor who can carry a role like him. Every time she had to explain for a long time, and then try many times before getting a useful answer, but Lin Xian and Lu Chen seemed to be a match made in heaven. She only needed to explain the general plot, and the two of them could perfectly present the effect she wanted. You mean we should leave Jinling, but where can we go if we leave here? Lin Wanqing was still a little worried. He and Zhang He had always lived in Jinling and had never left here. The world is so big, I can go anywhere. As long as I'm with you, anywhere is fine. Zhang He looked at Lin Wanqing firmly, afraid that she would go back on her word. He has made up his mind to be with Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing slowly held Zhang He's face with both hands. Xiaoyi, are you really willing to give up everything here for me? I do. Nothing is more important than you. The image of Lin Wanqing in the play is very different from Lin Xian. She is an extremely emotional person. When she heard this, she burst into tears. She held Zhang He with both hands, and looked at him affectionately with her eyes. Xiaoyi, I love you so much. Me too, I love you as much as you love me. Zhang He responded to her confession. Lin Wanqing finally couldn't help but stood on tiptoe and kissed him. A storm suddenly hit on a clear summer night. Thunder roared outside the house, but it did not interrupt the two people's love. The camera pulls away and gradually blurs. Okay, click. Lin Xian then let go of Lu Chen. The two of them seemed to be still in the play. They stared at each other, breathing heavily. Lu Chen took the initiative to wipe the tears from Lin Xian's face. It must be very painful to cry? Lin Xian sniffed and asked, if all this is true, will you take Lin Wanqing away? Meeting. Okay, it's over. Dong Manqing interrupted the two of them. You guys won't be able to get out of the show, right? The most feared thing about being an actor is being unable to get out of the role. Some veteran actors may even develop mental disorders because they are too immersed in the role. However, fortunately, I was filming a romance movie, and Lin Xian and Lu Chen were husband and wife, so it didn't matter even if I couldn't get out of the role. At worst, I could just continue acting after the show. Hearing Dong Manqing's voice, Lin Xian glared at him. It's all your fault that I can't get out of the play. Why did you write such a cruel plot? Miss Lin, you're also involved in this drama, you can't blame me entirely. Lin Xian was unable to refute for a moment. What she wanted at the beginning was more emotional interactions between Lin Wanqing and Zhang He. I want to deepen my relationship with Lu Chen through the play. Han Miao brought 2 cups of coffee at the right time. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu, have a cup of coffee and take a break. Han Miao followed the filming of the entire drama throughout, which was really enjoyable for her. It's more enjoyable than reading tomato novels. CP still has to be realistic, it's exciting. At this time, Wen Ya and Lu Bai had also bought high-speed train tickets from Beijing to Hancheng, which would take about 4 hours. Wen Ya was excited the whole day. She hadn't made any preparations the last time she met Lu Chen, so she dressed up nicely this time. She put on delicate makeup, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and wore a skirt. Brother, do you think Brother Xiaochen likes me? It's hard to say, but what I can be sure of is that once Xiaochen falls in love with someone, he is very loyal. Just like when he liked Sun Yan'an, he couldn't tolerate anyone else in his eyes, but that woman didn't know how to cherish her and wasted Xiaochen's years of affection in vain. Chapter 60. Lu Chen actually stayed in such an expensive hotel. The more Lu Bai said this, the more Wen Ya became attracted to Lu Chen. Fortunately, after Sun Yan'an didn't want him anymore, she appeared in time. She was determined to catch up with Lu Chen. Such a good man cannot be allowed to circulate outside. Brother, you must help me say more good things this time so that Brother Xiaochen will have a good impression of me. You are my sister, of course I will help you. If it weren't for me last time, would he be able to send you home? Wen Ya pouted, looking a little unhappy. I don't think your idea is a good one at all. It will make Brother Xiaochen think that I'm a girl who likes to drink. Who knows, maybe he doesn't like girls drinking. Lu Bai frowned. It shouldn't be that serious. Sun Yan'an can drink. She got drunk before when they had dinner together, and I didn't see Lu Chen looking down on her. Anyway, I won't drink next time. How can there be a chance without drinking? You're not with Xiaochen every day. Drinking is a way for you to get in touch with each other quickly. Wen Ya thought about it and it seemed so. It would be great if she could be with Lu Chen every day. She wouldn't have to use drinking to get closer to him. But it's useless if I drink alone. Brother Xiaochen doesn't drink. Last time it was because he was driving. This time we'll go directly to the hotel to find him and see how he can refuse. Lu Bai suddenly had an idea when he said this. Xiaoya, I have a way to get you and Xiaochen together quickly. It's just that this method is a bit unpleasant. I wonder if you can accept it. What method? Tell me quickly, Tell me quickly. Wanya asked anxiously. That's it. Let's get him drunk tonight, and then you sleep in the same room with him. The next day, I'll go find trouble with him and make him responsible for you. Wanya frowned. Brother, this seems a bit like a trap, it feels immoral. Lu Bai smiled, but this method will definitely work. Xiaochen is a very responsible man. As long as you sleep in the same room with her, I guarantee that he will marry you. He said before that he wants to get married. When the time comes, you can get married first and then date. Isn't that the popular way nowadays? Wanya was a little moved. Really, is it really possible? Trust me, you can't go wrong. Lu Bai understood Lu Chen's situation very well. He was abandoned by Sun Yenin, whom he had loved for 3 years, and because of his grandmother's illness, he urgently needed a girl to marry him. As long as Wanya takes the initiative, they will definitely succeed. By then, your good brother will become your brother-in-law, and you will have to call him brother. It feels pretty good just thinking about it. It was already afternoon when the two arrived in Hangcheng. After exiting the high-speed rail station, I took a taxi directly to the film and television base. In addition to being rented out to film crews for filming, Hangcheng's film and television base is also a tourist attraction. Now, because Lin Xiyan is filming here, the base is no longer open to other outside crews. However, ordinary tourists can still go in and watch. However, the place where the crew filmed is completely enclosed and tourists are not allowed to enter. Moreover, all staff members of the Crossing the Line crew signed a confidentiality agreement, and all situations within the crew must not be disclosed to outsiders. After buying the tickets, Lu Bai and Wanya entered the film and television base, but they didn't know the specific filming location of Lu Chen, so they had to go to the White Swan Hotel first. After video chatting with Lu Chen last night, Lu Bai knew that he was staying at this hotel and even memorized his room number. Lu Bai went directly to the front desk and asked for 2 rooms on the same floor as Lu Chen. Hello, sir. The 88th floor you requested is our hotel's VIP floor. It overlooks the entire film and television base, and you can't stay there without a senior membership. The receptionist explained with a smile. Lu Bai was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Chen was actually living on the VIP floor. How much is this floor per night? How about members? Lu Bai and Wanya are not short of money. If Lu Chen can afford to live there, why can't they? Hello, sir. Premium membership requires a one-time deposit of 800,000. New first-time members can get a 20% discount on their stay that night, so it's only 160,000 per night. Lu Bai's eyes widened. One night? Only? 160,000? He was not scared by the price of the hotel. After all, he grew up in Beijing, and the most luxurious hotels there cost 300,000 or 400,000 per night. I just didn't expect that there would be such an expensive hotel in Hangcheng. The key point is, how could Lu Chen stay in such an expensive hotel? Suddenly I remembered that Lu Chen said last night that the hotel room was booked by his boss. No, this boss is too generous to him. What kind of boss would be willing to give such a luxurious room to his employees? For a moment, Lu Bai became curious about the boss that Lu Chen mentioned. Wanya was sitting on the sofa. Seeing that Lu Bai hadn't opened a room for a long time, she stood up and walked over. Brother, what's wrong? Lu Bai frowned and said, I originally wanted to book 2 rooms on the same floor as Xiaochen, but I didn't expect that guy to stay in the most expensive room here. How much is it? Wanya asked. 200,000 a night, and you have to get a premium membership first, which requires a one-time deposit of 800,000. After hearing what Lu Bai said, Wanya also felt that it was indeed a bit expensive. She looked at the receptionist and asked, who usually stays in such an expensive room? The receptionist politely and enthusiastically explained, it's mainly A-list celebrities and bosses, as well as investors who come here. Wanya nodded. This is a film and television base, so there must be some celebrities coming here to film. For those first-line stars who earn more than 2 million yuan a day, a room fee of several 100,000 yuan a night is not very expensive. Brother, let's live on the same floor as brother Xiaochen. I'll pay half of the expenses. Lu Bai originally wanted to book a room for Wanya himself, but the cost of this room was indeed a bit too much for him. Although his family runs a wholesale business in Beijing, they are not a wealthy family. Lu Bai finds it a bit too much to bear the 200,000 yuan a night and the 800,000 yuan recharge for a premium membership. Well, apart from the room fee, I'll pay for all the food and drinks. Wanya smiled and nodded. She didn't care about these things. She just wanted to see Lu Chen as soon as possible. After checking into the room, the two put their luggage upstairs and stood at the windowsill. The view was indeed as broad as the receptionist said, and they could overlook the entire film and television base. Wenya was not in a hurry to appreciate the scenery here, but was looking for Lu Chen in the huge base. "Brother, where on earth is Brother Xiaochen filming? Why can't I see him? Looking down from such a high place, people are just like ants. What can you see?" Lu Bai looked at his sister's worthless appearance and shook his head slightly. "Don't worry, we are already here, we will see sooner or later. I'm just anxious. Can you send a message to Brother Xiaochen to ask him when he will finish work?" Chapter 61. Am I your boss? Lu Bai had no choice but to take out his phone and send a message to Lu Chen. "Xiaochen, are you still filming? When will you be back to the hotel?" After a long time, Lu Chen still didn't reply. "Brother, did Brother Xiaochen reply to your message?" Wenya asked this question every few minutes. "No, I guess he was filming and didn't check his phone." Wenya was a little anxious. She had not heard from Lu Chen since they last met. Although Lu Bai told him that Lu Chen was fine, she still felt uneasy because she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Lu Chen had indeed been filming and had not been looking at his phone. It was only at the end of the fifth act that he saw the message from Lu Bai. I replied to him, "Well, I've been filming and have one more scene to finish. I think I'll be back at the hotel around 6 or 7. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" "Yes, I'm back." Lu Bai notified Wenya as soon as he saw the news. Wenya immediately came over to see the news about Lu Chen. When she confirmed that he was indeed filming here, Wenya felt a little relieved. Looking at the time, it was already past 5 o'clock, and there was not much time left before Lu Chen finished work and returned to the hotel. Wenya immediately took out her phone and opened the food delivery platform. Brother Xiaochen must be very tired after filming all day. I have to order some delicious food for him to replenish his energy. Lu Bai chuckled and replied, "Don't forget our plans for tonight. Order some more wine." Thinking of their bad idea, Wenya's face flushed and she asked shyly, "Brother, what kind of wine should we order? Also, what does Brother Xiaochen like to eat?" Lu Bai thought about it. During college, when his roommates went out for dinner, they mostly just ate skewers and drank beer. So he replied, "Beer, let's order some barbecue and crayfish. Xiaochen loves it." Good. After talking to Wenya, Lu Bai sent a message to Lu Chen, "When you return to the hotel after filming, let me know and I will call you to talk about something." Lu Bai made up a reason at random. Lu Chen was a little puzzled. Lu Bai usually had nothing to do, so why did he call him to tell him something? He was so mysterious. After replying with an okay, they started filming the last scene of the day. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when they finished work. After Lin Xiyan and Lu Chen changed their clothes, Han Miao had already driven the car to the door of the crew. The film and television base is very large, and the crew is still some distance away from the hotel. For convenience, Lin Xiyan temporarily bought a car to use for commuting to and from work. Dong Manqing had to edit the film and discuss the content with the crew, so he did not join them. Arriving downstairs at the hotel, Lu Chen got out of the car and replied to Lu Bai, "I'm at the hotel. I'll call you back when I get to your room. Who should I send a message to?" Seeing Lu Chen typing with his head down, Lin Xiyan asked casually. "My good friend from college said he wants to talk to me tonight." Lin Xiyan nodded and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight? How about I borrow the hotel kitchen to make something for you? You're not used to eating outside food." "No, you're tired after a long day, let's eat out." Lin Xiyan rejected Lu Chen's proposal. When Lu Chen was at home and had nothing to do, she could accept him cooking for her. But now they both work together, and she feels bad for Lu Chen to cook. It's not that she can't eat food outside, it's just that it's not as delicious as what Lu Chen cooks. Between the delicious food and Lu Chen's hard work, she would rather not eat. Then, Lu Chen thought for a moment, "Do you eat crayfish? I heard that Hangqing's crayfish is very famous. I haven't eaten it, but if you like it, I can try it." Lin Xiyan had only eaten Australian lobster before. As she already had an anorexic nature, she would never choose food like crayfish, which had more shell than meat. "Okay, then I'll go back to my room and order some takeout. I'm tired after a long day so I won't go out to eat." Lin Xiyan nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Chen felt that Lin Xiyan was particularly gentle tonight, and seemed to have lost the indifferent and distant feeling she had when they first met. When did she have this change? The first time I made breakfast for her? When we went to the hospital to see Grandma? Or that night when I was drunk? Lu Chen can no longer remember. But he knew that Lin Xian was not just one-sided, she had many sides, just like that night when he was sending Wenya home and was forced into a corner, Lin Xian was domineering. This is normal, people have many sides. Just like himself, he was always gentle when facing Lin Xian, but he was tough when facing the suppression of Xinghui Entertainment. After receiving the message from Lu Chen, Wenya opened the door of the room a crack and waited for Lu Chen to get out of the elevator. When she thought about meeting her beloved brother Xiaochun and the plan to be implemented tonight, her heart couldn't help but pound. Lu Bai also peeked through the crack of the door and whispered to Wenya, "When Xiaochun comes up, I'll open the door first, and then you can come out and surprise him." "Yeah." Wenya nodded slightly. Bite. When the elevator door opened, Lu Bai saw Lu Chen and a tall and beautiful woman walking out together. At this time, Wenya was still hiding behind the door and did not see what was happening outside. When Lu Bai was a little surprised to find out who this elegant woman was, the two of them had already arrived at his door. Without time to think about it, Lu Bai opened the door directly and shouted, "Surprise!" Then Wenya also came out and shouted, "Surprise!" Lu Chen was not surprised, but frightened. "Xiao Bai? Xiao Ya? Why are you here?" "We came to see you, brother Xiaochun. We haven't heard from you since we last met. I was so worried, so I asked you to come with me to see you." Wenya said, holding Lu Chen's arm, "Brother Xiaochun, you must be very tired after filming all day. I ordered your favorite crayfish. Come in and eat with us." Lu Chen pulled his arm out of Wenya's arms somewhat uncomfortably. But Wenya did not give up and grabbed him again, and Lu Chen broke free again. Wenya's mind was always on Lu Chen, but Lu Bai focused his attention on the beautiful woman in front of him. "Xiaochun, this is..." Before Lu Chen could answer, Lu Bai suddenly understood and exclaimed, "This must be the boss you were talking about." Then he extended his hand and introduced himself to Lin Xian. "Hello, my name is Lu Bai, and I'm Xiaochun's friend." Lu Bai didn't expect that Lu Chen, who said he was not afraid of the suppression from Xinghui Entertainment and dared to take the risk to use his boss, was actually a woman, a beautiful lady with an excellent image and temperament. Lin Xian didn't shake Lu Bai's outstretched hand. Instead, she looked at Lu Chen in surprise, her brows slightly furrowed as she asked, "Am I your boss?" Chapter 62, Happy Love. Lu Chen knew that he was doomed. If we go back to the beginning, he really treated Lin Xian as his boss. But after spending time together and having close contact over the past 2 days, their relationship has heated up to a critical point between a romantic relationship and a contractual relationship. If you go a little higher, you can make your relationship as husband and wife real. In order to explain his current situation to Lu Bai during the video call last night, Lu Chen could only explain it as Lin Xian being his boss. Lu Bai is such a bastard. Why didn't he tell me before coming? Why did he have to give me this kind of surprise and put me in a dilemma? At this moment, the atmosphere was eerily quiet, and it seemed that everyone's eyes had their own little thoughts. Wenya finally shifted her gaze from Lu Chen to Lin Xian. From a woman's sixth sense, she felt that this cold and aloof sister had an unusual relationship with her brother Xiaochun. She put a little more strength into Lu Chen's arm, as if she was afraid that Lu Chen would break free again. Women are sensitive creatures. Lu Chen didn't pay attention to her little action, but Lin Xian glanced over at it. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't react, her heart actually ached a little. At this moment, Lu Chen was thinking, why not take this opportunity to directly tell the true relationship between him and Lin Xian? A couple who agree to a deal is always better than a boss. The two have not yet confirmed their relationship, but they are definitely a couple. I didn't plan to tell Lu Bai before because I was thinking about getting divorced in the future. But judging from his current relationship with Lin Xian, it is very likely that the two will continue to develop their relationship. She is mine. Yes, I am his boss. Before Lu Chen could finish his words, Lin Xian spoke first. She didn't want Lu Chen to be embarrassed in front of his good brother. From Lu Chen's perspective, there was nothing wrong with treating her as the boss. But she didn't want Lu Chen to treat her as his boss. But since he introduced himself like this to his good brother, he must have his own ideas. If he was forced to explain himself, he would be embarrassed in front of his brothers. She didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at Lin Xian with a look of surprise and called out, "Xian. Xiaochun, since your good friends are here to see you, you should spend the evening with them." Lin Xian's voice returned to her usual cold tone, "But don't play too late, we still have a scene to shoot tomorrow." After saying that, she turned and left alone. Lu Chen followed her back with his eyes, wondering if Lin Xian was really angry. Xiaochen, you are a really nice boss. Lu Bai praised. Wanya snorted and took Lu Chen into the house. Brother Xiaochen, we bought beer, barbecue, and crayfish. Let's celebrate tonight. Right. Lu Bai also agreed, let's go to the hotel today. Don't mention not drinking or anything like that. As they were talking, Lu Chen had been pulled into the room, and Lu Bai stepped forward and closed the door. When Lin Xian walked to the door of her room, she looked back at the place where she had just been, but Lu Chen was gone. Her heart began to feel inexplicably restless. They had agreed to eat crayfish together, but now she is the only one left. After opening the door and entering the room, she took out her phone and sent a message to Han Miao, I want to eat crayfish, order crayfish for me. Han Miao was a little confused when she received this message. Doesn't Lin Xian never eat this kind of thing? Why did you suddenly start asking to eat such unhealthy food? Boss Lin, crayfish are not clean. You might feel upset if you eat them. Han Miao sent a reminder. Don't worry about that, just order it. So, what flavor do you want? Lin Xian had never eaten crayfish before, so naturally she didn't know what it tasted like, so she replied, give me one of all the flavors. Crayfish is a specialty of Hangzhou. There are more than a dozen flavors available. Can you finish all of them if you order them all? But Han Miao, who often followed Lin Xian, always felt that something was wrong with Lin Xian tonight. She didn't dare to say too much, so she had to make the reservation for her as requested. In the elegant room. You said you want to celebrate, what are you celebrating? Lu Chen asked in confusion. Celebrate that everything is going well for you and that you were not defeated by the setbacks. Lu Bai said with a smile. Also, to celebrate our reunion. Wanya was as happy as a little white rabbit. As she spoke, she opened the beer and food she had ordered. Xiaochen, your boss is no ordinary person. He doesn't look like someone from the entertainment industry. He even looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Lu Bai mentioned Lin Xian again. She really isn't someone from the entertainment industry. She's in business, and investing in movies is purely a personal hobby. How did you get to know her? Lu Bai was a little envious of Lu Chen. It was really hard for ordinary people to meet someone like Lin Xian, who had an extraordinary family background. It's just a coincidence. Lu Chen smiled. Seeing Lu Chen's sweet expression, Lu Bai frowned, is she really your boss? Is there no other relationship? Brother, are you done yet? Ever since you saw that beautiful sister, you have been asking, are you attracted to her? Wanya pouted angrily. Did you forget your plans for tonight when you saw a beautiful woman? Hearing Wanya's words, Lu Chen raised his fist and hit Lu Bai's chest. Xiao Bai, I'm warning you, don't let your imagination run wild. Lu Bai clutched his chest in pain, everyone loves beauty. Even if I like her, she won't like me back. Wanya scoffed and handed a bottle of beer to Lu Chen. Brother Xiaochen, you are not allowed to learn from this lecture. You can't judge a woman by her appearance alone. She must first have a heart that loves you. Wanya is not bad looking, but she knows she cannot compare with Lin Xian, so she can only speak from her heart. Let Lu Chen understand that the heart is more important than appearance. Just this sentence made Lu Chen's mind flash back to the scene between him and Lin Xian today. She held her face in her hands and repeated over and over again, I love you. Lu Chen nodded. Xiaoya is right. She is much more profound than your brother. Lu Bai was hit by the two men, sighed, and picked up a bottle of beer. Okay, I'll drink, okay? Then he drank half a bottle in one gulp. Wanya glared at him angrily, don't just drink by yourself, drink with brother Xiaochen. Only then did Lu Bai realize that the two of them had plans for tonight. His mind had been in a mess since he met Lin Xian. Yes, Xiaochen, come drink with us to celebrate your new job and the start of your new life. Lu Chen liked what he heard, so he opened the beer in his hand and drank it. Wanya also raised a can of beer and said, then I wish brother Xiaochen a bright future and a happy love life. Chapter 63 I already have someone I like. When talking about love, Wanya's face blushed. For some reason, Lin Xian's appearance made her feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. Originally, she was still worried that the plan proposed by Lu Bai was unreliable and would make Lu Chen unhappy. But now she couldn't care less about so many things. She had to take the initiative and make things a fait accompli. Wanya peeled a shrimp and placed it in the bowl in front of Lu Chen. Brother Xiaochen, my brother said you love crayfish the most. I ordered these especially for you tonight. Lu Chen took the shrimp out of the bowl and put it back into Wenya's bowl. You can eat it yourself. If I want to eat it, I can peel it myself. There were several plates of crayfish on the coffee table in the hotel. Just seeing these reminded Lu Chen of what he had said to Lin Xiyan before going upstairs in the evening. The two of them also prepared some crayfish. Now I have eaten it, but what about her? What is she doing now? Has she eaten? The crayfish ordered by Lin Xiyan had not arrived yet, but he had already taken a shower and changed into pajamas. In order to prevent Lu Chen's figure from appearing in her mind all the time, she began to frantically review the documents piled up on the desk. Now that I have come to Hengqing to film, all the company's affairs have been brought here as well. Because I have to go to the crew during the day, I can only come back at night to do these things. But when Lu Chen was around, she had no intention of reviewing these documents. Tonight, she worked like crazy. Only in this way would she not think about what Lu Chen was doing now. Elegant room. The three of them were almost done drinking. Seeing the time was right, Lu Bai stood up unsteadily with a bottle of beer in his hand. Xiaoya, Xiaochen, you guys continue. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Although Lu Chen couldn't drink much liquor, beer was a piece of cake for him. Until now, his consciousness was still very clear. He always felt that something was wrong between the two of them tonight, but he didn't know what tricks they were playing. Seeing Lu Bai about to leave, Lu Chen also stood up, but was held back by Wenya. Brother Xiaochen, you can't leave. Wenya's cheeks were flushed, and Yan Ran was already drunk, but she kept the plan for tonight in mind and grabbed the corner of Lu Chen's clothes tightly and refused to let go. Lu Bai also extended his hand to signal Lu Chen to sit down. Yes, Xiaochen, you can't leave. Last time you sent Xiaoya home, she didn't even have the chance to thank you. You must give her a chance to thank you tonight. If you get drunk, just sleep here. We're all adults, it's okay, hee hee. Lu Bai added another sentence while drunkenly. Then he stumbled out of the room, not forgetting to close the door. Lu Chen finally understood Lu Bai's intention. He really wanted him to be his brother-in-law. I just wonder if Wenya is also aware of his idea? Or did the two of them plan this? Brother Xiaochen, why didn't you use my WeChat? When you looked up at him and said, do you know how happy I was when we were on the trending search together last time? I really hope that trending search was real. But I know this trending search has also caused you a lot of trouble. I don't have your contact information, so I don't know if you're doing well. I worry about you every day. The drunk Wenya chattered incessantly. You know, Brother Xiaochen, I like you. I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Wenya pulled Lu Chen, trying to get closer to him. Xiaoya, you are drunk. I will help you to the bed to rest. Lu Chen helped Wenya up and walked towards the bed. Crash. The pen I was using to mark documents suddenly ran out of ink. Lin Xiyan paused for 2 seconds and threw the pen away. What is the relationship between that woman and Lu Chen? Why do you want to be so close to him? As soon as he stopped, all kinds of things about Lu Chen flooded into his mind. She recognized the girl. It was the one Lu Chen sent home last time. Although she had confirmed that nothing happened between them that night, she was sure of one thing: the girl definitely liked Lu Chen. They must be having a great time eating and drinking together now, right? Could Lu Chen fall in love with her in one night? So annoying, so annoying. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door outside. Who? Lin Xiyan's tone seemed to carry a deep chill that came from hell. Even through a door, Han Miao felt the chill to the bone. Who on earth offended her? You were fine when you came back tonight. Mr. Lin, it's me. The crayfish I ordered for you has arrived. Lin Xiyan then stood up and opened the door. The cart pushed by Han Miao had 3 layers, all filled with crayfish of various flavors. Come in. After Lin Xiyan finished speaking, she turned and went into the house. Han Miao followed closely behind, and when she saw the pen thrown on the ground, she knew that she must be angry. It is not uncommon for Lin Xiyan to get angry. It was a common occurrence before she met Lu Chen. But Han Miao was surprised by the abnormal behavior after meeting Lu Chen. She glanced at the documents scattered on the desk, wondering if her anger tonight was due to work or something else. Han Miao didn't dare to ask more questions. But she knew that the only person who could calm Lin Xiyan down now was Lu Chen. Mr. Lin, you probably can't finish all these crayfish by yourself. How about I call Mr. Lu to come and eat with you? No need. Lin Xian said in a very aggressive tone. He is already eating, and someone is eating with him, so he doesn't need me to accompany him. Well, the unsolved case has been solved. The boss's anger was not because of the work, but because of Lu Chen. This is jealousy. But Lu Chen doesn't have any acquaintances here, so who would he leave Mr. Lin and have dinner with? Han Miao knew very well that she couldn't talk too much right now. She silently took out a dozen servings of crayfish and placed them on the table, then walked out. After going out, he came to the door of Lu Chen's room, wanting to see if Lu Chen was there. I knocked on the door for a long time, but no one responded. Maybe he went out to have dinner with someone else. Han Miao pushed the cart away and got into the elevator. Still worried, she sent a message to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, can you go to Ms. Lin's room after dinner? She ordered more than 10 crayfish by herself, and I'm worried that she will have problems eating them. Lu Chen helped Wanya onto the bed and covered her with the quilt. Wanya was still repeating incoherently, Brother Shaochen, I like you so much. I'm sorry, Xiuya, I already have someone I like. I hope you can find someone who will stay with you in the future. Lu Chen knew that Lu Bai and Wanya were not bad people. Lu Bai was doing this for his own good. He did not despise him for having nothing and was willing to introduce his sister to him. Wanya is a good girl with a simple mind, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Now that he has someone he likes, he can't like anyone else. Bite. A message came from his mobile phone. Lu Chen opened it and saw that it was from Han Miao. After reading the message, he turned and left in a hurry. Lu Bai and Wenye's plan failed. Chapter 64. Can you be my girlfriend? Wenye's room and Lin Xian's room are at opposite ends of the corridor. The distance was neither long nor short, but Lu Chen was eager to see the person he was thinking about as soon as possible, so he started running after he walked out of the room. When Lu Chen saw the message from Han Miao, he felt filled with self-blame. I had clearly agreed to eat crayfish with Lin Xian tonight, but I actually left her after Lu Bai came. Thinking of the disappointment and heartache in Lin Xian's eyes when she said, "Am I your boss?" but she gave him enough face in front of her good friend. Lu Chen felt like a bastard. Lin Xian had never eaten crayfish, but because she wanted to eat it, she was willing to accompany him to try it. She didn't like entering the entertainment industry, but because of herself, she joined the crew again. At first, Lu Chen was not sure what Lin Xian's feelings were towards him, and even suspected that she was training them to get along well so that they could face their family in the future. But after experiencing all this, he can be sure that Lin Xian also likes him. Lin Xian did a lot for him, but he did nothing for her. Even in terms of emotions, I have always been passive in accepting things. He is like Zhang He, and Lin Xian is like Lin Wanqing. The two people in real life seem to have become characters in a movie. But Zhang He in the play has broken through the shackles and confirmed his own heart. What about him? During the happy moment when she was having dinner and drinking with Lu Bai and Wanya, was Lin Xian feeling as uncomfortable alone in the room as she was when Zhang He ran out that night? He actually wanted to wait a little longer and spend more time with Lin Xian, but seeing Wanya tonight made him more determined to express his inner feelings. Wanya bravely expressed her love for me after only meeting me once. Why does he have to think so much and wait so long? Just as Dong Manqing said, since both of them like each other, they should confirm the relationship as soon as possible. Although Lu Chen was disappointed in love for a while because of Sun Yan'an, he did not lose the ability to love again. If he meets someone worth cherishing, he wants to try to cherish them again. Give yourself another chance. Lu Chen knocked on Lin Xian's door, breathing slightly. After Han Miao left, Lin Xian opened a bottle of red wine in the house and drank it in one gulp without tasting it carefully. She didn't eat any of the crayfish in front of her. Looking at these creatures with more shell than meat, she didn't even know how to eat them. If nothing unexpected happened tonight, Lu Chen should be sitting opposite her and teaching her how to taste it. But now she is the only one left. While I was distracted, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Xian thought it was Han Miao or the room service staff. She was about to open the door with a cold face. Didn't I tell you guys not to bother me if there's nothing wrong? But as soon as the door opened, he saw Lu Chen standing outside. At this moment, she seemed to be back to yesterday morning. She opened the door with the same mood and found Lu Chen standing outside. But today she is not in as good a mood as yesterday. Have you eaten and drunk well? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Lu Chen tried hard to regulate his breathing. Why don't you go back to your room and rest? Why are you here? I'm your boss. If you disturb me for no reason, I'll dock your salary. There was resentment in Lin Xian's tone. Xian. Lu Chen suddenly called her name. Lin Xian was stunned. She stared into Lu Chen's eyes and felt that he was extremely serious at this moment. What? Half of his aura has been lost, but he still has a hint of stubbornness. I like you, can you be my girlfriend? When he said this, Lu Chen's heart was pounding, and he was also worried whether Lin Xian would reject him. After all, according to Lin Xian's conditions, she can find a boy who is much better than herself. But this moment also seemed to bring him back to the feeling of his first love. No, he didn't have a first love. He was just a bootlicker to Sun Yenin, and Sun Yenin didn't agree with his confession at all. Therefore, if Lin Xian agrees, she will be his first love. Lin Xian was stunned. The originally cold mood turned into a look of disbelief. She never thought that Lu Chen would say this to her, because in Lin Xian's heart, this sentence should be said by her. These were the words she said to Lu Chen one day when their love reached a deep level and she could no longer suppress it. Are you serious? Lin Xian's eyes were full of suspicion. She didn't understand why Lu Chen suddenly confessed to her. Shouldn't he get drunk with that good friend and that little girl and then sleep until dawn? Why would you suddenly come and tell me this? She suppressed her inner ecstasy and confirmed again, fearing that Lu Chen was just talking drunkenly. Because she smelled alcohol on Lu Chen. Yes. Lu Chen nodded. Seriously, very seriously. It's okay if you haven't made up your mind yet. You don't have to answer me now. Let's. Lin Xian didn't listen to him anymore. She rushed into Lu Chen's arms and hugged him tightly. I do. I do. Lu Chen's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Lin Xian looked up at him and said, "You can't go back on your words." Yeah. No regrets. Then, pinky promise. As she spoke, Lin Xian stretched out her bent little finger. At this moment, she possessed a childishness that did not belong to her age, yet was extremely cute, without any trace of her usual aloof female CEO. Lu Chen liked it very much. He stretched out his pinky finger and linked it with Lin Xian's, then imitated the nursery rhyme he heard as a child and said, "Hook and hang yourself, and don't change for 100 years. The sound of a cart being pushed could be heard in the corridor. It was the room service staff delivering meals to the guests. Lin Xian then let go of Lu Chen, took his hand, pulled her into the house, and closed the door. Looking at the pile of crayfish and open red wine on the table, Lu Chen said apologetically, "Xian, I'm sorry." Why say sorry? Lin Xian pulled Lu Chen to sit on the chair. I agreed to eat crayfish with you tonight. It's okay, I've already forgiven you. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with smiles, like peach blossoms in full bloom. That one word of love is worth all the resentment and dissatisfaction. Lin Xian took out another goblet and said, "How about drinking with me?" Okay. Aren't you afraid of getting drunk again? Don't be afraid. Why? Because you're my girlfriend now. Lin Xian swore that this was the happiest moment she had ever had in her life. Xiaochen, do you know? I actually got you drunk on purpose that night. Lu Chen nodded. I can tell. You keep asking me to drink. I've never drunk such a strong liquor in my life. Lin Xian chuckled, then, do you know what I did after you got drunk? Lu Chen stared and shook his head. He really had no recollection of what happened that night. Lin Xian handed the wineglass to Lu Chen and smiled, I kissed you secretly. Chapter 65 The Taste of Love. Just a sneak kiss? Lu Chen asked half-jokingly. Actually, I wanted something else, but I didn't just covet your body. I also wanted to covet you as a person, so I restrained myself. Lin Xian raised the corners of her lips, and there was a hint of shyness in her chuckle. Xiaochen, I like you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you, but I wasn't sure at that time. The more I get along with you, the more I find myself liking you. Listening to Lin Xian's confession, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Actually, I noticed from the beginning that you were very good to me, but I didn't dare to think too much about it at the time. I felt that there was a certain gap between you and me, and also. Lu Chen was ready to confess his past relationship with Sun Yenin. What is it? I was dumped just before I agreed to marry you. It can't really be considered a dumping. After all, it was all one-sided on my part, and she never accepted me. To put it in today's terms, I was just a bootlicker for 3 years. Lu Chen looked at Lin Xian with some concern and asked, do you dislike my past? This was the first time Lin Xian knew about Lu Chen's past. But doesn't this also prove that Lu Chen is a person who is loyal to his feelings? Lu Chen is 22 years old this year. If he is loyal to someone for 3 years, then he probably started to like her when he was 19 years old. If someone can be in love with someone for 3 years, then he should be someone who will not accept the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. Previously, Lin Xian had always worried that a good-looking person like Lu Chen would be bullied in the entertainment industry, but with his acting skills and appearance, he has not had any outstanding works so far, which further proves that Lu Chen is simply a breath of fresh air. Not only did she not mind, but she loved him even more. No, Xiaochun, I should thank her. Thank her for helping me keep you here for 3 years, allowing us to meet at the best time. Lu Chen was amazed that Lin Xian's perspective on problems was indeed not comparable to that of ordinary people. At this moment, he just wanted to toast Lin Xian to express his feelings. The wine glass that was extended was blocked by Lin Xian. Xiaochun, let me complete a ceremony first. What ceremony? Lu Chen didn't understand her intention. I've imagined in my mind what I should say to you and what I should do. Lin Xian stood up from the chair, and seeing how serious she was, Lu Chen also stood up. Xiaochun, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Lu Chen chuckled. He didn't expect that Lin Xian also planned to confess to him, but he didn't expect that he would get there first. I do. This time, neither of them was as excited and emotional as they were at the beginning in front of the goal, because this was already a confirmed fact. Just looking at each other and smiling sweetly. The two raised their glasses, and just as Lu Chen was about to drink, Lin Xian said, "Wait a minute, there's one last step." She passed her right hand, holding the wine glass, through Lu Chen's arm. The last step of the ceremony. Lei Sai's eyes hooked at each other and they drank from the wedding cup. After putting down the cup, Lin Xian touched Lu Chen's nose and said, "From today on, you are truly mine, Lin Xian's." So what is our relationship now? Husband and wife on the surface, boyfriend and girlfriend behind the scenes? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Is it not possible? Lin Xian raised her eyebrows, her face showing unconcealable joy. Of course, let's start with boyfriend and girlfriend. Lu Chen hugged Lin Xian tightly in his arms. It was through her that Lu Chen realized what true love was and how it felt to be in love. Glancing at the table full of untouched crayfish, he let go of Lin Xian and asked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Lin Xian shook her head. "I have no appetite when you're not here." You ordered so much when you have no appetite? Lu Chen pretended to be angry. You said you like it, so I want to know what your favorite tastes like. Lu Chen's heart softened, and he pulled Lin Xian to sit on the chair again. Now that I'm back, how about we taste it together? Haven't you already eaten it? Don't you know if it tastes good? Seeing Lin Xian's jealous look, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. I ate other things, but not crayfish. When in Wenye's room, Lu Chen only ate barbecue and drank beer, and did not eat crayfish. Because they had agreed to eat with Lin Xian, he always felt that if he ate alone or with other people, he would be betraying Lin Xian. It's not that he loves crayfish very much, it's just that he always ordered it when his friends and they had dinner together during college. Crayfish is a specialty snack in Hangzhou, so he wanted to try it with Lin Xian. Then why don't you eat? Lin Xian had roughly guessed the reason, but she still wanted to hear it from Lu Chen himself. Lu Chen tapped her nose lightly and replied in a doting tone, "Because I agreed to eat with you." After confirming the relationship, Lu Chen's attitude towards Lin Xian also changed. He no longer put himself in a low position like he did at the beginning, and clearly divided the class between the two. Now in his eyes, Lin Xian is his girlfriend. Girlfriends are meant to be pampered. Lin Xian's heart was about to melt. At the age of 25, this was the first time she experienced what others called love. If you come over to accompany me now, what about your two friends? They were all drunk and sleeping. Then why aren't you drunk? Because I still want to accompany you, I dare not get drunk. If the heart is a rose, it has now bloomed, with charming fragrance spreading throughout the body. Lin Xian felt as if she had been bewitched by Lu Chen. I won't eat this, I need you to feed me. She tilted her neck forward, waiting for Lu Chen to feed her. Next to Lu Chen, Lin Xian completely shed the elite persona she displayed at work and showed her true self to him. Don't worry about your image and temperament. To love someone is to expose yourself to him, to show him your childish, cold, violent side. She hoped that one day Lu Chen would open himself up and show her, instead of always being so gentle. Love him, and love all of him. Lu Chen smiled and picked out a type of crayfish that looked lighter in taste. He peeled it, took out the meat, and fed it to Lin Xian. Watching her chew, Lu Chen asked, "Is it delicious?" "It tastes just average, but because you peeled it, it becomes extra delicious." She also began to learn to say some cheesy love words. "Then I'll peel a few more for you to try. Maybe your stomach will get used to these foods outside in the future, and you'll like them even if they're not made by me." Lu Chen changed the flavor of crayfish and started peeling it again. "Actually, it doesn't matter what I eat. What matters is that you are by my side." Chapter 66. If you want, just take it off and see. Lin Xian discovered that when she was with the person she loved, no matter what she did or said, her body would secrete dopamine. This is happiness and joy that cannot be compensated in other aspects. After eating a few crayfish peeled by Lu Chen, she offered to feed Lu Chen as well. "No, the shell is very hard and it hurts my hands when I peel it." "If that's the case, then I have to peel it for you to eat." Lin Xian loves Lu Chen. If Lu Chen does something for her, she wants to do 10 things in return. Without saying anything, she picked up a crayfish and started peeling it, following Lu Chen's steps. "But it was my first time peeling a lobster, and just as I peeled off the hardest part of the lobster's head shell, my thumb was scratched with a small cut." Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately grabbed Lin Xian's hand and helped her clean the wound using the fastest and most primitive method. Lin Xian was stunned. She didn't feel any pain at all, only numbness all over her body. Watching Lu Chen put his entire thumb into his mouth, the pheromones accumulated all night were eager to be released. Otherwise, she would go crazy. Although Lu Chen's method was primitive, it was indeed effective. In less than a few seconds, when she released Lin Xian's thumb, the fine blood vessels between them had indeed disappeared. "Does it hurt?" Lu Chen asked. "I want more." "What do you want?" Lu Chen didn't understand what she meant. "I want you." Compared with the body's desire, the slight pain in the fingers can be completely ignored. Lin Xian climbed onto Lu Chen's neck with both hands. With the experience from last time, she found the direction with ease. Tonight, she can do whatever she wants with a clear conscience. Passionate, crazy. The room was burning and the temperature was rising. "It's so hot, so hot." Lin Xian pushed Lu Chen down on the bed and took off his outer silk pajamas, leaving only the suspenders inside. Then he pounced on her. She grabbed Lu Chen's hand and placed it on her chest and asked, "Do you want to know if there's anything else inside this one?" "Think. If you want to, then take it off and see." "Good." Lu Chen turned over and took the initiative. This is a 1-hour, 8,000-word essay. Protect the dog's head. The Starry Night has a new director, and those who followed Chen Yangguan have also been replaced. The new director knew the relationship between Sun Yan'an and Shen Yuhao, and also knew how the previous director left. So, as soon as he arrived, he began to flatter Sun Yan'an. "Miss Su, I have long heard of your name. I am honored to be able to work with you." They were all flattering words, but Sun Yan'an liked to hear them. In the entertainment industry, she has suffered too much cold stares from being an ordinary person to where she is today. Although Lu Chen helped her block a lot of things, his ability was ultimately limited. In the eyes of directors, producers, and even those more famous actors, they were all weak and low-level people who could be insulted and spit on at will. But now it's different. She is already Shen Yuhao's girlfriend, and maybe in the future she will be able to marry into the Shen family and become the eldest lady of Xinghua Entertainment. Who would dare to disrespect her like before? "Xiaowei, we just met, so please cooperate well with me in the future, but I want to tell you my opinion on filming first." Sun Yan'an said this in a tone that put him in a superior position. Wei Gang is 40 years old this year. Although he is not a very famous director, he is considered an old man in this circle. But Sun Yan'an called the other person Xiaowei directly when he opened his mouth, and Wei Gang was actually dissatisfied. But he knew the situation and didn't take it too seriously. Shen Yuhao offered him a lot of money, as long as he finished filming the movie according to the established script. He didn't want to offend those big guys. It is said that Chen Yangguan, who left earlier, has been banned by Star Entertainment. Before coming, he had also inquired about some inside information about the Starry Night crew. In addition to Chen Yangguan, there was also a third male lead who was banned by Star Entertainment. It caused quite a stir at that time and became a hot topic. He didn't want to ruin his career for the rest of his life like them. "Miss Su, please feel free to speak up. I'd also like to hear your opinion." Wei Gang replied very politely. Sun Yenin lowered his eyebrows and glanced at him, a smug smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. This Wei Gang looked much more pleasing to the eye than Chen Yongguan. Xiao Wei, I think everyone has their own opinions on acting. You directors can't just judge an actor's acting based on your own perspective. Maybe you think it's not good, but the audience likes it very much. Everyone has different aesthetic tastes, right? How could Wei Gang not hear the hidden meaning in her words? She was reminding himself not to pick on her acting skills. Miss Su is right. There are 1,000 Hamlets among 1,000 people. I have seen your film before, Miss Su, and your acting skills are obvious to all. Sun Yenin nodded in satisfaction. Then do I need to test a scene for you before filming begins? According to normal procedures, after the new director arrives at the crew, he will make a mental assessment of the acting skills of the main actors in the play. At this time, the actors need to audition. No need. Wei Gang waved his hand. Miss Su, you've been on the crew longer than me. You must be familiar with the role. Why do you need to audition? Besides, the main actors in this drama were personally selected by young Master Shen. They can't be wrong. Well, I'm glad you know. Sun Yenin, who was deeply moved by Wei Gangshan, should have asked Brother Yuhao to replace Chen Yongguan earlier. So when will we officially start filming? Miss Su, because Starlight is a fairy tale and ancient idol drama, it requires a lot of antique scenes, so I plan to move to a more suitable place to start filming. Where do you want to move to? Sun Yenin asked. The Hangqing Film and Television Base has a special location for filming xianxia dramas. It's the most suitable place. Sun Yenin nodded. She was not unfamiliar with the place. She and Lu Chen had been there many times while filming in the past few years. Then let's go there as soon as possible. This movie has been delayed for quite a while, we need to speed up the process. Sun Yenin places herself in a very high position. She treats this movie not only as a leading actress, but also as the future daughter-in-law of Star Entertainment. Yes, but the crew needs to submit an application to film inside, so I have to go there first. Only after the application is approved can the crew go there. Wei Gang explained. How about this, I'll go with you. Brother Yuhao specifically told me that while he's away, he wants me to be in charge of all matters within the crew. Let's go together and decide on a filming location. Wei Gang glanced at Sun Yenin. She hadn't even married into the Shin family yet, but she was already putting on airs. But he still grinned. It's a blessing for Master Shin that Miss Su was so concerned about Xinghue Entertainment. It seems that Miss Su will be the next eldest daughter-in-law of the Shin family. Of course, I will definitely marry Brother Yuhao, but right now we still have to finish filming this movie. Sun Yenin did not forget what Shin Yuhao said before. If this movie failed, she and Shin Yuhao would be finished. Chapter 67. Why are you in Mr. Lin's room? When Lu Chen woke up, it was almost noon. The two fought fiercely several times last night and were exhausted. Lin Xiyan has not woken up yet. After the first time, he discovered a bright red mark on the bedsheet and realized that it was Lin Xiyan's first time. After changing the bedsheets, Lin Xiyan, having tasted the sweetness, asked Lu Chen for more again. It was not until midnight that the two fell into a deep sleep. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. It should be the housekeeping staff coming to clean the room. Worried about disturbing Lin Xiyan's sleep, Lu Chen took the initiative to open the door and prepared to remind them to come back later to clean. But when the door opened, he found that it was Han Miao standing outside. She was holding a stack of documents in her hands, and was stunned when she saw that it was Lu Chen who opened the door. Mr. Lu, she asked in surprise. Shoo. Lu Chen motioned her to speak more quietly. Han Miao lowered the volume and asked again, why are you in Mr. Lin's room? Lu Chen scratched his head. Can't you see this? Why are you asking? Han Miao immediately understood and smiled. Mr. Lu, you are really amazing. You took down our President Lin so quickly. I thought you would need some time. Lu Chen didn't expect that the relationship between them would develop so quickly. Perhaps a large part of the credit goes to the movie Crossing the Line. Lu Chen didn't continue the conversation with Han Miao, but asked, what do you want to talk to Xiyan about? She's still sleeping. Oh, I'm here to give her some documents. Give it to me then. Lu Chen reached out and took it. Mr. Lu, it's already noon. Do you want me to ask the catering department to bring you some food? Han Miao didn't see Lu Chen when she was having breakfast in the morning, and she was wondering where he had gone. Didn't expect it to be here. I didn't eat anything this morning, so I must be hungry now. Yeah. Lu Chen nodded. He really needed to eat now. After closing the door, he returned to the room and found that Lin Xian had sat up. Is it Xiao Han? Well, she's here to deliver some documents to you. Put it there. Lin Xian said, stretching out her arms. Pick me up. Lu Chen put the documents on the desk, went to the bed and picked up Lin Xian. Her body and hair were filled with an addictive fragrance. Xiao Han asked the catering department to bring up some food. We'll go to the crew after lunch. Dong Manqing didn't call too urgent today, but Lu Chen felt that the filming had to go on. Not today. Don't you have friends here? Why don't you hang out with them this afternoon? I have some work to do. You're not jealous anymore? Lu Chen asked half jokingly. Lin Xian put her hands around Lu Chen's neck and looked at him. You are mine now, so I believe you. I'll explain our relationship to them. What about Dong Dao? Don't worry about her. We've already surpassed our expectations on the filming schedule. It's okay to take a day off. Besides, I have the final say on the filming schedule. Lin Xian smiled and said, I don't want you to be too tired. I will feel bad. Lu Chen kissed Lin Xian lightly on the forehead and said, okay, then I won't go today. He carried Lin Xian all the way to the bathroom and put her down, and they brushed their teeth and washed their faces together. Lu Bai also slept until noon. It's not because he was drunk, but because the room here was really comfortable to sleep in. With his and Lu Chen's drinking capacity, that little bit of beer was not enough to make them drunk. He deliberately left early to give the room to them. When a person is completely drunk, all he wants to do is sleep. However, being half drunk and half awake is the best way to warm up the relationship. Xiaoya Zhang was so playful and cute that he didn't believe that Lu Chen wouldn't be moved at all. Well, now it's his turn. Lu Bai washed up quickly and walked towards Wenya's room. Boom boom boom. No one opened the door. Could it be that the two of them haven't woken up yet? I don't know if I was too drunk or too tired from playing. He knocked on the door a little harder. It was a long time before Wenya came to open the door. She blinked her sleepy eyes and it was obvious that she had just woken up. Is Xiaochen awake? Lu Bai asked in a low voice. Wenya finally woke up completely and quickly looked back at her bed and the sofa in the room, but there was no trace of Lu Chen. Brother Xiaochen didn't seem to sleep at my place last night? Lu Bai hurried into the house. There were still some remnants of last night's beer and food on the dining table. There was indeed no one else in the room except Wenya. What's wrong with you? Didn't we agree to proceed according to the plan? Why did you let him go? Wenya curled her lips helplessly. Brother, I drank too much last night. Not long after you left, I fell asleep and didn't know anything. Did he do anything to you? Lu Bai asked. Wenya shook her head, then smiled and said, but I confessed my feelings to Brother Xiaochen. And then? Did he agree to your request? He didn't say yes or no, he just helped me to the bed and covered me with the quilt. Wenya had a happy expression on her face when she spoke. He seemed to say something beside my bed, but I don't remember what he said. This kid is really patient. You delivered it to his door, but he actually refused to accept it. Lu Bai didn't understand. Is Lu Chen still a man? I hope he won Lu's interest in women because of Sun Yin and S blow. Otherwise he really doesn't like Wenya at all. Brother, although our plan didn't succeed, this made me see Brother Xiaochen more clearly as a person, and I seem to like him more. Wenya looked shy and said, from now on, don't use such bad methods. I have decided to pursue him slowly until he is willing to be with me. Lu Bai looked at his sister's serious expression and reminded her, Xiaoya, what if Xiaochen really doesn't like you? No. Wenya shook her head. Brother Xiaochen will like me. Even if he doesn't like me now, he will like me one day. I will never give up. Lu Bai sighed. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have been the matchmaker. What if Lu Chen really wasn't interested in Wenya? She would be crying then. You freshen up, we'll go downstairs and eat something, we're all hungry. Lu Bai no longer continued to talk about this topic. Well, how about calling Brother Xiaochen? No, he should be at work at this time. Let's make an appointment with him later. Good. After Lu Chen and Lin Xian finished their lunch in the room, they left. He was going to look for Lu Bai and Wenya. Since they had come from far away, he should really play the role of a good host and keep them company. But Lu Chen had something more important to tell Lu Bai. I just knocked on Lu Bai and Wenye's room, but neither of them opened the door. They won't just leave without saying a word, right? Lu Chen took out his cell phone and called Lu Bai, only to find out that the two had just finished lunch and were drinking coffee in a cafe. Wait for me somewhere, I'll come find you soon. At this time, Sun Yenin and Wei Gang had also arrived at the Hengqin film and television base. Xiao Wei, go submit your application materials first. I'll go take a look around inside. Call me if you have any questions. Sun Yenin seemed to be talking to an accompanying assistant. Okay, Miss Su, you go shopping first. I'll report back to you once I've confirmed this. Well, go ahead. Chapter 68. He wouldn't want to propose to me, would he? Xia Yao asked for leave from Sun Yenin since yesterday, saying that her old father at home was sick and she had to go back to see him. This time she came alone. Sun Yenin is not good at applying for filming or other business issues. She just wants to take this opportunity to have some fun. Anyway, when she follows Wei Gang, the crew will reimburse her, so she doesn't have to spend a penny. Wearing a big pair of sunglasses, no one would recognize her here. Lu Chen went to the coffee shop named by Lu Baibao. As soon as he entered the door, Wenye waved to him enthusiastically. Lu Chen walked over and Wenye had already ordered a cappuccino for him. Brother Xiaochen, we thought you were filming and didn't dare disturb you. If we had known you weren't working today, we would have asked you to come down for dinner. I've already eaten. Who did you eat with? Your boss? Lu Bai asked. Yeah, I ate with her. Your boss is so nice to you. She even takes you out for meals. I don't think you're just one of her employees. What does that look like? Wenye asked with a pout. It seems that his brother talks a lot when he talks about boss Lu Chen. Like her secretary, a male secretary. Ha ha. Not wanting to hurt Wenye's feelings, Lu Bai took back the words he was about to use to tease Lu Chen. As luck would have it, Sun Yenin saw the three of them laughing and joking. At this time, she happened to pass by this coffee shop and saw Lu Chen sitting inside through the glass window. Why is he here? Sun Yenin couldn't help but ask a question. Are you here looking for a job? Lu Chen has now been banned from the entertainment industry, and it is impossible for him to receive scripts normally. He also has a seriously ill grandmother, so it is impossible for him to stay out of looking for a job. Given his current situation, if he wants to find a job in a film crew, the best he can do is get a supporting role from a director he doesn't know. This way, even if you appear on TV, you won't be recognized. After all, the ban on Lu Chen was issued by Star Entertainment, so even the boldest director would not dare to use him openly. Lu Chen has loved Sun Yenin for 3 years and has licked her for 3 years. She still has feelings for Lu Chen. Especially after leaving him and coming to Shen Yuhao, she realized that Lu Chen was better than Shen Yuhao. Except for not being as rich as Shen Yuhao is inferior to him in every way. Lu Chen is caring and considerate, and never gets angry with her. Thinking of the past, Sun Yenin's heart softened and she decided to give Lu Chen another chance. As long as Lu Chen accepts her last proposal and doesn't get entangled in the relationship between her and Shen Yuhao, she will help him. Once Wei Gang's filming application is approved, she will leave Beijing and come here to work. Being far away from the capital, Shen Yuhao probably wouldn't come here often, so she had the final say over the entire crew. She could ask Wei Gang to give Lu Chen a random role like A, B, C, or D. If there is really no other option, let Lu Chen put on some makeup that disfigures his face, so that even if Shen Yuhao comes over, he won't be able to recognize him. Sun Yenin had already made a plan in his mind. She needs Lu Chen, and she also needs him to give her some advice on acting. Although Wei Gang is not as picky as Chen Yongwang, Sun Yenin is still aware of his acting skills. If Lu Chen was with her, she wouldn't have to worry about the quality of the photos. This movie is so important to her. It is not only the key to her rise to the top, but also the key to whether she can marry into the Shen family. After making up her mind, she prepared to go in and find Lu Chen to talk to him. In the coffee shop. Xiaoya, your brother and I have something to say. Let's go upstairs first. You wait for us downstairs. Lu Chen stood up and pulled Lu Bai up as well. Okay, I'll wait for you here. When you didn't ask any more questions. But I was wondering what they would say? Could it be that I confessed my feelings to Brother Xiaochen last night and he agreed and wanted to propose to me? She remembered that Lu Bai had told her before that Lu Chen was in a hurry to get married. If Brother Xiaochen came down with a ring and proposed to her, she would definitely be so moved that she would cry. Just as Sun Yenin pushed the door open, she happened to see Lu Chen pulling Lu Bai up to the second floor of the coffee shop. She knew Lu Bai, Lu Chen's roommate for 4 years in college. Why was he here too? Looking at the place where Lu Chen had just sat, there was only a young girl about 20 years old left. I was just focusing on Lu Chen and ignored everyone else. After looking carefully, she recognized her. This girl was the one who was on the hot search list with Lu Chen that night. Why is she here too? Sun Yenin looked Wanya from head to toe. She certainly didn't look like a child from a poor family, but she was still far from being a wealthy woman. I guess that hot search was just made up to attract attention. But she appears next to Lu Chen again and again. What is her relationship with Lu Chen? Sun Yenin couldn't believe that Lu Chen would find a new girlfriend in such a short time after leaving her. She can find someone, but Lu Chen can't. Lu Chen can only be good to herself and serve herself. While Lu Chen was away, she went over to find out what the relationship between the two was. Sun Yenin pushed up the big sunglasses on his face and walked over to sit down opposite Wanya. Excuse me, miss, there's someone here. Where is the person? Aren't you the only one? Look, their coffee is all here. I'll just be away for a moment and we'll be right back. Wanya explained to her patiently. Then I'll wait until they come back before leaving. Only then did Wanya feel that the girl opposite her had some bad intentions and became wary of her. After staring at her sunglasses for a long time, he asked suspiciously, Are you Sun Yenin? Upstairs. Lu Chen and Lu Bai found a seat by the window and sat down. What's the matter? Why do you have to tell me alone? Lu Bai looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Xiao Bai, thank you for your kindness, but Wanya and I are really not suitable. Please don't waste your time and energy on me. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Lu Bai smiled awkwardly. You saw through it. But he asked in confusion, but why? What's wrong with Xiao Ya? You are about the same age, she is not bad looking, and her family is well off. If you weren't my good brother for many years, I wouldn't introduce my sister to you. Yeah. Lu Chen acknowledged what he said and nodded. Xiaoya is indeed good in every way, but I'm already married. What? Lu Bai's eyes widened. Married? When did you get married? After being rejected by Sun Yenin. Lu Bai suddenly remembered that on the night after Lu Chen was rejected, he called him and said he wanted to introduce him to a girlfriend, but Lu Chen refused and said he wanted to get married. But things like marriage require some time to adapt to each other and get to know each other. How could he make the decision so quickly without telling me? Who did you marry? Why didn't you tell me? Lu Bai rolled his eyes at him. You've seen it. Lu Chen said with a slight smile on his face. I've seen him before? Lu Bai thought for a moment and suddenly asked in surprise, Are you talking about your boss? Well, because we got married in a hurry and our relationship was unstable, I didn't tell you. Lu Chen did not reveal that the two of them had an arranged marriage. If he had told Lu Bai at the beginning, he would have told the truth, but it was different now. He and Lin Xiyan had already confirmed their relationship, and it no longer mattered whether they had agreed to get married or not. Chapter 69, A Rich Wife. Then you are willing to say it now, does that mean your relationship is stable? Lu Bai asked. Yeah, I guess so. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Also, I don't want you and Xiaoya to waste your time and energy on me. Lu Bai sighed. Then you have to pity my sister. She really fell in love with you at first sight. If she knew you were already married, she would probably be heartbroken. This is all your fault. Who told you to introduce your sister to me? I have nothing and my grandmother is seriously ill. Aren't you pushing your sister into the fire? How can there be a brother like you in this world? Lu Chen transferred the conflict to Lu Bai himself. Hey, you are such a heartless person. I value your good character, so I want to keep the wealth within the family. We are a little poor, but Xiaoya is the only one in our family. You can marry into my family in the future, and I will be your brother-in-law. So that's what you were thinking. The two of them exchanged a few words and then started laughing. But, Xiaochen, what kind of shit luck did you have to meet a woman like your boss? Even Tan Sun Yan's can't compare to one finger of hers. Thinking of Lin Xiyan whom he met last night, Lu Bai praised her without reservation. I'm really lucky. I didn't expect to meet her. When talking about Lin Xiyan, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Oh, by the way, I asked you to come up. There is something important I want to tell you. What's the matter? Lu Bai asked. I'm planning to start my own media company. Are you interested in working with me? You don't have much else to do right now anyway.
Lu Bai thought for a moment and said, "It will probably cost a lot of money to start a Chuanmo company."
I can only come up with 1 million right now. Lu Chen chuckled, "Don't worry about the money, I just need your name." What do you mean? Lu Bai was a little confused. You know I'm banned from the entertainment industry right now.
If I open a media company under my name, it's likely to be suppressed by Xinghui Entertainment. So, I want you to be the legal representative. I'll pay for the company, and if it makes money in the future, I'll give you dividends every year.
What do you think? Lu Chen explained to him. Lu Bai was somewhat tempted.
Like Lu Chen, he was a graduate of Beijing Media College, but Lu Chen had started working since his sophomore year, and he still didn't have a formal job.
He is different from Lu Chen.
His family runs a small business and he is not short of money. Naturally, he is unwilling to take on some minor roles in the crew. His father often scolded him for being idle all day long and said that all his years of study were in vain.
It would be a good choice to start a media company with Lu Chen.
I think it's okay, but starting a company is no small feat. Renting an office and hiring staff will cost a lot of money.
Do you have that much money? Yes, the money I have now is enough to cover our initial expenses.
Lu Chen was not greedy for big things and wanted to start from a small scale.
The 20 million sponsorship fee given by Lin Xiyan was completely enough.
Lu Bai slapped his forehead and said, "I almost forgot that you have a wealthy wife now."
Xiaochen, what does your wife do?
I don't think she has the temperament of an ordinary small boss.
Lu Bai was full of curiosity about Lin Xiyan and couldn't help but ask.
This film and television base is hers. Oh, and the White Swan Hotel is also hers.
Lu Chen only said half of it and did not reveal that Lin Xiyan was the president of Lin Group.
But this was enough to shock Lu Bai so much that his jaw dislocated.
Damn, Xiaochen, you're amazing. You actually married such a rich wife. Why would you open a media company? You can just stay at home and be a spoiled husband.
If he had known that Lu Chen's wife was the owner of the White Swan Hotel, he would have never applied for a VIP card. It cost him and Wenya hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it still hurts just thinking about it.
Are you willing to be my little husband? Lu Chen asked him back.
If I could find someone as rich and pretty as your wife, I would definitely be willing.
Lu Bai spoke frankly. But Lu Chen didn't think so.
Although he and Lin Xiyan were already in a romantic relationship, there was still a huge gap between them. He hopes that with his own abilities he can one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xiyan and become the one who can truly match her. Even surpass her and become her support. This way, he can have her forever.
Downstairs,
when Sun Yinan saw that Wenya recognized him, he raised his little finger and slowly took off the sunglasses on his face. She seemed afraid of being recognized by other people in the coffee shop. She looked around and when she saw that no one cared, she turned her gaze to Wenya opposite her.
I didn't expect you to recognize me. Sun Yinan chuckled with some pride.
Well, now that he is famous, it is normal to be recognized. Little did she know that Wenya was able to recognize her not because she was a big star, but because Wenya knew that it was a woman named Sun Yinan who had put Lu Chen in his current situation. She specifically went online to look up information about Sun Yinan. Sun Yinan is an actress and is currently a hot topic, so it is easy to find out what she looks like and what news she has.
What are you doing here?
Wenya was full of hostility towards her.
Wasn't she already with Shen Yuhao? Now she came here again, was it because of Lu Chen? Could it be that this shameless woman is greedy and still thinking about brother Lu Chen?
Wenya had asked Lu Bai about some things about Lu Chen and Sun Yinan, and knew how Lu Chen had treated Sun Yinan. From a girl's perspective, if a boy can treat her so well in such a meticulous way, it would be difficult to forget the past even if she changed her boyfriend. Besides, Sun Yinan is with Shen Yuhao, most likely for other purposes.
She wants both. Bah, bitch. I'm an actor, so of course I'm here to film a movie. But what are you doing here? Sun Yinan also looked at her steadily.
Based on her understanding of Lu Chen would definitely not have a girlfriend in such a short time after leaving her.
This girl must be forcing herself on him.
Lu Chen loves her. Even if she is with Shen Yuhao now, it is not the turn of other women to covet Lu Chen.
Lu Chen has to protect himself. I'm superior to you. I'm here to have fun.
Wenya put away her usual sweet smile and looked at Sun Yinan coldly. She must have known that brother Xiaochen was also filming here, so she came.
You don't have to be hostile to me.
After all, Sun Yan'an has been in the entertainment industry for many years and is much more emotionally stable than Wenya. With a playful smile on her lips, she said, I came here just to ask you, do you like our Xiaochen?
Chapter 70 Throwing coffee on her face.
Wenya's face instantly turned red, but she still fought back, I like brother Xiaochen, so what? Also, be careful with your wording.
It was you who rejected brother Xiaochen's proposal.
Now he has nothing to do with you. As expected, it was this girl who liked Lu Chen, not Lu Chen who liked her. She knew that Lu Chen could not let her go.
Sun Yan'an's smile remained, even more confident.
Little sister, don't blame me for not warning you.
Xiaochen won't like you. I'm the only one in his heart. Wenya was angry.
She stood up suddenly, picked up the coffee on the table and poured it on Sun Yan'an's face.
Completely disregarding Shiya's image, he yelled at her, you bitch, don't you already have a boyfriend? Why are you still clinging to brother Xiaochen?
He has been harmed by you to this extent, why won't you let him go? The noise they made also attracted the attention of other people in the cafe, including Lu Bai and Lu Chun upstairs. They immediately rushed down from upstairs. Sun Yan'an was stunned for a moment after having coffee splashed on her face. She didn't expect that this seemingly quiet girl would dare to splash coffee on her. She is a star after all, and now she has the status of Xin Yuhao's girlfriend. Everyone around her is polite to her. Who would dare to be so disrespectful to her? After she reacted, she suddenly stood up from the chair and raised her hand to slap Wenya in the face. But he was grabbed by Lu Chun, who had just come down. He looked at Sun Yan'an in surprise. He didn't expect her to appear here. It happened that at this moment, Dong Manqing passed by and took out his mobile phone to take a picture of this scene.
Today, neither Lu Chen nor Lin Xian came to the crew. She was happy to be free and stopped urging them. She was willing to be a lazy person and gave all the staff and the crew a day off. I thought that I had been at the film and television base for so many days and had not had time to take a walk around here, so I just wandered around. Who knew I would encounter such a dramatic situation? Lu Chen was holding a woman with coffee all over her face, and opposite him was a sweet girl with an angry expression. If you don't know, you might think they are filming some emotional dispute scene. After taking the photo, she immediately sent it to Lin Xian. Xian, you are in crisis. Your man is being divided up by other women. Take action quickly.
After editing this paragraph, I added 2 emojis of people eating watermelons.
In the coffee shop. Sun Yan'an, what do you want to do? Lu Chen asked in a cold voice. Xiaochen, she was the one who spilled my coffee first. Didn't you see that? Sun Yan'an's face was full of grievance. What happened to Lu Chen?
Whenever I was wronged in the past, he would always stand by me in comfort and protect me. But now he was questioning himself.
Then why did she spill the coffee on you? Lu Bai also questioned.
Just now, when he and Lu Chen came down the stairs, they heard what Wenya said.
My sister has always been mild-tempered. If you hadn't said something unpleasant, why would she spill your coffee?
I just said Xiaochen wouldn't like her and told her to stop being so sentimental.
Was that wrong?
I was just reminding her with good intentions. Sun Yan'an spoke with great confidence. Although Lu Chen was being cold towards her now, Sun Yan'an knew that Lu Chen was still angry with her. But the fact that he is angry just proves that he cares about himself. She understood Lu Chen, and Lu Chen loved her more than anything else. But after she said this, Wenya also raised her angry face and looked at Lu Chen, as if she wanted to get an answer from him. Lu Chen avoided Wenya's gaze and looked at Sun Yan'an coldly. Who I like or dislike is none of your business.
Sun Yan'an smiled. She raised the corner of her mouth towards Wenya and said smugly, did you hear that? He didn't even admit that he liked you. That proves that I was right. You should thank me and stop wasting your feelings on our Xiaochen.
Lu Chen pushed her away, and Sun Yan'an stumbled and almost fell, but luckily she grabbed the chair behind her in time.
Xiaochen, what are you doing? You're hurting me.
Sun Yan'an said as he rubbed his wrist, which was pinched by Lu Chen.
Sun Yan'an, what on earth are you doing here? If you have nothing to do, get out of here right away.
Lu Chen didn't want to continue to argue with her, nor did he want to argue with her.
Sun Yan'an was a little doubtful about her ears.
Lu Chen actually dared to tell her to get out, such harsh words. He would never say that to himself before. Even if the two of them had an argument, Lu Chen would always be the first to admit his mistake. But Sun Yenin didn't blame him for this change. It was she who rejected his proposal and turned to be with someone else, so it was normal for him to be angry. But as long as I explain my purpose, he will definitely calm down and treat me as before. She suppressed her anger and said patiently. Xiaochen, I'm not here to cause trouble on purpose. I just have something to say to you. There's nothing more to say between us. Everything I'm going to say is for your own good. You'll understand once you hear it. Lu Chen didn't want to hear what she had to say, but he knew that if he didn't let this woman finish her words, she would keep pestering him. Finally, he gritted his teeth and replied sullenly, then tell me. The film and television base is Lin Xian's territory. If the truth is spread to her by those who don't know it, who knows what Lin Xian will think? He didn't want Lin Xian to be distracted by his affairs while she was busy with work. Sun Yenin glanced at the other people in the cafe and said, there are too many people here, let's talk outside. She was now splashed with coffee in her face, with her hair sticking to her face in a messy mess. She looked extremely disheveled. It was estimated that the onlookers might not recognize that she was the famous star Sun Yenin. There are many people in this world with the same name and surname. Even if she is recognized or posted online, she is not afraid. She will then explain it as malicious revenge from the rival's black fans. She and Yang Men are now the main forces of Yongren media. The fans of the two are incompatible and they are all cursing at each other in private. If it was really posted online by a busybody, she could use this wave of traffic to play the role of a miserable person and then drag Yang Min down. But what I want to say to Lu Chen is about the upcoming movie shooting, so it cannot be known by others. Lu Chen also patiently replied, okay. Then he said to Lu Bai, calm Xiaoya down. I'm going to go out for a while. Following Sun Yan into a corner outside the coffee shop, Lu Chen said, what's the matter? Tell me. Sun Yan straightened her hair, trying to make herself look as decent as possible. Xiaochen, I know you've been banned from the entertainment industry and it's hard for you to find a job. You want to try your luck here. I just want to tell you that I can help you. Oh? Lu Chen said doubtfully, then chuckled and asked, you want to help me? Yes, Sun Yenin's tone became arrogant. I said, in this world, only I, Sun Yenin, am willing to consider you. This was her usual tone and words when she was trying to PUA Lu Chen. After knowing that Lu Chen was an orphan, she liked to say this to him. I often brainwash Lu Chen by saying that I am the best person to you in this world, so you should be better to me than the whole world. At that time, Lu Chen thought that this was Sun Yenin's expression of love for him, and he was willing to give everything for her until the day he saw the truth. Chapter 71. She wants both. Really? Lu Chen said half-jokingly, since you say you're good to me, why don't you break up with Xin Yuhao and get back together with me? Sun Yenin's face darkened, and he replied believing it, Xiaochen, I know you still love me, but my career is on the rise now, and I can't live without brother Yuhao. Can you just be patient for a while? At worst. Sun Yenin gritted her teeth, at worst, I won't marry brother Yuhao. When I finish filming this movie and it becomes a top star, I'll have the final say. Even if I can't let you return to the entertainment industry, I can let you be my agent, or I can fire Xia Yao and let you be my assistant. Looking at Sun Yenin's serious expression, Lu Chen just felt funny. How could this woman be so confident in herself and think that he still loved her? So, he deliberately said, no, I can't stand it. You can only choose between me and him. Sun Yenin was in a dilemma. What should he do? It was so hard to choose. Brother Yuhao is rich and powerful. But Lu Chen loves her so much that he can even teach her how to act. She wanted both. Sun Yenin frowned, thought for a moment, and said, I'm sorry, Xiaochen, brother Yuhao is more important to me. Yeah. Lu Chen nodded indifferently, so, you stay with him. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving. Lu Chen thought that Sun Yenin called him out just to tell him these things, and now that he had finished, he could leave. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Yenin stopped him, Xiaochen, although I chose brother Yuhao, I have a good compromise. Although I can't give you a name, I can give you a job and let you stay by my side. Lu Chen turned around and looked at her, wondering if this woman was mentally ill. Sun Yenin thought Lu Chen was moved, and with a smile on her face, she said, Xiaochen, I came here just to make a movie. You've lost your job now, and you have a seriously ill grandmother in the hospital. I know you really need money. Other crews may not dare to use you, but I do. Once Wei Gang gets the filming procedures approved, I'll have him arrange a role for you. This place is far away from the capital, and brother Yuhao won't come here often. I've already thought about it. I'll have Wei Gang arrange a minor role for you and then put on some disfiguring makeup. Even if Brother Yu Hao comes, he won't be able to recognize you. Don't worry, I have the final say over the entire crew now. Sun Yan talked a lot, but Lu Chen didn't listen carefully at all, but he noticed an unfamiliar name.
Wei Gang. Logically speaking, the movie that Sun Yan is going to shoot now should be Splendid Starry Night, for which he was kicked out of the crew before, but isn't the director Chen Yangwang? Who is Wei Gang? Sun Yan was stunned. He had said so much, but why didn't he grasp the main point? Shouldn't he be grateful that he cared so much about him? But he still patiently explained. Wei Gang is the new director of Starlight. The previous director, Chen Yangwang, was disobedient and was fired by Brother Yu Hao. This Wei Gang is much more obedient than Chen Yangwang. Don't worry, with me here, he will definitely use you. Although I can't arrange any important roles for you right now, playing a small role is not bad either. You can earn at least 100 or 200 a day, which is enough for you to eat and drink. After a pause, Sun Yan continued, this way you can stay by my side and talk to me about the play again. Aren't we still the same as before? Lu Chen really couldn't help but laugh. A supporting role wanted him to be grateful to her? I started taking acting jobs in my sophomore year. Although I only played supporting roles, at least they were characters with names and lines. When have I ever been a bit player? After all her speeches, the focus should be on the last sentence. Having been with Sun Yan for 3 years, Lu Chen knew her acting skills very well. Every time she took on a role, he would throw the script to him first, asking him to study and analyze the character's inner thoughts. Then when the filming started, she asked Lu Chen to guide her step by step on what to do. In the eyes of the audience who don't know him, they naturally think that it is because of Sun Yan's good acting skills that he gradually became famous. Little did they know that the biggest contributor was Lu Chen behind the scenes. Sorry, I don't need it. Lu Chen rejected Sun Yan's good intentions. How could you not need it? You have nothing now, and your grandmother is seriously ill in the hospital. You don't have a job. How can you make a living and take care of your grandmother? Sun Yan was a little anxious. Xiaochen, please stop being so stubborn, okay? Showing off? Lu Chen laughed. I'm sorry, Miss Su, I really don't like a bit player like you right now. You? Sun Yan was so angry that he was speechless. Lu Chen, even if you are angry with me, there should be a limit. Until now, I am still thinking about you. Is there anyone in this world who would treat you better than me? What's wrong with being patient, Brother Yu Hao? Lu Chen looked at her coldly. Sun Yan, listen to what you are saying. Don't insult my ears with your views on love. I don't like being cuckolded, and I don't have any interest in being a mistress. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Sun Yan again. Lu Chen, this is the last chance I'm giving you. If you don't agree, I will really ignore you from now on. Lu Chen stopped and turned back to look at her with a smile. Are you telling the truth? Time goes back to when Dong Manqing sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, who was sitting in the room reviewing documents, received a notification from her cell phone. She opened it and saw that it was from Dong Manqing. But when he saw the content, his brows suddenly frowned. Lin Xian had already seen Lu Bai and Wenye in the picture, but who was this woman with coffee all over her face and her wrist being grabbed by Lu Chen? Combined with the text Dong Manqing sent later, it really seemed like Wenye and this woman were arguing over who would get Lu Chen. No, Lu Chen is hers, no one can covet him. Just as he was about to send the photo to Han Miao and ask her to investigate the woman in the picture, he heard someone knocking on the door. She stood up and opened the door. It was Han Miao who came in. She was holding a stack of documents and was about to give them to Lin Xian. You're here just in time. Go investigate who this woman is. Lin Xian enlarged the screen of her phone and pointed at Sun Yan. Okay, Mr. Lin. Han Miao accepted the task, but when she looked closely, she found that this person was none other than the recently popular celebrity Sun Yan. Boss Lin, I know this person. She's the celebrity Sun Yan. She's very famous and popular right now. Oh? Are you also from the entertainment industry? Lin Xian took the phone. Lu Chen told her last night that before marrying her, he had liked someone for 3 years. Could it be this woman? What is she doing here? Could it be that she and Lu Chen are still in contact privately? For no reason, Lin Xian felt a surge of panic in her heart. Mr. Lin, the reason I came to see you is related to this person. Han Miao handed over the document in his hand. A film crew has submitted a filming application. The heroine in the play is Soon Yenin. Do you think we should approve their application? Chapter 72, How Can You Survive Without Me? Lin Xiyan took the document and looked through it. The heroine on it was indeed Soon Yenin, and the investor behind this drama was Star Entertainment. In theory, all the crews that want to apply for filming now do not need to go through Lin Xiyan. Han Miao can take the initiative to reject them. This was also the right that Lin Xiyan had authorized her before. But Star Entertainment is a very important company in the entertainment industry, and most of the crews that come to the base to shoot have some share of their investment. Han Miao didn't dare to refuse such a big client rashly, so she gave the documents to Lin Xiyan to make the decision herself. Lin Xiyan subconsciously prepared to refuse. She didn't care who invested it. She just didn't want to see Lu Chen meet this woman. But after years of experience in the business world, Lin Xiyan would first think calmly about any issue and would not make a decision immediately. After a little hesitation, she decided to give the choice to Lu Chen. See if he wants to keep Soon Yenin. You go out first, and I'll tell you when I make a decision. She waved to Han Miao. Okay, Mr. Lin. Han Miao left the room. Lin Xiyan called Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen had just finished saying, "Are you serious?" when the phone rang. He picked up the phone and his voice immediately became gentle. Hello, Xiyan. Xiaochen, what are you doing? Lin Xiyan asked deliberately. I'm dealing with an emergency. I'll tell you more when I get back later. Lu Chen had no intention of hiding it from her. I have something I want to tell you. What's the matter? Tell me, I'm listening. Soon Yenin on the opposite side listened to Lu Chen's tone and was full of doubts. Who was he talking to on the phone and why did he suddenly become so gentle? This tenderness once belonged only to me. But now she has never seen Lu Chen treat her like this again. I suddenly felt jealous. Who are you talking to on the phone? She interrupted their conversation. Lin Xiyan also heard Soon Yenin's voice, but she did not ask any more questions. Instead, she continued with what she was going to say. I just received a filming application from the crew of Starry Night. I remember you seem to have left this crew. Yes. Lu Chen admitted. Originally, I should have rejected all the crew's applications, but after all, you've been on this crew before, and I don't know if you still have feelings for it. So, I want to ask, will you approve them or reject them? No, Xiyan, you don't have to give them any preferential treatment because of me. Lu Chen said this and glanced at Soon Yenin. Just now she vowed that she would give her a minor role once Wei Gang got the filming application, but it seems that there is no chance anymore. The heroine in this drama is Soon Yenin. Are you sure you don't want to give them a chance? Lin Xiyan asked again meaningfully. Lu Chen smiled and replied, Xiyan, it seems that you already know, so there is no need to give them a chance. I don't want to see her. Lin Xiyan on the other end of the phone raised the corners of her lips slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Okay, then I'll listen to you. After a pause, Lin Xiyan continued, let's treat your two sibling friends to dinner tonight. They've come all the way to see you, so we have to show some hospitality. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Chen also replied in Lin Xiyan's tone, with an ambiguous tone in his words. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiyan quickly gave Han Miao an order to refuse. Soon Yenin, seeing Lu Chen hang up the phone, immediately asked again, who are you talking to on the phone, and who do you not want to see? Does it have anything to do with you? Lu Chen's voice turned cold again, and then he continued with his previous question, did you mean what you just said? The corners of Soon Yenin's mouth, which had been deflated, curled up again. She knew that Lu Chen was still worried that she would really ignore him. Of course, I've given you many chances to not mind Brother Yuhao. If you're still so stubborn, I'll really ignore you from now on. Okay, I refuse the opportunity you gave me. Please don't bother me anymore. Lu Chen wished Soon Yenin would stay away from him. He didn't want this woman to disturb his life with Lin Xiyan. You. Soon Yenin was so angry that he was speechless. Lu Chen turned and left. Lu Chen, don't regret it. Without me, how will you live in the future? After she finished shouting, her cell phone rang. It was Wei Gang calling. Miss Su, the filming hasn't been approved yet. Should we go back? What? Soon Yenin exclaimed in surprise. It's just a filming application, how can they refuse it? Isn't this film and television base for crews to use for filming movies and TV series? Yes, but they've recently rejected all applications from film crews. I don't know the specific reason. Let's go back and think of another way.
Sun Yan frowned and yelled at Wei Gang, your business skills are too poor.
You can't even get a filming application for a film and television base. How can you be a director? Wait, I'm going to talk to them in person now.
She had coffee splashed on her face by Wanya and was ruthlessly rejected by Lu Chen. Now she was so angry that she had no place to vent, so she just wanted to find someone here to vent. She wanted to see who would dare to reject their application from Star Entertainment to invest in filming. Lu Chen returned to the cafe, but as soon as he entered, he saw Wanya lying on the table, her shoulders shaking, as if she was crying.
He sat down opposite Wanya and looked at Lu Bai. Did you say it? Lu nodded. Yeah, I did.
At this moment, Wanya suddenly raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Xiaochen, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were married. Apart from apologizing, Wanya didn't know how to express her emotions for a moment.
She felt guilty. Lu Chen had already made it very clear by not using her WeChat.
He even insisted on coming here to cause trouble, affecting other people's couple's relationship. Thinking back to the hostile eyes I had when I looked at Lin Xiyan last night, and the way I forced Lu Chenshire to hold my arm in front of her, I really shouldn't have done that.
But she also felt unwilling. Why would a good man like Brother Xiaochen get married at such a young age? Now I have no chance at all.
This was the first time in her life that she met a boy who made her fall in love at first sight, but this was the ending.
She was so unwilling to accept it. Xiaoya, it's also my fault that I didn't tell your brother about my marriage in advance. Xian and I got married in a flash, so I didn't inform anyone. Lu Chen explained. Why did you get married so quickly? Wanya suddenly asked.
You're the same age as my brother, but we both just graduated from college. Why are you in such a hurry to get married so soon?
There was a hint of doubt in Wanya's tone. She wanted to hear Lu Chen say that all this was fake. They got married only so he could perform for his sick grandmother, and that way she would still have a chance. Lu Chen smiled and replied, sometimes when fate arrives, nothing can stop it. Chapter 73. It's really unlucky to meet a woman like this.
Wanya looked at Lu Chen's happy face, which didn't seem like an act at all.
She stood up angrily and said to Lu Bai, brother, let's go back. Xiaoya, Xiao Bai, let's go tomorrow. Shi Yan said you came all the way here, and she wanted to treat you to dinner tonight. Lu Chen tried to persuade him to stay. Need not. Okay.
Wanya and Lu Bai said it in unison, but gave two completely different responses. Xiaoya, last night we forced him to stay in front of Xiaochen's wife and made him drink so much alcohol, and he didn't blame us.
Now he's even treating us to a meal. You better be sensible and stop throwing a tantrum. Lu Bai comforted.
Wanya slowly calmed down and nodded. On the other side, Sun Yan arrived at the base office area in a rage and saw Wei Gang waiting for her at the door.
Wei Gang stepped forward immediately. Miss Su, I suggest you calm down. Although we are invested by Xinghui Entertainment, we are just crew members after all, not Xinghui Entertainment employees.
It is said that this film and television base is owned by the Lin family.
If we make a fuss, I'm afraid it will not end well. Sun Yenin has been in the entertainment industry for many years.
She only knows that Star Entertainment is the only dominant player in the industry and has the most powerful capital.
She knows nothing about the outside world of entertainment. He glared at Wei Gang and said, you are not from Xinghui Entertainment, but I am. I will talk to them on behalf of Xinghui Entertainment now. Sun Yenin acted arrogant, ready to vent the anger in his heart. Which department rejected our application? Take me there. Wei Gang frowned.
This little girl was still inexperienced. It was not known whether she could marry into the Shin family in the future, but now it was clear that she was in trouble.
Since you insist on getting involved, you will be responsible for any trouble that comes out.
Wei Gang stopped trying to dissuade her. Miss Su, then come with me. Wei Gang brought Sun Yan to the office of the Basic Business Department of Film and Television.
As soon as he came in, Sun Yenin shouted, who is the person in charge here?
The manager of the business department is a woman named Wu Mei, in her 30s, wearing a professional suit. Hearing someone shouting in the office area, she walked over and looked at Sun Yenin. I'm the business department manager. Wu Mei, miss, what can I do for you?
Sun Yenin looked her up and down, then chuckled. You were the one who rejected our Starry Night cruise filming application?
After hearing what she said and looking at Wei Gang standing behind Sun Yenin, Wu Mei knew what was going on.
Yes, our base is currently only open to the public for tourism. Filming projects are temporarily suspended and we will not be receiving any crews. Wu Mei explained. Do you keep your word? Sun Yanan asked.
Of course, I'm the business manager. All crews who want to come in and shoot need to pass my approval.
Really? Sun Yanan said with disdain. Then do you know who the investor of our Star Han Kanlan crew is? It's Xinghui Entertainment. Everyone knows Xinghui Entertainment, right? Can you afford to offend a filming base? Sun Yanan asked and answered his own questions, as if he was worshipping Xinghui Entertainment Company as a deity. The sound of quarreling in the Ministry of Commerce also reached Han Miao's ears.
During her time at the base, in addition to serving Lin Xian, she spent the rest of her time working here. After all the documents are compiled, they are sent to the hotel for Lin Xian's approval. She stopped a staff member and asked the reason, then called Lin Xian.
Boss Lin, the female lead from the Star Han Kanlan crew who we rejected is now making a scene in the base office. Are you talking about Sun Yanan?
Yes, that's her. Their director came here before, but left after their application was rejected.
Now she's here again, making a scene, saying they were invested by Xinghui Entertainment. Lin Xian replied calmly, it's just a movie invested by Xinghui Entertainment. Don't worry about her. Just ask the security to chase her away.
But
Han Mao explained, this Sun Yanan and the eldest son of Xinghui Entertainment are a couple.
There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Lin Xian seemed to understand some things. Lu Chen used to like this woman named Sun Yanan, but she already has a boyfriend now, so why did she come to Lu Chen?
You're not eating what's in the pot while still thinking about what's in the bowl, right?
But Lu Chen is her man now, so it is not her turn to covet him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything on the other end of the phone, Han Miao mistakenly thought that she was also considering whether to give Xinghui Entertainment some face.
Boss Lin, should we give Starlight Entertainment some face?
The base is big, and the filming locations are far apart, even if.
Are you going to make the decision for me?
Lin Xian's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Han Miao shuddered with fear. No, Mr. Lin, I was just suggesting it. This suggestion is not good.
Don't suggest it again in the future.
Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Miao had no idea that Lu Chen and Sun Yanan had a past. If she knew, she would never dare to run into the gun. I really don't like this woman named Sun Yanan. You need to personally handle her troubles.
If you don't handle it well, you'll lose your year-end bonus. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll take care of it right away.
After hanging up the phone, Han Miao began to quickly sort out the root cause of the problem. Having followed Lin Xian for so many years, she is considered a veteran in the business world and knows that there must be a reason for everything.
My boss never openly says he doesn't like anyone. But now he is so hostile towards this strange actress. There must be some gap between them.
She remembered that when Lin Xian showed her the photo of Sun Yanan, her hand seemed to be held by someone, but the picture was enlarged at that time, so she couldn't see clearly who that person's face was. But it was definitely a man's hand.
Lu Chen.
She suddenly realized. He suddenly remembered that when he went to the White Swan underground parking garage to pick up Lu Chen and Lin Xian for a blind date for the first time, Lu Chen was stopped by someone.
The woman was Sun Yanan. The two are in the same entertainment industry and seem to have starred in the same film before. Could it be that this woman wants to have her cake and eat it too?
She already has Xin Yuao, but she still wants to hook up with Lu Chen.
No wonder my boss is so angry.
No one can destroy the CPU support. After sorting out her thoughts, Han Miao stood up suddenly. Now she had to deal with a person who would not only affect her year-end performance bonus, but also the direction of her future CP.
In the office of the Ministry of Commerce, Wu Mei chuckled. Even if it was Xinghui Entertainment, so what? Their crew's application was submitted by Assistant General Manager Han to General Manager Lin for personal approval. I know, but so what? We say no, and we don't approve it. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't matter. Pa!
Sun Yanan actually slapped Wu Mei in the face after she said this. Suddenly, I felt extremely refreshed. I finally vented the anger that had been pent up in my heart today.
You're just a small business manager. Do you know how many films Xinghui Entertainment has invested in?
If you dare to provoke us, your crappy film studio will be closed down.
Wei Gang, who was standing behind Sun Yanan, was shocked. Wasn't she too presumptuous? Do you really think you are the eldest lady of the Shin family? Even if Shin Yuhao was here, he wouldn't dare to hit people like this. He had heard that the Hangqing film and television base was owned by the Lin family. Wei Gang silently took a few steps back to clarify the relationship between him and Sun Yenin. It's really unlucky to meet a woman like this.
Chapter 74. You are not worthy of seeing me, our president.
Hey, who's so arrogant, showing off here? Han Miao came over from the office.
During work, she wore a professional suit and high heels, looking very impressive.
Who are you?
Sun Yenin still shouted with a stern look on his face. She was always timid and fearful when she was on set before, but now it's different. Not only is she famous, she also has a strong backer.
He doesn't take anyone seriously.
In her opinion, this film and television base is to serve the crew, and she now represents Star Entertainment and is a godlike existence. Wu Mei, who had just been slapped by Sun Yenin, covered her face and said, "This is our assistant, Mr. Han." Han Miao usually stays in the headquarters office in Beijing. Because Lin Xiyan is filming here recently, she works here to facilitate her work. With her status, her authority is greater than that of the general manager in charge here, and she is equivalent to Lin Xiyan's clone.
The rejection of Star Entertainment's investment in Starry Night was also done under her authorization.
Now that Han Miao came in person, Wu Mei felt more confident. She had never been insulted so badly before. Her face was filled with hatred towards Sun Yenin as she spoke, and her eyes were glaring at her fiercely.
Han Miao ignored Sun Yenin and walked up to Wu Mei and asked softly, "Manager Wu, are you okay?"
Wu Mei shook her head and said, "Thank you, Assistant Han, for your concern."
"I'm fine."
At this time, Sun Yenin sneered, "Oh, I thought he was a high-ranking official, but it turns out he's just an assistant."
"Where's your president?" "I want to see your president."
On the 88th floor of White Swan Hotel, in room 8808. After hanging up the phone with Han Miao, Lin Xiyan used her authority to connect to the surveillance footage of the base office on her computer. She wanted to see if Han Miao could handle the matter to her liking. As soon as I opened the video, I heard a woman yelling, and a middle-aged man was standing not far behind her.
Lin Xiyan had seen Sun Yenin's photo and recognized her at a glance. But why does this woman act like a shrew? Has she been provoked by something?
In the picture, Han Miao turned from Wu Mei, came to Sun Yenin, and slapped her in the face.
Lin Xiyan was very satisfied with the crisp sound. It was worthy of being brought up by her.
The working style was very similar to hers.
In the business office, after beating the man, Han Miao directly replied, "Are you worthy enough to meet our president?" Sun Yenin was stunned.
She didn't expect Han Miao to dare to hit her. She never thought that even though she was in such a position now, there would still be people who dared to hit her.
She covered her face with one hand, and the look she gave her when she turned back was the same as when Wu Mei looked at her just now. "Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" "You?" Han Miao chuckled. "You're just an actor who gained a little fame through hype." "I know that." Sun Yenin stood up straight when she heard this. "You are right, but you don't know enough.
Let me tell you, I am not only an actor, but also the future daughter-in-law of the Shin family of Xinhui Entertainment."
"Oh?" Han Miao asked doubtfully, "I really don't know that." Shin Yuhao, the eldest son of Xinhui Entertainment, is a playboy with a lot of romantic tendencies.
Han Miao has seen the hype between the two, but it is hard to say whether someone like Shin Yuhao would marry Sun Yenin and then give up the entire green forest.
Han Miao didn't believe it. "Huh, scared, huh?" Sun Yenin, seeing that Han Miao didn't know about his other identity, became more confident. "Let me tell you, I'm not here to represent the crew of glorious stars, I'm here to represent Xinhui Entertainment."
As she spoke, she slowly approached Han Miao and pointed her finger at the tip of her nose. "Kneel down and apologize to me right now, and then approve our application, and I will let you go."
"Pa!"
Han Miao slapped her other face with another big blow.
"I hate it most when people point fingers at me."
Han Miao's hand was very strong, and the slap directly knocked Sun Yenin to the ground. Her face flushed and her eyes were filled with shock.
She had just said that she was representing Star Entertainment, so why wasn't she afraid at all? Don't you know the status of Star Entertainment in the entertainment industry?
Han Miao looked down at her and said, "Don't say you can't represent Xinhui Entertainment. Even if you are someone sent by Xinhui Entertainment personally, you still have to be respectful and speak to us in a nice tone." When she received the filming application from the Starry Night crew, she also considered the other party's status in the entertainment industry and wondered whether she should give them some face.
But their boss doesn't seem to take them seriously at all. So what does she care about?
Even if they really broke up with Star Entertainment, they would only lose the rental fees for some filming locations of the film and television base in the later stages. But this film and television base is just a small part of the Lin family's many industries, so even if it is lost, it is insignificant.
Sun Yenin was so angry that he gritted his teeth.
He had originally wanted to come here to vent his anger, but now he was even angrier. She yelled at Han Miao, "I am the future eldest daughter-in-law of Xinghui Entertainment.
How can I not represent it?
If you dare to hit me, I will make you pay the price for your behavior today."
Really?
Han Miao said with disdain, "Then wait until you really become the eldest lady of the Shin family before you come talk to me."
After saying that, Han Miao called out to the door, "Where's the security? Get that person out."
Immediately, several uniformed security guards came in from outside, dragged Sun Yenin's hands and pulled him out.
Sun Yenin struggled and shouted, "You are an ignorant assistant. Just wait to be fired by your CEO."
She had already made up her mind. When she got back, she would tell brother Yu Hao and ask him to find the president here and fire the assistant who dared to bully her. After Sun Yenin was dragged out, Wei Gang immediately stepped forward to apologize. "Assistant Han, Manager Wu, I'm so sorry. This Sun Yenin is showing off here because she's Xin Yuhao's girlfriend, but she doesn't care about my business. She was the one who forced me to cause trouble for you. Now that I have accepted this drama, which is invested by Star Entertainment, there is nothing I can do about it. We still have to cooperate on the next drama that is not invested by them. Please don't blame me for your dissatisfaction with her. I have nothing to do with her." Fearing that he would get into trouble, Wei Gang tried his best to explain.
"Got it. You can go too. We'll post an announcement on the official website when our base resumes filming applications." Han Miao waves to him. Yes, I won't bother you anymore." Wei Gang hurriedly retreated. Han Miao's cell phone rang.
It was Lin Xian calling.
"I've seen everything you did. Good, your year-end bonus is safe. I'll give you an extra 200,000.
Han Miao was delighted when she heard this. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I have to say, it's really great to follow my boss. As long as you do your job well, he will never be stingy with your money. And Manager Wu, let her go back and rest today, and compensate her for her mental damages by 100,000 yuan.
One last thing."
Lin Xian continued, "From now on, our base will refuse entry to any film crews invested in by Xinghui Entertainment."
"Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll announce it."
Wu Mei couldn't hear the voice on the phone, but she knew that the call was from Lin Xian. When she was on the phone just now, Han Miao glanced at her, probably because Mr. Lin mentioned her.
Wu Mei was worried that Lin Xian would blame and punish her because she didn't handle things properly at the beginning. "Assistant Han, what did Ms. Lin say?"
Han Miao saw her nervous expression and said with a smile, "Our CEO Lin said that he will give you a day off today and compensate you with 100,000 yuan.
Chapter 75. Perhaps it's just an excuse to refuse.
Dong Manqing had a feast for the whole afternoon today. Ever since she saw Lu Chen and two girls whose relationship was unclear, she sat down on an outdoor chair opposite the cafe, ordered a cup of coffee and watched the show. As a director, she loves collecting this kind of life material. Especially this kind of emotional disputes between men and women are very suitable for incorporation into movie plots. But one thing surprised her. Since she sent that photo to Lin Xian, she has not replied to her message until now.
Is he hiding in his room and feeling jealous? That's not her style. She called Lin Xian. "Hey, Xian, did you see the message I sent you? Why is there no movement at all?" Lin Xian on the other end of the phone replied calmly, "What do you want me to do?"
"Of course, you have to come out and tear apart those girls who want to covet your man," Dong Manqing said quite excitedly.
"Could it be that you don't really love Lu Chen?"
Dong Manqing added hastily, "Let me tell you, if you don't like him, just tell me."
I want him.
"What would you like?" The voice that said this was not a female voice in the receiver, but a male voice.
Dong Manqing looked up and saw that it was Lu Chen, followed by the man and woman who appeared in today's drama.
As soon as Lu Chen and Lu Baimingye came out of the coffee shop, they saw Dong Manqing sitting on a chair outdoors opposite and making a phone call, so they thought of coming over to say hello. As I got closer, I heard her say yes.
Dong Manqing put down the phone. "Oh, Xiaochen, I was just chatting with Xian on the phone. Are you guys done with your business?"
Needless to say, I know how this matter today reached Lin Xian's ears. Dong Manqing really has the mentality of a child. How could a big director love to gossip so much?
"It's done," Lu Chen replied. "Then you guys go and have fun, don't worry about me, I'll sit here by myself for a while." Dong Manqing smiled awkwardly. "Yeah." Lu Chen didn't say anything else and walked away with Lu Bai and Wenya. Dong Manqing didn't hang up the phone and picked it up again. Xian, it looks like that sweet girl has won against AI. Do you really not want Lu Chen anymore?
Lin Xian laughed contemptuously on the other end of the phone.
Dong Manqing, since you love eating melon so much, why don't you come with me when I treat those brother and sister to dinner tonight? What? Dong Manqing exclaimed in surprise, you're going to treat your love rival to a meal? Lin Xian was too lazy to explain and just said, are you coming or not?
Go, you must go. It's not as fun to watch a fire from the other side as it is to see it happening in person.
She must attend this dinner. Then you should dress up a bit and stop acting like a tomboy. You're almost 30 and you don't even have a boyfriend.
After saying this, Lin Xian hung up the phone.
Dong Manqing frowned and complained to the hung-up phone, who are you calling a tomboy?
She has been engaged in the directing industry since college, and has basically devoted all her energy to this over the years. She has indeed never had a boyfriend. Moreover, he doesn't pay too much attention to his image, and follows the route of a director-artist, which is relatively neutral.
But apart from Lin Xian, no one dared to call her a tomboy. She glanced down at the white shirt and jeans she was wearing, and said to herself, I look very feminine when I dress up. After Lu Chen and the other two left, Lu Bai asked, Xiao Chun, who is that woman?
You should have heard of the name of the director of this drama I filmed.
Her name is Dong Manqing. Dong Manqing? Lu Bai looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Are you saying she is the most internationally famous Chinese female director, Dong Manqing?
Lu Bai also graduated from the School of Media, so he naturally knew who Dong Manqing was.
I only know the name, but have never met the person in person. Yes, that's her. Brother, you're awesome. You can actually act like her.
However, when you think about it, it seems normal. The current Lu Chen is no longer the Lu Chen of the past, but the husband of a wealthy woman.
It makes sense that he can film Dong Manqing's drama with his current status.
But he hasn't gotten used to Lu Chen's current identity yet, and always thinks of him as the good brother who used to eat instant noodles and play games together.
It's good to have a rich wife. You have now become a dragon.
Wanya, who had been following behind the two of them, had been silent the entire time. After hearing these words, she bit her lips lightly, feeling uncomfortable.
Why couldn't I meet brother Xiaochen earlier? If I had met him earlier than Lin Xian, maybe I would be the one marrying brother Xiaochen now. But are they really married? Could it be just an excuse for brother Xiaochen to reject me?
She still couldn't quite believe the fact that Lu Chen had gotten married so quickly.
Brother Xiaochen, if you have something to do, just go and do it. You don't have to accompany us on purpose.
Wanya suddenly spoke. Lu Chen and Lu Bai turned around, both looking puzzled.
You've been with us all afternoon, so you must have your own things to do. It's okay, my brother and I can just go shopping on our own. Wanya forced a smile and looked at Lu Bai.
Lu Bai seemed to have received some kind of signal and said, yeah, we can just go shopping by ourselves.
Lu Chen nodded. He did have something else to do.
Lin Xian already knew about his relationship with Sun Yenin. At this moment, she was alone in the hotel and didn't know what to feel. Although Lin Xian is a sensible and understanding woman and did not say much about what happened this afternoon, Lu Chen still wanted to return to her as soon as possible and tell her that she is the only one in his heart. Then you can go straight back to the hotel after shopping.
I'll send the dinner location to your brother's phone. Lu Chen said this to Wenya. Wenya nodded. Lu Chen turned around and walked in the opposite direction.
After Lu Chen left, Lu Bai spoke up, Xiaoya, this time it's my fault for not understanding the situation clearly.
You should give up on Xiaochen. I'll introduce you to someone else later. I know a lot of people like him.
He could see that Wenya had been distracted ever since she knew about Lu Chen's sudden marriage, but the fact that Lu Chen was already married was unchangeable, so he can only try his best to comfort her.
Brother, please accompany me to buy clothes.
Wenya did not respond to Lu Bai's words, but suddenly changed her words and said she wanted to go buy clothes. Lu Bai thought it was just a way for girls to vent their emotions, so he agreed without hesitation.
Okay, go buy it. Buy as much as you want. I'll pay for it for you. Wenya walked forward silently.
She thought that maybe Lu Chen liked mature and charming women like Lin Xian, and didn't like little girls like her. He said that marrying Lin Xian was just an excuse to reject herself. After all, outsiders couldn't be sure whether they really got married or not.
Tonight's dinner is her last chance and she doesn't want to miss it. She needs to dress herself more maturely, maybe Brother Xiaochen will change his mind? Chapter 76. I'm not interested in mistress, you can keep it to yourself.
On the way back to the hotel, Lu Chen specially bought a bouquet of red roses and a mousse cake.
After being with Sun Yenin for 3 years, I already know what girls like. It's nothing more than some bags, flowers, delicious desserts, and the like.
But Lu Chen felt that buying a bag for Lin Xian was too tacky.
Besides, she didn't lack a bag. Flowers and desserts could create a little romance. He walked towards the hotel with flowers in one hand and desserts in the other.
After Sun Yenin was kicked out, he was about to return to the capital and happened to see this scene. She was originally full of resentment, but now she was much calmer. She thought Lu Chen regretted it and came to apologize to her for what had just happened. As long as he apologizes sincerely and listens to my orders, I am willing to forgive him. Although their crew can no longer film here, it is still easy for her to find a job for Lu Chen with her current status.
Xiao Wei, do you know any crew members who need errand runners, odd jobs, or other behind-the-scenes work?
Sun Yenan asked Wei Gang, who was following beside him.
Every crew is short of this kind of job. I wonder why Miss Su is asking this.
Wei Gang's tone was obviously not as flattering as it was at the beginning, but for Xin Yuhao's sake, he was still polite to Sun Yenan.
Later on, I might need you to introduce a friend to work there. Please keep an eye out for him. Okay.
It was a small matter, so Wei Gang agreed casually.
You go back first. I have something else to do. I'll leave a little later. Wei Gang nodded.
He wished he could stay away from this woman, but he still asked patiently, what about that rejection from the film and television base this time?
I'll tell Brother Yuhao. Sun Yenin gritted her teeth.
Not only did she want to tell the truth, she also wanted to exaggerate it so that those who dared to bully her would know that offending her was equivalent to offending Xinhui Entertainment.
Wei Gang got what he wanted and left satisfied. If he really went to report the rejection of his application to Xin Yuhao, he might even be scolded. It was best that Sun Yenin was willing to go and talk himself. Lu Chen was only thinking about Lin Xian and didn't notice Sun Yenin at the street corner ahead.
When he got closer, Sun Yenin suddenly stood up in front of him.
Do you know you regret it?
She held her head high, but with a look of deliberate disdain.
Why are you here again? Lu Chen frowned, feeling that Sun Yenin was like a lingering female ghost, and he could meet her wherever he went.
She is now famous and popular, and is the girlfriend of Xin Yuhao, the eldest son of Star Entertainment.
She has everything she wants. Why doesn't she live her own life well? Why does she always cling to me? Are you sick? What do you mean? Sun Yenin didn't expect Lu Chen to ask this. Didn't he bring flowers and desserts to apologize to her? Red roses and mousse cakes are both my favorites. I mean, could you please get out of the way and not block the road? Lu Chen was too lazy to waste words with her and just wanted to go back and comfort his wife. Sun Yenin was furious. Lu Chen, where on earth did you learn these hard-to-get tricks? Do you think that by deliberately provoking me like this, you can make me feel that you are important to me? I'm telling you, I don't fall for it. Before I become a top star, I will never leave Brother Yuao, so just give up on this idea.
Sun Yenin yelled at Lu Chen without any regard for her image.
Lu Chen was speechless. Who gave her the courage to say such shameless words? Was it Fish Liang?
Not wanting to bother with her any longer, Lu Chen walked straight past Sun Yenin.
Sun Yenin watched his back as he walked away from her, and for a moment she didn't know whether he was playing hard to get or he really didn't love her anymore. Holding her breath, she shouted at Lu Chen's back, Lu Chen, this is the last chance I give you. If you don't cherish it, you won't even be able to be a mistress in the future. Lu Chen didn't look back, but replied, I'm not interested in mistresses, you can keep it to yourself. Sun Yenin gasped for breath, unable to believe why Lu Chen had become like this. I am just Xin Yuhao's girlfriend, can't he accept it more generously? As long as he makes good use of a big springboard like Xin Yuhao, he will have a bright future in the entertainment industry. By then, any resources that slip through his fingers will be enough for Lu Chen to live on for the rest of his life. Besides, what's wrong with a big star like me having 1 or 2 boyfriends? Compared to Xin Yuhao, I love him a little more. Since he doesn't know how to cherish herself, then she should just focus on developing her career. When she becomes a household name, Lu Chen will naturally regret it and beg to be his mistress. Sun Yenin also turned and left. She was going back to the capital to be Xin Yuhao's little sweet cat. When she gets to Beijing,
she's going to ask Xin Yuhao to treat her to a big meal and then take her shopping so she can vent all the anger she's had today. At the door of room 8808 of the White Swan Hotel, Lu Chen rang the doorbell.
Lin Xiyan opened the door and looked at Lu Chen holding flowers with a look of surprise. "Why are you back? Didn't you say you would accompany your friends this afternoon?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Because I missed you so much, I came back." "You're becoming more and more sweet now."
Lin Xiyan had a smile on her lips and her eyes were full of bubbling little hearts. Ever since she confirmed her relationship with Lu Chen, she realized that Lu Chen was not as rigid as he was at the beginning, but a very interesting and likable person.
"She loves it so much. Then do you want to try it?" Lu Chen deliberately moved his mouth closer.
How could Lin Xiyan let him go after such a bold teasing? She stood on tiptoe and gently touched Lu Chen's mouth, of course. Then she pulled him into the house, pushed Lu Chen behind the door, put her hands around his neck, and kissed him unscrupulously. Lu Chen's hands were full of things and he couldn't free up any space, so he could only let Lin Xiyan take the control and follow her in and out.
Lin Xiyan didn't let him go until she was out of strength. Both of them were breathing heavily. "Is it sweet?" Lu Chen asked her with a seductive look in his eyes. "Sweet, sweeter than honey." Lin Xiyan's index finger was stroking between Lu Chen's lips, still lingering, but if she continued to kiss him she would suffer from oxygen deprivation.
"Anyway, she is already mine, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future."
She then turned her gaze to Lu Chen's hands. "Are these for me?" "Well, do you like it?" Lu Chen waved the bright red roses and mousse cake in front of Lin Xiyan and asked back. "Like?"
Lin Xiyan took it with joy on her face. She actually doesn't like roses and desserts, especially the scent of roses, which is too sweet and pungent.
"But now that I received it personally from Lu Chen, I inexplicably liked it."
I also took a deep breath of the fragrance of the red roses.
The originally pungent aroma has now turned into the smell of happiness.
She took the flowers and cake from Lu Chen's hand and placed them on the table. Then she opened the box of mousse cake, dipped her finger in the cream on it and put it in her mouth to taste it.
"Very sweet."
Then he took a little more and passed it to Lu Chen's mouth, saying, "Try it too."
Chapter 77 We Are the Most Suitable.
Lu Chen licked the cream on Lin Xiyan's fingers, which made her heart flutter.
Resisting the urge, she asked, "You're buying flowers and food, do you want to tell me about this afternoon?" Lu Chen smiled awkwardly. "You figured it out. Then tell me." Lin Xiyan looked like she was listening attentively. "The woman named Sun Yenin is actually the one I told you I liked before. Do you still like her now?" "Of course I don't like it. You are the only one in my heart now."
As Lu Chen spoke, he gently touched the tip of Lin Xiyan's nose. Lin Xiyan finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in her heart. In fact, after knowing the relationship between Sun Yenin and Lu Chen, although she appeared to be very magnanimous on the surface, she was still a little flustered in her heart. After all, Lu Chen has liked her for so many years, and she can't be sure whether Lu Chen really doesn't love her anymore. But at this moment, the look in Lu Chen's eyes was enough to show that what he said was true.
"I believe you. Actually, that woman is not worthy of you. She is too stupid."
Lin Xiyan ran her fingers across Lu Chen's chin. "We are the most suitable couple."
"You're right, she is indeed stupid. I was blinded at the time. Fortunately, I can see clearly now. Compared with Lin Xiyan, Sun Yenin is as stupid as a pig. The two are not on the same level. Do you need my help to deal with that matter tonight?" Lin Xiyan asked.
"This matter is all Lu Bai's fault, but I have already told them about our relationship."
"Wanya should no longer have any thoughts about me."
Lin Xiyan smiled and said, "You still don't understand girls very well.
How could she give up so easily? If that's the case, then you should take action. But be gentle with her. Wanya is different from Sun Yenin. She is Lu Bai's sister and she doesn't mean any harm."
Lu Chen said as he pulled Lin Xiyan into his arms. "Xiyan, I'm so sorry for causing you so much trouble." Lin Xiyan hugged Lu Chen's neck and said, "Although you have a lot of bad peach blossoms, but I am here.
I will cut one for everyone that comes." "Well, take them all off. I only want you."
The atmosphere had been stirred to such an extent that the two of them jumped from the ground to the bed.
"Xiaoya, this dress doesn't suit you. It's too mature."
In the clothing store, Lu Bai frowned as he looked at Wenya wearing a long lace dress.
"That part doesn't fit. I think it's fine. It's very feminine." Wenya looked at herself in the mirror and was quite satisfied.
She saw Lin Xian wearing a similar long skirt yesterday, and brother Xiaochen should like this.
No, sister, your transformation is too big. You don't usually like this style.
Lu Bai seemed to suddenly realize something as he spoke, staring at Wenya. You are not here because of Xiaochen.
Humph, none of your business. Wenya turned to the salesperson and said, I want this one.
Please pay for it. After buying clothes, Wenya went to get her hair done in big waves, and her whole look was completely created according to Lin Xian's style. Lu Bai couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he went back to the hotel early, leaving her alone.
Anyway, Lu Chen's marriage is a fact.
She should wait until she has had enough of the trouble and given up before she can feel at ease.
As it was getting close to evening, Lu Chen took Lu Baifa to the restaurant on the top floor of the hotel for dinner.
When Wenya came back from outside, not only her clothes and hairstyle had changed, but her makeup had also changed, giving it a retro Republic of China style.
7 p.m., rooftop restaurant. As the hosts, Lu Chen and Lin Xian had already arrived at their seats in advance.
Dong Manqing walked in shortly after they sat down.
Lin Xian glanced at her and frowned slightly. Didn't I tell you to dress up? Why are you still looking like a tomboy?
Dong Manqing pointed to her mouth and said with a pout, I'm dressed up and wearing lipstick.
Lin Xian was speechless. No man will want someone like you in the future. Don't worry about it, maybe there's someone who likes my type.
Dong Manqing didn't care at all. She came here mainly to eat melons, not for a blind date.
Lu Chen was already used to their bickering, so he said with a smile, Director Dong, just sit next to Xian.
Dong Manqing sat down carelessly.
At this time, Lu Bai and Wenya also walked in. The moment Lin Xian saw Wenya, she couldn't help but chuckle and whispered in Lu Chen's ear, well, I was right, wasn't I?
How could Wenya's little thoughts escape her sharp eyes? But this look imitates the look of Lin Wanqing in her movie. Last night, she and Lu Chen had just finished filming when they returned to the hotel. Her makeup and styling were still the same as in the play, so she looked a few years older than usual.
She is not like this today.
She wears delicate and refreshing light makeup and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on her fair face, turning into her usual cold and aloof female CEO. This temperament is much more domineering than Lin Wanqing's.
Sorry, we are late.
Lu Bai said apologetically when he saw that they were the last to arrive.
Just apologize and have a few more drinks tonight. Lu Chen didn't look at Wenya, but said to Lu Bai. Of course we have to drink. You didn't even tell me you were getting married, so let's just say we're here to drink your wedding wine.
Lin Xian pushed her glasses up on the bridge of her nose and said softly, there's plenty of wine tonight, but we didn't tell you that we got married.
It's not Xiaochen's fault, it's my fault.
We're getting married in secret, and no one else knows about it except you for now. Lu Bai could say whatever he wanted to Lu Chen, but when Lin Xian spoke, he couldn't say anything else.
He just laughed and replied, I was just joking with him.
At this moment, Wenya's gaze fell on Lin Xian, and she found herself feeling lonely.
How could this be so different from yesterday?
Yesterday she looked like a gentle lady from the Republic of China, but today she looks like a domineering female president.
The contrast in her personality is too strong.
When she looked at Lin Xian also looked at her with a faint smile on her lips, clearly seeing through her plan. Only then did she realize how weak she was in front of this woman. Even if you imitate her style, you can't imitate her innate temperament.
Moreover, Lu Chen didn't pay any attention to himself at all during the whole process.
Ha?
Who is this lady? Dong Manqing asked heartlessly. Didn't Lin Xian say she'd treat her love rival to dinner tonight?
She'd seen both of her love rivals in the afternoon, but she hadn't noticed the person in front of her. Instead, I feel that she is a bit similar to Lin Wanqing in my own play.
Director Dong, let me introduce you.
This is Lu Bai, my college roommate and my best friend. Lu Chen took the initiative to introduce Lu Bai first, then looked at Wenya. This is her sister Wenya, we just met this afternoon. But what I saw this afternoon was clearly a sweet girl.
The difference is too big. Dong Manqing looked at Lin Xian and said, don't you think this look is very similar to Lin Wanqing in your play?
Lin Xian did not answer Dong Manqing's words, but asked Wenya, who was sitting opposite her, yes, how did Miss Wen become the person in my play?
Chapter 78, Whatever my wife wants to do, there is nothing she can't do.
Wenya tapped her toes awkwardly. She suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Seeing this, Lu Bai said frankly to Lin Xian, I'm so sorry. My sister didn't know about your marriage to Xiaochen before, and she thought he was still single. But don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on her and won't let her pester Xiaochen anymore. As he spoke, he picked up the wine glass beside him and said, "She is ignorant. I will apologize to you and your wife on her behalf."
Lin Xian waved her hand, signaling him not to do so. "I know everything about her and Xiaochen.
I was just teasing her just now.
You and Xiaochen drink this wine. I'm going to the bathroom."
After saying that, she also stood up and walked to the bathroom.
Lu Chen knew that Lin Xian was going to solve his trouble for him.
In the bathroom, Wenye was washing her makeup in front of the mirror.
Seeing Lin Xian come in, she said unhappily, "Why, are you still following me here to laugh at me?"
Lin Xian didn't argue with her because she knew that Wenye's love for Lu Chen was pure, just like her love for him. "Sister Xiaoya, I know you like Xiaochen too, but Xiaochen and I are already married."
"We're really married.
We live together, and I've even met his grandmother." As she spoke, she opened her handbag, took out a red booklet and flipped it open.
"This is our marriage certificate." Looking at Wenye's surprised expression, he said, "Now you believe it, right?"
Before, Wenye still held a glimmer of hope, but now, when she saw Lin Xian and Lu Chen's marriage certificate with her own eyes, that last glimmer of hope was shattered.
"I'm sorry, Sister Lin." Wenye's voice gradually weakened. "I thought you weren't really getting married. I thought he liked your mature look."
As he spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Lin Xian handed her a tissue and said, "Sister Xiaoya, you are a good girl, but Xiaochen is mine.
I love him, and no one can take him away from me." "What about Sun Yenin?" Wenye asked. "She?" Lin Xian chuckled, "It's even more impossible, and she's not qualified."
After saying that, she turned on her phone and played a video of Sun Yenin being slapped by Han Miao.
"This is her fate. You are different from her. That's why I invited you and Lu Bai to have this meal."
Wenye looked at Sun Yenin's arrogant and domineering appearance, but was slapped to the ground by Han Miao, and was instantly filled with awe of Lin Xian. The woman in front of him seemed to be not on the same level as him, so he didn't even need to do anything himself to beat Sun Yenin.
"Sister Lin, I understand.
From now on, I will never covet brother Xiaochen again.
He is a very good man. I sincerely wish you happiness."
Lin Xian smiled slightly. "Well, wipe your tears and let's go out.
Don't keep them waiting too long." "Okay."
Wenye became inexplicably obedient, quickly wiped away her tears, and then forced a smile at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction, and the two walked out side by side. When they returned, Lu Bai and Dong Manqing were stunned to see how harmonious they were.
Only Lu Chen knew that there was nothing his wife couldn't do if she wanted to.
After sitting down, Wenye took the initiative to raise a glass of wine to greet Lin Xian and Lu Chen. "Brother Xiaochen, Sister Lin, I wish you a long and happy life together."
Lu Bai, "No, it was just a trip to the toilet. How could my sister be so obedient under the discipline?" Dong Manqing, "I missed it. I should have gone to see it earlier." Capital City.
Xin Yuhao was drinking wine with his arm around the princess's waist when the phone suddenly rang. It was his father Shen Hongmao calling.
He quickly drove the people out of the house before answering the phone. Shen Hongmao's stern voice immediately came from the other end of the line. "What on earth have you been doing out there lately? Why did Hongqing Film and Television Base say they would be terminating their cooperation with us?"
Xin Yuhao was confused when asked. He didn't do anything. Recently, he has been drinking and having fun in Hentei Guanlan every day. The film and television matters have now been handed over to Wei Gang. He just waits for him to make a movie, make it a big hit at the box office, and then inherit the position of president from his grandfather.
"I don't know, what happened? How dare you ask me this?"
"Right now, our main investment is in Star Han Canlon, which is all your responsibility."
"How dare you not know about this kind of thing? If you can't even plan and manage a movie properly, get back here right now." Shen Hongmao was furious. "Dad, give me some time. I'll report back to you after I've figured it out." "You don't need to report to me. I'll give you 3 days to handle the matter and give me the results directly."
After saying that, he hung up the phone with a snap.
Xin Yuhao frowned and immediately called Wei Gang. "Did you go to the Hongqing Film and Television Base today?" "Yes, Master Shen, I just came back from there." "What exactly happened?" Xin Yuhao asked sharply. "Didn't Miss Su tell you?" "What does this have to do with her? Aren't you in charge of this movie?"
Hearing this, Wei Gang knew that Sun Yenin had not yet told Xin Yuhao about what happened in the afternoon, and she was probably still on the high-speed train and had not arrived in Beijing at this time. Being asked by Xin Yuhao, he had no choice but to tell him everything. On the high-speed train on the way back, Wei Gang also saw the notice issued on the official website of Hengqin Film and Television Base, which stated that it would refuse to cooperate with any films invested by Xinhui Entertainment and would not accept their applications to enter the base for filming. He didn't expect things to develop like this. Normally, even if Sun Yenin made a big fuss at the base, it shouldn't be so serious. Xin Yuhao hung up the phone and sent a WeChat message to Sun Yenin, "See you at Xildang in the evening."
Sun Yenin still had half an hour before arriving in Beijing.
After seeing Xin Yuhao's WeChat, she smiled knowingly, thinking that Xin Yuhao missed her, and immediately replied, "Okay, brother Yuhao." In the evening, she would tell brother Yuhao about the suffering she had endured today, and let him avenge her and punish the staff at the Hengqin Film and Television Base. After arriving in Beijing, she took a taxi directly to Xildan. When I got downstairs, I sent a message to Xin Yuhao, "Brother Yuhao, I'm here."
Xin Yuhao, 608, come up directly. Chapter 79. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Why are you so impatient? Aren't we here yet? Sun Yenin muttered and walked upstairs. The door of the room was ajar, and Sun Yenin walked in without knocking. As soon as I walked in, I felt that the atmosphere seemed a little off. There was no ambiguity like in their previous states, but rather an indescribable chilling feeling. Xin Yuhao sat on the sofa in the room with his legs crossed and a cigar in his mouth. Sun Yenin doesn't like the taste of cigars, but he has to endure it every time. Brother Yuhao, have you been waiting for a long time? She squatted down in front of Xin Yuhao obediently, like a kitten wanting to be pampered. Xin Yuhao put the cigar in the ashtray and then looked at her, but there was a cruel look in his eyes. He grabbed Sun Yenin's face and asked, "What did you do today?" Director Wei Gang and I went to Hengqin to apply for a filming location. You've been missing every day, so I'm definitely going to have to worry more about our Xinhui Entertainment. Sun Yenin thought that Xin Yuhao would appreciate what he said. After all, this movie was very important to him. But Xin Yuhao suddenly exerted force on the fingers that were pinching her chin, and then lifted it up so that she could look into his eyes. When did it become your turn to worry about Xinhui Entertainment? Who do you think you are? How dare you use our company to show off in front of outsiders? When Sun Yenin heard this, she knew what happened this afternoon, and Xin Yuhao must have known about it. Didn't I tell Wei Gang to wait for her to come back and report? Why did that man say it in advance? I don't know what he said to Xin Yuhao that made him so angry. She pretended to be pitiful and said, "Brother Yuhao, they did all that for this movie. That shabby film and television base in Hengqin is used for filming. They actually rejected our application. I told them that Xinhui Entertainment is behind us, but they still didn't agree and even hit me? Woo woo woo." Xin Yuhao twisted Sun Yenin's face, where there were still red fingerprints. He didn't feel the slightest bit of distress and pushed Sun Yenin away. Damn film and television base? Do you know whose business that is? Sun Yenin shook her head. She was just an actress and had no idea about business matters. Xin Yuhao looked at her and cursed, "Stupid, that's the property of the Lin family in Beijing. Now, because you caused such a scene in there, the base has announced that they will no longer cooperate with Xinhui Entertainment and will not allow any films invested by our family to be filmed there." How could this happen? Sun Yenin began to panic. Although she didn't know the status of the Lin family in the capital, when she saw Xin Yuhao so angry, she knew that he was not someone an ordinary person could afford to offend. She lay back on Xin Yuhao's legs and explained pitifully, "Brother Yuhao, I really didn't know. I thought it was just a place for the crew to shoot." Xin Yuhao pinched her chin again and said viciously, "Since you made a mistake, you must accept the punishment." Sun Yenin was frightened by his eyes, but she knew that she could not leave Xin Yuhao now, otherwise everything she had done would be in vain. She smiled charmingly at Xin Yuhao and said coquettishly, "Brother Yuhao, I know I was wrong. I will accept any punishment you want." Seeing her so flirty, Xin Yuhao finally grinned. Sun Yenin is a person who knows how to please others, which is also what I like about her. As for the matter of the film and television base, he was not worried about not handling it well. He would just have someone from his company go there in person to apologize and that would be it. After all, from the base's perspective, their own Xinhui Entertainment is a big customer. When it comes to business, who wouldn't want to make money? Okay, then accept my punishment. After saying that, he lifted a black cloth on the table. Under the black cloth was a tray. On the tray were a black blindfold, a whip, and a red candle. The next afternoon, Wen Ya and Lu Bai went to the front desk to check out and prepare to return to Beijing.
However, when they were checking out, the receptionist refunded them the VIP fee they had previously collected and the room charges for the past 2 days. Our president said that you two are her friends, and she specifically told us not to charge you any fees. Lu Bai didn't expect to get Lu Chen's help so soon.
He immediately thanked the receptionist and left with Wanya. Xiaochen found a really good wife.
She's rich, elegant, and most importantly, generous.
The VIP fee and room fee add up to over 1 million yuan. Your family said they'll waive it. As soon as Lu Bai went out, he couldn't help but praise it.
Yes, Sister Lin is not only a good person, but also loves Brother Xiaochen very much. Only she is worthy of a good man like Brother Xiaochen.
Wanya also replied.
Lu Bai glanced at her and was now 100% sure that this girl would no longer think about Lu Chen. Before leaving, he sent a WeChat message to Lu Chen. Xiaochen, we are leaving.
Thank you and your wife for your warm hospitality. Lu Chen went to the crew to film early in the morning.
Just after finishing a scene, he received a message from Lu Bai and replied.
Don't forget the most important thing when you return to Beijing.
I can't leave right now, so I'll leave the media company matters to you. I'll transfer 5 million to your account later, and you can choose the company address.
Lu Bai, don't worry, I promise to complete the task you assigned to me. Lin Xian walked over to Lu Chen and handed him a glass of iced American coffee. It's too hot, have a drink to cool down. Seeing that she only had 1 cup in her hand, Lu Chen asked, aren't you going to drink? I can't drink anything cold these days. Then I can't touch you for the next few days.
A few days will pass quickly. After the two confirmed their relationship, they did not deliberately hide it on the set. When they were chatting sweetly, Dong Manqing came over and interrupted them. This is a film set, not a hotel room. Please be careful and give us single guys some chance to survive.
Lin Xian smiled nonchalantly and said, didn't you love to see us show our affection before? Now that we're really showing it, you have objections again. You don't understand. It feels different. Dong Manqing gave them both a blank look.
At this time, Han Miao came over and said to Lin Xian, Boss Lin, Xinghui Entertainment sent someone over to the base office. They said they came to apologize.
Look. Tell them that no one can help. If someone makes a mistake, they must be punished. She thinks Xinghui Entertainment is so great, so let Xinghui Entertainment take the blame for her mistake. Okay, Mr. Lin, I understand. Chapter 80 I'll help you wash. What did you say? They don't accept apologies?
Shin Yuhao suddenly stood up from his office chair. I originally thought it was just a small matter, so I asked the manager of my business department to come over and apologize, explaining that it was just Sun Yan'an's personal behavior. Besides, she is not a member of Star Entertainment, so her words and actions cannot represent her own company. But they didn't expect that Han Cheng was determined to sever cooperation with their Xinghui Entertainment.
It shouldn't be.
Shin Yuhao was a little confused. Even if Sun Yan'an's behavior was inappropriate, it wouldn't have caused such a big impact.
Could it be that the people at the Lin Group headquarters were alarmed?
Shin Yuhao suddenly remembered that Wei Gang had said before that Sun Yan'an had beaten the business manager in the base office. But Sun Yan'an was also beaten, and the person who beat her seemed to be Mr. Han's assistant.
Could it be that the people from Lin Group's headquarters were also in there yesterday? That would be a difficult situation.
If they really offended someone at the Lin headquarters, I'm afraid only he or their old man would take action.
That stupid woman Sun Yan'an is really getting herself into trouble.
If it weren't for this movie, there would have been no need to keep her, as she was already asleep anyway. At this time, Shen Hongmao walked in from outside.
Dad, why are you here? Should I even say hello to you when I come?
Shen Hongmao replied sharply, then glanced at the staff member who came to report and said, You go down first. After everyone left, he sat down opposite Shin Yuhao and said, I came here to tell you that this matter with Hangqing is not a big deal, but it is not a small one either. Yes, Dad, I just found out that the person I offended this time might be someone from Lin's headquarters. I've asked around, and Hangqing Base has recently refused entry to any film crews. It's not just targeting us at Xinghui Entertainment, we just happened to be caught in the crossfire. Shin Hongmao snorted, if it weren't for that wild woman you kept outside who used our company's name to cause trouble, things wouldn't have turned out like this.
Yes, Dad, I know I was wrong. I taught her a lesson yesterday.
Shin Hongmao looked at Shin Yuhao solemnly and said, I know that woman named Sun Yan'an.
She is the heroine of the movie you are working on.
It is understandable that you are using her to promote the movie, but that kind of woman cannot enter our house.
Not only will I not agree, your mother won't agree either.
Shin Yuhao replied nonchalantly, I know, Dad.
I haven't thought about marrying her. As soon as this movie is finished, I'll dump her.
Shin Hongmao nodded and said, you can have fun however you want outside, but I will choose the person you want to marry for you. I took this opportunity to visit the old man of the Lin family.
Now the entire Lin family is managed by his granddaughter Lin Xian.
I heard she's not married yet, so it would be great if she could marry into their family.
Is it really possible, Dad? Shin Yuhao looked excited.
He was no stranger to Lin Xian.
Many of the rich second generation in the business circle were eyeing her.
She was beautiful and had a good temperament, and she was also a strong businesswoman. I have also secretly shown my good intentions.
But no one paid any attention to him. There were even rumors that she didn't like men.
Shin Hongmao glanced at his son's worthless appearance and said, I can only try and see if Mr. Lin is interested.
Dad, you must have a good talk with Mr. Lin. If I can really marry into the Lin family, I promise I will never play around outside again.
Shin Hongmao stood up from his chair and said, wait for my news. Your most important job now is to manage this film well.
Don't worry, Dad. I'm very confident about this movie.
In the evening, Lu Chen was taking a shower in the bathroom, and Lin Xian was sitting at the desk and chair reviewing today's documents.
The phone on the table rang.
It was her grandfather calling.
How long has it been since you came back to see me?
Lin Guodong expressed his dissatisfaction with his granddaughter from the very beginning.
Grandpa, I'm busy recently. I'll go back to see you after a while. Okay, Grandpa called today to tell you to delete the official website and the announcement from Xinghua Entertainment.
Lin Xian frowned slightly.
How did this matter reach the old man's ears? How do you know this? Shin Hongmao from Xinghua Entertainment came to see me today and told me that it wasn't a big deal.
Although we don't lack the small business of the Hengqin film and television base, it's not reasonable to not make money when you can.
Lin Xian frowned. Grandpa, it seems our family has nothing to do with Xinghua Entertainment, right? Why are you meeting with Shin Hongmao?
We're all business people, and we've dealt with each other before.
Now they're coming to me personally to talk about this little thing. How can I refuse?
Lin Xian pondered for a moment. The old man had already agreed. If she still disagreed, it would be a slap in her grandfather's face.
Okay, Grandpa, I get it.
Lin Xian was about to hang up when Lin Guodong suddenly said, the Shin family has a son about your age who wants to.
Stop, Grandpa, I'm not interested. Don't you just want a grandson-in-law? I'll bring one back to you later. That's all. I have something else to do. Bye.
After saying that, she hung up the phone. Just then, Lu Chen had finished his shower and came out in a bathrobe. Seeing Lin Xian looking unhappy, he asked,
What's wrong? Did you encounter any troubles at work? Lin Xian shook her head. It's nothing. Even if something unhappy happens, I will be happy when I see you. Lu Chen rubbed his slightly furrowed brows and said, Do you want me to go to the kitchen downstairs and make you some egg custard? Children will be very happy after eating egg custard.
Lin Xian was amused by his words, but I'm not a child.
You are in my eyes.
Lin Xian's heart melted when she heard these words. No one had ever said such words to her in her life. She is the CEO of a company, a businesswoman respected by everyone in the business world, and a cold and unapproachable female devil. But only in Lu Chen's heart did he regard her as a child who needed to be pampered. She climbed onto Lu Chen's neck with both hands, looked up into his eyes and said, Come with me back to the old house to see Grandpa later.
Well, okay. Lu Chen agreed readily.
Lin Xian has already met her grandmother, so it's time for her to meet her family.
Lin Xian placed a gentle kiss on his lips before lowering her hands from around his neck. I'm going to take a shower. Let me help you wash. Lu Chen suggested. No, have you forgotten what I told you at noon? It's not convenient these days. I didn't say what I was going to do. Lu Chen chuckled. Do you think we can bear it?
Lin Xian deliberately drew circles on Lu Chen's chest with her fingers. Lu Chen picked her up, looked into her eyes and said, Besides not being able to do it, there are many ways to solve it.
Chapter 81 Betrayal of Sun Yinan.
Because the crew of The Starry Night could not shoot in Hengqin, they had to restart filming in Beijing. This drama has already taken up too much time, and Shin Yuhao has instructed Wei Gang to speed up the filming progress. In the dressing room, Sun Yenin was changing her costumes. Because of Shin Yuhao's whipping, her whole body was in pain, but as the heroine of the show, she had to insist on filming. Sun Yenin already felt that Shin Yuhao didn't seem to care about her as much as he did at the beginning. He treated her so harshly just because she made such a small mistake.
I don't know if I will be able to enter the Shin family again in the future.
Because of the pain in her body, she couldn't reach the zipper on the back of her costume, so she shouted outside, "Yao Yao, come in and help me zip it up." Gui Yao went in, and when she was helping Sun Yenin zip up her clothes, she found that her back was covered with bright red marks. "Hey, Susu, what's wrong with your back?" she asked in surprise.
Nothing, just scraping." Sun Yenin made up an excuse.
She didn't want anyone to know that there was a problem between her and Shin Yuhao. Gui Yao felt that the mark did not look like that caused by scraping, but she did not ask any more questions. She just thought that the scraping master had used too much force. After all, she couldn't think of this as Shin Yuhao's interesting behavior no matter how hard she tried.
After zipping up Sun Yenin, Gui Yao said a little embarrassedly, "Susu, can I borrow 20,000 yuan from you?"
When she returned home this time, her father accidentally broke his leg while doing farm work and urgently needed medical expenses. She rushed back in such a hurry just to ask Sun Yenin to borrow money.
Sun Yenin turned around and looked at her coldly. "Why do you want money again?" "Susu, I'm not asking for it, I'm borrowing it. I'm really in trouble. Please help me, okay?" Gui Yao begged humbly. "I don't have any money. The crew hasn't started filming yet, and I haven't received a dime. If I have money, I can lend it to you." Without asking the reason, Sun Yenin directly rejected Gui Yao's request. "Then can you go ask young Master Shin for some? Didn't you say before that you'd never have to worry about money with him around? You're the only one I know in Beijing. If you don't help me, I really don't know what to do." Gui Yao was so anxious that she almost cried. Sun Yenin glared at her. "Do you think Shin Yuhao is Lu Chen? If you want to, just say it. I can't open my mouth without a good reason." Asking her to ask Shin Yuhao for money at this critical juncture would be asking for trouble, and she doesn't want that. "Susu, I've been with you for so many years, so just consider it a favor, okay? My dad has a broken leg and is still in the hospital. I only need 20,000 yuan, so you must be able to find a way. What can I do? Don't forget that you still owe me tens of thousands of dollars." Sun Yenin has been extremely upset these days. He was beaten when he went to Hongqing and was beaten again when he came back. Now he has to come to work with injuries all over his body. How could he have the mood to care about Gui Yao's affairs? "Hey, Master Shin is here." Wei Gang's attentive voice came from outside the locker room. Sun Yenin immediately perked up, then glanced at Gui Yao. "Shin Yuhao is rich, if you have the guts, go ask him for it." Then, he put on a flattering smile and walked out. Shin Yuhao was very happy today. After his father came back from the Lin family's old house, he told him that although Mr. Lin did not formally agree to the marriage, he did not directly reject it. "I just said that when it comes to children's affairs, it depends on their own wishes." Shin Hongmao told him that there was a chance, and asked him to visit the Lin group more often and interact with Lin Xian more often to cultivate their relationship. Moreover, the official website of Hongqing Film and Television Base has deleted the notice that it will not cooperate with Star Entertainment in the future. Shin Yuhao feels that Lin Xian should give him a chance this time. He bought 99 red roses early this morning and sent them to the Lin headquarters in order to meet Lin Xian, but was told that Lin Xian was not in the company recently. He left the flowers behind before coming to the crew. Now he has only two most important things to do. One is to manage the filming tasks of The Legend of Miyu, and the other is to pursue Lin Xian. As long as he could marry into the Lin family, it didn't matter whether he could inherit his father's position as president. After all, the Lin Group is huge, and owning Lin Xian is equivalent to owning the entire Lin Group. "Brother Yuhao, you come to see me so early." Sun Yenin walked up and greeted Shin Yuhao with ambiguous words. But Shin Yuhao was already tired of her. He just glanced at her coldly and said, "I came to see if you were filming well." "Don't worry, I will definitely take good pictures." Shin Yuhao ignored her and turned to Wei Gang and said, "Hurry up and start filming. This drama has wasted too much time." "Okay, Mr. Shin." Wei Gang immediately shouted to the crew, "Everyone, take your positions and get ready to begin." Sun Yenin also said, "Brother Yuhao, then I will go to work." Shin Yuhao just nodded slightly. Then I saw Gui Yao, who was following behind Sun Yenin, had a red face, as if she had just cried. His love for her immediately overflowed,
and he felt the urge to cherish her.
Guo Yao noticed the look in Xin Yuhao's eyes.
She did not follow Sun Yan into the studio, but stayed.
Then he walked to Xin Yuhao and whispered, "Master Xin, can you help me?" "Oh, poor little thing, what's wrong with you?"
Xin Yuhao looked at her with lustful eyes.
"I need 20,000 yuan, can you lend it to me?"
Of course. Xin Yuhao reached out and pinched Guo Yao's face.
"Then how are you going to repay me?"
Everyone knows that Xin Yuhao is a playboy, so Guo Yao certainly knows what he means. Before this, she had never thought of betraying Sun Yanin, but when this woman needed her, she would flatter herself with sweet words. When there is no need, all the problems are pushed onto her. Now that she sees me in such a predicament and refuses to help, don't blame her. Since she can rely on her body to become the current popular female star, why can't I rely on my body to get what I want?
Guo Yao gently took Xin Yuhao's hand and said, "Master Xin, you can do whatever you want." Xin Yuhao laughed. This woman was really the same as Sun Yanin.
This kind of woman is not much different from the princesses in Hente and Guanlan, the only difference is that one has a fixed price, while the other quotes a price based on interests.
You're quite sensible.
Xin Yuhao also held Guo Yao's hand and walked out with her. If only Lin Xiyan could be as easy to get as this kind of woman, he would even be willing to pay 100 times the price.
But what Lin Xiyan lacks most is not money.
Before he got Lin Xiyan, he still needed some comfort from other women. When the first scene was finished, Sun Yanin left the studio and found that Guo Yao and Xin Yuhao were gone.
Chapter 82. I'm already married, but the bride is not her. Sun Yanin called Guo Yao but no one answered.
It was not until noon that Guo Yao returned to the crew from outside.
"Where the hell have you been all morning?"
Sun Yanin cursed angrily.
"What does it have to do with you if I go there?" Guo Yao directly retorted. Sun Yanin looked at her in disbelief. "Have you forgotten who you are? You're just a little assistant of mine. Have I been too kind to you these past few years?" Guo Yao now saw through it and snorted softly, "I am like this now. If you don't like me, you can fire me, but I will not pay you back the money I owe you."
After saying that, he turned around and left without staying in the crew for long. Not only did Xin Yuhao give her 20,000 yuan, he also made her his underground lover, giving her 10,000 yuan every month.
This is much more profitable than doing hard labor behind Sun Yanin. "Come back here."
Sun Yanin shouted towards Guo Yao's back, but Guo Yao ignored her. This made Sun Yanin very angry.
Things turned out completely differently from what I imagined.
She originally thought that after being tied to Xin Yuhao, she would live an upper-class life, but she didn't expect the gap to be so big. Especially recently, her life has been worse than before. No, she had to find a way to please Xin Yuhao, try her best to marry into the Xin family, and become a real wealthy lady. The Jinling part of Crossing the Line is almost finished filming, and the filming in the past 2 days is mainly to pave the way for the subsequent departure from this city. There's one last scene left to wrap up today's shoot.
During the break, Lu Chen's phone rang. It was a number with the note Xiao Meng.
As soon as Lu Chen answered the phone, a girl's voice came from the other end.
"Brother, where are you?" "I'm filming in Hangcheng." "How are you doing recently?" Lu Chen asked. "Yeah, it's fine. I came to the hospital to see Grandma today. She said you got married." "Is that true? Why didn't you tell me?"
Su Meng is Lu Chen's sister who grew up with him in the orphanage.
Not long after he was adopted by his grandparents, Su Meng was also taken away. But her luck was not as good as Lu Chen's.
The couple who took her away were not good people and their family background was poor.
Her adoptive father, Wu Dai, had azoospermia and could not get pregnant.
He also loved gambling and was afraid that his wife would leave him, so he adopted her. Lu Chen knew that Su Meng's life was not easy, so when she was little, he often took her back to his home.
Her grandparents would cook delicious food to improve her life.
The old couple also treated Su Meng as their own granddaughter. I have also provided her with a lot of financial support over the years. After Lu Chen started making money at university, he would often send her some so that she could study well. In Lu Chen's eyes, there is not much difference between Su Meng and his own sister, except that they live in different families.
Su Meng didn't know what happened to Lu Chen. The trending searches on the internet came up and went down quickly, and she didn't even see them.
I thought he was living the same life as before, following Sun Yanin and working as a small actor.
It's true, we got married quickly and didn't tell anyone. Lu Chen replied.
I didn't expect that you would really marry Sister Su.
I wish you all the best.
Su Meng knew about Lu Chen's grandmother's situation and thought that his quick marriage was probably for the elderly, so she didn't ask any more questions.
He just said a blessing, but I couldn't hear much emotion in his voice.
She knew that Lu Chen had liked Sun Yenan for 3 years, but she was not optimistic about the two of them. She didn't like Sun Yenan the first time she saw her. I feel that apart from being pretty, she has no substance and likes to PUA others. But Lu Chen never saw through her and was deeply in love with her. Su Meng thought that Lu Chen would eventually see through Sun Yenan and realize that she was not suitable for him, but she didn't expect that the two of them would actually get married.
It's not her. Sun Yenan and I have broken up. Ah? Really?
Su Meng was a little surprised.
Who is that? You haven't seen her. Next time I return to the capital, I'll bring her to see you.
Okay. Su Meng's voice revealed a hint of relief. Brother, I've actually been wanting to say that Sun Yenan is not suitable for you.
Well, let's not talk about her.
Lu Chen really didn't want to talk about Sun Yenan anymore, so he changed the subject and asked, you said before that you were writing a novel.
How is it going?
It's pretty good. It's now being serialized on Tomato Novel, and quite a lot of people are reading it. Su Meng studied liberal arts in college. Ever since Lu Chen became an actor, she has wanted to become a screenwriter. When Lu Chen becomes famous one day, I can write a play for him myself. However, she hasn't graduated yet, so she can only practice on Tomato. Unexpectedly, the responses to the books she wrote were quite good. I have made some money in the past few years and no longer need Lu Chen to support my college tuition.
Then write well. Maybe one day I'll still need you as a little writer. Mr. Lu, the last scene is about to begin filming. Please get ready.
The groundskeeper came over to remind him. Brother, I won't disturb you from working.
When you return to the capital, you must bring your sister-in-law to meet me. Yeah, okay. The two hung up the phone. Su Meng was leaving the hospital and about to go home when she received a call from her adoptive father. Wu Di, Xiao Meng, come over quickly. Dad is going to be beaten to death. In an underground casino in Beijing.
Two big men were taken into a small room, their hands handcuffed behind their backs, and they knelt on the ground.
One of these two people is Wu Di and the other is Su Daming.
These are the people who lost the most in the casino today but have no money to pay. Sitting in front of the two men was a man with a long scar on his face. The brothers in the venue called him Scar Brother. And behind Scar Brother there was a man sitting carelessly. It was Xin Yuhao. He has half of the investment in this casino, so he is half the owner here. Most people who are successful in the entertainment industry are well connected to both the black and white worlds. Xin Yuhao is also laying the foundation for his future inheritance of Star Entertainment. When he heard that someone lost money in the casino and wanted to escape without paying, he asked Scar to capture the person and bring him to him.
You lost money and you still want to run away? Do you think my place is free?
Scar, with a cigarette in his mouth, shouted at Wu Di and Su Daming.
Master Dao, please be flexible. I'll owe you the money this time.
When I get my money back next time, I'll definitely pay you back with interest. Yes, Master Dao, we didn't mean to escape, but we really lost everything this time and have no money to give us.
Please give us another chance.
Wu Di and Su Daming both begged for mercy.
If you don't have money, ask your family for it. Either have someone send the money today, or leave a finger behind.
It's your choice. Scar said as he stuck a sharp knife into the wooden table beside him. Wu Di and Su Daming were both frightened.
But the two of them really couldn't come up with the money.
Wu Di's wife was an ordinary worker, and he himself didn't have a job. Apart from using his wife's money to support the family, he spent half of it on gambling. The tuition for her adopted daughter's schooling over the years has also been paid for by others, but fortunately she can now make money. In addition to asking her wife for money, she can also ask for some from her adopted daughter. But she didn't earn much after all, and that little money was not enough for her to gamble. The tens of thousands of dollars that Su Daming had asked for from Sun Yenan were all lost in this gambling, and his family had no money left. Facing Scar's intimidation, Su Daming said in a trembling voice. My daughter is the famous star Sun Yenan.
You know her, right? Her boyfriend is Xing Yuhao, the eldest son of Xinghue Entertainment. He has plenty of money. Give me some time, and I will definitely get the money I owe you. Chapter 83 Su Meng had a car accident.
After hearing what Su Daming said, Scar turned to look at Xin Yuhao behind him, wanting to see if what he said was true. At this time, Xin Yuhao was also staring at Su Daming.
Didn't he Sun Yan say that his father was a university professor?
But now the man in front of him didn't seem to have any literary accomplishment at all, he was just a good-for-nothing gambler.
Could it be that the woman was lying to him?
Seeing that Scar seemed to be listening to the opinions of the people behind him, Su Daming immediately knelt down and said in a tearful voice, "Boss, what I said is true.
My daughter is really Sun Yan. Give me 2 days and I will definitely get the money."
Shin Yuhao smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll give you 2 days. If you don't pay me back in 2 days, I'll have someone go to your house and chop off your hands and feet." Shin Yuhao glared at him fiercely.
Su Daming was stunned and stepped back. "Don't worry, boss, I will definitely get the money." Shin Yuhao seemed to remember something and said, "Where do you live? Leave me your address." "My family lives in Xinhai Jiayuan." Su Daming said truthfully.
He only owed the casino 150,000 yuan. Considering his daughter's status as a big star and the future daughter-in-law of Star Entertainment, 150,000 yuan was just a small sum for her and she would definitely be able to get it. As long as he pays the money on time, no one here will really come to look for him.
"Xinhai Jiayuan?"
Shin Yuhao repeated hesitantly.
"Yes."
Su Daming was afraid that Shin Yuhao didn't know, so he explained, "It's the old residential complex opposite the Platinum Mansion." Shin Yuhao suddenly remembered that when he sent Sun Yan home, the car was parked in front of the gate of Platinum Mansion. She also said that she lived there. It turns out that I was just deceiving myself. He had been playing with others for so many years, but he never expected that one day he would be reduced to being played with by a woman. Shin Yuhao suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He lifted Su Daming's chin with the tip of his polished leather shoe and looked at him fiercely. "Go back and ask your daughter for money.
Remember, you only have 2 days." "Yes, yes." Su Daming ran out in a panic. Now only Wu De is left.
Scar pulled the knife out from the table and slapped Wu De's face with the side of the knife.
"Her daughter is a big star, what about you? How are you going to pay back the money you owe?"
I.
Wu De was speechless for a moment.
Su Mang was just a college student.
Even if he sold her, he might not be able to pay the money back.
The knife hit his face so hard that it hurt and even cut a bloody wound.
Wu De was so nervous and scared that he was dying.
In a hurry, he blurted out, "I also have a daughter. Although she is not a big star, she is also a young girl. She is only 20 years old this year.
I can sell her to you." Scar immediately became interested when he heard it.
In addition to being Shin Yuhao's thug, he also ran a pimping business in private.
He was the one who brought in many girls into Henteing Guanlan.
It is not impossible to let Wu De's daughter go to Henteing Guanlan to be a princess to pay off her father's debts. But he couldn't make all the decisions on these matters, and still had to seek Shin Yuhao's opinion.
He turned around and asked, "Brother Hao, do you think this is feasible?"
"Okay, I'll leave this to you."
Shin Yuhao yawned, stood up and left the hut. Last night, Lu Chen and Lin Xiyan slept in separate rooms.
Ever since they tried love, both of them always had uncontrollable impulses. But Lin Xiyan was not feeling well these days, and both of them were very tired from filming. In order to recuperate, Lu Chen took the initiative to go back to the room next door and sleep for a night. Early in the morning, he had just finished washing up and was about to wake Lin Xiyan up.
The phone suddenly rang.
It was Su Meng calling.
"Why are you calling so early? What's the emergency?"
Lu Chen answered the phone with doubts, but the voice on the other end was that of a strange man.
"Hello, are you Su Meng's brother?" "It's me, who are you?" Lu Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. "It doesn't matter who I am.
The main thing is that your sister was hit by a car, and I was the one who took her to the hospital. The doctor said she may have been unconscious on the roadside for more than 3 hours. She is in danger now, and her family needs to come. I noticed that your number was the most frequently dialed on her phone last night, so your family should come over quickly."
Lu Chen was startled.
His phone was in night mode, silencing all messages and calls after midnight.
Something must have happened to Su Meng last night. I called him but the call didn't go through. "Okay, thank you. My sister is in that hospital. I'll be there right away." Lu Chen's voice became a little anxious. "She is now in the 2nd Municipal Hospital."
"Okay, I got it, thank you, bro."
After Lu Chen finished thanking him, he immediately said, "Brother, could I trouble you to help me look after my sister for a while? I'm out of town now and will be back soon. I will definitely repay you handsomely for your kindness." Okay, I happen to be free today, so I'll wait for you to come over. The two then hung up the phone. Lu Chen hurriedly knocked on the door of Lin Xian's room next door. Lin Xian also got up early today and had already finished washing up. The two of them still had one last scene to shoot in Jinling today, so they could change to another scene. Seeing Lu Chen's anxious look, he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Xiaochen?" "Xian, I have to go back to the capital quickly." "What happened?" "My sister was in a car accident and is in the hospital now." Lin Xian was a little confused. When did Lu Chen have a younger sister? But seeing the situation, it was not a good idea to ask more questions, so he immediately replied, "Okay, I'll call the helicopter now, and we'll take it back." Lin Xian immediately called Han Miao and asked her to start making arrangements for her return trip. Then he told Dong Manqing that the filming had to be temporarily suspended and they had to rush back to the capital. The helicopter arrived at the landing point 10 minutes later, and Lu Chen, Lin Xian and Han Miao rushed back to the capital by helicopter. The helicopter landed on the roof of the Lin Group headquarters. "Xian, since you've been away from the company for so long, just stay at the company and take care of your work. I can go to the hospital alone." "You really don't need me to accompany you?" Lin Xian asked. "No." Lin Xian left the company for so long to accompany him in filming, and he couldn't drag her along with everything. "Okay, then you must tell me if you need anything." Lin Xian no longer forced it. Lu Chen left in a hurry and rushed to the hospital. Lin Xian looked at Lu Chen's anxious look and felt a little jealous. Compared with Sun Yan'an and Wenya, she could feel that the girl called sister by Lu Chen seemed more important. "I don't know whether it is my younger sister or another extra peach blossom." Chapter 84. The Dean called personally. On the way to the hospital, Lu Chen contacted the boy who saved Su Meng in advance. Su Meng is now in the ICU for emergency treatment, and the boy said he would wait for him at the door of the ward. When he saw Lu Chen coming, he returned Su Meng's phone to Lu Chen and explained how he rescued Su Meng. The place where Su Meng had the car accident was on a dark road, which just avoided the location of the camera. There were very few people passing by there. According to the doctor's judgment, she had been unconscious for at least 3 hours when she was sent to the hospital. In other words, she was hit by a car in the middle of the night yesterday and remained unconscious on the street until dawn. If I had come any later, I might have lost my life. After listening to the boy's story, Lu Chen clenched his fists. He felt that things were not that simple. This was not like an ordinary car accident. Su Meng is currently being rescued, and he can't get any information out of her. After calming down a bit, he said to the boy who saved Su Meng, "Brother, please leave me your contact information." "Thank you so much this time." The other party also knew what Lu Chen meant and just waved his hand. "It's just a small favor. I will save anyone I see. Since you are here, I will leave this place to you." After the boy finished speaking, he turned and left the hospital. "Who are Su Meng's family members?" A nurse in white yelled. "I am." Lu Chen replied. "The patient's vital signs have stabilized, but her condition is serious. I suggest you transfer her to a larger hospital for follow-up treatment." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, nurse." The second municipal hospital is just an ordinary hospital in Beijing. I can be transferred to the first municipal hospital when the time comes. My grandma happens to be there too. It would be more convenient to let them stay in the same hospital so that they can be taken care of by themselves. But he only knew Dr. Zhang, who treated his grandmother at the first hospital of the city, and he didn't know if he could help. Lu Chen called Dr. Zhang and explained his intention. "Xiaochen, I'm just an ordinary attending physician. I can only exercise my rights within my scope. Your sister's situation doesn't belong to my department, so I really can't help you." "Well, okay, thank you, Dr. Zhang." Lu Chen tried to contact the first municipal hospital himself, but the response he received was that the hospital was full and there were no beds available. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen sighed. It was almost noon and he hadn't eaten a single bite since morning. Although Su Meng and he have no blood relationship, they grew up together in an orphanage and have been getting along like family over the years. Now, apart from his grandmother, she is the only relative he has left. Although Lin Xian was working in the company, her heart was always thinking about Lu Chen. I called him and asked, "How is your sister?" Just after the critical period, the doctor said it would be best to change to a hospital with better conditions. Then you can transfer to the first municipal hospital. The conditions there are better in all aspects.
Lu Chen hummed softly, then continued, I've contacted them, but they said there are no beds available.
I'm still trying to figure it out. Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions, but reminded warmly. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I asked Xiao Han to order some food for you. It should be delivered soon. Remember to eat. At this time, only Lin Xian could warm Lu Chen's heart. Thank you, Xian.
I may have to stay in the hospital for the next 2 days and cannot go back to accompany you. It's okay, you take care of your sister's affairs first, we will have plenty of time in the future. With such a good wife, what else could a husband ask for? After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian immediately called Han Miao to the office. Contact the director of the first municipal hospital and ask him to find a way to free up an empty ward.
Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away.
Ever since she last met Grandma Lu Chen at the first municipal hospital, she has donated 50 million yuan in medical funds to the hospital free of charge. The director of the first municipal hospital had offered to express his personal gratitude many times, but Lin Xian refused and just asked her to take good care of the patient in room 602. That was the ward where Lu Chen's grandmother lived. In the second municipal hospital, Lu Chen looked at the various delicious dishes that Lin Xian had sent over, but he had no appetite at all. But I still forced myself to drink a bowl of chicken soup. He must cheer up and find out who hit Su Meng like this.
And what happened last night?
Now Su Meng is lying next to him. The doctor said that she has internal injuries such as blood bruises on her head and internal organs, and her right leg is also fractured. Although his vital signs have been stabilized now, their technology is not enough to clear the blood clots in his brain, so he must go to a hospital with better medical facilities, such as the first municipal hospital.
Lu Chen felt useless, unable to even help his sister change hospitals.
My grandmother was able to be admitted in time because of luck and the fact that she met a pretty good attending physician.
But it is not so easy to transfer to another hospital now.
The first hospital of the city receives patients from all over the country every day, and the wards are simply overwhelmed. Only those who seize the opportunity first have a chance. Just when he was worried, Lu Chen's cell phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar landline number. Hello, is this Mr. Lu?
From the voice, Lu Chen could tell that the other person should be an elderly middle-aged man.
It's me, who are you? I'm the director of the first municipal hospital. Do you have a sister who wants to be transferred to our hospital?
Yes.
But your staff said that it's full now and there are no vacant beds.
Lu Chen thought that the consultation call he made in the morning had reached the dean's ears, and didn't think much about it. I'm so sorry, the hospital system was being upgraded this morning, so they might have missed it.
There's one room available right now. Do you still need one?
The dean's tone sounded very polite. Yes, of course.
Lu Chen was a little excited. Then I will arrange for the transfer to another hospital immediately. How about this, you wait in the hospital for a while.
I'll arrange for a medical vehicle to come pick up your sister. Our medical vehicles are all professional, so this won't aggravate your sister's injuries.
Thank you so much, Dean. After Lu Chen hung up the phone, he felt a little unbelievable. The dean's attitude was too nice.
About half an hour later, several people from the first municipal hospital came and moved Su Meng to the medical vehicle, and he got in. The room that the first municipal hospital gave Su Meng was a single VIP room, similar to the one he had spent a lot of money to move his grandmother into before. Not long after Su Meng lay down on the hospital bed, a middle-aged man came in with several doctors. As soon as he came in, he greeted Lu Chen politely.
Hello, Mr. Lu, I'm the dean here. I called you before.
These are all famous internal medicine and surgery doctors in our hospital.
I asked them to come over for a consultation on your sister. Lu Chen felt something was wrong when he saw this scene.
Even if the director of this hospital was very responsible and called him back, he wouldn't go to such great lengths to personally arrange for a doctor to consult with his sister, right? Although Su Meng was seriously injured, there were many people in the hospital who were more seriously injured or even dying.
Why were they the only ones taken care of? Could it be done by his wife?
Lu Chen suddenly remembered that he had told her about this matter in the morning. Although I don't know what kind of power she used, it seems that no one else can do this for me except her.
Chapter 85, The Hongmen Banquet. Dean, thank you so much. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude to the dean.
The middle-aged dean waved his hand and said, Mr. Lu, there's no need to be polite.
If you need anything, just let us know. Then he smiled and asked Lu Chen, I wonder if Mr. Lu knows the patient in room 602 of the elderly care building of our hospital? That's my grandma.
As soon as the dean heard it, he knew that the young man in front of him must have a special relationship with the president of Lin Group who sponsored them. Otherwise, President Lin would not have made only one request after funding the hospital, which was to take good care of patient 602. It turns out to be Mr. Lu's grandmother. Please don't worry, we have always taken good care of your grandmother. Having said that, Lu Chen was 100% sure that it was Lin Xian who was secretly helping him. He nodded and said, "Thank you for troubling me, Dean. I'll go and pay my sister's hospital bills now."
No need.
Our hospital will cover all your sister's hospitalization expenses for free this time. Just wait for the doctor's consultation results to see how to treat her.
Lu Chen was stunned.
What did Lin Xian do to the hospital to make them bear such great affection?
However, he did not ask any more questions. Dean Yuan he went to Su Meng's bedside to wait for the doctor's consultation results. Half an hour later, the consultation ended.
One of the doctors in a white coat took off his mask and said, "Mr. Lu, your sister has blood clots in her brain and abdomen. We need to perform an operation to remove the blood clots, but..." He paused and continued, "But in a situation like your sister's, any surgery is risky. You should be prepared in advance." Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he knew that this was the only way to save Su Meng, so he nodded solemnly.
"Do it."
After Sun Yan'an finished filming the morning scenes, he asked for leave from the crew in the afternoon. Ever since the last incident, she no longer dared to show off by claiming to be Xin Yuhao's girlfriend on the set. Instead, she became much more obedient. When Su Daming returned home last night, he asked her for money, and the first thing he asked for was 150,000 yuan.
Sun Yan'an couldn't get it out at all.
Let alone 150,000, it would be difficult for her to even come up with 5,000 now.
Su Daming asked her to ask Xin Yuhao for it.
He said that if he didn't pay back the casino, they would come to his house and chop off his fingers. But given her current relationship with Xin Yuhao, she is not sure whether she can still get so much money. Sun Yan'an was pissed off at his gambling father, but he couldn't really ignore it. After asking for leave, she called Xin Yuhao and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Yuhao, where are you?"
"I'm at the company, what's wrong?"
His voice was cold, lacking the warmth it had at the beginning.
"It's nothing. I miss you and want to see you."
Xin Yuhao knew that Sun Yan'an would definitely look for him today, not for anything else, but just for the 150,000 yuan.
"Tell me, what's going on?" Xin Yuhao didn't want to see him.
"Brother Yuhao, my mom sprained her leg again and urgently needs 150,000 yuan for treatment.
Can you lend me some more money?" Xin Yuhao laughed. "Is your mother really a dancer?
Her legs are so fragile.
How come she breaks bones every other day?" Sun Yan'an hurriedly explained, "Really? If it wasn't urgent, I wouldn't have come to you to ask. Brother Yuhao, you said in front of the camera that you wanted to marry me."
"My mother will still be your mother from now on, you can't just ignore her." Gui Yao had already told him all the lies Sun Yan'an had told him, and that her parents were not professors or dancers at all.
An asthma patient and a gambler.
Now he is tired of Sun Yan'an and doesn't want to continue acting with her, but before ending, he still wants to give him a small punishment. "How about this? I'll book a private room in the Red Mansion tonight and treat your parents to a meal.
It'll also be a chance for me to meet them."
"That's not good," Sun Yan'an replied hesitantly. "My mother has a broken leg, so it's really inconvenient for her."
"Give me the money first, and I'll take them to see you when she's better. Tonight."
Xin Yuhao wouldn't tolerate any refusal.
"Let me meet your dancer mom and Professor Dad. If you don't come, I won't give you any money."
Sun Yan'an paused for 2 seconds and then replied, "Okay then, see you at the Red Mansion tonight." After hanging up the phone, she immediately took a taxi to the big market to buy some presentable clothes for Su Daming in Tanging. She casually bought some white gauze and a wheelchair. This trip cost her a lot of money, and Sun Yan'an was heartbroken. "I haven't even received a dime yet, but I've already spent so much."
"Mom and Dad, remember what I said to you."
"Mom, you're a dancer, and Dad, you're a university professor. Don't let yourself get caught when you see Brother Yuhao later."
"This time, I'm asking for 150,000 yuan for you." "I see. You want this little money and you're pretending your mother is a cripple. How can that be?" Su Daming looked unhappy. Tanging didn't care much. She asked with a smile, "Susu, after meeting your parents, shouldn't you get married?" "Mom, I don't have the final say on this matter. It all depends on what Brother Yuhao thinks." Since he proposed to meet, he must have meant this. Don't you understand, silly girl?
Su Daming tutored his words. Let me tell you, the Shin family is a wealthy family after all.
If you marry into the family, the betrothal gift must be at least 5 million, otherwise I won't agree. Sun Yenin frowned. Dad, you really dare to ask for it? I think it's too little.
I'll make it clear to him when we meet this time.
The whole family changed into new clothes, except Su Lele.
He said with a dissatisfied look on his face, Sister, you brought the whole family to meet your brother-in-law this time, but why didn't you bring me?
I also want to see the world. You can wait until next time.
I told Brother Yuhao that you went abroad to study and haven't come back yet.
What a good storyteller.
After everything was ready, Sun Yenin took a taxi and took his parents to the Red Mansion. Shin Yuhao booked a private room, room 303. After she got off the car, she pushed Tang Ying and Su Daming in wheelchairs inside. As soon as he opened the door, Sun Yenin saw Shin Yuhao sitting at the head seat of a large round table.
Beside him stood a man and a woman.
The man was Scar and the woman was actually Gui Yao. She froze for a moment, then blurted out, Gui Yao, why are you here?
Why can't I be here? Gui Yao asked with a smile.
Su Daming was also stunned along with Sun Yenin.
Aren't the people sitting in the main seat and standing next to him the boss and Scar brother whom he met in the casino last night? Could he be the Shin Yuhao, the eldest son of Xinghui Entertainment that my daughter mentioned? That's easy, we're all family, why should we pay back the money? Chapter 86, Conscienceless Parents. Su Daming walked up to Shin Yuhao with a smile and said, So you are my future son-in-law. Then I won't pay you back the 150,000 yuan I owe you. I will deduct it from the betrothal gift when the time comes.
Shin Yuhao glanced at him and said, Don't think you're a professor just because you changed your clothes.
150,000, not a penny less. Sun Yenin hurried over and asked, Dad, is the 150,000 yuan you owe Brother Yuhao's?
Yes, Dad lost it in his casino yesterday. Seeing that Shin Yuhao didn't seem to want to let him go, Su Daming said to Sun Yenin, Girl, quickly beg your future son-in-law for mercy. Don't let him take the 150,000 yuan.
Sun Yenin was speechless for a moment.
Ever since she entered the room, she knew that Shin Yuhao was ready to have a showdown with her. Since that was the case, she was not going to continue acting with Shin Yuhao, and it was impossible for her to marry into the Shin family. You still have to walk the future path on your own. However, she can still be firm in one thing: the filming of the movie Showtime has already started, and the fact that she is the heroine will not change.
It's not like I've lost everything. Before Sun Yenin could say anything, Shin Yuhao burst out laughing. Do you really think I'll marry your daughter?
You don't even take a piss to see what kind of family you are, pretending to be a professor and a dancer.
It's hilarious. Gui Yao also laughed along with Shin Yuhao.
Sun Yenin felt greatly insulted. She gritted her teeth and said to Su Daming, Dad, let's go. At this time, Scar stepped forward to stop Su Daming, and a knife appeared in his hand, pressing against Su Daming's waist.
You can leave only after you pay me back. Sun Yenin turned around and glared at Shin Yuhao. What do you mean? It's nothing serious.
It's only natural to pay back a debt.
Oh, and by the way, there's also the 80,000 you borrowed from me last time. How about paying it back all at once? Last time I already.
Sun Yenin didn't say what was on his lips.
We don't have the money to pay back. If you don't have the money to pay me back, I'll chop off 2 of your father's fingers. That's the punishment for cheating me.
When Su Daming heard that he was going to chop off his fingers again, he was so scared that he hid behind his daughter and said, Girl, think of a way quickly.
Dad doesn't want to lose his fingers.
Sun Yenin softened her tone and said to Shin Yuhao, Brother Yuhao, please let my dad go. I will slowly pay you back the money I owe you once the money from the crew comes in.
Shin Yuhao suddenly grabbed Sun Yenin's chin and glared at her fiercely. You don't think I'll let you continue acting, do you? Starting today, you're fired. I'll replace you with another actor. This movie is very important to you. Without my popularity, no one will watch it. Sun Yenin was still struggling. Popularity? I can create it with anyone. I'm no longer interested in you. With the popularity you had before, if I were to replace you with another actor, do you think the buzz would be even higher?
After saying that, he pushed Sun Yenin away.
Scar! Shin Yuhao shouted. Yes. Scar immediately understood what he meant. He grabbed Su Daming's hand and placed it on the table.
With one cut of his knife, he actually cut off one of Su Daming's little fingers.
Su Daming screamed. Sun Yenin and Tang Ying's faces turned pale with fright.
Guaya was also frightened at this time. She didn't expect that Xing Yuhao had such a cruel side.
Old man. Tang Ying couldn't sit still any longer.
He quickly got up from the wheelchair and went to see Su Daming. Then he pulled Sun Yenin, who was still in a daze, and said, "Quick, take your dad to the hospital." Sun Yenin reacted, helped Su Daming into the wheelchair, and pushed him outside.
After the operation, it was already evening.
The blood clots in Su Meng's brain and abdominal cavity have been cleared, but he still hasn't regained consciousness.
Lin Xian called, "Is your sister okay?"
Well, the doctor just performed an operation to clear the blood clots, and the patient is still in a coma. Lu Chen replied, and then added, "Thank you, Shi Yin, I know you helped with the transfer."
There's no need to be so polite between the two of us. Has the person who hit your sister been caught? Lin Xian asked again. Not yet.
The incident happened on a remote road, and there's no surveillance.
Is there anyone else in her family? Yes, and my mom and dad.
At this point, Lu Chen suddenly remembered that even after such a long time, Wu Did and Luo Min didn't know that Su Meng had been in a car accident. After he rushed back from Hangcheng, he was so busy helping Su Meng transfer to another hospital that he forgot to contact her adoptive parents. Although these two people were not very nice to Su Meng, they were still relatives who had lived together for such a long time.
Lu Chen felt it necessary to let them know.
After hanging up the phone with Lin Xian, he called Wu Di again. Wu Di knew Lu Chen and spoke to him politely. "Xiao Chun, it's been a long time since we last contacted each other.
What's going on?" "Yes, Uncle Wu, I called to tell you that Xiaoming, she was in a car accident." "What?"
Wu Di asked in surprise. "She is not in Hentang." Then he suddenly realized something and stopped talking. But Lu Chen heard something strange in it. This Wu Di must know something.
Maybe Su Meng's car accident was also related to him.
"What did you say? Where was she before the car accident?"
Lu Chen asked urgently. No. Nowhere? I don't know. Then quickly hung up the phone. Lu Chen decided to go and ask him in person.
He took a taxi directly to a dilapidated residential area, then came to Wu Di's house and knocked on the door.
"Who is it?"
The voice of Wu Di's wife Luo Min came from inside.
"It's me, Lu Chen. I'm looking for Wu Di." "Oh, he's not at home. He went out."
Lu Chen heard the evasiveness in her words and knew that Wu Di must be hiding in the house. If Su Meng's car accident was really related to him, he would never let him go. The couple was unable to have children, so they adopted Su Meng but never treated her well, only seeing her as a tool to support them in their old age.
People like this are really not qualified to be parents. "Then I'll see you, open the door." Lu Chen continued knocking on the door.
But Luo Min refused to open the door.
"I told you your Uncle Wu isn't home. You'd better leave." Lu Chen was furious.
He kicked the door open and saw Wu Di sitting on the sofa.
"Didn't you say he wasn't home?"
Luo Min pretended not to hear and started to curse. "Lu Chen, you broke my door, you have to pay for it." Wu Di felt guilty and had never seen such a ferocious side of him before. He immediately stood up and tried to run to the inner room, but was grabbed by Lu Chen and pressed on the sofa.
"Tell me, does Xiao Meng's matter have anything to do with you?" Chapter 87 Report.
Seeing her husband being captured by Lu Chen, Luo Min came up and pulled him, shouting, "Lu Chen, let my husband go. Su Meng was raised by our family. Even if she is sold, it has nothing to do with you." After hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly turned around and glared at her.
The look in his eyes scared Luo Min. Did this old guy sell out Su Meng? Lu Chen shook off Luo Min's hand that was pulling at his clothes and pressed Wu Di with more force. "You're going to tell me or not?"
I'll tell you.
Wu Di was almost suffocated by the pressure and finally compromised. Lu Chen finally relaxed a little. "What on earth did you do to Xiao Meng?" "I didn't do anything to her.
I just lost money gambling last night and had no money to pay my debts. When the people there knew I had a daughter, they asked Xiao Meng to go and work to help pay off the debts." Wu Di took a breath and quickly explained, "They said that as long as you pay off the debt, they will let Xiao Meng come back." Although Lu Chen had just graduated from college, he had entered society early after all, so he understood the meaning of this sentence as soon as he heard it. Asking a girl to work to pay back debts is probably not a decent place. He pulled Wu Di up and asked him with wide eyes, "Where did you send Xiao Meng?"
Yun. Yunding Guanlan, they took me there last night and asked Xiaoming to look for me.
After Xiaoming went there, they forcibly took her away, and then they released me.
Wu De didn't know what really happened last night. After Su Meng was taken away, he was sent back home. When he went to Hentang Highlands, he saw many girls who looked like Su Meng in the same age, walking around in scantily clad clothes. He thought that they were just entertaining guests or doing some prostitution. Su Meng is not his biological daughter.
He has raised her for so many years.
What's wrong with her engaging in adultery to pay off his debts? Lu Chen frowned.
He knew Su Meng and knew that she would not accept the threats from those people inside and would be chased when she escaped. However, the section of the road where the incident occurred is remote and there is no surveillance, so there is no conclusive evidence at present. But those beasts who dare to take human lives will never have an easy life.
Lu Chen was not unfamiliar with Hentang Guanlan, having been there once before.
The ladies and princesses there are all young and hot girls, and you can tell at first glance that they are in the sex trade. Although the law explicitly prohibits these behaviors, some clubs still do these things secretly.
Where did this beast Wu De send Su Meng to pay off his debt?
Lu Chen punched Wu De in the face, and a stream of blood spurted out of his nostrils. Luo Min felt distressed and quickly used a towel to block Wu De's nostrils, but she did not dare to speak loudly. Every time Lu Chen came to see Su Meng before, he looked very polite and well behaved. No one had ever seen such a cruel and brutal side of him. After Lu Chen finished punching Wu De, he grabbed his collar and asked, "Who did you leave Xiaomeng with?" "It's a man named Scar. He has a long scar on his face.
Everyone in the casino calls him Master Dao."
Wu De is very scared now, and he dare not hide anything no matter what Lu Chen asks. "You lost money in the casino, so why did you send people to Hentang Guanlan?" That Dao not only hangs out in the casino, but he also helps pimp for the Hentang Club. He said it's easy to make money with girls there. As long as I work hard, I can pay back the 100,000 yuan I lost in 3 to 5 days.
"Come on, take me to see this scar."
Lu Chen grabbed Wu De's collar and pulled him out.
Regardless of whether Su Meng's car accident was an accident or not, it was a criminal act.
He now wanted to confirm whether Scar was the one who hit the person with his car. Wu De couldn't refuse, so he could only follow Lu Chen Xiaolu into a taxi and drive to the casino. But when he arrived at the casino, he didn't see any trace of Scar. "After asking around, I found out that Scar had gone out with his boss today. 9 out of 10 times, it is said that they are having a happy and carefree time in Guanlan, Hentang Highlands." Lu Chen's anger gradually subsided as he came here. He thought about it and felt that he should not go looking for Scar so blindly. Otherwise, if he really met him, he might not be his opponent. "You go home, I'll take care of the rest." After leaving Wu De, Lu Chen took another taxi and headed towards Hentang Guanlan. Sitting in the passenger seat, through the rearview mirror, he always felt that the black cars behind him seemed to be following him. However, he didn't think about it too much. There were many black cars on the road at night, and it was very likely that his feeling was wrong.
Now he went to Hentang to visit the temple.
He had also thought of a countermeasure. He had only one task, which was to find Scar and get him to talk. After getting off the car, Lu Chen looked up at the flashing neon lights, which displayed the 4 big words Yunding Guanlan. He took out his cell phone and dialed 110, "I want to report that Hentang Guanlan has SQ service."
"Okay, we'll send someone to check it out right away." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen walked towards the hotel.
After he entered, he went straight to the front desk and said, "I'm looking for Master Dao."
A male receptionist at the front desk looked him up and down and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to see him for?"
It seems that the people here are quite cautious, which means they must know Scar. Something happened at the casino, and I have to report it to him. The male receptionist saw that Lu Chen's words didn't sound like lies, so he told him, "Master Dao is in room 606, go find him."
Lu Chen turned and left.
When he went to private room 606, he turned on the recording function of his mobile phone in advance and put it back in his pocket. He was not unfamiliar with the place and quickly found private room 606. The moment the door was opened, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lu Chen took a quick look inside and saw a man with a long scar on his face. He immediately confirmed that this man must be the Dao Yi that Wu De mentioned. But what he didn't expect was that in addition to Scar, there were 2 familiar faces inside.
One is Xin Yuhao, and the other is Gui Yao sitting on Xin Yuhao's lap.
It is not surprising that Xin Yuhao appears here, as he is a frequent visitor here. However, the fact that he and Scar are in the same private room means that they know each other.
And Guo Yao, isn't this woman Sun Yan'an's assistant? Why is she accompanying Xing Yuhao? Could it be that he was also tempted by money and willingly became a plaything of others? However, Lu Chen was not interested in this. However, Xing Yuhao and Guo Yao were surprised when they saw Lu Chen. They didn't expect him to appear here. Guo Yao slid off Xing Yuhao's legs feeling guilty. Who are you? Scar asked with confusion on his fierce face. Lu Chen pretended to smile and said, I'm here to see Master Dao. That's me. Why are you looking for me? At this time, Guo Yao and Xing Yuhao did not speak, and seemed to be very curious about Lu Chen's reasons. I'm Su Meng's brother. I heard her father owed you money and asked him to pawn his daughter off here to work and pay off the debt. I'm here to redeem her. Chapter 88 Lu Chen, how dare you kill someone? After hearing Lu Chen's words, Scar and Xing Yuhao looked at each other. Scar asked, doesn't old Wu have only one daughter? Who are you to him? I have no relationship with him. Wu Di is infertile, so Su Meng was adopted by him. She and I grew up together in an orphanage. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Xing Yuhao looked at Guo Yao, wanting to know whether what he said was true or false. Guo Yao nodded slightly. Having followed Sun Yan'an for so long, she also knew Lu Chen's life experience and his relationship with Su Meng. Seeing that Lu Chen's identity was not an imposter, Xing Yuhao smiled and said, Lu Chen, I know you. I didn't expect to see you again. You really are an indestructible cockroach. Lu Chen also looked at him and smiled slightly. Xing Yuhao, I recognize you too. I am where I am today thanks to you. Really? I heard that you've been in love with Sun Yan'an for 3 years but still haven't gotten her. You're really licking her. But I'm tired of playing with her now. Do you still want her? Xing Yuhao said with a provocative look. Instead of looking for a non-blood related sister here, it's better to go back and be your licking dog. She is now a slut that I have played with. If you pick her up and wear her again, maybe she will come back. A pile of shit licked by a dog looks dirty to me. Scar slammed the table when he heard this. How can you talk to brother How like that? Do you want to die? The two thugs following Scar also stood up suddenly. Seeing this situation, Lu Chen understood that Xing Yuhao should have the highest status here. I don't know if Su Meng's incident has anything to do with him. Lu Chen smiled again and said to Scar, Master Dao, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to redeem my sister. It's only 100,000 yuan. Just give her to me and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Who are you talking to? I don't even know any Su Meng. You've come to the wrong place. Scar pretended to know nothing. Wu Di said that he would hand the person over to you. If you can't hand him over, I will call the police. Lu Chen deliberately provoked him. Scar stood up with a smile on his face, then immediately turned into a sinister one. He took out a knife from his waist and put it against Lu Chen's neck. How dare you threaten me? However, he did not take action immediately. Instead, he asked Xing Yuhao, Brother Hao, can I kill this guy? Xing Yuhao chuckled and leaned back on the sofa, whatever you want. Then he pulled Guo Yao into his arms and kneaded her. Guo Yao didn't dare to move. She originally thought that Xing Yuhao was just a rich young man, but she didn't expect that he was also involved in gangs in private. But now she has boarded the pirate ship, and it is too late to regret. After getting Xing Yuhao's approval, Scar became even bolder. He slapped Lu Chen's face with a knife and said, To tell you the truth, the person you're looking for died on the roadside last night. That place is remote and sparsely populated. He might have been taken away by stray dogs. Ha ha ha. He laughed unscrupulously. And what Lu Chen was waiting for was his words. It seems that the person was really hit by you guys. So you're trying to trick me? Scar didn't care at all. Do you think I'll let you leave here alive if I tell you? It's not like people haven't died in Yunding Guanlan before. Lu Chen snorted without any fear and said, Aren't you afraid of legal sanctions for taking human life so lightly? Law? Ha ha. Scar laughed. Here, we are the law. Then, he called out to the two thugs beside him, Black Dog, Sang Biao, beat him to death. Just as He Go and Sang Biao were about to pounce, Lu Chen kicked Scar in the abdomen, kicking him 2 meters away from him. Then he picked up 2 unopened beer bottles on the table and threw them at Haigu and Sang Biao. Lu Chen dared to come here alone because he had already anticipated what would happen. Of course, I thought about the possibility of being beaten, but I didn't expect these people to be so weak. In fact, Scar and the two thugs were not weak either.
but they didn't expect Lu Chen to dare to attack first. Scar, who was kicked, picked up the fallen knife and rushed towards Lu Chen again. "Fuck you." Before he could utter the last word, he was stabbed in the lower abdomen by the broken glass bottle in Lu Chen's hand, and blood spurted out on the spot. "Ah!" Guo Yao screamed in fright. She had never seen such a ferocious Lu Chen before, and he attacked so steadily, accurately, and ruthlessly. Even Xin Yuhao was stunned. But he quickly reacted and shouted at Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, how dare you kill someone?" Lu Chen let go of the glass bottle in his hand and said, "This injury won't kill him. I just want him to experience the pain." As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Xin Yuhao. Xin Yuhao immediately picked up a bottle of beer to defend himself. "Lu Chen, let me tell you, these are all my people. If you dare to touch me, don't even think about getting out of here." Lu Chen looked at him and chuckled, "Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you, does Su Meng's matter have anything to do with you?" "What's Su Meng?" "I don't know her at all. I wasn't here last night." This matter really had nothing to do with him. He just instructed Scar to handle Wu De's affairs. But that night, Su Meng was tricked by Wu De and taken away by Scar. Scar asked her to be the princess's companion, but Su Meng naturally didn't want to, so she was locked up in a small dark room. After Su Meng escaped through the window, she was discovered and Scar drove after her. He chased the car to a remote place without street lights or surveillance cameras, and then stepped on the accelerator and crashed into it. He thought the person was hit and killed, so he turned the car around and ran back. "Lu Chen, what he said is true. He was with me last night." Wei Yao spoke tremblingly and helped to explain. Just then, a group of people in police uniforms rushed in. "Everyone squat down and hold your head." Xin Yuhao and Guo Yao both squatted down subconsciously, only Lu Chen remained standing steadily. "Officer, I want to report a crime. Take them all back to the police station first." Everyone in the house was taken away by the police, and Scar was taken to the hospital alone in a police car. Just after Lu Chen got into the police car, a man sitting in a black car at the entrance of Yunding Guanlan made a phone call. "Ms. Lin, the person you are trying to protect has been taken away by the police. What should we do next? Keep following and make sure there are no accidents on the road." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiyan immediately called Han Miao again. "Now, immediately, arrange for the best lawyer." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it right away." In less than 20 minutes, Han Miao arrived at Greenfield Fragrance Garden with a man in formal attire and carrying a briefcase. Lin Xiyan opened the car door and got in. "Let's go to the police station." Chapter 89. I will always be with you. As soon as Lin Xiyan got out of the car at the police station door, she saw Lu Chen had been escorted out by 2 police officers. "Mr. Lu, thank you very much for providing us with the clue this time. Yunding Guanlan has been sealed off. As for your sister's case, we have also accepted it. The audio evidence you provided can basically confirm that Scar was the one who did it. We will then transfer this case to the court, and you will need to provide some evidence of your sister's injuries." "Okay, thank you, officers." Lu Chen shook hands with the 2 police officers respectively, then turned and left. As soon as he turned around, he saw Lin Xiyan standing by the car not far away. He ran over in a hurry. "Xiyan, why are you here? How could I not come when something so big happened?" Lin Xiyan's words were filled with some anger, but she couldn't help but ask with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Didn't you hurt someone?" Lin Xiyan asked doubtfully. "How do you know everything?" Lu Chen asked with a smile. "I knew it as soon as you left the hospital. I was afraid you might be in danger, so I sent people to follow you all the way. But I was afraid of disrupting your plans, so I didn't let them show up until I saw you get in the police car." Lu Chen tapped Lin Xiyan's nose lightly and said, "I knew it was you. Don't worry, that person deserved it, and I was acting in self-defense, so I don't need to bear any legal responsibility." Only then did Lin Xiyan feel relieved. She originally thought that Lu Chen would go to jail this time, and before coming here she had already made plans to bail him out no matter what the cost. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen was fine, which was a little beyond her expectations. "Let's go home," Lin Xiyan said. "Yeah." Lu Chen agreed, but then shook his head. "Xiyan, I can't go back tonight. Xiaomeng is alone in the hospital and needs someone to take care of her. Don't worry, I've already arranged for a nurse to come over. You need to rest after a busy day." Lu Chen stared at her in a daze. "You are so nice." The 2 got in the car and returned to green fields and fragrant garden. This time when he came back, Lu Chen no longer lived alone in the room next door, but lived with Lin Xiyan. After taking a shower, the two lay on the bed with the warm yellow light on in the room. Lin Xiyan lay in Lu Chen's arms, seemed to be thinking about something, and didn't say much.
Xiyan, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? No. Lu Chen felt something was wrong.
He held Lin Xiyan's face in his hands and said, "There must be something.
If you have anything, just say it out loud. Don't keep it in your heart."
Lin Xiyan raised her eyes to look at him, and finally asked, "What is your relationship with this Su Meng?" Lu Chen chuckled after hearing this. It turned out that he was jealous. He also blamed himself. Ever since he heard that Su Meng was in trouble, he had been uneasy and worried about him, and ignored Lin Xiyan's feelings. He also did not explain the relationship between himself and Su Meng.
She is my sister. We grew up together in an orphanage.
As he spoke, he hugged Lin Xiyan tighter in his arms. "I'm sorry, Xiyan, it's all my fault for not explaining it clearly to you."
But you are not related by blood. Lin Xiyan has not let it go.
Anyone who sees their man caring so much about a woman would be jealous.
Lu Chen then told Lin Xiyan about his experience of growing up with Su Meng. Only then did she feel better. But I still couldn't help asking, if I were in a similar situation, would you also fight so hard for me?
Lu Chen looked straight at her and replied affectionately and solemnly, "Yes, and I will not let you face this situation, because I will always be by your side." The two of them gradually lay down, and under the warm light, Lu Chen expressed his love with actions. The next day, Lin Xiyan went to work and Lu Chen returned to the hospital again. Now Grandma and Su Meng are in the same hospital, so it is more convenient for him to take care of them.
In reality, I went to Su Meng's ward.
She was still unconscious, but her condition was improving in all aspects. After seeing Su Meng, he prepared to go to another ward to see his grandmother.
When he passed by the outpatient building, he was seen by Sun Yinan.
She brought Su Daming here today to change the gauze on her hand.
Lu Chen, why is he here? Sun Yinan was shocked. Shouldn't Lu Chen be looking for a job in Hancheng?
But when she saw Lu Chen at this moment, she felt mixed emotions. If I hadn't been so selfish and thought I could become famous by relying on Shen Yuao, I would still be with Lu Chen now. Thinking of how good he had been to her, Sun Yinan began to regret it. Now she has lost her job, and a lot of bad comments about her have appeared on the internet. Her agency no longer cares about her. Sun Yinan knew that Shen Yuhao did all this. He had never really thought about marrying her. What he said to the media before was just a deliberate attempt to create topics and warm up for the upcoming movie. He thought he had climbed to a high position, but he was just a tool of Shen Yuhao.
Even that bitch Gui Yao betrayed me.
However, after seeing Shen Yuhao's true face, she knew that Gui Yao would not have a good ending either.
Let's just wait and see.
Sun Yanan's eyes followed Lu Chen's back, but she was thinking in her mind that now both of them were abandoned by the entertainment industry.
If I look back, will Lu Chen still want me?
Before, because of Shen Yuhao's presence, Lu Chen was angry and jealous and deliberately said harsh words, but now she has separated from Shen Yuhao, and there is no longer any obstacle between them.
She wanted to go back and start over with Lu Chen. What are you looking at? Tang Ying asked Sun Yinan, who looked absent-minded. Sun Yanan's gaze was retracted.
"Mom, please look after Dad first. I have something to take care of." After saying that, she handed the medical record in her hand to Tang Ying and chased in the direction Lu Chen went.
Lu Chen came toward 602.
His grandmother had improved a lot under the new treatment plan and was able to sit up and talk. Seeing Lu Chen come in, she said with a smile, "Xiaochen, you haven't come to see Grandma for a long time."
"Grandma, I've been busy with work lately." "Well, you young people should keep busy. My eldest grandson will become a big star one day." The old man kept looking behind Lu Chen as he spoke. "Didn't your granddaughter-in-law come with you today?"
"She's even busier at work.
When she's free, I'll definitely bring her here again."
Okay. The old man didn't care much.
As long as Lu Chen got married and lived a happy life, that was enough. Xiaomeng came to see me the day before yesterday.
Her unscrupulous parents haven't been treating her well yet. You have to take better care of her.
Yeah. Lu Chen responded softly. Grandma doesn't know what happened to Su Meng yet, and Lu Chen doesn't plan to tell her.
The two chatted for a long time before Lu Chen walked out of the ward. As soon as I came out, I saw a familiar figure sitting on a chair in the corridor. Seeing someone come out, she immediately stood up and waved to Lu Chen. "Xiaochen, we meet again."
Chapter 90. Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? Lu Chen frowned slightly. Why are you here again?
He spoke softly, afraid that the people inside might hear him. I didn't expect to meet Sun Yan in here.
She is really haunting me. Xiaochen, I have something to tell you. If you have anything to say, go out and say it.
This time, Lu Chen took the initiative to ask to go out. He was already married and didn't want his grandmother to know that besides Lin Xian, there was also a person named Sun Yanin. The two have been together for 3 years, and he has asked her more than once to accompany him to the hospital to visit his grandmother. But every time Sun Yanin rejected him with various excuses. At that time, Lu Chen thought that she really couldn't come because of something. Now he thought that she just didn't want to confirm their relationship in front of his grandmother.
Good. Sun Yanin smiled gently, becoming much gentler than before.
The fact that Lu Chen was still willing to go out and talk with her meant that he probably still had feelings for her. Sun Yanin looked at the ward number 602, then followed Lu Chen out.
Where's your assistant? Why didn't he come with you? After leaving the ward, Lu Chen asked with a smile.
Xin Yuhao was released shortly after he left the police station last night. Because there is no evidence to prove that he has anything to do with this incident, not even prostitution.
Because the person following him was Gui Yao, not the princess in the club.
I don't know if Sun Yanin knows that the man she wants to marry is cheating on her assistant. She betrayed me and is now with Xin Yuhao. She is his lover.
Well, it seems you already know everything, so you don't mind? Lu Chen grinned. That's right, all you want is fame and fortune, of course you don't care about these things.
Sun Yanin felt a little embarrassed to continue, after all, she did think so before. She changed the subject and said softly.
Xiaochen, actually, Xin Yuhao and I have broken up, and I will not be acting in that movie anymore. Is there such a thing?
But he doesn't care.
Why are you telling me this? I want to say that there are no more obstacles between us now, and we can be together again. Can we go back to the way we were before?
As she spoke, she took 2 steps forward, trying to grab Lu Chen's hand.
Lu Chen quickly stepped back and said, "Don't get close to me. I'm already married. Please don't bother me anymore." Are you married? Sun Yanin's eyes widened. With whom? When did it happen? How come I don't know?
She asked a series of questions.
Does this have anything to do with you? Lu Chen was almost laughing out of anger. I don't believe it. Sun Yanin shook his head frantically. Didn't you say before that you wanted to marry me?
I was blind before, I misjudged you, and I said the wrong thing.
Sun Yanin couldn't believe it.
She cried and said, Xiaochen, please give me one more chance.
Divorce her and I will marry you. Sorry, I'm no longer interested in you. Lu Chen spread his hands with a frivolous expression.
Besides, my wife is 10,000 times more beautiful than you.
How could I bear to divorce her? Just put it this way, don't bother me anymore. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he left without looking back. Not long after leaving, Lu Bai called, Xiaochen, I've already chosen the company address. I'll send you the photos later. See if you like them. I'm back in Beijing. Send me the company address and I'll go check it out myself.
Now Su Meng and her grandmother are being looked after by nurses in the hospital, so he doesn't need to be with them around the clock, so he can go and see them.
When did you come back? Have you finished filming? Lu Bai asked.
Lu Chen briefly explained Su Meng's situation and then took a taxi to Lu Bai to find a good company.
The company is located on the 10th floor of an office building.
Originally there were 2 companies there, but they both moved away and the space is now empty. According to Lu Bai, they should rent the lower half floor first. After all, they are a startup company and there is no need to make it so big.
Lu Chen decided to rent the entire floor.
Although it's more expensive to rent the entire floor, I can get a 20% discount on renting the entire floor, which I think is a good deal.
And now that we've decided to do it, we have to be bold.
I think in the future we can not only do film and television shooting, but also webcasting.
Now is the internet economy, and we can grasp both hands. Lu Bai asked somewhat unconfidently, Are you confident?
He has never worked since graduation and has no experience in starting a business.
He doesn't dare to be as bold as Lu Chen.
Success and failure are equally likely in any situation.
Although I don't have much entrepreneurial experience, I have confidence. Even if I fail, it doesn't matter. Lu Chen patted Lu Bai's shoulder casually. Xiaochen, I find that you are different now than before.
It's true that marrying a capable wife makes all the difference. Lu Chen smiled, he did not deny Lu Bai's words. Being with Lin Xian has indeed broadened his horizons a lot, and his perspective on problems is also very different from before. After the company was confirmed, the contract was signed. The decoration here is quite new, we just need to clean it up and buy the company's equipment. Of course, these things should be left to Lu Bai. Now that the company is confirmed, the next step is to apply for certification and recruit people. Just follow the procedures to apply for a certificate. As for recruiting people, Lu Chen also has his own ideas. He remembered that Chen Yangguang had been fired by Shen Yuhao before, and it seemed that a ban had also been issued. Isn't this just keeping the person for yourself? He called Chen Yangguang and explained his intentions, hoping to get him to join his company. Shen Yangguang didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Lu Chen went from being a person suppressed and banned by the entertainment industry to starting his own media company. What was even more unexpected was that Lu Chen actually took the initiative to invite him to join. You know, although it was Shen Yuao's idea that Lu Chen was kicked out of the crew, he was the bad guy who did it after all. If someone holds a grudge, let alone invite him, it would be a relief if he didn't take advantage of his misfortune considering his current situation. Seeing that his team was about to disband, someone suddenly dared to recruit them despite the suppression of Star Entertainment, so Chen Yangguang naturally agreed. Then let's put it this way. You bring your team to the company tomorrow to report, and I'll figure out the rest of the recruiting. Okay, Xiaochen, I'll bring people there tomorrow. The two hung up the phone. Lu Bai gave Lu Chen a thumbs up and said, "You're amazing. I was just worried that there wouldn't be enough people to run the company once it opened, but you solved it with just one phone call." Lu Chen chuckled and said, "This is just the beginning. It will get better and better. Follow me and work hard. I promise you will have delicious food, spicy drinks, and the biggest pants to wear." Well, I told my dad about what we're doing, and he's very supportive. The family business is getting tougher, and he hopes I can find a way out somewhere else. Lu Bai instantly became full of energy. I'll leave the rest to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he left the company. This place is not far from the Lin Group. Since it is still early, Lu Chen plans to go see Lin Xian. Chapter 91 Getting Angry. In the president's office of the Lin Group, Lin Xian exuded endless chill. Ever since she came back from Hengqin, she has been in a bad mood and no one dares to get close to her. Even Han Miao has been extra cautious these 2 days. She is the only one who knows that Lin Xian is upset because of Lu Chen's matter. Although Lu Chen had already made it clear about his relationship with Su Meng last night, Lin Xian was still inexplicably irritated. She had never experienced this feeling before she met Lu Chen. She leaned back in her office chair, looking up at the ceiling. There was no emotion in her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. A senior executive walked into Han Miao's office holding a stack of documents. "Assistant Han, these documents need to be signed by General Manager Lin. Please give them to her." Han Miao frowned, looking embarrassed. "Sister Lu, can this document be approved another day?" She didn't want to disturb Lin Xian at this time. Isn't that courting death? No, these documents are very important. Mr. Lin must sign them today. Seeing Han Miao's embarrassment, she asked quietly and curiously, "Is Mr. Lin still in a bad mood today? What's the matter?" Han Miao took a breath, but choked back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. How could she dare to say anything about Lin Xian's affairs? I don't know either. I'm so sorry, Special Assistant Han. I know you're in a difficult situation, but you still need to deliver these documents. Lu Jing also felt a little embarrassed. The president's assistant usually looks very glamorous and his salary is no less than that of these executives, but it is also very dangerous. Apart from meetings, these executives do not have direct contact with Lin Xian, and all work is coordinated with Han Miao. Whenever Lin Xian got angry, Han Miao was the first to rush forward. Okay, just put it here. I'll find a way to get it in later. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Lu Jing put down the documents in her hand and walked out. Han Miao picked up the documents and prepared to take them to the next door. However, as soon as she knocked on the door, Lin Xian's cold voice came from inside, "Don't bother me." Han Miao's hand froze in mid-air, and she didn't dare to knock a second time. What should I do? I have a document that needs to be signed today. It's so hard for me. She thought about it and suddenly had an idea. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Mr. Lin's bad mood was definitely caused by Lu Chen. Perhaps only he could get the document delivered. She took out her cell phone and called Lu Chen.
Hello, Mr. Lu, are you busy now? Can you come to our company? President Lin really needs you now. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Chen asked with a worried look on his face.
He had just come out of a dessert shop and bought the mousse cake that Lin Xian had said was delicious last time.
You'll find out when you come.
Han Miao spoke in a hurry, hoping that Lu Chen could come as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll be there soon. I'm on my way. Ha?
Judging from what he said, Lu Chen had originally planned to come to see Mr. Lin.
When you arrive, take the CEO's dedicated elevator directly to the top floor office.
Your fingerprint has already been entered into the system by CEO Lin, so you can come up directly.
Lu Chen was stunned when he heard this. When had his fingerprints been recorded? How come he didn't know about it?
Han Miao seemed to have guessed Lu Chen's thoughts, and immediately explained, after you married Ms. Lin, she had your fingerprints recorded and told me that you can come and go as you please.
What Lu Chen was curious about was how Lin Xian had his fingerprints.
However, she did not ask any further questions. This was not a difficult task for Lin Xian.
Okay, I'll be there right away.
He drove out today, and it only took one step on the accelerator to get from the dessert shop to the Lin Group.
After parking the car, he walked into the Lin Group headquarters building carrying the mousse cake.
Without saying hello to anyone, he walked straight to the president's special elevator. Just as I reached the elevator door, I was stopped by a security guard. Sir, this elevator is reserved for our president. Only the president and her assistant team can use it. Everyone else, please register at the front desk and take the passenger elevator.
This is basically the rule in some large companies. Lu Chen understood and nodded. Yes, I know, but I can take this elevator too. The security guard smiled and said, Sir, did you not hear me clearly? This elevator can only be used by the president and her assistant team, and there are no men in our president's team.
Lu Chen was worried about what had happened to Lin Xian, and was too lazy to continue arguing with the security guard, so he just reached out and pressed the elevator button. The security guard, who was about to call other security guards for support, was stunned.
He really is someone from the president's team.
He has been working here for several years.
How come he didn't know there were men in the president's assistant team? Isn't it said that their General Lin is misogynistic?
He looked confused, but put down the button to call.
After Lu Chen entered the elevator, he nodded to the security guard outside the door.
Although this person was a bit slow, his work attitude was still worthy of praise.
The elevator quickly reached the top floor.
Han Miao was waiting for him at the stairs.
Seeing him coming up, she immediately went up to him and said, Mr. Lu, my savior, you are finally here. What happened?
Han Miao didn't say anything, but just stuffed a document into his hand. Mr. Lu, President Lin has been sitting in the office all morning and won't let anyone in. Please help me take this document in for her to sign.
No, you called me here in such a hurry just to deliver a document? Han Miao smiled and said, not entirely. Mainly, Ms. Lin wants to see you. Lu Chen curled his lips, took the documents, and walked to the door of Lin Xian's office with the mousse cake.
I knocked on the door, and received the same response, leave me alone. He didn't knock, but pushed the door open and walked in.
Do you want to?
Before she could even utter the word die, Lin Xian turned around and saw that it was Lu Chen who came in.
She was suddenly stunned. Xiaochen, why are you here? Didn't he go to the hospital to visit his sister early in the morning? I miss you,
Lu Chen said as he walked to Lin Xian. He placed the mousse cake and documents on the table and asked, what's wrong?
Who made you angry? Why are you so angry? No one, I'm just unhappy.
Although she was still stubborn, the moment she saw Lu Chen come in, Lin Xian's mood immediately improved.
This strange feeling is really wonderful. Lu Chen held her face in his hands and asked, is it still because of me? What if I say yes? Then what should I do to calm you down? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Let's see what you can do.
Lin Xian actually began to feel secretly happy in her heart, and the fire that had been burning for the whole morning disappeared quietly without her noticing.
Inopportunely, Han Miao opened the door and coughed lightly. Mr. Lin, can you sign the document first? This is urgent.
If Lu Chen hadn't been there, she wouldn't have dared to push the door open. She knew it wasn't the right time, but Lu Jing kept urging her, so she had to take the risk.
Lu Chen let go of his hand and opened the documents he had brought in one by one. Finish the work first, and I'll do my best.
Chapter 92. You are not tearing paper, but 280 million.
Han Miao, what kind of vile words are these? Is this something I can listen to?
Lin Xian chuckled and curled the corners of her lips, then picked up a pen and signed her name at the bottom of each document.
Han Miao, I must have seen it wrong. Ms. Lin actually laughed? It seems that Mr. Lu is really her nemesis.
I have to maintain a good relationship with Mr. Lu in the future, and if I encounter a similar situation again, I will call for support. Han Miao has been thinking about finding a time to give Lu Chen a big gift. After Lin Xian signed the document, she said to Han Miao, who was guarding the door, "Okay, take it.
Don't come in and bother me anymore." "Okay." Han Miao immediately took the document and said, "Promise not to come in again." She quickly retreated and closed the door.
Then he gave the document that Lin Xian had signed to Lu Jing.
"Assistant Han, you didn't get scolded, did you?" Lu Jing asked in a puzzled tone. "No." Han Miao smiled. "Mr. Lu is here. Mr. Lin is in a good mood now." "Mr. Lu? Who is he?" Lu Jing looked curious.
The only person who could make Mr. Lin feel good was a man. Lu Jing immediately thought of the change that happened when Lin Xian received a call during the last meeting.
Could it be the man who called Mr. Lin during the last meeting? Han Miao nodded. "You guessed it yourself, not me. Don't tell anyone else." I know.
Lu Jing replied with a smile. After Han Miao left, she felt like she was holding back a huge secret and couldn't express it, and she felt extremely uncomfortable.
She stood up and walked to the finance director's office next door and said to him, "Oldly, can we get our department's reimbursements approved early today? I have something shocking to tell you."
On the other side, after Han Miao left Lin Xian's office, she leaned back in her chair with her arms folded, but her eyes lingered on Lu Chen's face.
"Okay, now it's just the two of us."
It seemed as if it was waiting for the performance that Lu Chen had just mentioned.
Lu Chen smiled and looked at the chair under her and said, "I'm tired, can I sit for a while? This seat isn't really suitable for ordinary people, but you can."
Lin Xian stood up and gave up her seat. She thought Lu Chen was really tired, but as soon as he sat down, he pulled her into his arms.
"I'll sit on the chair and you sit on me."
Lu Chen put one hand around Lin Xian's waist and the other hand on her thigh.
"Am I heavy then?"
Lin Xian asked with a seductive look.
"It's heavy on my heart."
Lin Xian gently tapped Lu Chen's nose with her finger. "You're really getting better at talking, but I love listening."
"Are you still angry now?" Lu Chen asked softly. Gone as soon as I saw you." "Isn't that strange?" "Not surprising at all."
Lu Chen slowly approached her and kissed her. He knew that this was a sign that Lin Xian loved him too much.
"I have to love her hard too." After a passionate kiss, Lin Xian asked, "Aren't you visiting your sister in the hospital today? Why did you suddenly want to come to me?"
"Xiao Meng and Grandma are now under the care of someone, so I don't need to stay here all the time.
After looking at the address of the new company this morning, I can't wait to see you." Lin Xian almost forgot about Lu Chen's plan to start a company.
Only then did she remember that she had given him 20 million to start a company.
"Have you decided on a name for the company?" "Okay, I've thought about it." Lu Chen nodded. "What's your name?" "Morning Media." Lu Chen had thought of this name early on.
It was a homonym of one character from his and Lin Xian's names.
"Well, that's a nice name. Is the money enough? If not, I'll give it to you." Lin Xian didn't take Lu Chen's company building business seriously, she just thought of it as spending money to let him have fun. "That's enough." Lu Chen replied. 20 million is more than enough to start a small company."
Lin Xian seemed to remember something, opened the drawer of her desk and took out a document.
"You have to give it to me even if it's enough. We still have the agreement."
This was the marriage agreement the two had signed when they first met, which stipulated a monthly fee of 5 million. It has been a while, but both of them have been busy filming recently, so no one mentioned it. It was only when the money issue was mentioned that Lin Xian suddenly remembered it. She remembered that when she gave Lu Chen 20 million, she had said that she would give him another 5 million as agreed.
Lu Chen took the agreement from her hand, flipped through it, and saw his signature on it. But things are different now.
He is no longer the person who needs to rely on an agreement to pretend to be a couple with Lin Xian. He already regarded Lin Xian as his real wife. After reading it, he tore the document in his hand into pieces in front of Lin Xian and threw it into the trash can.
Xian, we no longer need this agreement, and you don't need to fulfill your promises.
Lin Xian looked at him in a daze. Although this amount of money was nothing to her, it was a shocking amount for ordinary people.
5 million a month, plus 100 million after 3 years, who can refuse? And Lu Chen just tore it to pieces.
You're not tearing paper, you're tearing 280 million. Lin Xian looked at him seriously and said, if you regret it, I can ask Xiaohan to draft a new one.
I know it's 280 million.
Lu Chen remained unmoved. But to me, this money is not worth a cent of yours. Lin Xian has been in the business world for many years and has heard countless flatteries, but none of them made her feel as comfortable as hearing a single word from Lu Chen.
Without this agreement, aren't you afraid that one day I won't want you anymore and you'll get nothing? Don't be afraid, after all, I have you.
Lin Xian's heart was almost melted by Lu Chen's sweetness. She held Lu Chen's head tightly against her chest and said tenderly, how can I bear to leave you? They hugged each other tightly for a long time, until Lu Chen was almost suffocated by the pressure of the two mountains. Then he raised his head and said,
I bought your favorite mousse cake.
It will melt if you don't eat it now. Lin Xian let go of Lu Chen and opened the box of exquisite mousse cake.
She was indeed a little hungry. She hadn't eaten anything since morning. Let's eat together.
She scooped up a spoonful of cake and fed it to Lu Chen first, then scooped the second spoonful and put it into her own mouth. It was obviously the same mousse cake as last time, but Lin Xian felt it was even sweeter than last time.
If you're not busy this afternoon, let's go out together and I'll go shopping with you, Lu Chen suggested.
He knew that Lin Xian had been bored for the past 2 days, so he wanted to take this opportunity to take her out to relax.
Not busy, Lin Xian responded. No matter how busy you are, it is not as important as having the person in front of you. Chapter 93. Miss Lin, are you having a good time today? Lu Chen took Lin Xian's hand and left the Lin group openly.
However, his public appearance immediately shocked the entire company. The executives opened their eyes wide, but did not dare to say anything.
However, there was an unconcealable curiosity in their eyes. It was not until Lu Chen and Lin Xian walked out of the Lin office building that the noise inside suddenly exploded. No way, Mr. Lin actually went out holding hands with a boy? Don't you know? That's our CEO Lin's little puppy. Remember how gentle CEO Lin was when he answered the phone during the last meeting? That's him.
Hey, it's him who made our CEO Lin willing to buy groceries and cook at home. But, this guy is really good looking. I never thought that Mr. Lin, who has always been averse to men, would one day be captured by love.
This is a good thing. Last time, a phone call gave us an extra 100,000 yuan bonus. This time, because of him, our CEO Lin's face, which had been sullen for 2 days, finally brightened up. Lu Chen took Lin Xian by the hand all the way to the car parked on the side of the road and asked, is there anywhere you want to go?
Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, let's go eat something first.
Lu Chen came over at noon and must not have eaten yet.
The box of mousse cake was not big to begin with, and he must not have been full after 2 people shared it.
Lin Xian decided to feed Lu Chen first. Okay. Lu Chen drove her to the shopping mall in the city center.
There are many places to eat there, you can pick anyone, it's all the same to Lin Xian anyway. After lunch, Lin Xian suggested going shopping in the mall, but in fact she wanted to spend money on Lu Chen. She always felt that spending money on Lu Chen was a particularly pleasant thing. The two of them looked so good that they attracted a lot of attention when they appeared in the mall.
Lin Xian once again demonstrated to Lu Chen what a real chaebol is.
She took Lu Chen shopping from the 1st floor to the 5th floor of the mall and bought him everything she liked. From clothes, shoes and hats to watches and gold jewelry, they took them all without giving Lu Chen a chance to say no. Lu Chen originally wanted to take her out to relax, but now it turned out to be a way for himself to relax. I haven't finished wearing all the clothes I bought last time, so I bought countless sets this time.
Fortunately, my house is big enough to hold them all. Xian, I really can't buy any more. I just can't help but want to spend money on you, so that I can be happy. I want to give you the best things in the world. I already have the best in the world, and that's you.
But Lu Chen didn't know that the more he said this, the more Lin Xian couldn't help but want to spend more money on him. They didn't stop until they were both tired of shopping. I'll listen to you the whole afternoon, and you have to listen to me for the next arrangements, Lu Chen said while drinking a cup of snow-capped coffee.
Okay, then I'll leave the rest of the itinerary to you. Lin Xian readily agreed.
Lin Xian left her address for the things she bought in the afternoon, and all of them were delivered to her home. After the two of them rested, Lu Chen took Lin Xian away. The car stopped at the entrance of a park.
Although today is not the weekend, there are still many people coming here.
At this time, it was already evening, and the setting sun hung on the edge of the clouds, dyeing the entire sky red. There are many plants and flowers nearby, and the air is filled with a faint and charming fragrance. Lin Xian rarely comes to such places, so she finds it novel.
Lu Chen bought 2 tickets and pulled Lin Xian inside.
As soon as I walked in, a little boy came up to me with a bouquet of flowers and said, "Brother, buy a flower for my beautiful sister." Normally, he would have turned and walked away, but today he stopped in his tracks.
How much does this cost?
$10 a rose, all very fresh.
How many flowers do you have here? Lu Chen asked.
There are 99 flowers in total, and I haven't sold any today.
The little boy replied honestly. Then I'll take them all. Lu Chen took out his mobile phone and scanned the payment code hanging on the little boy's body.
After hearing that 1,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, the little boy happily handed the bouquet to Lu Chen. "Thank you, brother. I wish you and your beautiful sister a long and happy life together." After Lu Chen took the flowers, he turned around and handed them to Lin Xian. "This is for you." Lin Xian, who had been standing beside him without saying a word, chuckled and said, "You usually seem quite smart. How come you fell for something like this?" The kids selling flowers in this kind of park are mostly organized, and the prices they sell are higher than those outside. It is obvious that they deliberately find a couple to force their sales on. But Lu Chen smiled calmly and said, "Of course I know this is a kind of cheating behavior, but I am happy."
You are happy to spend money on me, and I am also happy to spend money on you.
Lin Xian looked at Lu Chen's smiling face and was stunned for a moment. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything in the world had nothing to do with him. It turns out that he was not fooled, he loved himself as much as I loved him. An indescribable joy surged in her heart. Lin Xian smiled and took the flowers handed to her by Lu Chen. At this moment, she was extremely satisfied.
Thank you, Xiaochen, I like it very much. I'm glad you like it. Come on, I'll take you to play something else.
Lu Chen held Lin Xian's hand and took her to go boating, ride the Ferris wheel, kiss in a small double room high in the sky, and go to a haunted house to experience fun that Lin Xian had rarely experienced in her life. Lin Xian suddenly felt that since she met Lu Chen, she truly understood what life was.
Her life used to be too depressing and boring.
Her life was full of calculations and schemes in her family and business. She had never been as relaxed and happy as she is now. After playing around, it was already dark. The lights in the park came on, but Lu Chen did not end his itinerary for the day. He pulled Lin Xian into the park to continue exploring. "Let's go buy some fairy wands and take you to see the fireworks tonight." Lin Xian just let him take her to do all kinds of things that seemed childish in the eyes of adults, but she was infected by this childishness. "It seems that as long as I am with Lu Chen, no matter what I do, it becomes particularly meaningful." Lin Xian took the fairy wand that Lu Chen bought for her and lit it by the river in the park. The moment the flame burst out, the lost joy of her childhood seemed to be filled at this moment. After releasing the fairy wands, Lu Chen glanced at his watch and said to Lin Xian, "Xian, count down with me, 3, 2, 1.
Lin Xian didn't know what to do, so she started counting down with Lu Chen, 3, 2, 1. Bang! Fireworks bloomed all over the sky, lighting up the entire sky.
Behind the gorgeous fireworks was Lu Chen's sweet smile.
At this moment, Lin Xian had an urge to cry.
She ran forward and hugged Lu Chen tightly in her arms.
Lu Chen asked softly in her ear, "Ms. Lin, did you have a good time today?" "Happy, very happy." Lin Xian's hug became tighter and tighter, and she had the urge to melt Lu Chen into her body, so that he would never be able to leave her. Chapter 94 Signing Chen Yongguang.
After the fireworks display, Lu Chen drove Lin Xian back to Greenfield Fragrance Garden.
After parking the car in front of the main building, the two got out one after the other.
Lu Chen hadn't cooked for Lin Xian in person for a long time, so he thought about cooking at home in the evening.
He asked, "Xian, what do you want to eat tonight?"
Lin Xian stood in front of Lu Chen, staring into his eyes, and replied tenderly, "Call me wife." Lu Chen curled his lips and chuckled, "Then my dear wife, what would you like to eat tonight?"
"Eat you." Lin Xian gently tiptoed and kissed Lu Chen on the lips.
The two of them had no appetite for food.
Lu Chen picked up Lin Xian and walked into the villa.
Aunt Wang, who was busy inside, saw the scene and wanted to hide but couldn't, so she had to smile and greet the two of them.
Miss, sir, you are back. What would you like to eat tonight?
She was also waiting for the two of them to come back and make dinner for them. Take out the box of century-old ginseng from my collection and make a pot of chicken soup.
I need to give my husband a good tonic tonight.
The words were spoken to Aunt Wang, but Lin Xian's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's face. Aunt Wang didn't expect that at her age, she could still be fed dog food, and she could guess what would happen next with her toes.
Okay, miss, I'll start making dinner right away.
After saying that, she hurried into the kitchen. Not only did she want to add ginseng, she also wanted to add some abalone and deer antlers, since there were plenty of these supplements in the warehouse anyway. After a while, the two of them finished their lovemaking and gave them some good nourishment, hoping that the young lady and the gentleman would give birth to a big fat boy soon.
It seems I can't cook for you tonight again, Lu Chen said. I want to eat you more than the food you cook. Lu Chen felt a little embarrassed by Lin Xian's teasing.
Fortunately, Aunt Wang had entered the kitchen and should not be able to hear what the two were saying.
He carried Lin Xian and walked quickly to the bedroom upstairs.
After a sweaty night, the two came downstairs again. Aunt Wang had already left the villa. There was stewed soup and 3 hot dishes on the table.
After 2 bowls of hot soup, Lu Chen regained his spirits. Xian, it's time to go back to your room and rest.
Lin Xian, Aunt Wang was really ruthless, she put in such a large amount. The next day, after Lu Chen sent Lin Xian to the Lin Group, he went to his own company. Chen Yangguang is coming to the company today, so it's a good opportunity to meet with him and discuss the next arrangements.
When he arrived, Chen Yangguang and his team were already waiting at the company. Director Chen, long time no see. Lu Chen took the initiative to step forward and greet him. Mr. Lu, long time no see.
Chen Yangguang hurriedly stood up and greeted him, even changing his address. He originally thought that with Lu Chen's ability, even if he opened a media company, he would only have to rent a small office, but even then he would not despise it. After all, he was not qualified to despise others now. But when I got there, I found that the entire floor was Lu Chen's company.
When they met again, Lu Chen's temperament was very different from before.
He seemed to have shed his previous immaturity and become much more stable.
I really don't know what happened to him after he left the crew that caused such a big change. Director Chen, don't be so formal. I still like hearing you call my name, Lu Chen said with a smile. Okay, then I'll still call you Xiaochen. Well, Lu Chen nodded, then said directly, Director Chen, this is it.
I know you directors take on a lot of roles, but I hope to sign you to only film for our company.
Do you agree?
After saying this, he immediately followed up with an explanation. Of course, we can also choose a cooperative model, but in that case, when there are no scenes to shoot, you and your team will not get paid.
It really depends on your choice.
The new company has just been established, and Lu Chen hopes that it will develop steadily in the future. Having only Chen Yangguang is not enough, he definitely needs more directors. But for a new company like his with no fame and no works, the old directors generally won't cooperate, so he can only sign some new directors.
Chen Yangguang has been in the entertainment industry for many years and has rich experience. He wanted to sign Chen Yangguang directly, so that when he signed a new director in the future, he could let Chen Yangguang lead the team. After listening to Lu Chen's words, Chen Yangguang replied directly, Xiaochen, don't think about it, I agree to follow you. I was wronged by you back then, but there was nothing I could do. Now I've ended up in the same situation. Not only did you not blame me, you were even willing to drag me along. From now on, I, Chen Yangguang, will only listen to you. Okay, Director Chen, I won't let you down either.
After each film or TV series comes out, I'll give you dividends based on market share.
You and your team will have a fixed salary and benefits every month.
After Lu Chen finished speaking, he asked Lu Bai to bring a contract for Chen Yangguang to sign.
After signing the contract, he let Chen Yangguang leave first.
It is only the initial stage now, and he still has many equipments to complete, so he cannot shoot any movies. He can only start the operation officially after completing them step by step.
Xiaochen, have you ever considered letting Dong Manqing come to our company? Lu Bai asked.
Logically speaking, Lu Chen is currently filming her movie, and the two should be very familiar with each other. She is also a famous director.
If she can come, wouldn't she be better than Chen Yangguang? Lu Chen shook his head. Dong Manqing is different from Chen Yangguang.
I was able to sign Chen Yangguang because I had 99% confidence, but I don't even have 1% confidence in Dong Manqing. After filming her drama for so long, Lu Chen has gotten to know Dong Manching very well. She is a free-spirited person. It's okay to let her come and provide guidance occasionally, but it's basically impossible to tie her to one company. Xiao Bai, now that the company has a director, we are still short of people. You will be responsible for the recruitment. I think the company has just been established, so let's start with short plays. So if you want to be an actor, you can go to our alma mater and choose one. Those students who haven't graduated yet are not squeamish and are also cheap. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Lu Bai nodded, agreeing with his idea. Also, we can post job postings for video anchors online. We can pursue both paths simultaneously. Okay. Lu Bai became motivated when he thought that a company would soon grow up under his witness. After Lu Chen gave the instructions, he also left the company. He wanted to go to the hospital to check on Su Meng's condition. The doctor called this morning and said she was awake. After arriving at the hospital, I saw Su Meng leaning on the bed. She looked much better now. It's just that my leg is still bandaged due to a broken bone and I can't get out of bed. Brother, I thought I was dead this time. Thank you for coming back in time to save me. As soon as Lu Chen sat down beside her bed, Su Meng couldn't help crying. Lu Chen handed her a tissue and said, "It wasn't me who saved you. It was someone else. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to get back in time." Su Meng was slightly stunned. She thought that she had called Lu Chen at the last moment when she fainted, so he came back to save her. Who is it? Lu Chen scratched his head and said, "I don't know. That good man left without leaving his name. I didn't even get a chance to thank him." Chapter 95. Pay back the money within 3 days. The two chatted in the hospital for a while, and then Lu Chen left the hospital and prepared to go out to buy some food for Su Meng. Today, Su Daming came to the hospital to check his fingers again. Although these two fingers paid off a debt of more than 100,000 yuan, they also made him half disabled. His condition does not require hospitalization, but he has to go to the outpatient clinic every day to get intravenous medication. Sun Yenin lost her job and has been looking for film crews these days to see if she can get a role. Her whole family is counting on her to make money. So, the ones accompanying Su Daming today were Tang Ying and Su Lele. Tang Ying accompanied Su Daming in the outpatient clinic to receive an 4 drip. Su Lele couldn't stay and squatted outside to smoke. He is also very upset now. He found a girlfriend outside and is planning to get married, but the other party's family is asking for a dowry of 500,000 yuan. I thought Sun Yenin was a big star and Xin Yuhao's girlfriend, so she wouldn't need this little money, so I agreed immediately. Now that the girl is pregnant and they are preparing to get married, he finds out that his sister has been abandoned by the crew and Xin Yuhao. Not to mention the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, I can't even afford the money for my father's medical treatment in the hospital. Just as he was smoking and looking worried, he saw a familiar figure appear in the hospital. Isn't that my sister's bootlicker Lu Chen? In fact, Su Lele had a pretty good impression of Lu Chen, not for any other reason, but because Lu Chen had saved him before. At that time, he was fighting with someone outside, injuring the person and sending him to the hospital. He was then taken to the police station. It was Lu Chen who spent 100,000 yuan to compensate the injured person and got him out of the police station. The 50,000 yuan his mother spent on hospitalization due to an asthma attack was also paid by Lu Chen. He knew that these were all Lu Chen's means of pursuing his sister, but as a man himself, he felt that it was rare for Lu Chen to be able to do this. But he was still too poor after all, and was not worthy of his sister's status as a big star. Only someone like Xin Yuhao, who has a strong family background, is worthy of marrying his sister. But unexpectedly, just when he was about to marry into a wealthy family, he was kicked out and 2 of his father's fingers were chopped off. He wanted to beat Xin Yuhao up, but he couldn't even see him. Su Lele watched Lu Chen leave the hospital and get into a black Bentley, sitting in the driver's seat. He had noticed this car since he came to the hospital. It was worth at least 20 million. He didn't expect it to belong to Lu Chen. Could it be that my sister's dog has become more powerful after not seeing her for so long? Now that his sister has been dumped by Xin Yuhao, the family has lost its source of income. If this bootlicker is willing to continue, he won't have to worry about the betrothal fee and his father's medical expenses. He threw away the cigarette butt and hurried back to the outpatient department to tell Su Daming and Tang Ying his thoughts. After hearing this, the 2 of them immediately agreed with Su Lele's idea and asked Sun Yenin and Lu Chen to reconcile. Anyway, I can just find a sucker now, and then when Sun Yenin becomes popular again, I can kick him out and find another one. If Lu Chen really became rich, it would not be impossible to make him his son-in-law. After all, he is obedient and generous to Sun Yenin. There was still one bottle of water left to hang up, so Su Daming asked the nurse to remove the needle. They were going to find Lu Chen and tell him the good news. Su Lele, Su Daming, and Tang Ying were waiting not far from where Lu Chen had parked his car.
If they couldn't see him today, they would come again tomorrow. Anyway, they have been in the hospital recently.
Not long after, Su Lele pointed at a black Bentley and shouted to the old couple, "Mom and Dad, look, that's Lu Chen's car." The old couple had no idea what a Bentley was. Anyway, their son said it was very expensive, which meant that Lu Chen was not short of money now. As soon as the car stopped, a family of 3 ran over.
When Lu Chen got out of the car, Su Lele couldn't wait to shout enthusiastically, "Brother-in-law, long time no see." Seeing the 3 bugs, Lu Chen frowned. "Who are you calling brother-in-law?
I didn't meet Sun Yenin today, but how come I met this whole family again?
It's so depressing. I'm calling you brother-in-law," Su Lele said as she fondled Lu Chen's car. "Brother-in-law, you're rich now, how come you bought such a nice car? Does it have anything to do with you?" Lu Chen replied coldly. At this time, Su Daming stepped forward and said, "Xiaochen, we all know about you and Susu. It was that girl who was short-sighted and chose the wrong person. We have already criticized her." Lu Chen looked at his fingers wrapped in bandages, with 2 fingers missing, and guessed that they were chopped off because he lost in gambling. After all, there are many underworld forces in the casino, and it is normal to cut off a few fingers of those who owe money and refuse to pay it back. I just don't know if it has anything to do with Xin Yuhao. After all, Xin Yuhao was also there when I went to look for Scar. He snorted and said, "Su Daming, why are you telling me this now?" Su Daming saw that Lu Chen now called him by his name instead of uncle, and he immediately felt unhappy. However, for the sake of his son's betrothal gift and his own medical expenses, he still smiled patiently. "Xiaochen, we are here today to tell you a good news. Susu is single now, and you two can be together again, but..." Su Daming paused for a moment and said, "But if you want to be with my daughter again, there are still some requirements." Lu Chen looked at the shameless old man in front of him with deep eyes, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. "Really? What do you want? You have to pay 600,000 yuan to show your sincerity. If you want to get married in the future, the betrothal gift will be calculated separately." After Su Daming finished speaking, he glanced at the black Bentley that Su Lele was still stroking and said, "Since you can afford such a nice car, you shouldn't be short of this little money, right?" Sure enough, now that this family can no longer suck Xin Yuhao's blood, they turned their attention to themselves. Lu Chen crossed his arms and replied with a chuckle, 600,000 is indeed not a lot for me, but do you think your daughter is worth it? Oh, by the way, I really forgot about the money if you hadn't mentioned it. I spent so much money on your family before, it's time to settle the bill. I won't talk about the money I spent on your daughter. Just consider it a lesson I learned. But I paid the 100,000 yuan compensation for your son's assault, and the 50,000 yuan for your wife's hospitalization. Find a way to pay me back." After hearing what Lu Chen said, the eyes of the family of 3 almost popped out. Su Lele no longer had the heart to touch the car and asked sternly, "Lu Chen, what do you mean? Didn't you give all this money willingly?" Lu Chen smiled. "Who said I did it willingly? I have transfer records of this money, but I didn't say it was a gift." As he spoke, he looked at Su Daming sinisterly and said, "I'll give you 3 days. If you can't pay the money, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 96. Can you go and get him back? After Lu Chen finished speaking, he pushed away Su Lele who was standing in front of his car, then opened the trunk, took out the various snacks and nutritional supplements he bought for Su Meng, and walked towards the inpatient department. "Dad, do you think he will really ask our family to pay back the money?" Su Lele asked with a worried look on her face. Su Daming shook his head nonchalantly. "No, he's just being stubborn now because he's angry. As long as your sister says something nice, he'll definitely bow down. Besides, he just said he doesn't need the 600,000 yuan, which means he's really rich now. As long as your sister catches him, you won't have to worry about the betrothal gift and the various expenses of the family." Tang Ying nodded in agreement after hearing this. "Your father is right. Lu Chen liked your sister so much back then, he must still have feelings for her. Shella, quickly call your sister and ask her to come home. My sister is out looking for a job today." "Why is she still looking for a job? Even if she finds one, she won't make much money. It's better for her to focus on Lu Chen. Money comes faster than money. When Lu Chen returned to the ward, Su Meng was typing frantically on her phone. "You're just getting better now, so stop playing with your phone."
Lu Chen put down the food in his hand and reminded him kindly. But Su Meng didn't stop. While typing, he said to Lu Chen, "I haven't updated my novels in the past few days since I was unconscious.
I just saw a lot of requests for updates in the back end. If I don't continue, the readers will leave."
Lu Chen became interested and sat down next to her.
"What topic did you write about? Let me see it."
Su Meng then stopped and opened her tomato account to show Lu Chen. She has already finished writing 2 books, one modern romance and one period novel, both of which are popular themes in Tomato as female-oriented novels. Even though it has been completed, there are still hundreds of thousands of readers.
"Not bad," Lu Chen praised. "I randomly clicked on it and took a look at the plot. It was a bit cheesy, but very addictive." Suddenly, he had an idea.
Why not buy Su Meng's copyright and make it into a short drama? Short dramas have been very popular in the past 2 years, and the investment is not as large as that of serious dramas. This is why he wants to start with short dramas at this stage. Moreover, compared with male-oriented literature, female-oriented melodramatic literature has a larger market share. If the film makes money in the future, Su Meng can also get a share of the profits, which can be considered as keeping the money within the family.
"Xiao Meng, I want to buy these 2 works of yours and make a short film. Would you like to be my editor then? You're a junior now and your studies aren't too busy anyway." Su Meng was slightly startled after hearing this. "Brother, you started a company?" "Yeah." Lu Chen smiled and nodded.
"It's just been established and is still in the planning stages.
We've got a director, but now we just need the script and actors."
Su Meng was a little surprised. She only found out about Lu Chen's marriage when she went to visit her grandmother. When she woke up, she found that he had even started a company. But after being surprised, she nodded quickly and said, "Okay, of course I do." Originally, she had the idea of writing a novel because Lu Chen was an actor. After Su Meng agreed, Lu Chen immediately contacted the official customer service of Tomato and specifically asked for Su Meng's 2 works. Afterwards, he created a company group and invited Lu Bai, Chen Yangguan, and Su Meng to join. He also posted 2 of Su Meng's works. These are the 2 short dramas our company will be shooting next. Director Chen, please take a look at the plots. If you have any comments, you can communicate with at.
She is my newly hired editor. Okay. Chen Yangguan replied immediately.
He didn't expect Lu Chen to be so efficient, and thought it would take a long time before he could officially get down to work.
"Xiao Bai, your next recruitment criteria will follow the script. You can discuss the selection requirements with Director Chen." "Okay."
After arranging everything, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
The company would be up and running soon.
On the other side, Sun Yenin was called back home in a hurry by Su Lele.
"Why are you calling me back in such a hurry?"
Sun Yenin thought something had happened at home again. When she got home, she saw her parents and younger brother sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for her. "Susu, Mom asked Lele to call you back because she wanted to tell you a good news."
"Good news?" Sun Yenin looked at Tang Ying suspiciously. "What kind of good news could there be in this family?" "Yeah, do you know who we met today?" Tang Ying asked himself with a smile on his face. "We met Lu Chen."
When Sun Yenin heard Lu Chen's name, her heart skipped a beat, filled with endless regret, but she felt helpless because Lu Chen no longer loved her. Tang Ying noticed the change in Sun Yenin's expression and knew that her daughter must still love him. "Susu, your mom and dad have discussed it and think Xiao Chen is a pretty good person.
If you still like him, why not make peace with him?" "Yes, sister, Lu Chen is different now. He is a man with money now and drives a luxury car." Su Lele couldn't help but say. Tang Ying glanced at him and said, "You're the only one who talks too much."
Then he looked at Sun Yenin and continued with a smile, "Your father and I are not such snobbish people. It's not because we think Lu Chen is rich now that we want you to reconcile, but because we sincerely think he treats you well."
Sun Yenin looked at Tang Ying.
Before this, she and Su Daming were very opposed to her marrying Lu Chen, thinking that he would not be able to buy a big house and car in Beijing. Even though Lu Chen spent a lot of money on the family, they never said a good word to him.
Why did they suddenly change their minds now? Could it be that he really discovered that Lu Chen was rich?
In fact, she also had doubts about this matter.
After Lu Chen left the hospital last time, she went to the inpatient department to inquire about Ward 602.
I only then realized that it was the hospital's prestigious VIP single suite, equipped with dedicated nurses and doctors, and the accommodation fee alone was tens of thousands of yuan a month.
The old woman living there could not be anyone else but Lu Chen's grandmother.
But according to Lu Chen's financial situation, it is impossible for him to afford such expensive accommodation and medical expenses for a long time, unless he is really a rich man. But whether he was rich or poor had nothing to do with her anymore.
Sun Yan inside, Mom, Xiaochen doesn't love me anymore. How is that possible? Tang Ying didn't believe it.
Indeed, he is married. When they heard that Lu Chen was already married, the family of three was stunned.
Su Leilei's betrothal gift and Su Daming's medical expenses all depend on him. How can he get married? Apart from Lu Chen, where else can they find someone willing to take over and pay for their family?
Tang Ying's eyes rolled around, and he stepped forward to grab Sun Yan's hand.
Girl, even if we're married, we can still get divorced. Lu Chen's kindness to you is far superior to that of Xin Yuhao. Your parents really hope that you can marry someone who loves you. Would you please go and get him back? Chapter 97. I'm here to pick up my girlfriend from get off work. Sun Yanan looked at Tang Ying's sincere expression and was actually moved by her.
She had always thought that her family favored her younger brother, but she didn't expect that her parents would also consider her future.
Yes, when you get married, you must marry someone who loves you. In the past, she was too superficial and only wanted to marry a rich man, but after experiencing what happened with Xin Yuhao, she realized that love is priceless. If I miss Lu Chen, I may never meet anyone better than him in this life.
Sun Yanan nodded. Okay, Mom, I will find a way to get back together with Xiaochen, but I'm not sure if he still wants me.
Sun Yanan really has no confidence now.
No, girl, you have to understand one thing. A man chasing you is like a mountain, but a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. Tang Ying appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her, saying, as long as you lower yourself and pursue him, he will definitely get back together with you. After all, he loved you so much in the past.
Men always yearn for what they haven't had. Sun Yanan smiled shyly. I know, Mom. Lu Chen was busy with various things all day today.
After confirming the cooperation with Tomato, he went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle various certificates. It was already evening when he finished his work. He looked at the time and sent a message to Lin Xian. Wife, I will pick you up from get off work later.
Lin Xian, okay, husband.
She finally stopped being shy about this title. After seeing this, Lu Chen unconsciously curled up the corners of his lips while sitting in the car. The car started and he drove towards the Lin Group. Not only Lu Chen came to pick up Lin Xian today, but also Xin Yuhao. A few days ago, he was scolded by his father because he was taken to the police station. Fortunately, he did not really interfere in Su Meng's affairs, otherwise there would be more than just Scar in jail now. However, in order to stop Scar from telling the truth about the casino, he also spent a lot of money on Scar's family. After Lu Chen parked his car in the parking space of the Lin Group Park, he prepared to wait for Lin Xian to come downstairs. But before I reached the door, I saw a familiar figure.
Why is he here? Lu Chen was a little confused. Xin Yuhao also noticed him and his face suddenly became fierce. If it weren't for Lu Chen, he wouldn't have been in jail and Scar wouldn't have been in trouble. Now, because of his disturbance, Henteng Guanlan has closed down and lost a capable assistant. Lu Chen is now a thorn in his side. But why did he appear downstairs of the Lin Group? Are you here to look for a job? That's definitely the case. I have blocked all his paths in the entertainment industry, and he can only survive by changing industries. However, he actually dared to come to the Lin Group to look for a job. He was really overestimating his abilities. Anyone who can work here is not an elite in the business world, unless he is looking for a job as a security guard or something like that. Xin Yuhao was angry, but he couldn't do anything to Lu Chen for the time being. Besides, they were right downstairs of the Lin Group, and Lin Xian would be off work soon, so he had to maintain a good image as a gentleman. After he heard that Lin Xian would return to the company in the next 2 days, he immediately left Guiyao and ran over, just to try his luck and see if he could make a date with Lin Xian. As long as I can get her on a date and use my charm to make the marriage a done deal, then wouldn't that be a natural thing? There will be plenty of opportunities to take revenge on Lu Chen in the future, but making an appointment with Lin Xian is something that can only be encountered by chance. As Lu Chen approached, the fierceness on his face gradually turned into a playful mockery. Hey, isn't this Lu Chen? Why haven't you found a job yet? I suggest you team up with Sun Yanan now. She's unemployed too, so you two can become a loving couple again. Lu Chen gave him a look of disdain. I thought it was the dog barking, but it's you. Why are you here tonight instead of going out for drinks? I'm not like you.
I'm here to pick up my girlfriend from get off work. Shen Yuhao said this with a proud look on his face, as if Lin Xiyan had really become his girlfriend.
Really? Lu Chen smiled, what a coincidence, me too. Ha ha ha. Shen Yuhao couldn't help but burst out laughing.
There's no one else here, so stop flattering yourself.
Even if you stop being a bootlicker, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the Lin group.
As they were talking, the sound of high heels tapping came from the building in front of them. They both looked over at the same time and saw Lin Xiyan walking out.
Shen Yuhao stopped laughing and said, okay, I have something important to do today, so I won't waste my time talking to you.
He straightened his clothes and instantly put on the image of a young master from a noble family.
His eyes were fixed straight ahead, unwilling to move away at all.
Lin Xiyan is so beautiful. She is wearing a white one-shoulder-long dress today, with her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and her tassel earrings reflecting golden light under the light of the setting sun.
It's like a fairy descending to earth.
When Lin Xiyan came out, she smiled gently at them, and Shen Yuhao's soul was almost taken away. He has lost count of how many times he has come to the Lin group, but every time he either fails to see Lin Xiyan or only receives her cold rejection. Finally, she smiled to herself.
God will not let down those who work hard.
Shen Yuhao swore that if he could win Lin Xiyan, he would never drink and have fun with other women again. At this moment, he no longer cared about the grudge between him and Lu Chen, and stepped forward to meet him. In order to win Lin Xiyan's favor, he specially styled himself today, wearing a suit and spraying perfume.
He never treats other women this attentively. Xiyan, I'm here to pick you up from get off work. Shen Yuhao had an attentive smile on his face.
But Lin Xiyan just glanced at him, then frowned slightly, with an expression of disgust on her face. Without stopping, she walked straight past Shen Yuhao.
Hiss.
Shen Yuhao took a breath with a puzzled look on his face.
He was smiling at him just now, why did he turn around and ignore him?
She must be testing me on purpose to see if I have patience with her.
He understands women.
Shen Yuhao maintained his tone and smile and said, Xiyan, I'll take you out for a delicious meal tonight, and we can discuss our marriage. After he finished speaking, Lin Xiyan did not stop, but continued walking forward until she stopped in front of Lu Chen.
Xiaochen, why don't you go up now that you're here?
Her tone was gentle, with a hint of indifference in it. Shen Yuhao was stunned on the spot, with an unknown bitterness churning in his heart. I just got here too, and since it's almost time to get off work, I thought I'd wait for you to come down.
Lu Chen replied with a smile, and the two looked at each other, speaking ordinary words that sounded like sweet words. Chapter 98 Domineering Protecting Husband.
Looking at this scene, Shen Yuhao frowned, recalling what happened just now.
Could it be that Lin Xiyan's smile was not directed at him, but at Lu Chen?
Looking at the two of them with burning eyes, Shen Yuhao couldn't help but ask, Lin Xiyan, what is your relationship with Lu Chen? Lin Xiyan ignored him and completely treated Shen Yuhao as heir.
She knew this person, but not very well.
She didn't know how many young men from wealthy families had come to the company to give her flowers like him, and Shen Yuhao was one of them.
The eldest son of the Shen family that Grandpa mentioned on the phone before, who was about the same age as her, must be him.
But Shen Yuhao had a bad reputation, and Lin Xiyan knew a little about it. Especially since he had an affair with Sun Yenin, it made her feel even more disgusted. In the next 2 days he planned to bring Lu Chen back to the old house and explain everything to his grandfather.
The weather in August was still hot even in the evening.
Lin Xiyan reached out and wiped the sweat off Lu Chen's face as if no one was around. Just as she put her hand down, Lu Chen took it up again and prepared to take her away. Shen Yuhao watched this scene with his own eyes, and it felt like a knife was stabbing into his lungs.
Lin Xiyan is his future marriage partner and will definitely marry him in the future. What qualifications does Lu Chen, a pretty boy, have to hold her hand? Shen Yuhao couldn't accept this fact. He, who already had a grudge against Lu Chen, immediately rushed forward and pulled the two apart. Lu Chen, you are not allowed to touch her. Lu Chen turned around and glared at him. Damn it, are you sick? She is my wife, why can't I touch her? What? Lin Xiyan is Lu Chen's wife? Shen Yuhao was stunned and thought he was hallucinating. How could Lu Chen, a dead bootlicker, be worthy of marrying Lin Xiyan? Only I am worthy of her. It doesn't matter even if Lin Xiyan doesn't like him. As long as the two elders agree, they have the possibility of continuing the marriage. As long as they get married, he has plenty of ways to make Lin Xiyan submit to him.
There is no woman in this world that Xin Yuhao cannot tame. Lin Xian, you are my woman, and you will marry me in the future.
Xin Yuhao's eyes revealed a determination to win. Pa!
A loud slap hit him in the face, and one could even see a few clear fingerprints, which showed how strong Lin Xian was. If you dare to speak nonsense again, be careful with your tongue. Lu Chen looked at his wife, she was so cool, he loved her so much.
Xin Yuhao covered his face and looked at Lin Xian in disbelief.
No one had ever dared to hit him since he was a child, but this woman actually slapped him in front of her enemy, which really made him feel humiliated. But facing this female devil with a cold temperament, he had no means of fighting back.
She could only vent her impotent rage. Lin Xian, you actually hit me for this man, are you crazy?
Lin Xian looked at him with some speechless contempt. Lu Chen is my man, of course I have to protect him.
Xin Yuhao gritted his teeth, resentment growing in his heart. This Lu Chen has nothing, how can he compare with me?
Even the women he once couldn't get were just toys for him to enjoy at will.
He is so unwilling.
When she looked at Lu Chen again, he was grinning smugly. He then took Lin Xian's hand and blew on it. Wife, your hand must be hurt.
Let me blow on it for you. At this moment, Xin Yuhao felt like a joke, a huge joke.
The dog who had always been suppressed by him and even slept with the woman he liked, actually showed his affection with the woman he liked in front of him. Lin Xian, I've been pursuing you for so long, but you chose Lu Chen over me.
Why? He's better than me in that respect.
I have money, a company, and will inherit the family entertainment business in the future.
We should be together.
Lin Xian frowned slightly and said coldly, don't compare yourself with Xiaochen.
In my eyes, you are not even as good as him or my fingers. Xin Yuhao was struck by lightning.
His background, which he was proud of, was nothing in Lin Xian's eyes. And treat Lu Chen, a man with nothing, as a treasure. He originally thought that Lu Chen came here to look for a security guard job, but he didn't expect that he was looking for the owner of this company. Thinking of the ridicule just now, Xin Yuhao felt that his face was deeply painful. Security, kick this man out and don't let him come to our company again. At Lin Xian's command, several security guards immediately ran over, dragged Xin Yuhao and threw him out. You even dare to bully our Mr. Lin's man.
You must be tired of living.
That's right, a playboy from an entertainment company dares to run wild here.
I'll get humiliated every time I come here next time.
Several security guards shouted at him fiercely. Xin Yuhao ran into his car in a panic and drove away. While driving, he yelled in the car, Lu Chen, I won't let you go. On the other side, the warm scene returned. Wife, don't be angry, let's go home.
Lu Chen took Lin Xian's hand and returned to the car, then drove away.
When we arrived at green fields and fragrant garden, it was already completely dark. After entering the villa, Aunt Wang came up to greet us with a smile. Miss, sir, dinner is ready, you can eat anytime.
Yeah. Lin Xian responded, and Aunt Wang left the villa.
But Lu Chen looked at the empty table with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Xian took his hand and said, come with me.
Lu Chen followed her to the rooftop of the villa.
It turned out that the dinner Aunt Wang mentioned was here. There were tables and chairs in the center of the rooftop, and a sumptuous dinner was prepared on the table. There are small warm yellow lights hanging around the rooftop, and a gramophone is placed against the wall.
Did you ask Aunt Wang to prepare it? Lu Chen asked with some surprise. Lin Xian nodded.
Well, when you said you would pick me up from get off work in the evening, I asked Aunt Wang to start making it.
Life should always have some fun.
Lu Chen looked at her deeply. This female devil in public always had a delicate mind in front of him. Lin Xian walked to the wall and pressed the switch of the phonograph, and melodious singing came out from it. It is Teresa Tang's version of The Moon Represents My Heart.
Mr. Lu, can I ask you to dance with me?
Lin Xian walked back to Lu Chen and stretched out her delicate white hand to invite him like a gentleman. Lu Chen's eyes were full of smiles, and he placed his hand on Lin Xian's hand. I'm happy to do so. Then he took a step forward, pressed close to Lin Xian, and put his other hand around her waist. There is a full moon tonight, and the silver moonlight spreads on the rooftop like water, shining on the two of them. They moved their feet gently to the rhythm of the music.
You ask me how much I love you. How much do I love you? My love is also true. My love is true. The moon represents my heart. Lu Chen sang along with the music.
Lin Xian looked up at him. It was the first time she heard Lu Chen sing, and he was so amazing.
It seems like there is a sense of what other surprises do you have that I don't know about? It sounds really nice. She couldn't help but praise it. It's the lyrics, and it's what I want to say to you. Chapter 99. Today is my birthday.
After hearing this, Lin Xian lowered her head shyly.
Sweet words are the most soothing.
In the moonlight, dancing with the one you love, listening to him sing, or singing for yourself. This was the first time Lin Xian experienced such a romantic thing. It seemed that since she had been with Lu Chen, she had experienced many firsts. Lin Xian, wearing high heels, was just at Lu Chen's eye level.
Lu Chen lowered his eyes slightly, and from his perspective he could see Lin Xian's long, thick eyelashes blinking.
He took a deep breath and smelled the familiar scent of high-end perfume.
Lu Chen felt a little itchy and his hands around Lin Xian's slender waist unconsciously tightened a little.
Lin Xian came over like a vine and wrapped herself tightly around Lu Chen. She still didn't look up, almost burying her entire face in Lu Chen's arms, dancing to the rhythm of the music. Lu Chen grabbed her hand, put it over her head, and led Lin Xian to spin in a circle. Lin Xian lost her balance in her high heels and fell into Lu Chen's arms.
Are you okay?
Lu Chen hurriedly held her waist and asked with a worried look on his face.
I'm fine.
She stood up again and leaned into Lu Chen's arms again.
Why did you suddenly think of organizing this romantic dinner tonight? Lu Chen asked. You don't just want to dance with me, do you? Lin Xian is usually very busy.
Even if these things don't require her to do them personally, she must have put in the effort to ask Aunt Wang to do them according to her wishes. There are ambient lights and a gramophone. It feels like we are celebrating some festival.
Because today is my birthday.
Lu Chen was slightly surprised.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have prepared a gift and cake for you. Lin Xian shook her head. I don't need that. It's good enough to have you by my side.
There was a hint of sadness in her words.
Actually, this is the first time I've celebrated my birthday since I was a child. Lu Chen was a little surprised that the CEO of a chaebol family had never celebrated his birthday in his life.
In his imagination, Lin Xian must have been wearing a princess dress and making a wish in front of an 18-layer cake since she was a child. Recalling some of the things she had said unintentionally before, perhaps Lin Xian did not have a very good childhood.
Can you tell me why?
Lu Chen spoke softly.
Yes. Lin Xian nodded. You are my husband now, you should know about my family affairs.
My mother died during my birth, and my father was abroad on his honeymoon with his mistress. Lu Chengwang felt like he couldn't breathe when he heard these words.
How can a man be so despicable? That's why I never celebrate my birthday. Today is just an ordinary dinner for the two of us.
No need for such grand preparations.
Yeah, okay.
Lu Chen hugged her tightly in his arms with heartache. Lin Xian didn't want to make the beautiful atmosphere of the night sad, so she raised her head and said with a smile, "Eat something, otherwise it will get cold soon." Only then did Lu Chen let her go, and they both sat down at the table. Tonight's meal was a fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine, paired with red wine, and both of them drank quite a bit. A breeze started to blow, and Lu Chen saw that they had almost finished eating, so he said, "Let's go back to the house."
Okay.
Lin Xian stood up, and Lu Chen walked over to her and picked her up. It's inconvenient for you to wear high heels, so I'll carry you back to the house. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. After carrying the person to the sofa in the house and putting her down, Lu Chen gently squatted down, helped Lin Xian take off her high heels, and then carefully examined her ankles. With her foot held in Lu Chen's hand, Lin Xian looked around and felt a little uncomfortable.
She tucked her toes back slightly and asked, "What are you looking at? Didn't you twist your ankle while dancing just now? Let me see if you're hurt."
Lin Xian felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be so considerate to her.
It's really okay. I just didn't stand firmly. My foot wasn't hurt.
Well, I'm glad you're not hurt. When Lu Chen raised his eyes, he saw Lin Xian staring at him in a daze.
Is there something dirty on my face? He asked. Yeah. Lin Xian nodded. What's there? Lu Chen reached out to wipe it. He has a handsome look that attracts me. Okay, you dare to play tricks on me, let me see how I'm going to deal with you. Lu Chen reached out to tickle Lin Xian's itch spot. Lin Xian couldn't contain her joy.
After playing around for a while, she finally grabbed Lu Chen's hand and said solemnly, "Xiaochen, please accompany me to see Grandpa tomorrow.
I want him to know about us." Okay. Lu Chen agreed immediately. Then what about your father? Don't worry about him.
He's not in the capital, he's abroad, and he probably won't be coming back. Lu Chen nodded, then picked up Lin Xian again. Madam, it's time to go to bed.
Brother, what have you been doing lately?
Ever since I came back from Hongqing last time, you've disappeared and haven't looked for me.
Are you still mad at me for my behavior in Hongqing? When you sent a WeChat message to Lu Bai. Lu Baihui, I'm not angry with you.
I haven't contacted you recently because I was busy with work.
Wanya, what serious work can you do? You just idle around all day.
Lu Bai, the prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain.
Wanya, speak human language. Lu Bai, I am currently working with Xiaochen. We have opened a media company and it is almost ready. We are now recruiting actors. After a while, Wanya replied, do you think I can do it? Lu Bai, you are not studying acting, why are you joining in the fun?
Wanya, brother, please, just let me satisfy my acting addiction, even if it's just a small role. Lu Bai thought about it and replied, okay, I will send your photo to our company's chief director tomorrow.
If you can pass his inspection, I will arrange a role for you. But let's be frank first. Don't dream about being with Xiaochen anymore. If you still have any bad intentions, not to mention Xiaochen, I won't let you go.
Wanya, I raise my hand and swear that I only have admiration and respect for brother Xiaochen now, and I have absolutely no other thoughts.
As long as brother Xiaochen is still with sister Lin, I am willing to carry the banner for them.
With the female devil Lin Xian around, who would have any bad intentions towards brother Xiaochen?
But, just because you can't get him doesn't mean you can't like him. Lu Chen is an actor, so I can just be his fan.
In the past few days since she came back, Wanya has rewatched all the videos that Lu Chen had filmed before, cut out the scenes about him, and posted a special topic about him on Weibo. However, until now, she is the only one who signs in every day.
Chapter 100 Why are you so cruel to me? Lu Chen and Lin Xian made an appointment to go to the Lin family's old house in the afternoon.
As usual, he went to the hospital in the morning. Su Meng and her grandmother were in the same hospital, so it was much more convenient for him to go there. The first place I went to was Su Meng's ward, where I discussed the script adaptation with her. Early in the morning, Lu Bai sent him a message telling him that Wenya also wanted to participate in their company's next filming, and asked Lu Chen if he agreed.
Lu Chen had no objection to this.
It would be great if Wenya had talent in this area.
He didn't hate Wenya.
The previous misunderstanding had been resolved, and they could still get along as friends in the future.
Only after getting Lu Chen's approval did Lu Bai dare to send Wenya's photo to Chen Yangwang.
Otherwise, if Chen Yangwang took a fancy to it, it would be useless even if Lu Chen disagreed. After all, he was the real boss behind Shenxi Media. Unexpectedly, as soon as the photo was sent, Chen Yangwang immediately called Lu Bai excitedly.
Xiao Bai, this actress fits the role I want perfectly.
Let her play the female lead in the drama, My Alluring Lady. Su Meng has two works, one is a modern urban drama, My Stunning Lady, and the other is a period drama, I Was a Hot Mom in the 1980s. Lu Bai didn't expect Wenya to be so in line with Chen Yangwang's vision, but when he heard that she was going to play the female lead, Lu Bai was a little worried.
Director Chen, my sister isn't a professional actress. I'm afraid she can't play the leading role. Just give her a supporting role. No, it's her. I trust my first impression. Acting skills can be cultivated. Xiaochen and I can help her. Chen Yangwang insisted.
Because Wenya's temperament and image are so consistent with the image of the heroine in the script, she is much better than the people from performing arts schools that Lu Bai showed him.
Okay, then I'll let her come over and study with you in the next 2 days. Seeing Chen Yangwang's insistence, Lu Bai didn't say anything more.
After all, Wenya was his sister, and he certainly hoped that she would have a better chance. After seeing Su Meng, Lu Chen walked towards his grandmother's ward. In the corridor, he met Dr. Zhang.
Dr. Zhang looked at him with a smile and said, Xiaochen, come and see Grandma. Yeah. Lu Chen nodded. Go quickly, your girlfriend is in there too. Girlfriend? Did Lin Xian come suddenly? Why didn't she tell him?
Dr. Zhang had met Lin Xian before and knew their relationship.
Who else could it be but her? Without saying anything more, Lu Chen turned and entered Ward 602.
But as soon as he entered, he saw Sun Yinan sitting in front of his grandmother's bed, talking to her. Xiaochen and I have been together for 3 years. We had a fight a while ago, and he got angry and arranged a fake marriage to deceive you. I am his real girlfriend.
Sun Yinan, why are you here? Lu Chen pulled Sun Yinan from his grandmother's bed with an angry look on his face and threw her aside. Grandma frowned and asked, Xiaochen, is what she said true? Lu Chen suppressed his temper a little and said softly to the old lady, "Don't listen to her nonsense, Grandma. Shi Yan and I are very loving. We have been filming in other places for a while.
She has just returned recently and she is very busy.
I will bring her to see you in a couple of days."
That's good. The old man sighed softly. I still like that grandson's wife more.
Since you're married to her, you can't do anything out of line. I know, Grandma, don't worry.
Lu Chen laid her down flat. You take a rest first, I'll go take care of something. After settling his grandmother down, Lu Chen turned around and looked at Sun Yenin, who was standing in the corner looking pitiful, and said, "Come out with me." Sun Yenin followed Lu Chen silently, walked out of the hospital, and came to the tree where they had talked last time. Before Lu Chen could speak, she started crying. "Xiaochen, I'm sorry. I know it's not right for me to do this, but I don't know how else I can see you again.
I really miss you."
In the past, she looked like this and it really made Lu Chen infatuated, but now, he felt annoyed just by seeing her.
Sun Yenin, put away your crocodile tears. If you want to cry, go home and cry.
Lu Chen's indifference caused Sun Yenin's emotions to collapse instantly, and her tears could not stop flowing down.
"Xiaochen, is it true that we can never go back to the past?
You loved me so much before, how can you be so cruel to me now?" Lu Chen didn't want to pay attention to her and prepared to leave with a cold face.
He wanted to tell the nurse at the front desk not to let anyone into his grandmother's ward in the future.
But just after taking 2 steps, Sun Yenin came after him crying, not caring about the people around him, and hugged Lu Chen from behind.
"Xiaochen, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I promise to be with you and work hard with you. I beg you not to abandon me. I have nothing now. If you don't want me, I will die." Lu Chen's shoulders shook violently, shaking Sun Yenin away. He turned around and replied coldly, "Then die far away. Don't die in front of me." Sun Yenin's heart felt like it was sinking into an ice cellar.
"Why, Lu Chen, why are you so cruel to me? I did make a mistake, but I know I've changed now." But remembering what her mother had said, her voice softened.
"If you still won't forgive me, we can start as friends. Can you add me back on WeChat?"
As long as Lu Chen is willing to add her back on WeChat and start as friends, she will have the confidence to get back together with Lu Chen. After all, his current marriage was influenced by his experience at that time, and a relationship that is too short cannot stand the test.
Lu Chen sneered, "Sorry, I don't need a friend like you.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if your parents told you that I paid you 100,000 yuan for your brother's hospitalization when he injured someone, and 50,000 yuan for your mother's medical treatment.
Now I want to take them back.
I've already told Su Daming that if you can't pay me back within 3 days, don't blame me for using any tricks."
Sun Yenin was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Chen to mention paying back the money.
But she has no job now, and Su Daming still has to go to the hospital to see his hand every day. Where can he get 150,000 yuan?
"Lu Chen, didn't you say you didn't have to pay back the money?" "Really? When did I ever tell you that? When you asked me for the money, you said it was a loan. Borrowed money must be repaid."
"I have the transfer records, and your family can't deny it."
When Sun Yenin asked Lu Chen for the money, he did say it was a loan.
He transferred the 100,000 yuan to Su Lele and the 50,000 yuan to Su Daming. Su Daming didn't want to pay back the money, so he asked Sun Yenin to say something nice to Lu Chen, and the money would be considered a tribute to his family.
That night, Sun Yenin took the initiative to invite Lu Chen to dinner. During the meal, she said many nice things to Lu Chen.
Things like, "I will remember all the kindness you have shown me, I will never forget your kindness to our family." At that time, Lu Chen regarded Sun Yenin as his future partner, so he said, "We are all family, there is no need to talk about this. My family's financial situation is not good right now, and I may not be able to pay you back in a short time."
Sun Yenin deliberately led the conversation here. Lu Chen smiled and jokingly replied, "Then you won't have to pay it back if you marry me in the future."
After that, their family never mentioned repaying the money again.